Chapter 1 Gold with Diamonds?
Huffing, my best friend and I have discussed that 600,000 is still too little for marriage.
Inside a high-end restaurant in Zhangcheng.
The woman held her big belly which was about to give birth, her beautiful face was full of coldness, without the charm from last night. Without waiting for Shu Hefeng to speak, he started complaining again. Don't think I'm making things difficult for you. When you got married, her betrothal gift was 660,000 yuan. What's more, I'm a beautiful lady with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. As she said this, she couldn't help but glance at Shu Hefeng coquettishly. Bad guy, you were so happy after getting married. But they want to be your reproductive tool, to continue the Shu family's lineage. It's very hard to be pregnant for 10 months. You have to have a knife cut into your stomach and have your stomach cut open to give birth to your child.
It's 990,000. That's not much, right? Shu Hefeng looked at the woman in front of him expressionlessly.
This was his former white moonlight goddess. Back then, she had a slim waist, long legs, a pure and lovely face, and even her every frown and smile. They all appeared in his midnight dreams when he was young and naive. She twisted her slender waist and successfully conquered him.
And now?
The goddess Bai Yueguan was pregnant and sat in front of him, discussing their marriage with him. Not only was Shu Hefeng not happy, he even felt a little disgusted.
Tired of it? Of course not.
Seeing that Shu Hefeng didn't say a word, Zhang Yaqing pouted her lips and said teasingly.
Besides, they just want your attitude and a sense of security. If not, how can you prove that you really love me? How can I be at ease and give the rest of my life to you? 990,000. Gold with diamonds?
Shu Hefeng couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It was indeed the same as in his previous life. Even though it had been nearly 10 months since his rebirth, he still found it a little hard to believe.
Do humans really have souls? Brain dead. Is he really dead? How does your body feel when your still beating heart is removed? Science has its own explanation.
But he not only saw his parts being removed with his own eyes.
And reborn. Previous life. He drank himself into a blackout at a class reunion.
After waking up again, he found himself inexplicably lying on the hotel bed with Zhang Yaqing, the white moonlight goddess of his youth.
Less than half a month later, Zhang Yaqing said she was pregnant and asked him to take responsibility. Then it was as expected.
For the sake of the child in her belly, he spent all his family wealth to marry the goddess Bai Yueguan, but ended up becoming a father. A modern version of the story of Wu Dalan, Pan Jinlian, and Shi Menqing was also staged. He is certainly not as ugly, short and cowardly as Wu Dalan in movies and TV dramas.
But the ending is even worse than Wu Dalan's.
At least he has Wu Erlang to avenge him and kill the murderer. This vicious woman colluded with Huang Ma to transfer his property, causing him to become brain dead, and then donated his spare parts gloriously. It caused his family to be broken up. From then on, the two of them lived in his villa, drove his luxury car, collected rent, and led a shameless life.
Fortunately, I was reborn. The thread of memory is engraved in my mind with incredible clarity.
Shu Hefeng clenched his fists tightly under the dining table, his heart filled with resentment and hatred. This time, he would make the other party suffer a fate worse than death and pay him back 100-fold.
Okay, I'll listen to you. 990,000.
Shu Hefeng suddenly spoke. But there was no rebuttal. It would only take a week at most, and then he wouldn't have to pretend anymore. This woman has a dark heart and a dark belly. Since we haven't registered our marriage yet, we can just raise the hybrid ourselves. Revenge begins today, but not at this moment.
He is waiting for someone. The appearance of that person is the beginning of revenge.
When Zhang Yaqing and her best friend Zhao Xian heard Shu Hefeng's agreement, their eyes lit up, as if they didn't notice the coldness in Shu Hefeng's eyes. The two girls smiled at each other, both a little excited.
990,000, what a stupid person with so much money.
Her best friend Zhao Xian's eyes were also shining, and she had discovered a way to make money. Bringing the child to forced marriage, this trick is really fucking effective. Shu Hefeng agreed so readily, but Zhang Yaqing felt a little regretful.
I feel like I'm getting less and losing out.
But it doesn't matter if the bride price is too little, you can make up for it from other places. Also, as for the wedding house, the largest of your 3 resettlement houses is only over 140 square meters, which is too small.
Zhang Yaqing continued in a tone that did not allow for rejection.
I want our children to become upper-class people, live a high-quality life from an early age, live in a villa, eat Western food, learn English, and learn piano.
Shu Hefeng raised the corner of his lips, so?
Zhang Yaqing's tone froze, and she immediately said, leave one set for my brother to use as his wedding house. The remaining 2 houses, and the other old house where your grandparents live, I heard that it is a school district house, and the price has also increased.
Sell them all. Let's buy a villa in full. Shu Hefeng still had no intention of objecting and said calmly, okay.
Zhang Yaqing was secretly excited when she saw this, and immediately said, of course, to prove that you love me and to give me and the child a guarantee, the villa must be signed in my name. Please keep the remaining money for me to use for raising the children. You don't know, it's very expensive to raise a child nowadays.
The milk powder has to be imported, right?
It costs thousands to tens of thousands of yuan a month to attend an international kindergarten, and tens of thousands of yuan for a special class.
We can't let our children lose at the starting line, right?
I will study abroad in the future, and I will need a lot of money. I heard that the other party wanted to buy a villa and put her name on it. Shu Hefeng felt amused.
He was really dreaming. Did he think he was a bodhisattva making a wish here? It was just a coincidence in the previous life.
He was 30 years old, divorced and childless, and his parents died in a car accident. Grandpa and Grandma were anxious to have a grandson, so when they heard that Zhang Yaqing was pregnant with their child, they were naturally very excited.
This was easily grasped by her. He put down his knife and fork, stared into Zhang Yaqing's eyes and asked, if they are all sold, what will happen to my grandparents? What should I do?
Zhang Yaqing's eyes were full of disdain, and she curled her lips in disdain. They are so old, of course they should go to a nursing home.
There are professional caregivers and first-class equipment to take care of them, and there are so many elderly people accompanying them.
It is safe and hassle-free, and they won't feel lonely.
How great is that?
Then he spoke righteously and firmly. I'm telling you, I won't live with them.
It's inconvenient.
I will never compromise on my marriage.
Shu Hefeng just laughed. What a good person who won't compromise. Curly hair is free, blue eyes are attached. If you meet natives, your power will be doubled immediately. It is called, don't settle.
Shu Hefeng smiled non-committally, continued to watch her dream, and asked, anything else you want? Zhang Yaqing said coquettishly, dear, from what you said, it seems that I am deliberately making things difficult for you because I am greedy for your money. Then he said in a friendly manner, even if the money is much, we will bring it all back when we get married.
Won't it still be ours then? Even if the villa is in my name, after we get married, won't it be yours and mine?
Then she gave Shu Hefeng a coquettish look and said, it's all your fault. You made her pregnant before marriage. Because of you, our family has lost face and her reputation has been ruined.
You must compensate us.
Shu Hefeng sneered, but pretended to be serious and said, I've already given you so much money, how else do you want to compensate me?
Chapter 2 You're happy. Of course I have to compensate you, one thing for another. Zhang Yaqing's eyes turned quickly and she continued, the betrothal gifts should be prepared this week.
In addition, hardware, diamond rings, and iPhones are also indispensable.
Also, buy me a car. When we have children in the future, we can't let them ride in your shabby wooling car, right? Just buy a BMW convertible. It's not expensive, just a few $100,000. Also, I'm about to give birth, and I'm going to a high-end private hospital to give birth. She hadn't mentioned this in her previous life, so Shu Hefeng was a little confused. Private hospital? Which one?
Zhang Yaqing immediately said excitedly, just choose the Haijiao one, many celebrities give birth there. The medical conditions are good, the technology is high, it's safe and sanitary, the environment is good, the service is good, and it's also a face-saving thing to talk about it. Their delivery package is 99,000 yuan, and the postpartum confinement and recovery package is 168,000 yuan. The rest of the sundries, all in all, would be about 300,000.
Transfer it to me today.
You need to book it in advance.
It will be too late if you are late.
Wow, it costs another 300,000 to have a child.
Are you starting to compare yourself with celebrities?
Shu Hefeng was speechless. I don't understand how the once pure and lovely school beauty by Yue Guang became like this. Zhang Yaqing, under the secret encouragement of her best friend, continued. We have to book a big hotel for the wedding, and all the cigarettes and alcohol have to be high-end.
I, Zhang Yaqing, want to get married in a grand manner.
After saying that, he changed the subject. Besides, when my brother gets married in 2 years, I will give him a house.
I mentioned it before.
Maybe we need a dowry of 200,000 yuan plus a car, plus decoration and wedding banquets. The total cost will probably be several 100,000 yuan.
And my sister is going to college soon. My parents don't have money for tuition and living expenses. As their brother-in-law, you can't just ignore it, right?
Even though he had been reborn once, Shu Hefeng still looked at her speechlessly.
He was reborn the night before a class reunion. Because the idea of rebirth was so unbelievable, I thought it was just a dream at the time.
It was not until he woke up from his drunken stupor and saw Zhang Yaqing lying next to him that he realized that everything was not a dream. In order to take revenge on the other party severely, he did not expose it immediately.
Just waiting for that bastard to come out.
During this period, he was flirting with Zhang Yaqing. Although he became her fiancé, he never touched her.
I really don't dare.
The probability that that barbaric thing is carrying AIDS is too high.
God knows whether Zhang Yaqing has it or not. He didn't dare take any risks.
Faced with Zhang Yaqing's pressure to marry him, Shu Hefeng kept making empty promises, promising to marry her. Using the face of both families as an excuse, he asked her to wait and hold the wedding after the child was born.
Zhang Yaqing actually agreed. Obviously, she didn't know that the baby in her belly was a hybrid. I guess my body was too busy that day.
He wanted to discredit her and make it a lifelong burden and stain on her.
Then, continue your revenge.
Make her suffer for the rest of her life.
But now that we are acting, of course we have to act realistically.
He pretended to be embarrassed and said, 990,000 betrothal gifts, villas, BMWs, hardware, diamond rings, 300,000, and I still have to take care of my brother-in-law's betrothal gifts of hundreds of thousands, and my sister-in-law's living expenses and tuition fees.
This is too expensive. Who would want so much to marry a daughter-in-law? Zhao Xian, her best friend standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and said sarcastically, a lot? Do you want a lot?
Our Yaqing is fair and beautiful, tall and sexy.
She is a famous goddess and a recognized school beauty in any school.
There are dozens of handsome, rich and powerful men and big bosses chasing after her, if not hundreds, and they are all rushing to give her cars and villas.
If she hadn't been drunk, slept in the same room with you for no apparent reason, and got pregnant, do you think she would have liked you?
Then he said contemptuously, why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like?
For someone like you, marrying her would be a great honor for your ancestors, and yet you're still not satisfied? If you think it's too much, then we can just break up and let her abort the baby. Even if the law doesn't allow it, there's always room for an accident, right?
If you don't want this child, there are many ways to do it. Without this child, our Yaqing can still find a tall, rich and handsome man, a second-generation rich man who loves her and satisfies all her needs.
As for the little thing you want?
He didn't stop there, he crossed his arms over his chest, snorted, and added a hint of threat to his words. By the way, Yaqing was drunk that night and you took advantage of her when she was unconscious.
She might even sue you for rape. Shu Hefeng pretended to be frightened and said anxiously.
My family may not be able to come up with that much money, and selling the house may not work either.
Yaqing, can you lower the price a little bit? Lower it a bit? Zhang Yaqing sneered when she heard this and asked, is this a business deal? Bargaining? Shu Hefeng, what do you take me for? A commodity? I'm telling you. No. Even if you go to borrow, you must not pay less. Otherwise, don't get married.
I'm going to get an abortion right now to save the baby from suffering after birth. Listening to Zhang Yaqing's questioning and the birth warning, Shu Hefeng deliberately said,
No, I just think it's too much. My family has taken it all out, and if we get into debt, how are we going to live after we get married? And how will we raise the child after it is born?
Seeing his gloomy face, Zhang Yaqing suddenly looked cold and said with disgust, if you can't afford to raise a child, don't have one. If you can't afford to get married, don't get married. You couldn't bring happiness to me and my child, so you fucked me that night.
And
then he pointed at Shu Hefeng's face and said, you are a grown man, can you stop being so slow? This little thing broke her defenses and she started crying. Let me tell you, we women have awakened now, we are sober and independent, pursuing a high-quality life and a high-quality marriage.
Zhang Yaqing continued to chatter. I won't be fooled by your men's sweet talk. What about you? Can you open your eyes and see the world? A grown man, work hard, and go earn money if you don't have enough. If you can't make money, sell things. Don't you have a Qing dynasty run-in painting passed down from your ancestors? I've inquired about it. If it's true, it's worth a lot of money. If I sell it, won't I have it? It's okay if you don't sell it. Our child is about to be born, so we can just give it to the child as a gift. This is your Shu family's child, they won't be reluctant to let him go, right? Shu Hefeng nodded and said, well, you are quite independent.
The spirit is independent, the economy is dependent, the body is international, and the children are random.
The key is, there are always idiots willing to take over.
Thinking about the stupid things he had done in his previous life, Shu Hefeng had the urge to slap himself a few times.
This fucking world. I'm reborn and have my revenge.
I'm going to make a lot of money, and then have fun eating, drinking and having fun.
Screw your love. Isn't that the only thing between men and women? What's the point of talking about love? It's boring and dull. Is the number 5 in the club not attractive? Or is the number 8 in the foot bath not well behaved? Is the girl in the bar not hot? Or maybe college students from art schools and medical schools are not sweet? If you work hard to make money, you will have everything. Zhang Yaqing curled her lips and said disdainfully. Okay, go check out. We'll go back and make a reservation at the hospital for the C-section next week.
As for you, go back and prepare to sell the house and hold the wedding, and transfer the $300,000 as soon as possible.
I'll get married after I'm out of confinement. Today is July 15, 2016. Zhang Yaqing set the date for the cesarean section on July 22, which was also a good day for Zhang Yaqing to consult a master.
Shu Hefeng didn't say anything, but looked out the window, and sure enough, he saw a familiar tall figure. Suddenly, he had an idea and called the waiter with black stockings.
It's finally here, and the show is about to begin. Chapter 3 Fertility Warning. The waiter smiled and took out the bill. Hello sir, your total consumption is 14,500 yuan. So expensive?
Shu Hefeng was a little surprised. The waiter said, sir, this bottle of red wine alone costs 14,000 yuan.
The meal costs 599 yuan, and I've already given you a discount of 99 yuan. Shu Hefeng asked again, this meal is 599 yuan? Sir, the meal plus service charge is 599 yuan. Shu Hefeng took out his mobile phone and scanned 600 yuan.
Well, I didn't drink the wine, so I'll count it as Miss Zhao Xian's.
The total bill for the meal is 600 yuan, and there are 3 of us, 200 yuan each. This is my money.
It's not that he couldn't afford the money, he just wanted to see the ugly appearance of the 2 women. The 2 gold diggers have no skills at all, but they are good at sucking blood from men.
Bang!
Zhao Xian was immediately furious when she heard this, and she slammed the table and stood up.
Shu Hefeng, what do you mean by that? You're a grown man, and you let a woman pay for dinner with us? Zhang Yaqing's face instantly turned pale, and she echoed. Exactly. What are you doing? Can you please stop embarrassing yourself? Pay the money now.
The 3 of them were already making quite a bit of noise, attracting a lot of people's attention, and now that they were making a fuss, some people immediately turned around to watch. Seeing how arrogant they were, Shu Hefeng stood up with a smile on his face. I'm doing this for your own good.
Didn't you just say that you have awakened and are financially independent women? Since you are an independent woman, I must respect you and go AA with you. Otherwise, it would be an insult to your personality.
Zhao Xian and Zhang Yaqing were stunned for a moment and looked at him with some surprise. Zhao Xian panicked when she heard this and was the first to refute, but, according to Chinese tradition, when you go out with a girl, date, eat, or watch a movie, the man should pay for it, right?
Are you still a man if you let us women pay for it?
Of course she had to refute that the bottle of red wine cost 14,000 yuan. Shu Hefeng didn't drink it because he was driving, and Zhang Yaqing pretended that she couldn't drink it because she was pregnant.
Only she moved. If she didn't refute it, wouldn't she have to pay several months' salary? It's been a month since she broke up. Where does she get the money? According to Chinese tradition? Shu Hefeng laughed and said bluntly, but you are not traditional girls? Zhao Xian raised her eyebrows and said angrily, why aren't we traditional girls? Really?
Shu Hefeng raised his eyebrows and said casually.
Zhao Xian was a little confused. Of course it's true, I think we are very traditional. Shu Hefeng raised the corner of his lips and asked a soul-searching question for the first time, are you still virgins?
Seeing the 2 people's faces change instantly, Shu Hefeng's smile became brighter and brighter. If a traditional girl hasn't married yet, she must still be a virgin.
You. Zhao Xian and Zhang Yaqing were instantly speechless when they heard what was said.
They stared at him with their eyes wide open, their faces flushed with anger.
Seeing everyone looking at me, I felt even more embarrassed. The sound of silence can sometimes be deafening.
Zhang Yaqing's face was frost-covered, and she gritted her teeth in anger.
She was really anxious. Shu Hefeng. What do you mean? What era is this now? What's wrong with having been in a relationship? What's wrong with not being a virgin? If I were a virgin, would I get pregnant with your child? Zhao Xian also came back to her senses in an instant and angrily echoed. That's right, in this era, isn't it normal to fall in love? Now that you stinky men have had your fun, you come over to morally blackmail us women, right? If you want to be with someone, why don't you let men control their own filthy things? Let me tell you. We have awakened. That's not our definition of tradition. We, the women of the new era, will never be defined. As soon as this was said, the girls present immediately agreed and said, well said. We are not defined. We can't have this kind of man.
He's a male chauvinist with old-fashioned ideas.
What era is this? Get out of here right away. That's right, you did it a long time ago. Now that you've made me pregnant, you're doing this again. Oh, man. Even several male customers spoke up for justice, showing their gentlemanly manners and flattering her.
Brother, I'm pregnant with your child now. If you still complain about this, it's too much and too unmanly.
Yeah, brother, look at it more positively.
When two people are together, they love the present and the future, so don't dwell on the past.
Shu Hefeng sneered and retorted, how about giving it to you?
I hope you don't mind that she is pregnant with my child.
You.
The two male customers just acted as if it had nothing to do with the matter and kept aloof, making sanctimonious remarks. Hearing this, he immediately became angry and wanted to step forward to argue, but was persuaded by his female companion.
Shu Hefeng snorted, turned around and said sarcastically, what a traditional girl, you love freely and are not defined.
He looked at Zhao Xian, who had big red curly hair.
Zhao Xian, I think you've talked about it 9 times? She cheated twice, had 3 abortions for a fat, ugly, old foreign teacher?
Zhao Xian's beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she looked at him in shock and anger. Shu Hefeng ignored her and looked at Zhang Yaqing again. The other person was pregnant and wore loose clothes, but she still had delicate makeup on and had long straight black hair. It has the flavor of a pregnant woman version of a youthful goddess. You, Zhang Yaqing, have had 14 boyfriends. Each one of them got involved with the next one before it was over.
They were cheating on each other, right? And she had 2 miscarriages, right? Then she turned around and questioned the crowd, which traditional girl has so many boyfriends and cheated on her husband repeatedly? She had multiple miscarriages? She also attends international social gatherings? Holy crap! That's awesome. Awesome. This is so realistic.
Brother, you dare to go into a house where someone has died.
You are so brave.
After hearing this, the other men who had been silent all this time finally couldn't help themselves and cast sympathetic glances at Shu Hefeng. His words were full of admiration for the 2 beautiful women who looked pure and beautiful. There were 2 other men who looked at Zhao Xian and Zhang Yaqing with ill intentions.
So easy?
As for the women watching, some were enjoying the show, some looked disdainful, and some simply didn't take it seriously.
Zhao Xian was completely confused, and used her ancestral skills to confuse right and wrong and throw a tantrum. What nonsense are you talking about, Shu Hefeng? Who told you that I had a miscarriage? You want to slander people just to avoid paying? How come I didn't realize you're so disgusting? Get down.
Zhang Yaqing was so angry that she was shaking all over. She picked up the wine glass and poured the red wine directly onto Shu Hefeng.
Shu Hefeng. You're awesome, aren't you? To slander me for less money? Do you still want to get married? If you don't want to be together, then break up. I'm going to get an abortion now. Shu Hefeng is the only child in the family.
His parents are no longer around, and his grandparents have long wanted him to get married and have children. When I first heard that Zhang Yaqing was pregnant with my future grandchildren, I was so happy. He was about to give away the ancestral painting on the spot, but was stopped by Shu Hefeng.
Zhang Yaqing was sure about Shu Hefeng, firstly because he used to be her bootlicker. She has always been proud of her beauty, and anyone who becomes her bootlicker will be so now as before. Second, it is certain that his grandparents would be reluctant to part with their great-grandson. Yes.
Of course. Shu Hefeng smiled slightly, and suddenly his attitude made a strange 180-degree turn. He then picked up the phone and said, "In order to collect the betrothal money, I transferred all the money into a card.
I will give it to you when we get married. I really have no money left in my phone. How about you guys put it on first and I'll give it to you later?" Zhao Xian snorted and said, "What are you trying to pay for? I have no money."
More than 10,000.
Where can she get so much money? It's not enough to go shopping for clothes, bags, and cosmetics. Thanks to the man's generosity, who often gives money and gifts, I don't have to pay for meals out, otherwise I would have starved to death.
Seeing Shu Hefeng give in, Zhang Yaqing didn't dare to go too far for a moment.
She snorted coldly and took out her bank card.
There was $200,000 in this card before, which was given to her by the father of her ex-boyfriend, a rich second-generation man, Mediterranean, a rich first-generation man.
Now the flowers have almost been spent.
Seeing this, Shu Hefeng said, "Then I'll go back and discuss it with my grandparents. You guys can take a taxi back." After saying that, without waiting for them to reply, he picked up his wallet and left. Zhang Yaqing looked at his back and said angrily, "Shu Hefeng,
you make me very angry.
If you don't apologize to me, this marriage will not be concluded." Seeing him walk away without even looking back, Zhang Yaqing snorted coldly and sat down angrily. He is such a rebel.
I am so mad at him. Zhao Xian on the side sneered and said, "Don't worry, Yaqing, don't be angry, this is a good thing. He likes you so much, how could he bear not to marry you?
Just wait for him to apologize to you. I can now raise the price to 1.5 million.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaqing's expression suddenly relaxed and she nodded solemnly.
Shu Hefeng ignored her and just walked out of the door. Suddenly he looked back and saw a tall and strong African friend coming up to them. Shu Hefeng raised the corner of his lips, and a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Since ancient times, evil people have caused deaths.
They bring disaster upon themselves and cannot survive.
Fiancé? That's an enemy. Chapter 4 Happy, for Freedom. Hey, Mr. Floyd, what are you doing here?
Seeing Joe Floyd, Zhang Yaqing and Zhao Xian stood up to greet him. As she spoke, Zhang Yaqing had already walked forward with her big belly and gracefully gave a standard Western salute on George Floyd's face. George Floyd was a foreign teacher at Jiangcheng Vocational and Technical College and also Zhang Yaqing's ex-boyfriend. The two broke up peacefully, but remained friends. Zhang Yaqing looked at her ex-boyfriend in front of her and said in a tender voice, "Dear Xiaoji, why are you here?" George Floyd grinned and said in broken Chinese, "A friend asked me to come here, but she didn't come. I saw you guys were here, so I came."
Hearing this, Zhang Yaqing couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him charmingly, and said coquettishly, "Which beauty is this?"
Xiaoji Floyd is a foreign teacher in their college. He is an international friend who came to China and has worked hard for our education cause for 5 or 6 years and has made great contributions. As Xiaoji spoke, he saw Zhang Yaqing's big belly and praised. "Wow, honey, you're pregnant and you look so beautiful now."
"Thank you, Mr. Floyd, you are still so manly."
Zhang Yaqing smiled brightly when she heard this. As he said that, he asked Xiaoji to get up, move to another table, and ordered another sumptuous lunch and a bottle of red wine. Xiaoji Floyd looked at Zhang Yaqing and Zhao Xian, hesitated and suggested,
"There are too many people here, and drinking is boring. How about you book a hotel and we take you there for a drink?"
Zhang Yaqing and Zhao Xian were moved when they heard this. They looked at each other, saw what the other was thinking, and nodded in agreement.
"Okay." Zhao Xian also smiled charmingly. "There is a hotel not far ahead with a nice environment. Let's go there." Zhang Yaqing also echoed. "Well, it's a rare opportunity to meet Xiaoji today, how about having a drink?" Zhao Xian smiled and said, "That's a good idea, Yaqing.
You're going to have a baby and get married soon, so you need to relax. Otherwise, when you have kids and get married, you'll have no freedom after taking care of them and cleaning up their poop and pee all day long." Zhang Yaqing nodded in agreement and whispered,
"Then I'll order 2 more bottles of wine. How can we have fun in the hotel without wine?" He glanced at the remaining red wine and smiled. "Xinshin, how does this wine worth over 10,000 taste? Why did you order this?" Zhao Xian said unhappily, "For a wine worth more than 10,000 yuan, is there any need to talk about its taste? Even if it stinks, it's still respectable. You pay for the wine, I pay for the hotel, and we can order some takeout." Zhang Yaqing said without hesitation, "Okay." Then order 2 more bottles and make sure to treat Xiaoji well. Tonight, for freedom. For happiness. For freedom. Long live freedom. Long live happiness.
On the other side, Shu Hefeng was sitting in the car. Seeing the 3 people talking happily, he could no longer suppress the sneer in his heart. This was a conspiracy from the beginning. In his previous life, he started to lick Zhang Yaqing since he was young and ignorant. Even after graduation, he could not forget her and was willing to be a lickspittle, a good brother, and a money bag that did not ask for anything in return. Although the university was in a different place, I often skipped classes to see her, took her on trips, spent money on her, and had an ambiguous relationship with her. But one day, he was given a good brother card. After that, there was no contact. He went to school, fell in love, graduated, broke up, took the exam, got a job, got married, and prepared to have a child. The sad news came suddenly that my parents were seriously injured in a car accident. Not only did they spend a lot of money but failed to get treated, they also owed a lot of debt because of the compensation. The first wife was snobbish and decisive, so he changed his mind, had an abortion and left. He was also detained for beating someone up in a fit of rage. Not only did he have to pay compensation, he also lost his respectable job. At this point, life hit rock bottom. He was in a state of depression, mentally collapsed, emotionally depressed, with a disordered schedule, and physical depravity. He overate on beer and barbecue, causing him to gain dozens of pounds in 3 months. From a tall, thin, and handsome young man, the handsome guy in the system, and the male god of the district compound, became a fat man. Fortunately, things change. Less than 3 years after the divorce, his house was demolished and he received some compensation in the form of money in the house. He gradually got over it. Under the persuasion and urging of my grandparents, I am preparing to remarry and have children to fulfill my parents' last wish as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yaqing suddenly appeared. The goddess of the past has returned, still with fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. Not only does she not mind being fat, she even gets pregnant with her own child. Shu Hefeng was 29 years old at the time and divorced, so naturally he didn't care that the other person had been in a relationship before.
Can't wait to get married and have this baby.
I even fantasized about marrying the beautiful girl with fair skin and long legs. From then on, he had a lovely wife by his side, 2 sons and 1 daughter, and lived a happy life.
Finally spent a lot of money to get married.
The bride was as pretty as a flower, with fair skin and long legs. She was flattered and envied by many relatives and friends, which made him extremely vain. As a result, an accident happened, causing him to lose face in front of his relatives and friends.
Zhang Yaqing pretends to be pure and innocent.
He said he was cheated, but in the end, in the name of love, he accepted it. His grandparents also advised him to be patient, saying that as long as he was not sick and was willing to have another child, it would be fine. After all, they had spent a huge amount of money on the bride price.
He could only bear it.
He had almost spent all the compensation for the demolition. If he divorced, the other party would be in version T0, and there was no doubt that he would not get the money back.
You may even be ordered to pay child support every month.
After giving birth, Zhang Yaqing was very cooperative in sex and seemed to want to give birth to a child for him. They were able to live peacefully for a while. He used to run a homestay and was barely making ends meet. After remarrying, he rekindled his fighting spirit and opened a supermarket. He worked hard to earn money while his grandparents stayed at home to take care of their grandson. Within half a year, Zhang Yaqing kept asking for money in the name of starting a business. She and Zhao Xian spent money lavishly, ordered male models, and pretended to be a rich woman. He also colluded with his first love to transfer property. Finally, his crime was exposed and he was caught by him in the wild in the mountains. The 2 men became angry and beat him together. During the fight, he was pushed off the cliff, becoming the real-life version of disappeared him. He suffered severe injuries to the back of his head and was pronounced brain dead. The vicious woman used the excuse that he slipped and fell off a cliff and was heartbroken, and openly donated his body to society, donating everything she could use, earning a lot of public favor. Let him die gloriously without a complete body. But no one knew that although he was brain dead, his soul was out of his body and he could see everything that was happening in reality. Unfortunately, he is powerless to change the fate of himself and his family and can only watch his parts being dismantled. Watching his family destroyed and his loved ones fall into irretrievable disaster. His grandfather lost his son first and then his grandson. Although he suspected that his grandson's death was not an accident, he was old and ill and could not bear the blow and died of a sudden cerebral hemorrhage at night. My grandmother was also miserable. She experienced the loss of her son, grandson, and husband, and became mentally ill and suffered from Alzheimer's disease. It was only after his death that Shu Hefeng found out. As a college girl, Zhang Yaqing has a wide range of hobbies. Yellow-haired, will-o'-the-wisp boy, student union senior, literary youth, rapper, second-generation rich, first-generation Mediterranean rich, sports student, professor, foreign teacher. They were all her true loves. Just like a house. Many people have rented the house, and some have died there. But he is the only one who paid the full amount. And it's damn expensive. Now that he had a chance to be reborn, he was going to make them all pay. Everyone, don't run. I'm going to settle accounts with them one by one. Thinking of this, he instantly became energetic. He drove his Wuling car to the bank, withdrew 100,000 yuan in cash, then left the car next to the bank and took a taxi to Donghu Park. He bought this Wuling car to transport goods and pick up passengers. In running ABB, in addition to transporting some goods, he might also pick up guests, and the Wuling magic car perfectly meets his requirements. Seeing a woman sitting in the pavilion by the lake, he put on a mask and sunglasses and walked over. He looked at the rippling lake and asked the woman behind him, "Is it done?" The woman was also wearing a mask. Her exposed eyes had a dull look and her slightly plump body looked frail. He looked at Shu Hefeng with a complicated look, then sneered and said, "Okay, this is his test report from the Central Hospital." I copied it secretly. When Shu Hefeng took the list and looked at it, the first thing that caught his eye was a very long string of English names. When I looked at the result again, it was positive. After getting a satisfactory result, Shu Hefeng casually threw the canvas bag over and said lightly, "Well done. Here's your reward. You can cut off all ties with that George from now on." He turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped, and a look of disdain appeared at the corner of his lips under the mask. "Lu Wenwen, I really don't understand. People like that are fat, ugly, old, poor, lazy, and unfaithful. Just looking at them makes people sick. What is it that makes you worship them so much? Even knowing that you might be infected with HIV, knowing that the other person is not serious, but still willing to pay for it? He is really curious." Lu Wenwen was his elementary school classmate. Their families lived not far from each other, so they could be considered neighbors. When we were young, we often played hide and seek, glass balls, and skipping rubber ropes together. But after junior high school, the two had little contact. The next time we got news from her was when she brought back a friend from afar, and she was surrounded by countless people and became the focus of attention. But later, it was reported that he was infected with the disease. From then on, she became a walking plague, and people avoided her wherever she went. Even her family despised her and drove her out, finding her a shabby house and leaving her to live alone to fend for herself. Can we blame everyone for discrimination? Of course not. 2 words, you deserve it. 4 words, it's all your fault. Or it's your own fault. Lu Wenwen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly chuckled and said self-deprecatingly, "I don't know. Maybe it's vanity? I have an average look, an average figure, and my family is poor, so I have always been a nobody." As she spoke, she suddenly looked up at Shu Hefeng, then quickly turned her face away awkwardly. People with low self-esteem don't even have the courage to like someone. I didn't expect that he would pursue me so passionately and directly. I didn't agree, but he kept pestering me and knelt down in public to confess his love. There were a lot of people watching and cheering. It was the first time I saw someone looking at me with envy. At the beginning, I thought that I would be envied by others, and I could enjoy everyone's envious looks and feel that I could be something great. Besides, he is really romantic, optimistic, cheerful, and straightforward. Nonsense. Shu Hefeng sneered. He said in a deep voice, "Fuck it, if I had that treatment, I would also be optimistic and cheerful. I get hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, I don't have to study, I don't have to worry about failing a course and not being able to graduate, I don't have to worry about not being able to find a job in the future, I don't have to be a slave. Inside or outside of school, wherever you go, you don't have to worry about anything. Just be happy. No matter what, no one puts pressure on me. No one asks me to buy a car or a house. No one asks me to do laundry, cooking, or housework. I am also optimistic and cheerful, and I am also romantic." Shu Hefeng suppressed his anger, tilted his head slightly, looked at her haggard face and wooden expression, a flash of pity in his eyes, and asked, "Now you have a lot of diseases that can never be cured. Even your family members dislike you.
Do you regret it? Chapter 5 Exciting Games.
Lu Wenwen was stunned for a moment, lowered her head and remained silent for a while.
Suddenly, her low and hoarse voice came from the breeze, huffing, regret, is it useful?
Hearing this, Shu Hefeng silently lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and his fair and fleshy face was instantly filled with indifference. Useless.
Lu Wenwen's eyes suddenly focused and turned red in an instant. Yeah, it's useless. Once you fall into some abysses, the rest of your life will be hell.
She looked at the money in her hand and was silent for a moment. Seeing Shu Hefeng was about to leave, she suddenly stuffed all the money into him. Shu Hefeng frowned and said calmly, "We agreed before that this is the reward.
From now on, we will be the only ones in Yangguan."
As he said this, he wanted to give it to her again, but she dodged him. Seeing Shu Hefeng's puzzled look, Lu Wenwen suddenly smiled. The sunlight filtered through the willow branches, casting mottled shadows on her face. This smile has two dimples like the one when he was a child, but it is full of vicissitudes. Especially those slightly red eyes.
No need, I already gave you your reward when I was a child. Fengzi, thank you, take care of yourself. After saying this, Ingran's tears finally rolled down and she turned and left. He pretended to be relaxed and waved without looking back.
When she was young, her family was poor and she had almost no pocket money.
Shu Hefeng always likes to share with them.
Share spicy strips, share shrimp strips, share snowcakes, share instant noodles, share popsicles, share big heads, share small conchas at 20 cents a bag, share toys. It made her childhood very enjoyable.
She remembers all of this. Shu Hefeng watched her come and go gently, just as she was gently and transparent in the lives of many people. The scenes from my childhood flashed through my mind like a movie.
Shu Hefeng sighed secretly, and suddenly hurried after her, stuffed the money into her hand, and said seriously,
"Wenwen. Everyone has a future. You are fine too. That disease cannot be cured now, but maybe it can be cured in the future. What you need to do now is to live a peaceful life and make good money. Don't wait until the technology is advanced and the disease can be cured in the future, but you still don't have money. I'll lend you this money. Find a place where no one knows you and live a good life. Pay me back in 20 years.
When Shu Hefeng returned home in the afternoon, he saw that his grandparents were not at home, so he looked in the mirror. Looking at myself in the mirror, I suddenly felt helpless.
How come that super handsome guy suddenly became fat?
The most urgent task is to lose weight.
Only if you restore your appearance can you achieve more in the future. In this era, you can really make a living by relying on your looks. Moreover, it is a feast that ordinary people cannot enjoy for 200 years. He went straight back to his room.
As soon as I lay down, an electronic sound suddenly rang in my mind.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host, the money-making and fun system has been successfully bound. A mechanical sound suddenly sounded. Shu Hefeng was confused, but then he reacted and was instantly filled with ecstasy. This system is dedicated to helping the host make money plus eat, drink and have fun, so that you can be rich and live a carefree and happy life. System description: 1. Bonus: if the host opens a supermarket, hotel, bar, internet cafe, or restaurant, the daily turnover will be increased tenfold. 2. Cashback on consumption: the host can use the income from business operations to consume, eat, drink, play, or enjoy services such as foot massage in the club. In addition to buying a house, as long as you make yourself happy, you can get 10 times the cashback on consumption. 3. If the host's deposit exceeds 1 billion, for every 100 million, the host can consume the 100 million to obtain super rewards, such as being 10 years younger, 10 years of immortality, immunity to all diseases, and the ability to conceive at will. 4. Complete system tasks and receive corresponding bonuses.
Ding! The system binding gift package is being collected. Reward 1: purify and nourish the body.
Purify the host from all harmful external influences on the body after birth, such as secondhand smoke, harmful bacteria, neutral bacteria, viruses, parasites, scars, etc. Eliminate all diseases and hidden dangers, restore the body to a clean state like a baby, and restore the blood, qi, and essence to the perfect peak state of an 18-year-old. Reward 2: you can view any woman's face, height, weight, age, appearance, marriage and childbearing history, number of relationships, number of exchanges, and history of infectious diseases.
Reward 3: portable space 10M 10M 10M. Do you want to receive it?
Shu Hefeng read for a long time and finally became familiar with all the functions of the system. Then he summoned his own system panel.
Host: Shu Hefeng. Height: 188 centimeters. Age: 30. Weight, 106 kilograms. Special abilities, 1. View the woman's faceplate. 2. Portable space 10M 10M 10M. Property, 4 units in Zhengcheng. Car, Wuling Magic Car. Assets, 2.486 million plus. Sales balance, 0. Bonus balance, 0. Consumption cashback balance, 0. Shu Hefeng looked at the system panel and was stunned. Today is July 15, 2016. He is Shu Hefeng, 188 centimeters tall, and his standard weight should be 83 kilograms, or about 166 gene. However, he weighs 106 kilograms, or 212 gene. A strong man who is 188 centimeters tall and weighs 200 kilograms. He went to the mirror again and looked at himself. Because of his height, he doesn't look too fat even though he weighs over 200 pounds. All I can say is that he is tall and strong. In ancient times, he would probably be a fierce general. Fortunately, I have a good foundation. She has fair skin, big eyes, and double eyelids. Except for her fat face, her facial features are all pretty good when taken separately. After all, he was the handsome guy in the district party committee compound, a typical tall and handsome guy. There were many pretty girls who liked him in school, but he had a crush on Zhang Yaqing. Somehow he was infatuated with her and had a special liking for her. He didn't dare to confess his feelings and was not good at sweet-talking girls. Just as he was recalling the past, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the system task is triggered, lose weight. Reward, 2 million for every kilogram reduced. Duration, 6 months. Shu Hefeng was slightly stunned. He was so fat, losing 50 kilograms would be no problem. If he succeeded, wouldn't he get a reward of 50 million? If you want to live a carefree life, losing weight is really a must. It's a bit difficult, but you can try your best. Receive. As the thought flashed through my mind, a strange feeling of coolness spread throughout my limbs. Shu Hefeng felt a burst of refreshing and comfort all over his body, and the feeling was no less than a shake of the soul. He thought that harmful bacteria, viruses, harmful substances, parasites, etc. could be removed and excreted directly. I didn't expect that. I just felt refreshed for a while. My body was clean and my skin seemed to be whiter. The pimples and blackheads on my face were gone and the pores became almost invisible. Hefeng, come quickly, Yaqing is bleeding heavily, help. In the evening, Shu Hefeng was walking with his grandparents in the park to digest their food. When he heard Zhao Xian's intermittent voice on the phone, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "What are you yelling about?" Zhao Xian said anxiously, "No, Shu Hefeng, come quickly, Yaqing is dying." Although Shu Hefeng vaguely guessed what was going on, he still pretended to be ignorant and cursed, "Fuck, what's going on?" Zhao Xian was almost crying, "Hey, what are you talking about? Come here quickly. Something happened to Yaqing." Something happened? What happened? Chapter 6 Awesome. Zhao Xian's voice was full of panic and fear. "Bleeding, she's bleeding heavily and has fainted. Come quickly." Shu Hefeng frowned tightly. His plan was to make the other person cheat and get sick, but not die. You have to suffer while alive. He still has many plans. So the place we chose to have lunch happened to be not far from the hospital. If she gave birth to her friend's child, she would be disgraced and, like Lu Wenwen, suffer from contempt and discrimination. She became a pariah on the street, and even her family members despised her. Then she had to live in pain with her friend's child and find someone to break his legs. Wouldn't it be a relief if you died? It is better to live well and suffer to atone for your sins. Why are you bleeding so much out of nowhere? Where are you now? Yusheng Hotel. Yusheng Hotel. Stop the fucking nonsense. Come on. Zhao Xian was so frightened by the bloody and horrifying scene in front of her that her voice became a little hysterical. Hearing this, Shu Hefeng also said anxiously, "Are you stupid? Call 120. Then call her parents. If it really doesn't work, then he'll die, but he wants to see the other person die tragically, so he immediately said, I'll drive over right away." After saying that, Shu Hefeng returned to his grandparents breathlessly. In order not to worry them, he just said that he was going to have dinner with friends. Then he told his grandparents to go back early and rushed back home. He simply ate some vegetables and fruits in the evening, and was full of confidence that he would lose weight by running. However, he ended up exhausting his body and was so weak that he could not run after running only 300 meters. I can only take a walk instead. Central City Hospital. Outside the emergency room.
Shu Hefeng looked at Zhao Xian 3 meters away with cold eyes, but did not dare to take a step forward. At this time, Zhao Xian had a dull look in her eyes, messy hair, and a lot of blood on her clothes and face. It looked like he had just had a fight. He doesn't dare to get close to the other person now. If he gets infected, his life will be game over. He had threatened her casually in the hotel before, and this seemingly smart bitch confessed everything. It was just as he thought. I just didn't expect that she would play so recklessly. She was pregnant and about to give birth, but she was still drinking to cheer herself up.
The whole process ended in the hospital. International friend Xiao Ji was indeed a fitness expert.
He used his ancestral skills and escape techniques to escape, leaving the two behind without hesitation.
Zhang Yaqing was probably also infected.
Shu Hefeng wanted revenge, but he didn't want to harm the innocent doctor.
So before the operation, they told the doctor about what happened between them and Xiao Ji. Many foreign friends bring local specialties with them.
This is not uncommon, so it is best to check. The doctors are now trying their best to save her, and Shu Hefeng hopes that Zhang Yaqing can survive. Only by living in misery, being discriminated against, and being rejected by his relatives and parents can he relieve the hatred in his heart. Just as the two were waiting in silence, Zhang Yaqing's parents and her younger brother rushed over. She also has a younger sister, Zhang Yaqing.
When talking about Zhang Yaqing, we have to mention Annie Yen.
The two were in the same class before.
Annie Yen is the daughter of his neighbor. The two families have always been on good terms.
When she was a child, her father had saved Shu Hefeng's life. Since then, their relationship has been closer than that of relatives.
Shu Hefeng and Annie Yen's fathers were admitted to the district one after another, and they were colleagues.
They had a very good relationship and were as close as brothers. Later, her father died in a car accident, and Shu Hefeng was next to him. Before he died, Annie Yen's father knew that his wife was unreliable, so he entrusted his daughter and mother to him. Sure enough, not long after that, Annie Yen's biological mother ran away with someone abroad to pursue a happy life, and took away all the compensation money from her father. I heard that he went to France to pursue a higher quality life. Grandma Annie Yen already had high blood pressure, and after the series of blows, she was so overwhelmed that she died of a stroke in the middle of the night.
Annie Yen was only 9 years old at the time.
Although she had relatives, she was homeless.
Those uncles and aunts only wanted to divide up the property.
No one was willing to adopt the little girl. Some even said to her face that she was a burden, a money loser, and that she was doomed to die. Shu Hefeng couldn't bear to see her sent to an orphanage, so he asked her parents to keep her at home.
Strictly speaking, Annie Yen is his parents' adopted daughter. But he is also a good brother of Annie Yen's father. A bit messy. What happened to my daughter? What happened to my daughter? Wang Chunhua came to Shu Hefeng and asked in confusion, "Is the birth coming early?"
Shu Hefeng forced the corners of his mouth not to lift, shook his head gloomily and said, "No, she suddenly had a massive hemorrhage in the hotel, with difficulty breathing, cyanosis of the lips, and finally passed out. She is now being rescued inside."
Massive bleeding? Rescue? Wang Chunhua said with a frightened look on her face, "Aren't you renting a house nearby to take care of your pregnancy? Why is there a heavy bleeding for no reason?"
When she was 5 months pregnant, Zhang Yaqing was afraid of being criticized by her neighbors at home and was also afraid of something happening, so she asked to rent a house near the hospital to take care of the baby. She usually lives with Zhao Xian, and Zhang Yaqing's parents and Shu Hefeng often visit her. Occasionally, Zhao Xian would leave to go out clubbing, and Shu Hefeng would go over and stay for a few days.
Zhang Yaqing's father, Zhang Shuana, also changed his expression instantly and said angrily, "Shu Hefeng,
our Qingqing has been pregnant for more than 9 months. How do you take care of her?
You dare to take her to the hotel? Ha! Don't you know you can't do that when you're pregnant? What if the baby is gone? Can you be responsible if something happens to her? I'm telling you, if anything happens to her, I'll make you pay with your life.
Whether the baby can be saved or not, you have done so much harm to our Yaqing and ignored her health.
You must pay compensation." The quarrel here soon attracted many people to come and watch. Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng also became angry. "Pay your mother's money. You only know how to ask me for money. I am your father. I wasn't even with her, so why am I responsible for your mother's actions?
She made herself into this state by her own humiliation.
What does it have to do with me? Zhang Xuan's face instantly turned pale, and he grabbed Shu Hefeng's clothes and said angrily, "You naughty boy, you dare to scold me, you want to shirk responsibility, right? You took her to the hotel, why did she go there? She's already 9 months old, that's your child." Shu Hefeng also exploded and pushed Zhang Xuanha away. "Bullshit. She's not my child at all. Do you think I don't know? I never touched her from the beginning to the end." "You asked her why she was in the hotel?" Shu Hefeng said in a hoarse voice, "You should ask your good daughter about this kind of thing." Then, he pointed at Zhao Xian, who was dumbfounded beside him, and said with raised eyebrows, "Your good daughter, who has been pregnant for more than 9 months, has no shame and is a slut, following this slut and..." Shu Hefeng said a lot of swear words in one breath, but some words cannot be mentioned, so he can only. Then he continued. "Two cheap women, one spent money to book a room, and the other spent 30 or 40,000 to buy red wine. They paid for others' help, and now they have caused themselves to have amniotic fluid embolism and heavy bleeding. They need to be rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. You still dare to ask me?" Zhang Yaqing had suffered heavy bleeding and the incident was too big, so Zhao Xian, who had already been frightened, did not dare to hide anything and confessed everything when faced with the questioning of the police and Shu Hefeng. Zhang Xuanha and Wang Chuanoa's family were all stunned when they heard this. The spectators around were also in an uproar. "Explode. You're still dating me when I'm 9 months pregnant. How shameless. How shameless. This is not shameless, this is clearly life-threatening, how despicable. Wow, he spent 30,000 or 40,000 yuan to make up for it. He's rich. I think he deserved to die. Bah, shame on you. You still have the nerve to question a boy. He's willing to send her to the hospital, that's already good enough." Wang Chanhua saw that the audience were all laughing at her, and immediately raised her eyebrows and scolded Shu Hefeng. "You're talking nonsense. Don't I know what kind of person my daughter is? If you dare to slander her again, I will tear your mouth to pieces." As he spoke, he began to cry, rolling on the ground and wailing. "Oh, my poor daughter, she got pregnant with your child before we even got married, and now she's in trouble, and you're such a heartless person who abandoned her and insulted her like this. I knew you were not a good person from the beginning. My daughter is so beautiful, how could she fall for you?" Shu Hefeng snorted coldly and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. The hotel has already called the police. They are investigating and watching the surveillance at the hotel now. They will be here soon. The video is clear, let's see how you can argue later." Zhang Yaqing's younger brother Zhang Yaming also came to Shu Hefeng angrily. Seeing Shu Hefeng insulting her sister like that, she originally wanted to punch Shu Hefeng to teach him a lesson. However, seeing that Shu Hefeng was tall and fat, with a red face and thick neck, and full of anger, he looked like a ferocious monster. Zhang Yaming's courage suddenly receded like a tide, and he timidly retorted. You're talking nonsense. You said my sister cheated on me, why don't you see that person?" Although Shu Hefeng is a little fat, he is still a tall man of 188 centimeters. Standing in the crowd, he was tall and strong, a real big man. Even if he wasn't very good at fighting, his appearance was intimidating enough. Hearing him say that, she sneered and said contemptuously, "He ran away on the spot. Do you think he will be responsible for your sister? What's the matter? Do you still want to meet your brother-in-law Braco?" Then he pointed to Zhao Xian, who was standing next to him with her head down and not daring to see anyone. "Ask her. She knows where the person lives." Zhao Xian was speechless and wished she could find a hole to crawl into, but she didn't expect to be brought up by this kid in public again. She felt that her dignity had been trampled upon. Now everyone was pointing the finger at her. Zhang Yaqing's parents even pulled her up, pushing and shoving her. Zhao Xian had no choice but to face it. She had always thought that Shu Hefeng was weak and easy to bully, so she immediately started crying and asked, "We were at fault. But putting aside the facts, you are not wrong, are you? If you were more handsome, would she still cheat on you? Besides, it was clearly you who made her angry in the restaurant, and she acted impulsively and went to find Xiaoji. It's all your fault. Women are meant to be loved. You have no looks and no figure, but she followed you and you made her angry and treated her badly." This round of blaming others completely confused Shu Hefeng. Chapter 7, Putting Facts Aside. "Good man, you are ignoring the facts again." Shu Hefeng looked at Zhao Xian, who was covered in blood. He didn't know if the blood contained HIV, so he really didn't dare to take the risk. After enduring for a long time, he finally restrained himself from taking action. Little girl, what you said is really eye-opening. You cheated on your wife and you blamed her for her child. Before he could say anything, the audience watching nearby couldn't bear to watch anymore. An old man started to sneer.
A cleaning lady seemed to have a bad temper and cursed directly.
Bah! Shameless thing, how can you be so cheap? You really bring shame to your parents. If I were your parents, I would be pissed off to death by you. The people around him also echoed, that's right, two bitches. Young girls nowadays are really wild and unrestrained. They all dress up extravagantly, love vanity, are lazy and only care about money. You can't say that. There are many good girls. It's still a family education issue. Didn't you see that she asked for money as soon as she opened her mouth? This is called the original family. The noise here was quickly stopped by medical staff and security personnel. Silence returned outside the operating room. Because the situation was somewhat critical, the doctor asked Wang Chunhua and Zhang Xuanhe to sign a lot of additional documents. About 3 hours later, the door of the operating room opened. The medical staff slowly walked out of the operating room.
Zhang Xuanhe and others were extremely anxious and rushed forward to inquire about the operation. The doctor frowned, took off his mask with a serious look, and said in a low voice. After all-out rescue efforts, the adult and the child were able to survive. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Xuanhe, Wang Chunhua and others immediately showed joy on their faces, but before they could open their mouths to thank him. The doctor's face was gloomy, and he changed the subject. Although their lives are safe, the conditions of the adults and children are still very serious. The pregnant woman suffered respiratory failure due to amniotic fluid embolism, which led to ischemia and hypoxia in the body, and severe damage to the brain and heart. It is very likely that there will be a series of sequelae. For example, dementia, paralysis, incontinence, and aphasia. Zhang Xuanhe and the others were shocked when they heard this.
Wang Chunhua said in disbelief, "Ah? How could this happen?"
The doctor paused and continued, "We just did a preliminary examination on her and have found that she has symptoms of hemiplegia and incontinence." Zhang Xuanhe and Wang Chunhua's faces turned pale in an instant, and their hearts were filled with worry and fear. For children, severe hypoxia may also have adverse effects on their intellectual development. The doctor's words were like a heavy hammer, continuing to hammer at everyone's heart. As for the specific conditions of these two people, further detailed examinations are needed to determine. After saying these words, the doctor silently looked at the group of anxious and shocked family members in front of him, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and regret. The people around heard this and all felt a little gloating. You deserve it. It's your own fault. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, a nurse came out holding the baby. Under normal circumstances, the nurse would usually come out holding the baby, call the name, and congratulate with a smile. But at this moment, he looked strange. After all, they had heard it before. Zhang Xuanhe, Wang Chunhua and Zhang Yaming didn't care about anything else for the moment and hurried over. When they saw the baby clearly, the family of three froze on the spot, dumbfounded. Seeing this, an old lady who wanted to join in the fun hurried over, took a closer look, and was also stunned. Wow! Look! What the young man said is indeed true. This is not my child at all. He is just treating me as an enemy. The old lady's voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the corridor. It attracted a crowd of onlookers. Really? Now let's see how they can make excuses. This little thing is so ugly. When Zhang Xuanhe and Wang Chunhua saw this, their faces turned green instantly. The scene immediately became chaotic. At this moment, I saw Zhang Yaqing being pushed out at some point and passing by. He suddenly took a step forward and blocked the way. Upon seeing this, the nurses looked at him in confusion. Zhang Xuanhe and Wang Chunhua looked at each other, hesitated, and ultimately said nothing. At this moment, they wished they could find a hole to crawl into, as they felt that all 18 generations of their ancestors had been disgraced. I felt even more angry and regretful in my heart. Now all the betrothal gifts were wasted. Zhang Xuanhe is regretting so much now, he regrets not asking for the betrothal gift in advance. Now that there is no bride price, how can my son find a wife? The promised 990,000 yuan is gone, the house is gone, the BMW is gone, everything is gone. How can the whole family live a good life? Yes. And earlier? Let her work. Get married. The thought flashed through his mind, and Zhang Xuanhe had already made up his mind. In a blink of an eye, I saw Danier again. If Zhang Yaqing wasn't unconscious now, Zhang Xuanhe would have probably taken action now. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Shu Hefeng's face flashed with a cold look, and he said in a deep voice. At the National Day class reunion, this woman deliberately forced me to drink, thinking I was drunk, so she sent me to the hotel and then got into bed with me.
Wait until the next day and then say they framed me and made me take responsibility.
Within half a month, she said she was pregnant and asked me to marry her.
She thinks she's smart, but I knew it all along.
I didn't touch her at all. I just wanted to see what she could do.
When everyone heard this, they suddenly understood.
Wow, here comes the young man to take over. Shu Hefeng sneered and said, I didn't expect that they would ask for a huge amount of money, 990,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. She also asked me to give one of the 4 houses in my home to her brother for his wedding and sell the rest to buy a villa. I had to write her name on it, and she also asked me to buy her a BMW, and then buy her brother a car and prepare a dowry for their marriage. I really didn't expect that a person could be so shameless.
Now it's all her own fault.
Zhang Xuana, from now on, your daughter and I will no longer have any relationship. I have recorded all the money I spent during my pregnancy and kept the bills.
It's about 40,000 to 50,000. I will go there tomorrow with the bills and have the money ready.
If you don't get the money, your precious son, don't go out. Also, if you dare to bother my grandparents, I promise to make your family extinct.
I, Shu Hefeng, always keep my word.
When I got home, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening.
Grandpa and Grandma are watching TV.
Shu Hefeng briefly explained Zhang Yaqing's situation. Grandpa Shu Mingyan, with a cigarette between his lips, sneered, You deserve it.
This is the fate of a cheap person.
Grandma Su Yinchan couldn't help but sigh, speaking of which, that girl is really good looking, she looks fair and clean, and has a tall figure.
Why is she so shameless? It's because my parents didn't educate me well since I was young.
He is the only child in the family, and his grandparents have long wanted to see Shu Hefeng get married and start a family. In the previous life, when Grandpa and Grandma learned that Zhang Yaqing was pregnant with their child, they were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling.
It can be said that they gave them whatever they wanted.
Afraid that the other party would abort the child.
After Rebirth, I was afraid that my grandparents would be overjoyed and end up in tragedy.
Shu Hefeng directly said that whether the child in Zhang Yaqing's belly was his was another matter, and told them not to hold out too much hope, as the other party might have deliberately framed him and asked him to take over.
He wants to act out a play with the other party.
Now that Zhang Yaqing is paralyzed by AIDS and Zhao Xian is also infected, it's time for this farce to end. Let Zhang Yaqing and Zhao Xian slowly bear the rest of the suffering.
Alright, don't mention that bitch anymore, it's a bummer. Shu Mingyan said calmly while smoking. There are many good girls in the world, so stay away from this kind of people.
Don't worry, I'll have someone introduce you to a good one.
Don't.
Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly and said, I have made up my mind to lose weight. I will talk about other things after I succeed in losing weight.
If you bloom, butterflies will come. Grandma Su Yinchan smiled very kindly, it's good to lose weight.
Whether you find a partner or not, you should lose weight.
Being too fat is not good. It's easy to get sick. Diabetes and high blood pressure are no joke. Look at how many elderly people here suffer from cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. If not 90%, at least 80%. Now many young people have cerebral hemorrhage and hemiplegia. Shu Hefeng nodded slightly and said, Yes, I understand, Grandma. Su Yinchan said, It just so happens that Yen Yen is attending Teacher Yang's birthday party. You can go and pick her up.
Pick her up? Shu Hefeng said, Okay.
Chapter 8 You promised to marry me when you grow up. Watching her grandson driving away, Su Yinchan didn't know what she was thinking about, and suddenly she couldn't help laughing.
Shu Mingyan, who was smoking leisurely at the side, said with a smile, What good thing have you thought of that makes you so happy?
Nothing.
Su Yinchan's smile remained unchanged as she simply warned, Old man, from now on, don't always urge Hefeng to introduce someone to someone and let him go on a blind date.
Why? Shu Mingyan cares most about his grandson's marriage.
Although he is a retired teacher, his ideas on passing on the family line are still very traditional. Seeing that he was getting anxious, Su Yinchan smiled unhappily and said, Hefeng is handsome and has been popular with girls since he was a child, but his marriage has been so bumpy until now. I finally understand that he has a destined marriage, but the time has not come yet, and it cannot be forced. Shu Mingyan was obviously reluctant and retorted, There is no such thing as destiny. Why are you so weird? His marriage is such a big deal for us.
If we let him go, won't we be left alone? Suin-chan smiled mysteriously and said meaningfully, just wait and see. When the time comes, you won't have to worry about it anymore.
On the other side, Shu Hefeng drove to Maishan district of Jiangchang.
Star City Plaza.
Around 10 o'clock in the evening, he finally saw a few cars parked in the square. Just as he was about to walk over, he heard a voice with a hint of surprise.
Elder brother?
Shu Hefeng was very familiar with this soft and gentle voice. He stopped and looked back. Then he saw a girl in a blue jacket and a black pleated skirt standing behind him.
The girl was Zhang Yaqing's biological sister, Zhang Yaqing. I've called him that since I was a kid.
She became an adult at the age of 18 and grew into a graceful young lady.
Zhang Yaqing. Shu Hefeng hesitated for a moment, but still smiled and said, Yaqing, is the party over? Although, he hated Zhang Yaqing and had no good feelings towards the entire vampire Zhang family. But it seems that this girl is a small exception.
In his previous life, upon learning the news of his death, Zhang Yaqing was the only one in the Zhang family who truly shed tears for him.
Of course, even though I cried my heart out, is it useful to shed tears? He paid for her tuition and living expenses, so what's the point of shedding a few tears if she died? He looked at the girl in front of him. I have to say that the two are indeed sisters, and they look 90% alike. The same tall and slim figure, the same fair skin, the same cherry mouth, the same small waist and long legs. In fact, if compared with Zhang Yaqing in my memory when she was in school, Zhang Yaqing seems to be even more beautiful. Zhang Yaqing's facial features are perfect and more delicate than her sister's.
Perhaps it is because she has a simpler heart and is not as naive as her sister. Zhang Yaqing looks pure and innocent. Especially those clear and shy eyes, watery, like the clear and pure spring water in the empty mountains. There is a phrase called like a jade without stain, which is very suitable to describe her.
Zhang
Yaqing hummed softly, her pink cherry lips curved into a beautiful arc. Brother, are you here to pick up a yin?
Shu Hefeng smiled and nodded, then asked, where's that girl?
Why don't I see her? He looked at the girl in front of him who looked 90% like Zhang Yaqing but more pure and pretty than her, and suddenly thought of it. If you want to take further revenge on Zhang Yaqing, you can start with Zhang Yaqing. If he succeeds, he will not only get a beautiful wife with fair skin.
It can also make Zhang Yaqing angry. Let her watch him and Zhang Yaqing live happily and prosperously.
But she herself became paralyzed, contracted AIDS, and was kicked out of the house. She is also burdened by a stupid kid who also has AIDS. He not only avenged himself, but also got the beauty.
Isn't it perfect?
But then I thought about the character of the Zhang family, and I guess they will still ask for a sky-high bride price. It seems that I have to find a way to make her sever ties with her family. As soon as the thought came to his mind, his eyes began to wander. He couldn't help but fall on the girl in front of him. Perhaps Shu Hefeng's gaze was too unscrupulous and too undisguised. Zhang Yaqing's snow-white cheeks suddenly flushed. She lowered her head shyly, fiddling with the corner of her clothes with her small hands, biting her thin lips with her pearly teeth, and whispered. When I came back, I saw her with Lin Jiyue. It seemed like she would come over in her car.
I guess she will be here soon.
The girl is shy and has rosy cheeks and a rosy face, which is very lovely.
Oh.
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, then wait a little longer.
Then he couldn't help asking, what about you? You're not going home?
Zhang Yaqing raised her innocent and lovely face again, and looked at Shu Hefeng with her bright eyes, which seemed to be glowing.
My aunt called and said something happened at home and asked me to go home. It's so late now, there are no buses, how are you going to get home? Take a taxi?
Zhang Yaqing said shyly, no need to take a taxi, just walk back. Shu Hefeng frowned and said, your home is more than 10 miles away from here. You are carrying such a heavy bag.
Wouldn't it be tiring to walk back?
I'll take you there later.
No need, brother. No need to bother.
Zhang Yaqing quickly shook her head and smiled casually, it's not tiring, just think of it as exercise. Shu Hefeng said directly, it's not a big deal, just step on the accelerator.
It's so late, it's not safe for a little girl like you to walk at night, put your bag in the car first. Oh.
Zhang Yaqing responded obediently, with a touching smile on her sweet face, and her voice became more charming, thank you, brother. Shu Hefeng chuckled, took her canvas bag and put it in the car, then leaned against the car and smoked a cigarette, turning his head to look at the graceful girl standing next to him.
Sweet and innocent face, tall figure.
Zhang Yaqing's face flushed again. She pinched the corner of her clothes awkwardly and asked shyly, brother, why are you looking at me?
Nothing. Shu Hefeng raised the corners of his lips and said jokingly, I just suddenly thought of two idioms.
Zhang Yaqiang blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of doubt in her clear eyes, and asked curiously, idiom?
Shu Hefeng looked at the girl with amazement and said, she is graceful and elegant.
She is naturally beautiful.
Although this was a compliment, Zhang Yaqiang could naturally hear the teasing meaning in it.
Her snow-white cheeks became even whiter and rosier. She gave Shu Hefeng a charming look, lowered her head shyly, and did not respond. Shu Hefeng chuckled, took out a cigarette and started smoking.
The two looked at the dim street.
Most of the shops were closed. Only a few old men and women setting up stalls controlled the life of the people.
Looking at the cars and people coming and going on the road from time to time, Zhang Yaqiang hesitated and suddenly said, Brother, are you really going to marry her?
She, of course, refers to Zhang Yaqiang.
Shu Hefeng exhaled a cloud of mist and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Zhang Yaqiang was a little hesitant.
The last time she went home, she also heard her family talking about Shu Hefeng.
In their private conversations, they discussed how much dowry to ask for, how many cars, houses, and benefits to ask for.
On the one hand, he called him big fool with contemptuous words, without any respect or love. She felt that this was not a good thing. I also feel that although Shu Hefeng is a little fatter now, he is a very good person. She has known Shu Hefeng since childhood. As I recall, when Shu Hefeng asked his sister to go out and play, he would often take her and her brother with him and buy them delicious food, fun things, school bags, and stationery. Their family was poor, and they had little pocket money during their childhood. They were basically not given any snacks or toys to buy, so they always looked forward to going out to play with Shu Hefeng. At that time, Shu Hefeng was tall and handsome, and she liked this older brother very much. Seeing Shu Hefeng looking at her in confusion, she felt a little flustered and said quickly, No, nothing, it's just. After a slight hesitation, he continued, I just feel like you two are not a good match. Although she shouldn't say this because her sister is pregnant, she always feels that love is necessary for a marriage to be happy.
Since my sister doesn't love the other person, I'm afraid they won't be happy in the future. Inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? Shu Hefeng asked with a smile.
Zhang Yaqiang groaned and said, I don't know either.
It's just a feeling.
Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng smiled and asked, if she is not suitable to be my wife, then who is suitable?
Then he looked at her carefully again and teased, You?
Zhang Yaqiang was stunned for a moment, her pretty face flushed, and she said shyly, Brother. Shu Hefeng smiled slightly, and suddenly said meaningfully, This is the last day you call me brother, maybe you will ignore me in the future. Zhang Yaqiang was slightly stunned, blinking her big watery eyes and asked curiously, Why?
Shu Hefeng smiled mysteriously and didn't say anything more.
At this time, a Maybach stopped in the square and a familiar figure quickly jumped out of the car. Shu Hefeng also walked over and greeted the beautiful lady sitting in the back of the car.
He watched the car leave before saying, Let's go, Yan Yan. And Yan was wearing the same clothes as Zhang Yaqiang.
When she saw Shu Hefeng, her pretty face, which had just been full of fatigue, suddenly lit up with joy and said in a tender voice, Uncle. As she spoke, she handed her canvas bag to Shu Hefeng, pouted her lips, and complained aggrievedly, Oh, I was so tired after going to the park today.
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, It's good to exercise.
As he said that, he picked up her bag and walked towards his wooling car.
He. And Yan smiled sweetly, trotted forward, took Shu Hefeng's arm intimately, and said in a tender voice, Uncle, what did you do today?
The girl smiled particularly brightly, her two ethereal and clear eyes curved into crescents, and her attractive pink lips also raised up a stunning curve.
She intimately held Shu Hefeng's thick arm.
At the same time, she quietly raised her eyes to observe Shu Hefeng's reaction. Seeing that his face was calm as usual, her cheeks blushed first. But when he saw Zhang Yaqiang standing next to the car, the smile on his face disappeared immediately. Seeing her classmates, Zhang Yaqiang raised her red lips and took the initiative to greet them, Yan.
And Yan rolled her eyes in displeasure, obviously disliking Zhang Yaqiang, and said unhappily, Little vixen, why are you here?
Ever since she found out that Zhang Yaqiang was pregnant with Shu Hefeng's child and that they were going to get married, and Yan has been calling Zhang Yaqiang a fox spirit. And her younger sister, Zhang Yaqiang, naturally got the nickname Little Vixen. Seeing her attitude, Zhang Yaqiang's smile became a little awkward, and she quickly said, I'll go back too. Shu Hefeng also said, There are no buses at night, so it's a good opportunity for us to send her back together. And Yan's cheeks puffed up slightly, and her cherry lips curled up, but she didn't say much. When her parents were still alive, she liked to stick to her uncle Shu Hefeng. Later, she encountered a sudden change.
Her father died and her mother left.
She was despised by her relatives and no one wanted her. So her parents adopted her. She was very grateful to Shu Hefeng, with whom she spent every day, who was tall, handsome, successful in his career, and had entered the district party committee compound. He was motivated, gentle, sunny, and just. She couldn't help herself. Later, Shu Hefeng's family also encountered changes, so not only did they get divorced, but they also gained weight all of a sudden. She only felt sorry for this man and never changed her little thoughts about him.
Instead, I felt secretly happy.
Unexpectedly, Zhang Yaqing, who had disappeared for a long time, intervened and got on the bus first and bought the ticket later, threatening her with her son and not giving her any chance to compete. She always felt like her home was being robbed.
He hated the whole family and naturally disliked Zhang Yaqing as well. There was no conversation along the way.
After sending Zhang Yaqing to her doorstep, Shu Hefeng saw that the lights were on in her house, which meant there was obviously someone there, so he drove away. I don't know who was accompanying Zhang Yaqing in the hospital, but it has nothing to do with her anymore.
And Ian endured for a long time, and finally couldn't help but asked, "Uncle, is she about to give birth?"
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "She's already born, tonight." Then he told her what happened that night.
And Ian's beautiful eyes narrowed, she bit her thin lips lightly, and asked with some resentment, "Really? She asked you to take over, and you haven't split up with her yet?"
Shu Hefeng said as he drove, "We broke up."
And Ian was immediately delighted, "That's great." Chapter 9, A Girl's Passion.
Listening to the girl's resentment, Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly. 18 years old is a beautiful word and it is also the best age in a woman's life. The young girl is so sweet and lovely, young and beautiful, with a slim waist and long legs.
He is a normal man, so naturally he likes it.
But after all, the other party is the daughter of his friend. The man saved my life and entrusted my daughter to me before he died. It would be a bit unreasonable for me to take him away directly.
Moreover, he has been reborn and now wants nothing more than revenge. Revenge on Zhang Yaqing, revenge on Zhao Xian, revenge on that yellow-haired gangster.
Now, Zhang Yaqing and Zhao Xian's revenge has been barely halfway avenged, but they still feel unsatisfied.
And continue to retaliate.
As for the love between young men and women, let's put it aside for now and deal with it after revenge. He wanted that little yellow-haired guy to also experience the feeling of having his organs removed. But revenge is a bit troublesome and requires careful planning. Of course, if this girl really likes him, and she is a passionate girl, and she comes to him on her own initiative, he will accept her without hesitation. The prerequisite is that she has to figure out whether she is in love or dependent.
Don't fucking marry me.
If he says in the future that he suddenly meets his true love and asks me to help him, I will really curse you then.
Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. In his past and present lives, he has had Zhang Yaqing and an ex-wife twice. I don't want it to happen again. However, there is no need to hide it from an Ian at this time. I knew from the beginning that Zhang Yaqing was lying.
Shu Hefeng suddenly spoke.
And Ian was looking out the window with resentment. She was startled when she heard the words and immediately turned her face around. Really? Whose child is that?
Shu Hefeng raised a sneer at the corner of his lips and said in a deep voice, "It's not mine anyway." Without waiting for an Ian to continue asking questions, he said directly, "She wants to find an honest man to take over. I guess she heard that our house was demolished and we have money, so she wanted me to be the scapegoat. Not only will this provide for the child, but it will also provide food for the child in the future and allow the child to make a lot of money. So I instigated a so-called class reunion. Then he got me drunk, sent me to a hotel, pretended to be drunk himself, stripped naked and got into my bed. She thought I was drunk and unconscious, but I still remembered what I did. I never touched her at all."
And Ian was surprised when she heard this. Why is she so mean? It's so infuriating.
As she said that, she rolled up her sleeves and said with a fierce look on her face, "Let's go find her.
I'm going to beat her up." Shu Hefeng pulled out a hand, pinched her soft and pretty face, and said unhappily, "Who did you learn such a gangster-like demeanor from?
You're still calling me old lady, how old are you? This girl has been someone who dares to love and hate since she was young. Because she is beautiful, she is often harassed and blocked by some bad students or ruffians outside the school. Although no one dared to approach me when he was picking me up, I inevitably had to go out by myself sometimes. Although this girl is just a girl and looks thin and weak, she is the one who dares to fight with a knife. There are always some bad guys who don't believe in evil, don't know fear until they see blood, and always think that the other party wouldn't dare.
What more, a little girl holding a utility knife, what can she do?
And she didn't just gesture, she really dared to use a knife to kill people. She had stabbed the hooligans who blocked her outside the school twice. The other party is actually a poor student who dropped out of school early. After being stabbed, he brought his parents to the house to argue and extort money. At that time, he was also dismissed by the district committee.
Without the restrictions of the establishment, he was in a bad mood.
Without saying a word, he beat up the other parent as well.
If we go to the police station, they will just end up fighting. $1,000 to settle the matter.
But no matter how brave she was, Shu Hefeng didn't want her to have anything to do with gangsters. He frowned and warned, "I'm telling you in advance, if you dare to mess around with these hooligans, don't blame me for severing ties with you." And Yin was stunned for a moment, her red lips curved, and she blinked her beautiful crescent eyes as she moved closer to Shu Hefeng, and said with a grin, "What?
Uncle, are you afraid that I'll be kidnapped by gangsters? You like me, don't you?"
As she spoke, the smile on her face became more and more brilliant, like a lotus in midsummer. She jumped for joy and said in a tender voice,
"Humph. Grandma is right. You are a man who says one thing and means another." Shu Hefeng didn't want to talk to her about love affairs between men and women.
He laughed and changed the subject. "Let's continue talking about Zhang Yaqing.
How can she be considered a bitch? It's obviously cheap."
And Ian's mood had turned from gloomy to sunny at this time, and the sweet smile on her face never faded. She agreed, yes. After saying that, she thought of Zhang Yaqing again, and mumbled something incoherently with her cherry lips. Shu Hefeng was speechless for a moment, but still corrected him, "Okay, I know you don't like Zhang Yaqing because of Zhang Yaqing.
But now Zhang Yaqing has nothing to do with us.
If there is, it is also a debt relationship. So, don't be so resentful of the whole family.
They have always been very nice to you."
And Yen was still very reasonable and listened to advice, and said casually, "Okay." Shu Hefeng smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Today, Zhang Yaqing got into trouble and almost died." Then he whispered the general story.
"What? Really?" And Yen showed an expression of enjoying herself.
Shu Hefeng hummed and sneered, "Because of this, I developed amniotic fluid embolism and lost a lot of blood. Fortunately, the hospital was nearby, otherwise there would be 2 deaths." And Yen was startled at first, but then she immediately became happy, and her pair of naturally affectionate eyes were filled with anticipation.
He asked, "How is she now?"
Shu Hefeng said, "To put it simply, amniotic fluid embolism means that amniotic fluid has entered the mother's blood.
Just think about it, if there's something else mixed in the blood, how much harm can it cause?" And Yen blinked her eyes and asked in a silly way, "How old?" "Simply put, the mortality rate is high. Even if you survive, there will be sequelae." And Yen said in a delicate voice, "Then, where is that stinky bitch?" Shu Hefeng smiled slightly and said, "I have already asked.
She had a brain injury, but she doesn't seem to be stupid. She is still conscious, but her lower body is paralyzed and she has incontinence."
And Yen couldn't help laughing when she heard this, "Ha ha ha. Happy. Great. You deserve it. Let her try to trick us."
Her voice is ethereal and soft, and her laughter is as sweet as mountain spring water.
But what he said was quite unruly. We arrived at our destination in no time.
The BB is located in Maishan scenic area, built in the mountains, and the sea is 300 meters to the east. In fact, it is not far from Shu Hefeng's grandparents' home, just 1 kilometer. Speaking of which, this BB occupies an ENS land.
It was originally the dilapidated old house where an Ian's grandparents got married.
Later, when they had some money, her grandparents bought more land and built a house. They became neighbors with Shu and Feng's family. But after an Ian's grandmother passed away, her uncle asked for a division of the family property and took over the nice house. All he gave an Ian was this abandoned old house. Although the walls have collapsed long ago and the house is in ruins, making it uninhabitable, it is still quite large. Later, another house of Shu Hefeng's family was demolished and he became rich. Shu Hefeng converted an Ian's old house into 2 courtyards. One is a 3-story detached villa where they live, but it is registered under an Ian's name, so Zhang Yaqing doesn't think about it. One is a sea view homestay, which has only 2 floors but occupies a large area. There are 6 suites, and the bedroom in each suite has floor-to-ceiling windows. You can see the sea and the sunrise over the sea by opening the curtains. The yard is also very large, with a tea garden where you can pick tea in season. There is a garden with flowers, plants, and trees, and you can pick cherries, apples, and pears in season. The backyard of the house is close to the sea. There is a slide, a swimming pool, and a bonfire barbecue area in the backyard. There are also a sunroom for leisure and entertainment, a mahjong room, a tea room, and a bar for drinking and watching the sea. Go out from the back door and walk 300 meters to the beach. There are reefs not far away and you can go fishing after the tide goes out. After sending an yen to the villa, Shu Hefeng went straight to the BB. I checked around and found that the place was clean and there were no safety hazards. I also talked to the cleaning staff, waiter, and front desk staff to learn more about the situation. Although only 2 units were rented, it was not a lot. But it's almost the peak season, so there will be many tourists coming to the beach. No worries about having customers. Yesterday's turnover was 12.99 plus 9.85 plus 34, totaling 2,318 yuan. Additional bonus of 23,180 yuan. Plus the 1 million reward from the system yesterday. Making money really makes people happy. The next morning, as Shu Hefeng walked out of the bedroom, he heard a cheerful singing voice. After carefully preparing 2 nutritious meals, Shu Hefeng went to the 3rd floor. Then I saw an yen wearing cool pajamas, sitting at the table on the large terrace, facing the sea and the rising sun, enjoying the cool sea breeze, and memorizing history seriously. Shu Hefeng came to her with breakfast and sat down, smiling and said, "Okay, let's eat." And yen turned around immediately. The girl smiled and pulled a piece of breakfast in front of her, saying sweetly, "Thank you, brother." Shu Hefeng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What's the matter? Did you change your name after sleeping? You have grown up a generation ago?" And yen was wearing a cool nightgown, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender legs. The thin and slender body exudes a youthful aura. Hearing this, she smiled sweetly and said, "Hee, I've thought about it. It's better for me to call you brother from now on. Otherwise, I'll always be a generation lower than you, which is not good." Shu Hefeng said unhappily, "Why is it not good? Don't you always call me like this?" And yen glanced at Shu Hefeng and said coquettishly, "Of course it's not good. When we get married, it will have a bad influence because of the generation gap. It will easily lead to gossip. It's better to change your mind sooner." Shu Hefeng smiled helplessly and said, "Can the generational order be changed randomly?" And yen lowered her head and ate a bite of fried egg, and said proudly, "No matter what, I have to change it." Shu Hefeng hesitated, then smiled and said, "Let's not change it. After all, your father is my brother." And yen rolled her eyes cutely and said, "It's all old news. He's been gone for so many years. It's all over now. Besides, there's no law that says you can't marry your brother's daughter, right?" Shu Hefeng coughed dryly and suddenly said, "Actually, if we are really together in the future." He paused here, and seeing an yen's clear eyes looking at him, he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "It will feel better if you call me uncle." And yen's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with stars, and then she didn't know what she thought of. Her pretty face turned red and she said shyly, "Oh, so you are this kind of uncle. So bad." Shu Hefeng coughed again and said awkwardly, Okay, hurry up and eat. When I have time, I'll take you shopping. You can buy whatever you want." And yen chuckled and said, "That's what you said." After breakfast, seeing Shu Hefeng packing up and going downstairs, and yen hurriedly said, "Uncle, Ye also wants to stay with us for a few more days." He had seen Lin Jiyue before. And yen's deskmate, best friend, and the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng and the youngest daughter of a real estate tycoon. She has older brothers and sisters who inherited the family business. They dote on her and don't have high demands on her. There is no such thing as a big family or any bloody plot involving marriages between wealthy families. As long as she eats, drinks, has fun and is happy. Spend money freely and you will be white, rich, beautiful, and leisurely. The two of them were inseparable all day long and never went to the bathroom alone. Shu Hefeng cleaned up the dishes and said calmly, "Whatever, just make your own decision. I told you earlier that you don't need to ask me." And yen laughed and said, "The key is that her parents insisted that she bring a nanny over to cook, clean, and do laundry." Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng asked, "Then, can we eat the food that the nanny cooks?" "Of course." Shu Hefeng raised the corner of his lips and smiled, "That's good. Welcome, miss, we can have some free food." The chefs of the Lin family are all good at cooking. Not only are the dishes colorful, fragrant, and delicious, but they are also absolutely nutritious and tasty. And yen gave him a coquettish look and watched Shu Hefeng go downstairs. She didn't know what good thing she thought of, but the corners of her lips curled up. Shu Hefeng went downstairs, rested for a while, and then went to the gym to exercise for half an hour. After that, he washed up, found the bill and invoice, and drove directly to Zhang Yaqing's home. He said he would come today to get the money, and he would never give up if I couldn't give him a satisfactory result.
The Zhang family's weak spot is their precious son.
As long as we grasp this point, there is no need to worry about them cheating. The Wuling magic car sped along the street and soon arrived at Zhang Yaqing's house. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a burst of crying coming from inside the house.
Shu Hefeng frowned and walked straight into the main room when no one noticed him.
I saw that the house was full of people, men and women, old and young. As soon as they saw him come in, 4 or 5 men stood up immediately, all of them looked to be in their 20s or 30s.
Oh, are you calling someone? Chapter 10, Human Relationships.
In the main hall of Zhang Xuanhe's house, Shu Hefeng looked at the huge crowd of people.
Oh, they're all here. Then he looked at Zhang Xuanhe in the crowd and smiled. What does this mean, Zhang Xuanhe?
These people are Zhang Yaqing's aunts, uncles, and the like. He had met quite a few people.
With so many relatives present, Zhang Xuanhe felt confident and threw the half-smoked cigarette to the ground.
He walked up to Shu Hefeng and said in a deep voice, "What do I mean?
What's the purpose of you coming here?" Shu Hefeng had a harmless smile on his face and said calmly, "It's just money, what else can it mean?"
He weighed the folder in his hand and said calmly, "Inside are the receipts for all the expenses I have paid for Zhang Yaqing in the past few months, including receipts for high-end luxury goods and meals.
There is also an IOU.
It was from half a year ago when your family was renovating their house and you borrowed the money from me.
You wrote it yourself and even put your fingerprint on it. I calculated, the total is 48,925, not a cent less. 8 or 9 months of false flattery was used to stabilize Zhang Yaqing's family. Shu Hefeng kept writing checks. But sometimes you have to come up with some money.
More than 40,000 yuan, with IOUs and receipts for high-end consumption, including big meals, and receipts for them.
When it comes to the IOU, Zhang Xuanhe's intestines cramp.
When the house was being renovated, he had thought of asking Shu Hefeng, his future son-in-law, to pay some money. But he was too embarrassed to ask for it directly, so he said he was borrowing it, and insisted on writing an IOU. I thought to myself, you're going to marry my daughter soon anyway.
This IOU is dispensable. Just pretend you forgot about it. Can you still come to me, your father-in-law, to collect debts after you get married? Who could have thought that something like this would happen? He snorted and said, "What IOU? I don't know. I didn't lend you any money."
At that time, you were Qingqing's fiancé, so you took the initiative to support me in order to please her.
It was considered a gift.
Then he added, and the invoices for those high-end consumer goods you mentioned are the same. You were in love at the time, and all the money you gave her was considered a gift.
What? Do you want to play for nothing?
Shu Hefeng sneered when he heard this, and without any greeting from them, he sat directly on the sofa and sneered, "I dare not touch your daughter, and I have never touched her.
What if she gets sick?"
Then he added, "You are the only one who is asking me for a gift.
What's the matter? Are you asking for advice from an expert?
Let me tell you, Zhang Yaqing cheated me into a relationship, and even threatened me with a fake pregnancy to get luxury goods. The jewelry and high-end consumption she asked for is, at best, a scam, and at worst, extortion."
When Zhang Yaqing's aunt saw him like this, she immediately said angrily, "Boy, what's your attitude? How can you talk to your elders like that? So uneducated?"
Shu Hefeng sneered, "I don't have any tutors. Who has tutors like your Zhang family?" What followed was naturally another round of sarcastic remarks, but some words could not be mentioned.
Listening to Shu Hefeng's sarcasm, the Zhang family's faces turned green with anger.
Zhang Yaqing's cousin Zhang Xinyu kicked the small stool in front of him away with a bang and said angrily, "You say another fucking word? Fatty, I'm giving you face, right?"
On the other side, her 2 cousins came to Shu Hefeng angrily and said, "Can you try to bully me again?" Shu Hefeng sneered, "What's the matter? More people than me? Want to beat me?"
Then he crossed his legs and said, "Little shorty, come and fight me.
It's okay. If you hit me, I'll call the police and lie down. We have plenty of connections.
It won't be solved without 30 or 50,000.
If you have money, you can come up any time." After saying that, seeing that they didn't take any action, he stood up.
Zhang Xinyu is only 1.68 meters tall, which makes him a dwarf in front of him. Shu Hefeng looked down at him and said, "In a society ruled by law, we are not afraid of you even if you have connections or people. I worked in the district committee compound for several years.
Do you think I was idle? Zhang Xinyu was a young man, full of vigor and vitality.
Seeing Shu Hefeng being so provocative, he was about to take action, but was quickly stopped by his mother and aunt.
He had previously had a fight with someone at school.
The other person's family was rich and powerful, so they not only found his home and beat him up, they also took him to court. He was beaten and had to pay 20,000 yuan in compensation. Including finding people and connections, treating people and giving gifts, it cost about 30,000 to 40,000 yuan.
Zhang Xinyu and others were still angry and wanted to fight. Shu Hefeng came here just to ask for money today.
He was too lazy to pay attention to them and said sarcastically, "I say you are really brave."
Zhang Yaqing is ill.
The Zhang family has been with her day and night, so they might have gotten sick too.
You still dare to come to her house, aren't you afraid of getting infected too? We are all from the same village, and many of the older generation do not understand these things.
They only know that they are very serious and embarrassing infectious diseases, and are very taboo.
If someone gets the disease, it will spread throughout the village immediately, and everyone will treat it as a plague. Sure enough, when everyone present heard Shu Hefeng say this, their faces changed immediately. Zhang Yaqing's brother Zhang Yaming said angrily, feeling somewhat guilty, "Nonsense. Who said we won?"
Shu Hefeng said disdainfully, "I don't know if you have it, but Zhang Yaqing definitely has it. She has been living here, and who knows where she might have left the virus. Any bowl, cup, basin, toilet, sofa she used could be carrying the virus.
If it gets to you, don't blame me for not warning you."
When the aunts and uncles heard this, they unconsciously distanced themselves from Zhang Shu and his family because it was their nature to believe everything they heard.
Zhang Yaqing's uncle and aunt-in-law were also frightened.
They had prepared some wine and food and planned to discuss things while eating. Now looking at the wine and food on the table, they suddenly don't smell good anymore. The three of them put down Zhang's chopsticks as if they had been electrocuted, stood up immediately, and when they saw Zhang Xuanhe and his wife looking at them, they smiled awkwardly.
Zhang Xuanhe sighed inwardly. This disease made his heart pounding, not to mention his relatives. Even he felt uneasy.
Zhang Yaqing's aunt suddenly clapped her hands and acted awkwardly as if she was suddenly enlightened. "Well, I suddenly remembered that we agreed to go to his grandmother's house today."
"Well, Xuanhe, his aunt, it's getting late, let's go back first."
Then she pulled her husband and son together, and as they walked out, she kindly said, "Don't be impulsive. If you have anything to say, talk it over and don't use violence."
Seeing their family slip away, Zhang Yaqing's aunt and husband looked at each other, suddenly laughed, and said quickly, "Well, Chunhua, we have to go back first.
Our grandson is about to finish school, we have to pick him up."
Excuses came out one after another, and in a blink of an eye a large group of people left, leaving Zhang Xuanhe and his family alone in the main room, dumbfounded and speechless. Shu Hefeng found it somewhat amusing, especially when he saw Zhang Xuanhe's face full of grief and anger. He sneered at him even more. The fickleness of human nature and the cruelty of the world? Can you blame others for this? We don't know whether it's true or not. What if we really get someone infected? Will you, Zhang Xuanhe, take care of others at that time? Chapter 11. Let her marry you. Okay, now it's quiet. Shu Hefeng sat on the sofa again and said with a half smile, "Let's talk about money?"
As he spoke, he glanced at the middle bedroom. That used to be the room for Zhang Yaqing and her sister. Later, Zhang Yaqing moved out and Zhang Yaqing lived there alone. As soon as he entered the gate, he heard a woman crying and Wang Chuanhua's loud scolding. Later, when there were too many people in the house, the crying seemed to disappear.
Now that it was quiet, the crying sound could be faintly heard again. But what does this have to do with him? He came here today just to ask for money.
Zhang Xuanhe sat on a stool, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, and then said in a deep voice, "What money?"
"I don't know." Shu Hefeng laughed and said calmly, "Zhang Xuanhe, you are playing rogue with me, right?"
Zhang Xuanhe acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, turned his face away, and said firmly, "I don't have a penny."
"It's useless even if you want it." Shu Hefeng laughed and said, "Okay, you are such a scoundrel.
Since you want to default on your debt, don't blame me for being rude." Zhang Xuanhe glared at him and said with wide eyes, "If you are not polite, then you are not polite.
Anyway, I have no money. If you have the guts, why don't you beat me to death?" Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "I won't beat you, I'll beat your precious son.
If I can't get the money today, I'll go back and spend tens of thousands to find someone from Underworld to help me." Then he stood up and said, "Remember not to let your son go out when the time comes. Beat him every time you go out, until your son is crippled."
I have plenty of money and time.
As he spoke, he came in front of Zhang Yaming.
The latter saw him approaching and took a step back in fear. What do you want to do?
Zhang Yaming, who was spoiled, had been arrogant since childhood. Later, he was severely beaten several times when he acted arrogantly outside, and found that people outside did not tolerate him. From then on, he only dared to act arrogantly at home. Shu Hefeng was tall and fat, which made him look timid instinctively. Wang Chunhua also hurried over, protecting her son, and pointed at Shu Hefeng and warned him, "Don't mess around, or I'll call the police and arrest you, and sue you for trespassing."
Shu Hefeng said with a smile, "You can call the police if you want.
It's only natural to pay back debts.
I haven't broken any law. What can the police do?"
But your precious son is not married yet, so you should think carefully about it. From now on, I will find someone to come and make trouble every day, and come to guard the door and beat your son. Even if the beating fails to cripple him, others will know that your family is in debt and still refuses to pay it back. If your bad reputation gets out, and you might even be carrying AIDS, who would dare to marry your son in the future? When the time comes, your son won't be able to find a wife and will be a bachelor for the rest of his life.
Who will carry on your family line?
At this point, Shu Hefeng suddenly chuckled and said, "That's not right.
My daughter is also going to pass on the legacy. Your eldest daughter has already carried on your family line.
Don't forget to bring it over during the New Year or Qingming festival to honor your ancestors.
Let your Zhang ancestors see their descendants and bring honor to the family."
Zhang Xuan's face turned purple after hearing these words, and he said with bloodshot eyes, "Shu Hefeng, don't go too far. If you provoke me, I'll fight you to the death. My family has no money anyway, so at worst we can exchange our lives for each other."
Shu Hefeng sneered, "Are you trying to get ahead of me here? I've died once before. Why am I afraid of you?"
He rolled up his sleeves, stared at him coldly and said, "Come on, get the knife, let's exchange our lives.
Whoever is afraid is a dog."
Then he raised his hand and slapped him, "Go." In the previous life, Zhang Yaqing teamed up with Zhang Xuanha and his wife to cheat me.
Although he didn't kill me directly, he did cheat me out of a lot of money.
The car and house were both taken from me. He is a migrant worker doing odd jobs, and he is not the hard-working type. He just wanted to make a fortune from the dowries from his two beautiful daughters and find a wife for his son.
So I just muddle through.
Later, by cheating him, the Zhang family bought a car, a house, married a daughter-in-law, and had some savings. In the village, he was so proud and cocky. The key is to show off and scold him at the same time. Now this slap is really light. Zhang Xuanha was stunned for a moment, then instantly became furious and raised his fist to hit Shu Hefeng in the face.
But he is only a little over 1.7 meters tall and quite thin.
He is not a hard-working person and his hands have a lot of strength, but not much either. Instead, Shu Hefeng pushed him to the ground with his body. When a man gets angry, he really dares to take up a knife. Although most people don't dare to cut it, it can still give you courage.
He immediately turned around and went to the kitchen.
Wang Chunhua was startled and quickly grabbed him, cursing, "Oh my god, what are you doing?
You brainless bastard, get back here. You're stabbing people with a knife and getting shot, what are we going to do?"
Zhang Yaming also cried and said, "Dad, let's give him the money, otherwise I really won't be able to find a wife." Zhang Xuanha had just been slapped in the face and was now furious. When he heard that his son was still thinking about his wife, he got so angry that his nose almost became crooked. He raised his hand and slapped him.
"Give it to your mother. Where can I get the money to give it to you?"
Zhang Yaming was beaten so hard that he was stunned. Seeing her son being beaten, Wang Chunhua immediately defended her son and shouted that she wanted to fight Zhang Xuanha to the death. At this time, Zhang Yaqiang also heard the noise and walked out. After exchanging a glance with Shu Hefeng, she hurried to see her parents. The little girl's eyes were red, and it seemed that she had suffered some injustice. Wang Chunhua looked at her second daughter in a daze for a moment, then came to her senses and continued to curse Zhang Xuanha. The whole family was in chaos.
Shu Hefeng sat nearby and watched the show. The son is the lifeline. Grasping this point is useful, but it is not enough. You have to let him know that he will be afraid only if you really dare to hit him. After a while, Zhang Xuanha finally returned to the room and took out a stack of money.
There are only so many in the whole family.
If you don't believe me, go look for it yourself. If you find it, it's all yours. The action just now obviously had an effect.
Shu Hefeng counted them and found 13,000.
You want to get rid of me with just this little money?
Shu Hefeng smoked a cigarette and said coldly, I said before that even a penny less will not do. Wang Chunhua quickly said, Hefeng, you know our family situation.
We are really broke. Shu Hefeng said, don't tell me those useless things. No one's money comes from the wind.
Wang Chunhua smiled awkwardly, sat down next to Shu Hefeng again, and said in a gentle voice. Hefeng, Auntie knows that Yacheng was wrong in this matter.
Auntie didn't expect her to be like this. It's normal for you to be angry.
Speaking of which, Auntie really likes you. You are tall, handsome, educated, considerate, and kind to us.
Shu Hefeng laughed and asked, so what?
Wang Chunhua glanced at Zhang Yacheng, who was not far away, and smiled. Auntie knows that you and Yacheng will definitely not be together.
Then he pointed at the girl next to him and said, what do you think of our heir and heir? How about? Let her marry you. Just think of it as Yacheng hurting you. This is our compensation to you? Auntie, I really like your character and I really want to have you as my son-in-law. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was stunned and looked at Zhang Yacheng.
Zhang Yacheng's beautiful eyes also showed surprise.
Shu Hefeng looked at Zhang Yacheng.
The girl was indeed very beautiful in her skirt.
Chapter 12. Please take me away. Wang Chunhua offered very tempting conditions. Seeing Shu Hefeng sizing up his second daughter, he patiently asked, how is it? You're not at a disadvantage, are you?
Then he said with some pride, it is no exaggeration to tell you that our second daughter is better looking than the eldest daughter. She has a prettier face and a thinner waist. She's a well-behaved person, and I can guarantee that she has never been in a relationship.
She's definitely a virgin. How about? Let her marry you?
Zhang Yacheng looked at her mother in disbelief, and was completely stunned. Mom.
What are you talking about?
Although she liked Shu Hefeng very much, this kind of liking was just because she thought he was a very nice person and was also very nice to her, so she was very grateful. She only wanted to study, get out of here and change her fate. Even though her suitor could have a reinforced company, she never thought about this. Then he walked forward and pulled Wang Chunhua's hand. Mom, I still need to study. Wang Chunhua threw her hand away, her face changed instantly, her eyes gleamed fiercely, and she said in a menacing manner, what are you reading? I told you already, I could have provided for you. Now that your sister has gotten into this situation, where is the money left for you to spend? They had been arguing about this for the entire night. She became angrier and angrier as she talked. She pointed at Zhang Yacheng's nose and scolded, give up on this idea as soon as possible. Stay at home for the next few days and don't go anywhere. Go serve that bitch, or you'll starve to death. Zhang Yacheng curled her pink lips, her eyes full of grievance. Mom, please, let me go. I've been working so hard for so long. 3 years, 1,000 days and nights. Kai Baozi naturally couldn't understand how these key students spent these 3 years. She dreams of getting good grades and going far away. However, although her grades were among the top 20 in the city, she finally received an admission letter from Jiangnan University. It turned out that her parents were worried that she would go to a faraway place, spend a lot of money, and might marry someone else in the future, where they would be out of reach and could not be relied upon. So she let her brother change her choice secretly. Although Jiangnan University is also a 211 and 985 double first-class university. But the ranking was very low, far behind the one she chose. Wang Chunhua yelled, you don't have the money to go to school, so what's the point of going? It's a waste of time. Zhang Yacheng was already in tears, no need to spend my family's money, I can take out a loan. Wang Chunhua scolded, do you think you can just get a loan if you want it? Don't talk nonsense. No means no. Even if you can get a loan and your own problems are solved, what about your family? What should we do with that bitch of your sister? She can't make any money and she has to cheat us. Your brother is already 25, is he going to get married? You want him to be single? Won't others laugh at us to death? As she spoke, she felt more and more aggrieved, and couldn't help crying. I really owed you 2 sisters in my last life. You are all such troublesome people, ungrateful bastards. Why am I so miserable? Zhang Yacheng also burst into tears and knelt on the ground begging, please, Mom, I will work part-time, I can work and study, and I will give you all the money I earn, isn't that okay? Wang Chunhua pushed her away and said angrily, how much money can you earn by working part-time? I raised you up, worked hard to provide you with food and clothing, and now our family is in a difficult time, and you only think about yourself? Why are you so selfish? Then he slammed the table and said in a deep voice, I'll give you 2 choices, either get married.
Or go work and earn some money. What's the point of a girl going up again? Did marrying Hefeng wrong you?
Zhang Yaqiang burst into tears, feeling aggrieved, and her eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Mom, no, it has nothing to do with this.
I just want to work hard and find a good job in the future. Do you really want to force me to die? Wang Chunhua snorted and said, Go to hell. Go now.
You take the postgraduate entrance exams and the doctoral entrance exams. No matter how good a job you find in the future, you will still be married to someone else and will become someone else's person, earning money for them. I'm telling you, even if you're dead, I'll sell your body to someone else for a marriage. It'll fetch tens of thousands of dollars at the most. Hearing this, Zhang Yaqiang looked at her mother with dull eyes, her heart filled with despair. As June approached, the sun was as blazing as fire, but she seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness of despair. The bone-chilling cold made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave, and she shivered all over. Zhang Yaming, who was standing by, kindly stepped forward and advised, Xiao Xiong, what our mother said is right, fatty. At this point, he felt something was wrong and awkwardly changed his words, he's really good, and his family is rich.
You'll be rich after you marry him. It's great to eat, drink and have fun all day without having to do anything. We are doing this for your own good.
Zhang Yaqiang was stunned, looking at him with tears in her eyes full of disbelief. This brother has been lazy and gluttonous since childhood, but he is the most loved brother.
He is so anxious to sell her in order to get himself a wife? And you say it's for your own good?
I mentioned before that secretly changing my major was also for my own good.
He.
Wang Chunhua favors boys over girls and has always believed that raising sons is a way to provide for one's old age, while daughters are like water that can be married off.
Zhang Yaming has been spoiled since he was a child.
The two sisters did all the dirty and tiring work, and they would be beaten if they worked slowly. I hide all the delicious food and drinks for my baby son, and buy him new clothes and shoes.
But they sisters always wear other people's leftover clothes.
Every time I asked for some money, I had to be very cautious and muster up my courage, but I still got scolded. Years of accumulated grievances burst out at this moment like a flood. Zhang Yaqiang suddenly pushed her brother aside, her tone as firm as a rock.
Marry me if you want. I won't marry you, I will do it myself and change my fate.
Zhang Yaming was caught off guard and hit his head on the coffee table, causing his head to bleed, and he screamed in pain.
Oh! Ming.
Seeing this, Wang Chunhua turned pale with fright. She hurried to check her son's injury and found that it was just a small cut. She then breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly covered her son's head with paper and called him her darling. At the same time, he turned around and yelled, "You ungrateful bastard, why are you so angry at your brother? If your brother gets disfigured today, I'll break your legs." When Zhang Xuanhe saw his son injured, he was also furious, "You are a traitor."
Bang!
As he said this, he took a step forward and slapped Zhang Yaqiang in the face just like Shu Hefeng had just slapped him, making a crisp sound. The slap was so hard that it seemed to vent out all the resentment and humiliation. Zhang Yaqiang's fair and pink face immediately turned red, leaving a slap mark. She covered her burning and painful face and tears fell, but she didn't say anything else and didn't cry or shout in pain. Those beautiful eyes, when she smiles, they light up like stars and bend into crescents. Like a small candle flame that was swaying firmly in a stormy night, it was suddenly extinguished by the strong wind and rain and disappeared dimly.
Ding! Trigger system task, save Zhang Yaqiang. System reward, 10 million.
Shu Hefeng, who was watching the show, was a little surprised and turned to look at the beautiful girl next to him who had a sad face. She fell to the ground, her hair was messy and she looked a little embarrassed.
Look at its panel again. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Age, 18 years old. Appearance, 96 points. Top beauty, school beauty level. Everything else is nothing. The panel data is also almost perfect.
In Jiangchang, there are actually not many top beauties like her, but there are also many with similar looks.
There are thousands of beautiful women in the world, and if you look carefully, you can find many in every city.
After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yaming finished bandaging the wound. Wang Chunhua was relieved, but when she saw Zhang Yaqiang still sitting on the ground, she suddenly became furious and crossed her arms, saying angrily, "Have you thought it through?" Zhang Yaqiang's beautiful eyes turned red, her long eyelashes lifted, her eyes were a little empty, and her voice was a little hoarse. "Okay, I'll marry you."
Wang Chunhua was overjoyed when she heard this. Her face changed immediately.
She quickly squatted down and pulled her daughter up, saying lovingly, "Oh, my dear daughter, it would have been better if you had figured it out earlier." Then she gently wiped away the tears and snot from her daughter's face, and said earnestly, "Don't blame Mom, it's because our family is poor.
Your father is useless.
He only knows how to play mahjong, drink and smoke all day long.
With him like this, Mom should at least consider your brother's marriage, right?"
Seeing Zhang Yaqiong's dull eyes, her small, white teeth biting her thin lips, she said nothing. With that pitiful look, like a wounded kitten, he couldn't help but hug Zhang Yaqiong and comfort her.
"Son, this is for your own good. You will get married sooner or later anyway.
Even if you take the postgraduate entrance exam or get a doctorate, you will still get married, have children, and raise them at home.
He, Hefeng, will not treat you badly. If I follow her and become a BB owner, I won't have to work so hard to find a job. I can just sit and collect money all day. How great is that?"
After saying that, he pulled Zhang Yaqiong to Shu Hefeng and said with an apologetic smile, "Hefeng, then, is it settled?" Shu Hefeng watched the show for a while, and when he saw that they had finally finished discussing it, he looked at Zhang Yaqiong with a smile, and asked inexplicably, "Who said I want to marry her?"
Ah.
Wang Chunhua was stunned when she heard this. Even Zhang Yaqiong, who had given up hope, couldn't help but raise her eyes and look at him in surprise.
"Hefeng, what do you mean by this?"
Shu Hefeng sneered, "Given the precedent of Zhang Yaqiong, I don't have a good impression of your Zhang family's daughter.
What if she accidentally gets infected with AIDS and passes it on to me? Wouldn't that mean my life would be over?"
Wang Chunhua quickly said, No, our Yaqiong hasn't seen her sister for a long time. If you don't believe me, go check it out before you get married."
Shu Hefeng leaned back on the sofa and said lazily, "Is it necessary to check?"
As he said that, he suddenly stood up again, frivolously stretched out his hand to lift up Zhang Yaqiong's chin, and looked at her sad and beautiful face. "She looks good, it's okay to let her come with me. In that case, we can use her to pay off our debt."
"Our debt is settled now?"
Wang Chunhua didn't expect Shu Hefeng to agree again, and she was overjoyed. We are even now, we are all family, let's not talk about money anymore." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Okay, then let her pack her things and come with me."
Wang Chunhua was stunned for a moment. "Today?"
Shu Hefeng nodded and said, "Well, today, I'm 30 years old, not young anymore, I'll take her home as my wife and have a baby soon."
"Sure. No problem."
Wang Chunhua hesitated for a moment, worried that Shu Hefeng would regret it again, so she hurriedly urged him, "Yaqiong, go pack your things quickly, and then go enjoy life with Hefeng." Having said that, he no longer cared about Zhang Yaqiong, and said hesitantly, "Well, good son-in-law, you are going to marry our Yaqiong today.
Then as for the betrothal gift, according to our customs, shouldn't it be given today? Bride price?"
When Shu Hefeng heard this, his eyebrows immediately raised. He knew that the other party was reluctant to give up the high price of the bride price, and asked with a smile, "What bride price?" Wang Chunhua said with a smile, "Just follow what Yaqiong and you discussed before.
We don't want more. I remember it was 990,000?
Oh, and there's also a house, hardware, and a BMW.
My goodness, you are still thinking about the 990,000 yuan betrothal gift, a house and a BMW?
Shu Hefeng sneered. He knew that Wang Chun had put a lot of thought into getting his second daughter to marry him in place of her elder sister, and that he was still eyeing the sky-high bride price.
He immediately said disdainfully, "Still thinking about 990,000, do you think your two daughters of the Zhang family are worth this price now?"
Zhang Xuanhe, who had been silent all this time, got angry and said with a red face, "Why is it not worth it?" Wang Chunhua also hurriedly said, "Our Yaqiong is young and beautiful, how can she not be worth it?"
Shu Hefeng sneered and said, "So many people recorded the video yesterday.
Now what happened in your Zhang family has probably spread throughout the village, the city, and even the country. Your daughter is promiscuous, your family has bad morals, your upbringing is poor, and there's even an AIDS case.
Who would dare to marry your daughter in the future? You still want a dowry? It's good enough if it can pay off your debts." "What? Pay off a debt?"
When Wang Chunhua heard that it was not a sky-high bride price but a debt repayment, she immediately became unwilling. "No.
How much money is enough to pay off the debt? A virgin girl from Yaqiong is worth 36,000 yuan? No way. How could I be willing?"
She forced Yaqiong to marry you, a divorced man who is 12 years older than her, a whole generation older. I just can't bear to give up the 990,000 yuan betrothal gift, a 144 square meter house, and a BMW car.
What else can you hope for? Do you eat too much to get fat? Are you divorced? Shu Hefeng sneered. Once AIDS is spreading, everyone will treat your family like a plague. It's good enough to be worth 36,000 yuan. Who else would dare to marry your Yaqiong except me? Nonsense.
Wang Chunhua blushed and said, if you want this, forget it. No one wants our Yaqiong anymore, so it can't be worth only 36,000 yuan.
Girls are in short supply now.
There are so many bachelors in their 30s and 40s in the village, and people are vying to marry them. Even if you find one at random, it won't be this price. At worst, she can go out to work. If she finds someone else, the betrothal gift will be at least 200,000 yuan.
Shu Hefeng laughed. Actually, what Wang Chunhua said was right.
This was really the price here. Of course, the man is also required to have a car and a house. It's about having both a car and a house, not just giving a car and a house.
Zhang Yaqiong next to her blinked and stared at her mother blankly, without a trace of emotion in her eyes.
Watching her treat herself as a commodity and clearly mark the price of it in front of her. She didn't even care who the other person was, whether he was a bachelor in the village who was lazy and ate all day long, a dozen or 20 years older than her, or a blind or lame man. As long as she gives enough money for her son to get married, that's enough. The sadness in her heart was like the dead leaves falling in the autumn rain. A girl who only knows that knowledge can change her destiny, a simple girl who has never experienced the world and has not entered society. At this moment, you are facing the choice of your own destiny. It's just that the right to choose was clearly in my hands, but it was taken away by someone in the name of love.
You still took 660,000. I let you take her away. Wang Chunhua hesitated for a moment and made a concession with a painful heart.
Shu Hefeng exhaled a puff of smoke and unhurriedly offered his price.
50,000, plus the remaining 36,000 debt, that's 86,000. Impossible. Don't even think about that number. Wang Chunhua was firm in her attitude.
It was obvious that this number was totally unacceptable to her. After a moment's hesitation, he offered another price, 600,000, no less. Shu Hefeng stretched out his index finger. That's the number.
Zhang Yaming's eyes lit up. Fatty, no, Hefeng, are you willing to give 1 million? What about your mother's 10 generations of ancestors' spring and autumn dream?
Shu Hefeng was so angry that he laughed. 100,000. Zhang Yaqing had mentioned to him before that her younger brother was a little mentally ill. His brain appears normal, and he speaks and acts like a normal person, but in fact he occasionally has attacks, goes crazy and hits people, acts impulsively, or talks nonsense. But he didn't dare hit outsiders, so he vented his anger at home. Because he was beaten badly when he was a child, a few gangsters in his class would block him on his way home every day and beat him up. It was also because of this disease that he went out to work for 2 months after graduating from junior high school, but was beaten up and sent back. Since then, I have been staying at home, watching TV, or going to internet cafes, and have never gone out to work. Everyone knows about this, and his family is poor, so no matchmaker is willing to arrange a marriage for him now.
No. It's still too little.
Zhang Xuanhe calmed down and said in a deep voice, at least 500,000. Shu Hefeng shook his head and said, 100,000 plus 36,000 is already a lot.
Zhang Xuanhe frowned. No, you go. Shu Hefeng sneered. Okay, you can go. Give me the remaining 36,000 and I'll leave right away. Who cares about your daughter? Wang Chunhua said, we have no money now.
If you do this, wait a few days, marry Yaqing off, and I will pay you back immediately. Then he assured her, there are so many bachelors in the village, all lining up to go on blind dates. It will only take a day or two to marry off our Yaqiong.
Shu Hefeng was not in a hurry to save Zhang Yaqiong.
He shook his head and refused. She will be married in a day or two.
Everyone knows that your family is a bottomless pit.
She is a bachelor, but she is not a fool. No, forget about Yaqiong's matter.
I need money now. If you don't have money, go and borrow it. I'm going to take the money away today. If I can't, your son will be beaten every day. You.
Wang Chuanhua's tone faltered. She was secretly angry, gritted her teeth and said, 388,000. Take her away, and do whatever you want with her in the future. We won't care, and we'll just pretend we don't have this daughter.
Shu Hefeng sneered. Do you think I don't know the market situation here?
Although there is indeed a shortage of girls, the bride price is basically only 188,000 yuan.
One price, 150,000. If you can't afford it, pay back the debt. Wang Chunhua said, that's the betrothal gift, and what about hardware and other things? Shu Hefeng said, the hardware was taken away by the woman, what does it have to do with you? 288,000 can't be any lower.
Zhang Shuana said directly, if you agree, take the money and take her away, you can have a baby in 10 months.
It's up to you whether you agree or not.
Shu Hefeng chuckled, flicked away the cigarette butt, and said without worry, I said 150,000, I won't add a cent.
No, even if you can't pay me back, that's fine. I'll go find someone right now. Zhang Shuanhe was so angry that his face darkened and he said, whatever.
Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng stopped talking nonsense with him and stood up to leave. At this moment, Zhang Yaqiong, who had been silent with empty eyes, suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Shu Hefeng's hand.
Shu Hefeng frowned and looked back at her in confusion.
Zhang Yaqiong opened her red lips, but before she could say anything, her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, please take me away.
I don't want to marry those people in the village.
Woo woo. Those people usually go out to work, and when they come back for the new year, they just eat, drink, brag, and play cards all day long.
Some even beat people when they were drunk. She didn't like such people.
They had nothing in common. She didn't want to live her life like other girls in the village. Instead of marrying such a person, it is better to follow Shu Hefeng, whom I like very much.
Chapter 13 Buyout. Don't want to marry those people? Shu Hefeng asked back, who do you want to marry? Me?
Zhang Yaqiong was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said,
Brother Hefeng, I have always liked you, please marry me. Or they will beat me to death.
As she spoke, her whole body began to tremble unconsciously. Every time Zhang Yamming got angry, he would beat people, his parents, his sister, and even her. And he really hit people, without any regard for severity, and he hit them like a madman. They even hit them with sticks and smashed them with bowls. In high school, she only came back once a month, and in those 3 years, she was beaten 5 times.
It wasn't that I made a mistake and offended him.
Just eating an ice cream, accidentally disturbing his game playing, etc., no matter how trivial it is, as long as he is not happy, he will beat you. So she always walks on thin ice and is very cautious at home. She has 1 holiday a month, and if it weren't for the living expenses, she would rather stay in that Pure Land and work hard. And every time they beat her and her sister, her parents never cared and just did what they were supposed to do.
She could only run.
She and her sister Zhang Yaqing lived in this family and have faced domestic violence from their parents and brothers since childhood. So as soon as Zhang Yaqing entered college, she moved out, rarely came back, and started hanging out with men. Just now, I lost control of my emotions and pushed Zhang Yamming, causing him to bleed and get injured.
If Shu Hefeng left, what would await her would be only a violent beating.
Her parents would just pretend not to see it and would just say that a few beatings wouldn't kill him and that your brother is sick and should be more lenient with him.
Don't move, he will hit you twice and then stop.
Then she went to the village and found a man who paid her a lot of money to marry. It would be better to kill her than to let her marry those rude men who have not received 9 years of compulsory education, hang out outside all day long and do not learn anything, talk about their organs but never talk about their families.
Shu Hefeng looked at the tearful girl in front of him and his mind raced.
He really wants the gentle and sweet 18-year-old girl.
Which man wouldn't he like her?
I don't care about 300,000.
But he was really unwilling to give money to the Zhang family.
He hesitated, knowing that the Zhang family would not let him take her away for 150,000 yuan. For the sake of that 10 million, I can only add a little more. Give the money directly to Zhang Yamming. Suddenly, I felt relieved. If a person's money does not match his or her cognition, it will flow into the market sooner or later. This kid has never been a good student to begin with, and now that he suddenly has money, he will definitely become even more arrogant and unscrupulous. Who knows, he might get unexpected rewards. He reached out his hand and hugged Zhang Yaqiong's soft waist, and said in a tone that could not be refused, "From now on, you are mine." The sudden hug from the man left the innocent girl stunned. At this moment of confusion and helplessness, the words "you are mine" unexpectedly made her feel at ease.
After a moment of stagnation, she quickly nodded, yes.
As she finished her words, her pretty face, which had turned red after being beaten, became even redder, as if blood was dripping. Shu Hefeng hugged the girl and turned to look at Wang Chunhua and Zhang Shuanhe. 288,000 is fine. Seeing that Zhang Shuanhe and his wife were both shocked, he said directly, but it's a buyout. From now on, whether you live or die, whether you become rich or starve to death, it has nothing to do with her.
You are not allowed to ask her for a penny again. Wang Chunhua frowned upon hearing this and said reluctantly, how can you force a girl to break off relations with her parents?
We worked so hard to raise her, and now she's a member of your family.
Isn't it reasonable for you to ask for some betrothal gifts to compensate us?
At this point, seeing Shu Hefeng's impatient face, he immediately changed the subject and said with a smile, "It's okay to break off the relationship, but you have to pay more."
Shu Hefeng sneered, let go of the confused Zhang Yaqiong, turned around and left.
Seeing this, Wang Chunhua immediately stepped forward and grabbed him.
Although 288,000 is far less than 990,000, it is still a lot.
According to the standards here, the average is only 140,000 to 160,000.
The high ones are basically around 200,000.
There are many bachelors in several nearby villages.
But 99% of them are left because they have no money.
It is basically impossible to ask them to come up with 200,000 yuan at once.
What's more, such a scandal happened in his family.
And what Shu Hefeng said was also very right.
The village was very taboo against those unfaithful and promiscuous women.
Once gossip starts spreading throughout the village within an hour.
Even if you don't have any disease, you may be infected.
What's more, their yachting is really sick. It might be difficult to marry off the two girls at a high price. Since Shu Hefeng was willing to pay so much, they certainly couldn't let him go.
Besides, even if I agree to break up the relationship now, what does it matter?
If she really needs money to marry a daughter-in-law in the future, or is penniless when she is old, she can just go and make a fuss.
RNI is soft-hearted and kind-hearted.
I don't believe she won't care about her parents. He immediately put away his thoughts and said with a bad smile.
Okay, you are too impatient. 288,000 is 288,000. Buy it out.
From now on, we old couple have nothing to do with her. We will just treat this girl as dead. We won't need her to take care of us when we get old. Shu Hefeng turned to Zhang Yaqiong and said, "Go pack your things.
Take the important things with you. Throw away the unimportant things and buy new ones when you get back. Consider it your wedding present."
Zhang Yaqiong uttered "oh" blankly and instinctively glanced at her parents. Seeing that they only cared about money, her eyes turned red and she lowered her head and ran back to her bedroom.
She didn't have anything important.
Just a big school bag, some books, a few graduation photos, a notice, an ID card, a household registration page, 2 sets of ordinary clothes, and a few pieces of underwear that had long been mixed in color. The things were packed up quickly.
Shu Hefeng took out his phone and said calmly, "Just transfer the money via mobile phone.
I don't have time to withdraw cash."
Transfer? Zhang Xuanhe frowned and said with some embarrassment, "Our mobile phones cannot transfer money."
Shu Hefeng knew that the couple didn't use smartphones, so he immediately waved to Zhang Yaming and said, "Take your phone. I'll use a few SIM cards to transfer the money to your card." When Zhang Yaming heard this, he was overjoyed, his hands were shaking with excitement, and he quickly took out his cell phone, trying hard not to grin, and came in front of Shu Hefeng. Shu Hefeng took out a piece of paper and a pen from Zhang Yaqiong's school bag, wrote a receipt, and asked the other party to fill it out and sign and put his fingerprints on it.
After some effort, the transfer was successful. Zhang Yaming's face turned red.
He had never seen so many digits in his life.
Damn, I'm a rich man too.
Seeing his parents coming over, he smiled and said, "Mom, I received the money."
Wang Chunhua stood on tiptoe to look. "How much?" Zhang Yaming frowned.
When he saw so many digits, he was so happy and excited that he didn't pay attention to the specific numbers.
"I think it's 250,000? Wang Chunhua frowned and looked at Shu Hefeng warily and asked, "Is there something missing?" Shu Hefeng asked back, "Why is it less? Wasn't there still a debt of 36,000 yuan before?" Wang Chunhua said, "That's still 2,000 yuan short."
Zhang Yaming was very excited at this time. He was afraid that his mother would anger Shu Hefeng, so he quickly advised her, "Mom, forget it. We already have so much money, so we don't need to worry about the 2,000. Just think of it as a dowry for his sister. Let him take his sister to buy 2 sets of clothes." Shu Hefeng said with a smile, "You are quite good." At this time, the system voice also sounded.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have successfully saved Zhang Yaqiong, and you will be rewarded 10 million. Having achieved his goal, he did not stay any longer.
He took Zhang Yaqiong's 2 bags and took her away without looking back.
Zhang Yaqiong followed Shu Hefeng obediently like a docile little lamb. After getting in the car, she kept her head down and never looked at that home again. She is now very confused and at a loss, not knowing what her future fate will be. She glanced at Shu Hefeng cautiously, and seeing that Shu Hefeng was also looking at her, she quickly looked away like a frightened deer. I can't help but sigh inwardly that the world is unpredictable and things change dramatically. My sister was disgraced. Not only was she paralyzed, she also gave birth to a stupid son who was thrown in the hospital with no one caring about him.
And I just got married like this? Chapter 14 Hotel Room. Mom, shall we buy a car?
Seeing Shu Hefeng taking Zhang Yacheng away, Zhang Yaming said impatiently.
Wang Chunhua shook her head and said, why buy a car? You don't have a driver's license.
Then he warned earnestly, I just told you not to spend it carelessly.
That's for you to get married.
Zhang Yaming immediately showed an unhappy look on his face. Mom, this is not a waste of money.
Don't you know that everyone drives a car when they go on blind dates these days? Wang Chunhua said, of course I know that, nowadays matchmakers are more cunning than each other.
Let her take me to the girl's house for a blind date. She must take a car to go there.
If she doesn't have a car, she can't go.
After the blind date, no matter whether it works out or not, she must treat everyone to a table at a restaurant. It's obvious that 1 or 2 matchmakers can do the blind date, but you insist on me and I take you.
If one is successful, 10 people will ask you for money.
They are all a bunch of fucking people who gave birth to sons without buttholes. Zhang Yaming seemed to see hope and begged, so, Mom, let's buy one, otherwise the matchmaker won't even bother with us. Wang Chunhua glared at him unhappily, but smiled and said, okay, buy it. Go sign up for driving lessons tomorrow, and buy it when you learn how to drive. On the other side, Shu Hefeng drove Zhang Yacheng to the Jiangchang Rizal 5-star hotel without saying a word. The Wuling magic car seems a bit out of place in front of a 5-star hotel where all the guests are not luxury cars but are worth a lot of money. When the doorman saw Shu Hefeng and Zhang Yacheng getting out of the car, he said calmly, hello, welcome to the Rizal Hotel. Shu Hefeng nodded, handed the car keys to him directly, and then handed Zhang Yacheng's bags to the porter.
Then he raised his hand and directly embraced Zhang Yacheng's slender waist. This posture is no worse than those rich second generations who drive supercars and take beautiful women to check into a hotel.
He was in high spirits today. Not only did he get a beautiful girl like Zhang Yacheng, but he also received 10 million yuan. A sure win of both wealth and beauty. Zhang Yacheng's thin and slender body was hugged in public, and she froze for a moment, and her fair and delicate face immediately flushed with embarrassment. It was obviously her first time in a hotel and she was a little nervous. Being hugged by a man around the waist in public like this and going to a hotel room made her feel naturally more uneasy, embarrassed and awkward. She lowered her head shyly, looking like a guilty thief, and didn't dare to look at anyone. That pure and innocent heart was pounding, and as tense as that pure and clean body.
My mind started to wander.
Thinking back to yesterday, today, and everything in the past. Life is really like a play, with unpredictable changes in the world, making her feel like she is in another world. She quietly looked up at the tall Shu Hefeng, exchanged glances with Shu Hefeng, and then hurriedly and shyly lowered her head.
Thinking about spending time with the man next to me in the hotel.
Just thinking about the scene made her feel confused.
But for some reason, while my body is tense, I also feel inexplicably excited and expectant.
The young girl was previously immersed in the ocean of knowledge and was completely unaware of the world.
Now I am about to face another major event in my life. Although I am nervous, I am also somewhat curious. Hello, welcome.
The receptionist saw the tall Shu Hefeng and the petite Zhang Yacheng and said with a warm smile.
Shu Hefeng replied calmly, and then asked directly, is the suite on the top floor available now?
The receptionist smiled and said, yes, sir, would you like to reserve the top floor?
Shu Hefeng didn't ask the price, and said directly, book it for 10 days first.
As he said that, he asked Zhang Yacheng for her ID card. Zhang Yacheng handed over her ID card in a panic. While Shu Hefeng was going through the formalities with the front desk, she secretly glanced at Shu Hefeng again. Although he was a little fat, his tall and strong body gave her a sense of security. Thinking that the other party spent 250,000 yuan to buy me, it saved me from danger when I was most panicked, helpless and desperate. It seemed that she, a homeless woman, had found someone to rely on. She couldn't help feeling grateful and her heart calmed down. She suddenly remembered a sentence written in her notebook, life is as tortuous as water, and the world is as changing as mountains.
How can we predict what will happen in life? It is not easy to have a gentle and kind person to entrust your life to.
Our predecessors were right.
Only by cherishing the present can we make the most of our youth.
She immediately made up her mind and was ready to give everything she had to the man in front of her today. In the future, I will follow him well, love him well, and live the rest of my life peacefully and happily.
So what if a marriage is bought with money?
There can still be love, there can still be loving couples, mutual affection, equality, and growing old together. In her mind, she couldn't help but imagine the sweet and loving scenes of herself and Shu Hefeng in the future. While the girl was daydreaming, Shu Hefeng had already paid the bill and booked a room.
Led by the waiter and porter, we arrived at the luxurious suite on the top floor.
Although this hotel is a 5-star hotel, it is not a high-end luxury brand, and the best suite on the top floor is not too expensive.
But when Zhang Yaqian looked at the invoice, she was stunned. I was just daydreaming and didn't pay attention, but it's 89.99 RMB a day? It's 10 days after opening? That's 89,990 renminbi? Nearly 9,000 a day for hotel room charges? Isn't it not worth it to make yourself playful? She stood at the door, blushing and whispering, is it too expensive? How about we change to a normal one?
Shu Hefeng was calm and said softly, no need.
It's nothing to spend some money. We don't need it.
Then he took Zhang Yaqian's cold, soft and smooth little hand and said with a smile, let's go in and see what's going on inside. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a painting with a very artistic atmosphere, as if showing its unique charm to people. Entering the living room through the entrance hall, sunlight shines through the large floor-to-ceiling windows and pours into the room like a golden tide. The two were attracted by this and came to the floor-to-ceiling window first. Looking up, the beautiful sea view was like a painting slowly unfolding before their eyes. Not only is this hotel by the sea, it is also only 2 or 3 kilometers away from his BB, so it is very close. Passing through the spacious, bright and well-designed living room, you will see the spacious and tidy kitchen and dining room. A waiter said that the total area of this suite is more than 400 square meters, and the master bedroom alone is as big as a 2-bedroom apartment. In addition to the living room, kitchen, dining room, and 2 bedrooms, there is also a study, a bar for drinking, and a tea room for drinking tea. What Shu Hefeng liked most was the extra-large spa room. The spa room not only has spa facilities, but also a heart-shaped oversized Mandarin duck bath by the window, where you can take a bath while enjoying the sea view or night view, or watching TV or movies. Except for the cloakroom and kitchen, all rooms, including the bathroom, are designed with floor-to-ceiling windows, so you can enjoy the beautiful sea view while doing anything. Led by the waiter, the two came to the master bedroom again. The master bedroom is indeed spacious, with a European-style design. In addition to a large round bed that looks very valuable, there is also a small living room, a dressing table, 2 separate bathrooms, 2 cloakrooms, a full range of furniture and appliances including a television. On the south side, near the floor-to-ceiling windows, there are tables and chairs for drinking and tea, as well as a half-open small study room that can be used for working and studying. Shu Hefeng was very satisfied with this, but he directly ordered, I would like to trouble you 3 with one favor. One of the waitresses smiled and said, Sir, if you have anything to ask, please let us know.
We will do our best to serve you.
Shu Hefeng pointed around and said, turn off all the lights, draw the curtains, and then help me check carefully to see if there are any hidden cameras.
Oh, okay.
The waitress was stunned for a moment and responded quickly.
Shu Hefeng said, do you know how to check it?
The waitresses nodded and began to divide the work to turn off the lights and draw the curtains. Afterwards, he worked with Shu Hefeng to search everywhere. Zhang Yaqian didn't know any of this and could only follow Shu Hefeng in a silly and cute manner, like a clinging follower, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. The waiter was very serious and worked for half an hour before finally finishing the inspection carefully. After confirming that there was nothing, Shu Hefeng did not let them work in vain and gave each of them a tip of 100 yuan. After they left, Shu Hefeng closed the door and turned around to see the pure and lovely girl standing behind him. The beautiful girl has lowered her head shyly, her snow-white cheeks are flushed, her face is full of shyness, and her skin is white and rosy, as beautiful as peach blossoms.
Chapter 15 Do you regret?
Although she had prepared herself mentally, the sudden hug still made Zhang Yaqian's heart rise to her throat. She was so nervous that she almost forgot to breathe. That pure and beautiful face had already flushed its cheeks, making the already delicate and white face look even more rosy and bright as the morning glow. The 18-year-old girl, a pure female college student, is like a crabapple blossoming in March. From a distance, it looks like a piece of snow white and flawless, pure and clean. When you look closer, you will find that the white is pink, making the snow white look even more gorgeous. It is like the rosy skin of a young girl, delicate and shy, or intoxicated by spring. The snow-covered clothes dance in the wind, and the blushing guest is born. Especially at this moment, the girl's shy charm, coupled with her timid eyes, makes people intoxicated. At the same time, it inevitably evokes an unknown delusion. The girl was nervous and shy, and her clear eyes were filled with mist, rippling with beauty and charm.
Now, I bought you. Do you regret it? Shu Hefeng asked.
Zhang Yaqiang was stunned for a moment, raised her watery eyes and looked at Shu Hefeng, and quickly shook her head. Her voice was soft and her tone was particularly firm. No regrets. Shu Hefeng raised a slight smile at the corner of his lips and gently stroked the pretty face that was flushed as if drunk.
He didn't say any more stupid words like from now on you only belong to me. People's hearts are changeable and the world is even more unpredictable. Who can guarantee the future? How many couples have been together for lifetimes, months, and years? In the end, isn't it still just a single tree standing at the top of the Yangguan Pass, surrounded by a sea of people? He no longer believed in promises, he only looked at actions and the present. After hesitating for a moment, Shu Hefeng did not take any further action. He let go of the frightened little deer and took her hand to sit down in the living room. Seeing Zhang Yaqiang clearly heaved a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but said with a smile, "Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that I'll do something to you right now?" No, no.
Zhang Yaqiang's pretty face flushed, and she quickly shook her head, and said shyly in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "No, I'm not afraid.
I did it willingly."
Shu Hefeng smiled with satisfaction.
This girl was obviously much simpler and cleaner than Zhang Yaqiang.
I made a decision secretly in my heart. He also fought for the future. I know that she studied hard, and I also know that he worked so hard for so long just to change his fate in the end. So I decided to support her in pursuing her dream of attending Jiangnan University. Today is July 15th, which is still a long way from September 1st. There is still a lot of time to enjoy this beautiful sight. I'll take you to buy some replacement clothes, shoes, underwear, and other daily necessities later. Shu Hefeng leaned back on the sofa, picked up a cigarette, lit it, exhaled a puff of smoke, and continued. As for you, just stay here for the next few days. I will come to see you every day. On September 1st, I will send you and Yen Yen off. Zhang Yaqiang blinked in a daze, her eyes brightening as if to say, Brother Hefeng, will you allow me to continue attending Jian University? Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng pinched her small and delicate nose affectionately and said unhappily, Why? Still calling me like that? Zhang Yaqiang reacted immediately, lowered her head shyly again, hesitated for a moment, and said with her red lips, Husband.
Ahem.
The girl's shy voice was delicate and soft. It made him, a normal man who had been single for several years, feel very happy. He gently held the girl's slender, snow-white hand, feeling its soft, cool and smooth feeling. At the same time, he looked at that innocent and lovely little face and said seriously, Of course.
I allow you to pursue your dreams.
But let me make it clear first, our relationship will not change.
Don't think that you can kick me out when you become powerful and rich. From now on, you are my girlfriend, and today is our wedding night. His meaning was very clear, and Zhang Yaqiang understood it, and the girl's cheeks immediately blushed again.
But this surprise made her extremely excited, which was far greater than her shyness. She immediately looked at Shu Hefeng with tenderness in her eyes and said in a soft voice, Hubby, thank you.
I promise that I will love you forever and ever and will never leave you.
The girl's love words and the vows she made in her youth, no matter whether they will be fulfilled in the end, at least at this moment, they are definitely sincere.
Shu Hefeng looked at the girl's sincere eyes and smiled, I haven't finished yet. At Jianda, I will also make sure that I can see you at any time.
When I need you to accompany me, your future girlfriend or future wife must be there at any time.
Good.
Zhang Yaqiang agreed without any hesitation, and said with a smile, I will always be with you. Shu Hefeng nodded, and suddenly said, Also, there are some things I still need to tell you in advance.
Before Shu Hefeng could continue, Zhang Yaqiang suddenly had an idea and spoke first, Husband wants to talk about Yen Yen, right?
Shu Hefeng looked into her eyes and said, As for Yen Yen, you have always been with her, so you should understand her feelings for me. If she really likes me, I won't give up on her.
As for her, I think it's better to be honest with you. I'm very greedy right now. Chapter 16 Whatever you want, it's yours.
Zhang Yaqiang had originally made up her mind to live a good life with Shu Hefeng, but now when it comes to Yen, the beautiful girl who is as bright and brave as the sun, she suddenly feels unsure. But Shu Hefeng continued, I can promise that I will treat you all equally and love you well.
Apart from this, I will never let you suffer any grievances again.
Oh.
Zhang Yaqiang said softly, hesitated, and suddenly raised her eyes and said softly, I can see Yen Yen's feelings for you.
I also know that the reason she hates me is because my sister stole her beloved before. As she spoke, she bit her thin lips with her pearly teeth, and said with a somewhat disappointed look on her face, I didn't expect that now my sister has brought it upon herself and can no longer snatch someone away, but it's me who has snatched her sweetheart away instead. On the way here just now, I was also struggling with this matter and didn't know what to do. Having said this, she saw Shu Hefeng looking at her and realized that she was just bought by the other party. She still begged him to buy her. Although the law would not recognize it, she had already accepted it in her heart. The other party could obviously just keep her by his side, treat her like a toy or a tool, have her give birth to children for him, do his laundry and cooking for him, and be a housewife. Yet he was so considerate and understanding of her that not only did he not get her immediately, he also allowed her to continue to complete her university studies.
This alone is much better than having biased parents.
Although it was a business deal, he was really gentle and caring. This made her, who had been subjected to domestic violence and lack of love since childhood, feel grateful, warm and safe.
She suddenly smiled and said in a sweet voice, Hubby, have you forgotten that you bought it? Then she stuck out her pink tongue playfully and said coquettishly, Of course, whatever you want to do. As long as Yen Yen doesn't object.
Afterwards, she mustered up her courage, threw her soft body with a girlish fragrance into Shu Hefeng's arms, and buried her little head in his broad and soft arms. I wish to win the heart of one person and stay together till we grow old together. I've said it before, I will love you well, and I hope you can love me well, too. Shu Hefeng smiled slightly, secretly pleasantly surprised, and gently stroked the silky jade back, saying softly, Don't worry, Yen Yen is tough on the outside but soft on the inside, she won't embarrass you. The girl hesitated for a moment, then raised her beautiful face, pouted her pink and moist lips and asked, Then, what about getting married in the future?
There are also children. What will I do if I have children in the future? Shu Hefeng smiled and said, That's easy.
Marry one first, hold the wedding, divorce 2 years later, and then marry another one.
Just divorce, not leave home.
When the time comes, I will build a big villa by the sea, buy a luxury car, and we will live our lives behind closed doors without anyone disturbing us.
Let's live happily ever after.
Zhang Yaqiong hesitated for a moment, and also felt that this method was feasible. Afterwards, Shu Hefeng took Zhang Yaqiong out of the hotel and drove to a nearby shopping mall. Zhang Yaqiong, who is tall and has a pure and sweet face, wore a school uniform skirt, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender and long legs, which attracted a lot of attention. Especially when seeing her holding Shu Hefeng's hand and behaving intimately, many people were heartbroken. After walking a few steps, the two walked into a women's clothing store. Although this women's clothing brand is not an international brand, it is well known in China and can be considered a high-end domestic brand. When the waiter saw the two people come in, especially Zhang Yaqiong, his eyes were slightly surprised, and he came forward to greet them enthusiastically. Hello, both of you, what kind of clothes do you want to see? Shu Hefeng smiled and said, We're not sure either.
Is there anything suitable for her to wear? Can you recommend a few?
The waiter took a closer look at Zhang Yaqiong and said with a smile, Your girlfriend is so young and beautiful, and has such a good figure.
She must look good in anything she wears. How about trying on a skirt?
Then he led the two of them to a pink JK short skirt and said with a smile, Nowadays girls like to wear JK with a shirt. Wearing it will show their figure and make their legs longer, which is also suitable for her age. Your girlfriend's long legs are so white and perfect. She will look great in it, like a celebrity.
Shu Hefeng didn't waste any words and said directly, I think it's very good too. I want this one. Let's try the size.
Zhang Yaqiong saw the price at this time, hesitated, and said, Honey, this set is too expensive, why don't we go to other places to have a look?
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, No need, we are not short of money, just go ahead and try it, and we will buy it if it looks good.
The waiter at the side also knew who was paying, and praised with a smile, The beauty is really virtuous and sensible.
Go and try it first. We are having a promotion now, so we can give you 20% off.
Zhang Yaqiong was not a vain person, and she had been used to being simple since she was a child. She muttered quietly, even at an 80% discount, it would still be over 800 yuan.
But with Shu Hefeng's encouragement, he turned around and walked into the fitting room. Shu Hefeng leaned against the door to prevent others from entering.
Not long after, a beautiful figure walked out from inside. The snow-white shirt highlights the tender curves of the upper body, while the waist below is as slender as a willow, so thin that it cannot be grasped with one hand. Further down is a pink JK, revealing a pair of long, slender and white legs. Her skin is very fair and tender, and wearing a JK top makes her look pink, white, pure and especially sweet. The waiter had good taste and the size was just right. Shu Hefeng said directly, I want this one, and I want the blue plaid one too.
Zhang Yachong's beautiful eyes narrowed, you want 2 sets?
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, it looks good when I wear it, so I'll naturally order 2 more sets. The waiter also said with envy, yes, beautiful lady, big brother has good taste. You look really good in this outfit, it suits your temperament very well.
Even a woman like me is moved when I see it. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, anything else? Recommend a few more sets.
The waiter was naturally even more delighted when he heard this, and quickly recommended several more. For example, denim shorts with a white t-shirt, jeans with a waist-bearing light blue t-shirt, and lazy Zen-style floor-length trousers with solid color short-sleeved shirts. The trousers are loose and soft, but they make you look slimmer. The t-shirt dress paired with hot pants perfectly shows off a pair of long legs. After buying a few sets of replacement clothes, Shu Hefeng took her to a lingerie store and bought some bras and panties made of better quality. Later, I bought all the daily necessities such as shoes, socks, toiletries, etc. Finally, I bought her a mobile phone, the new Apple phone, the iPhone 7 Plus, so it would be easier to contact her. He also wants to support domestic products, but now in 2016, Apple phones are still irreplaceable and the quality is absolutely impeccable.
This was the first time in Zhang Yachong's life that she boldly went shopping in a mall. Although the products were not international brands, they were well known and expensive.
She originally wanted to just buy 2 sets of replacement clothes, but she couldn't resist Shu Hefeng's insistence. But this feeling of shopping still made her very happy, and her smile along the way was particularly sweet and never disappeared. As soon as they returned to the hotel, the innocent and lovely girl stood on tiptoe, hugged Shu Hefeng's neck, and said timidly with a blushing face, hubby, I can drink something cold today. As she spoke, a blush spread to her ears, and she said in a trembling voice, I want to reassure you and let you understand my feelings.
I really want to be with you forever.
Seeing the sweet girl taking such initiative, Shu Hefeng naturally felt obliged to do so.
Chapter 17, The joy here is like a fairyland. 2 hours later.
Shu Hefeng lay on the chaise longue on the balcony, smoking silently. Since the divorce, he has been a normal man with a strong sense of vigor and vitality.
Single for 6 years. Now that I am free, I feel relaxed both physically and mentally. Especially when facing such a pure and lovely beauty.
A sweet and pretty face, fair and delicate skin, tall and slim figure, and a graceful and curvy figure. It is so beautiful that it is beyond description, and so tender that you can squeeze out water from it. Shu Hefeng suddenly thought that it was time to go back and talk to his grandparents. He and his grandparents depend on each other for survival, and generally speaking, he would not hide anything from the 2 elderly people. The 2 of them always wanted him to find a wife, get married, and have children. Confessing the truth to them now can save the old man from being anxious, and also save him from having to force him to go on a blind date. Even though he couldn't bear to disturb the girl's sweet dream, he had to stand up and gently pat the pretty girl in his arms, saying softly,
Yachong, I need to go back.
Zhang Yachong muttered and opened her eyes blankly. When she saw Shu Hefeng looking at her with a smile, she suddenly came to her senses and her pretty face flushed. She immediately let out another moan and hid her flushed face in the quilt. Shu Hefeng was moved when he saw the girl's coy attitude, but he was busy with other things, so he could only repeat, Yachong, I have to go. Hearing that Shu Hefeng was leaving, Zhang Yachong no longer cared about being shy and poked her head out from under the quilt like a little turtle. Her beautiful eyes were filled with affection and tenderness as she looked at the man who had made her surrender physically and mentally, and she said tenderly and softly, Where are you going, husband? Her voice was originally soft and gentle, and now it was even softer and more pleasant to hear. Shu Hefeng said softly, Go home. The woman is pure and innocent, and has never been held hand by a boy before. Now she is dependent and insecure, so of course she doesn't want the man she just got to leave. I hope he can stay with me and comfort my uneasy and frightened body and mind.
But she was sensible since she was young, so she still said softly and obediently, Oh, will my husband come today?
Shu Hefeng held the pretty face with a rosy complexion in his hands, lowered his head and gave it a gentle kiss, and said with a smile, You go to sleep first, and when you wake up, I will be back.
Zhang Yachong's cheeks flushed, she smiled sweetly, and nodded obediently. Uncle, why did you just come back?
As soon as she returned to the villa, and Yen ran down from upstairs, her tone revealing a bit of resentment, Do you know that people are very worried about you?
Shu Hefeng felt inexplicably guilty in front of her and smiled, What are you worried about? Does the Zhang family dare to hit me?
And Yin saw Shu Hefeng holding some fruits, all of which she liked to eat, so she took them from him and asked curiously, "Is the money coming back?" Forehead. Shu Hefeng hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say, and said vaguely, "I guess I'm coming back."
Sort of? And Yin blinked her beautiful, ethereal, and clear eyes and asked in confusion, "What? Are you coming back or not?"
As they were talking, they had already arrived at the living room on the first floor.
Shu Hefeng lay down on the sofa and finally told her what happened at Zhang's house. After hearing the last part, Yin's heart was alarmed and she was dumbfounded and asked, "So, you spent 250,000 to buy her?" Shu Hefeng hesitated and said, "It's not considered buying. That's illegal. It's just that."
He didn't know how to describe it for a moment, and after a few breaths, he said, "It can be considered a rescue, or you can say it's a captive." Upon hearing this, Yin was speechless and started cursing in her heart.
She was already feeling bad enough because she was intercepted by Zhang Yachong's sister.
After waiting for a long time, I finally got the good news and found out that Zhang Yachong was a liar.
Now Zhang Yachong has snatched it away again?
She wondered if she owed these two sisters in her previous life.
What do you mean by rescue? It's clearly support. Uncle, how can you do this? Yin looked at him in disbelief. You are too lustful, aren't you?
Hearing this, Shu Hefeng suddenly smiled noncommittally, maybe. He changed the subject and turned to look at Yin, who was pouting in anger.
Zhang Yachong is indeed young and beautiful. I am very greedy for her now. I admit this.
As he spoke, he pulled the sulking girl to sit next to him and said with a smile,
"But if I am really lustful, can you bear it with me around?" Chapter 18, Make an appointment with someone you are destined to meet. So what are you going to do?
Shu Hefeng smiled slightly. "Let's put her in the hotel first."
Yin said with a stern face, "You don't really plan to be with her, do you?"
Shu Hefeng said, "Of course. After all, I spent nearly 300,000 yuan to buy her. She's young and pretty, with fair skin and beautiful looks.
She's a rare beauty. If I don't enjoy her well, will I just put her there as a vase? Will she be sold to other men in the future? It's better for me to be happy than to make other men happy. My money didn't come from the wind."
As he spoke, he slowly stood up and went to sit in the tea room in front of the French window. The old tea on the table had already gone cold. I tilted my head back and drank it all in one gulp. The bitterness immediately filled my mouth. At the same time, he sighed and said, "Alas, life is short, so we should enjoy it while we can." Yin was stunned for a moment, then sat down next to him and looked at Shu Hefeng at this moment. His eyes were filled with loneliness and ambition. His eyes were melancholy, but his edge was hidden. "Uncle, you seem to have changed." After looking for a long time, Yin suddenly spoke again. "Before, you were kind-hearted and had a positive outlook. Even if you felt sorry for Zhang Yachong and spent 300,000 yuan to buy her, you would not easily say that you were greedy for her body. In the 6 years since his divorce, Shu Hefeng has felt lost, sad, and decadent, but he has never casually looked for another woman outside." Shu Hefeng chuckled and said, "It's easy to change the hearts of old friends, but it's easy to change the hearts of old friends.
You don't understand, and you don't know what I've been through. I've been heartbroken by women twice, how can I still believe in love? Now that we are middle-aged, what is there to talk about kindness and having a positive outlook? Yen, a person's life usually only lasts for 70 years.
10 years of youth are spent in ignorance, 10 years of old age and weakness are spent in illness and pain, and those who can enjoy themselves only have 50 years. It has been 6 years since my divorce, and I am 30 now.
If you don't enjoy yourself, you'll get old." Hearing this, Yin muttered vaguely, "Who won't let you enjoy it? I've given you hints so many times, but you haven't responded."
It's not in vain to call her a little vixen.
Shu Hefeng didn't hear clearly and asked in confusion, "What are you mumbling about?" Yin glanced at him resentfully and said coquettishly, "Nothing. We have a BB at home, why spend money to send her to a hotel?"
Shu Hefeng certainly wouldn't say that he did it for his own convenience.
He just said lightly, "It's more convenient at the hotel." Yin said, "Then bring her here."
This time, she would compete openly and honestly, and would never let that vixen get the better of her again.
Shu Hefeng was surprised and asked, "Don't you hate her very much?" Yin rolled her eyes cutely and said unhappily, "Didn't someone say he wanted to raise that little vixen?" "What? You still want to keep it outside?"
Shu Hefeng chuckled, and seeing that it was getting late, he drove back to his grandmother's house. After explaining the situation, I returned to the hotel and saw Zhang Yacheng sleeping soundly.
An hour later,
Shu Hefeng leisurely finished smoking another cigarette. At this moment, a cigarette is really better than being a living god. Seeing the girl next to him eating potato noodles with a blushing pretty face, he couldn't help feeling a little proud and refreshed.
The spiritual satisfaction of having such a beautiful girl is unimaginable.
She is the goddess in the hearts of many young men and the white moonlight that many little boys long for but cannot obtain. But now, she is very well behaved in front of me.
This girl hadn't had lunch yet and was obviously starving.
While she was eating, Shu Hefeng went to the gym and started exercising. Although I didn't exercise much these 2 days, I ate diet meals. I lost 0.8 kilograms yesterday, and as of today, I am still 1.95 kilograms thinner. Because the system rewards 2 million for every kg lost, so with only 0.05 kilograms left, you can get 4 million. After exercising for half an hour, Shu Hefeng's clothes were already soaked with sweat. He went to the bedroom, took a shower, and went to the bathroom. The system's voice finally sounded.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have lost 2 kilograms and will be rewarded 4 million. Shu Hefeng was delighted and opened his panel properties.
Host, Shu Hefeng. Height, 188 centimeters.
Age, 30. Weight, originally 106 kilograms, now 104 kilograms. Special abilities, 1. View the woman's faceplate. 2.
Portable space 10M 10M 10M. Property, 4 units in Zhangcheng. Car, Wuling Magic Car.
Total assets, 17,279,000 plus.
Sales balance, 4618. Bonus balance, 46180. Consumption cashback balance, 0.
Looking at his total assets and thinking about his Wuling car, Shu Hefeng felt that it was time to buy another car for commuting. At the same time, some industries should also be expanded.
The current daily turnover of the BB is only about 2,000 yuan.
Even during the peak season, it would probably only double that. This thing is next to the sea, and its main feature is the sea view.
It only makes more money during the summer vacation.
After the summer vacation, especially in winter, the number of tourists drops sharply and there is often no profit. There are not many choices before him now, including supermarkets, hotels, BBS, bars, internet cafes, and restaurants. Shu Hefeng suddenly turned his gaze and looked at Zhang Yacheng outside through the glass wall of the gym.
Why not open a store next to Jiangda?
This way, I can make money and see Zhang Yacheng at any time. In this way, by opening a shop near Jiangda University, I can not only make money, but also ask Zhang Yacheng to accompany me whenever I need it.
I can also accompany them and protect them.
Don't end up in a long-distance relationship, which would give others an opportunity to take advantage of you. Those hot-blooded young men have a lot of free time. When they see beauties like Zhang Yacheng and an Yen, they must have countless suitors and pesterers.
Some people may even resort to underhanded tactics.
Being around, I can also better protect them from harassment. As for them, they can help me in the store and keep me company in their spare time. It's the best of both worlds.
Moreover, there is basically no shortage of passenger flow around Jiangda.
If you open a supermarket, hotel, or internet cafe, you basically don't have to worry about losing money, and the turnover will definitely be considerable.
Chapter 19, Cultivate Relationships. In the suite on the top floor of the hotel,
Zhang Yacheng was wearing her newly bought short-sleeved cartoon nightgown and was lying on the desk reading a romance novel. She is always very quiet, serious, and focused at this time. She looks serious, quiet, and elegant. A short-sleeved nightgown is a nightgown that looks like a long t-shirt. But the hem is very long and directly covers the hips. It looks like she is only wearing a t-shirt, revealing a pair of long legs.
When people see it, they will always have endless imagination.
Shu Hefeng on the other side was sitting in the tea room,
drinking tea and watching TV series on mobile phone.
Occasionally I get up and stretch, stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, look at the sea and feel the breeze. Or look through the transparent glass door at the quiet girl in the study on the other side. Neither of them affected the other, and the suite was quiet and warm. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye it was already evening. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded, and a crescent-shaped moon emerged from the sea in the east.
Shu Hefeng went downstairs to get the takeaway.
As soon as he entered the door, the girl rushed into his arms like a gust of fragrant wind and said delicately,
"Honey, what delicious food did you buy?" For Zhang Yaqiong, Shu Hefeng is her first love in life. And when it comes to first love, we have just gotten together. Just gave my all. During this period of time, the girl is always very dependent on her lover. She really wanted to stay with Shu Hefeng forever. Although I appeared to be quietly reading a novel this afternoon, I secretly suppressed the urge to go find him and cuddle with him countless times. The girl was shy and felt embarrassed since they had just gotten together. Now that it was dinner time, she had a legitimate reason and couldn't wait to throw herself into Shu Hefeng's arms. Shu Hefeng put his arm around her slender waist, picked her up, and walked towards the restaurant, saying softly, "It's nothing, just 2 servings of sea cucumber porridge, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish, with some fruit and vegetable salad." As she spoke, Zhang Yaqiong took the initiative to put her arms around Shu Hefeng's neck, and her 2 long, snow-white legs clung to him like an octopus. Letting Shu Hefeng carry her towards the restaurant, the girl just tilted her pretty face up and looked at him with her charming eyes. Shu Hefeng enjoyed the softness of the girl's body, and reminded her, "When I have time, I will take you to eat all the delicacies in Jiangcheng." Zhang Yaqiong's pink lips suddenly curved into a sweet arc, and she looked at Shu Hefeng with a drawn look, and said sweetly, "It doesn't matter if I eat a big meal or not, I just want to be with my husband every day and be with him all the time." In the past, she only had a good impression of Shu Hefeng, the kind of good impression she had for her brother. Later, the other person became his sister's fiancé, so he was directly treated as his brother-in-law. But now, she was sold out by her parents and had the most intimate relationship between a man and a woman with Shu Hefeng. This good impression has changed quietly. It becomes ambiguous, becomes charming, and then after several intimate moments, turns into love. The girl's mood changed slightly as she tasted love for the first time. It seemed as if the whole world was filled with pink bubbles. The look she gave Shu Hefeng was also full of admiration, as if she was about to melt. Shu Hefeng listened to the girl's attachment and couldn't help feeling a little proud. He threw the takeaway on the table, then lowered his head and gave the girl a deep kiss on her pink and tender lips, smiling and saying, "Well, after we have a good time here for a few days, come back home with me." As he spoke, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his lips. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "When the time comes, I will love you day and night." They say love grows over time, so we should take advantage of this time to cultivate our relationship. After these few words, the girl blushed and shyly buried her head in Shu Hefeng's hands. The following dinner was exceptionally beautiful and sweet. After dinner, Shu Hefeng carried Zhang Yaqiong's soft body to the balcony of the master bedroom, and they lay down on the chaise longue. Young girls crave the tenderness of men, and mature men covet the whiteness and tenderness of young girls. The moonlight passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell on the 2 men and women who loved each other, making them look extremely beautiful. Chapter 20 Breakfast. The next morning, Zhang Yaqiong woke up slowly and turned around to see Shu Hefeng sleeping soundly. She climbed down from the mattress, took out her cell phone and saw that it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. This was the first time she had slept in 3 years. He went to the kitchen refrigerator, took out a bottle of expensive mineral water, and started drinking it. It was not until the bottle was empty that a refreshing sound was heard. She returned to the bedroom and was shocked to see Shu Hefeng, who was still asleep with a smile on his lips. There was a refreshing sea breeze blowing in from the window. The man was handsome and steady as a mountain. The girl couldn't help but feel her eyes empty, her thoughts flying back to last night. Her pretty face, which was already as if drunk, became even more blushing. Her fair face was rosy, as bright as the first snow, as gorgeous as peach blossoms, pure and charming. She took a deep breath, carefully picked up her pajamas and put them on, then walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and pulled the curtains on both sides. Then he tiptoed out of the master bedroom, ate some fruit, drank a cup of yogurt, and went straight to the study to read. The good thing about such an expensive suite is that it has all kinds of books. "Hubby, you're awake." At 12:30 in the afternoon, Shu Hefeng stretched and just got out of bed. He heard a soft and tender voice. Turning around, I saw Zhang Yaqiong running in like a gust of wind. She threw herself into his arms like a swallow. Shu Hefeng was happy last night and slept very soundly. "Yaqiong, what time did you wake up?" Zhang Yaqiong's pink lips were filled with a bright and sweet arc, and she said as if to take credit, "I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Really? Why don't you get more sleep?" Shu Hefeng smiled slightly. Zhang Yaqiong nodded coquettishly and said, "Yeah, I'm not sleepy anymore." She pouted her lips and said in a delicate voice, "Hubby, I'm hungry." Since his young wife asked to be fed, Shu Hefeng naturally had to make good arrangements. He carefully selected some porridge and meat and vegetable dishes, and also ordered a fat-reducing meal for himself.
After that, I washed up and went to the gym to exercise. He is still very fat now, so exercise needs to be gradual, and Shu Hefeng is not in a hurry for quick results. I did 40 minutes of brisk walking, jogging and aerobic exercise, and then the takeaway arrived. Shu Hefeng was not in a hurry to eat. He took Zhang Yachong to the spa room and did some aerobic exercises as a late breakfast. Then they started to eat lunch. After the fat-reducing meal, it's his next meal. He won't eat anything else until he loses weight to his target weight. After all, losing weight can not only restore his previous handsome appearance, but also improve his physical condition and make him tens of millions.
He has no reason not to do it. Even motivated.
After he loses weight and regains his peak appearance, he will try to sell Huangmao to the parts disassembly area and enjoy his life. If you are rich and good looking, you should live your life to the fullest. But how to get that yellow-haired guy to the southeast to dismantle the parts is also a problem, which requires careful planning. Shu Hefeng thought about it for a long time and finally made up his mind to completely resolve the matter before Jiangcheng University started and then start a new life.
Officially experience life in the Heavenly Palace. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we returned to the beach villa from the hotel. Seeing a white Mercedes-Benz convertible sports car parked in the yard, he knew that the second daughter of the Lin family had arrived. This Mercedes-Benz SL Class AMG convertible coupe is said to cost 2 million yuan.
It was a birthday gift given by Lin Jiyue's father when she turned 18 4 months ago. Shu Hefeng felt a little urgent to pee, so he rushed directly into the toilet on the first floor. Unexpectedly, when I opened the door, I saw a girl with long wavy hair sitting on the toilet. The white dress was lifted up. When Shu Hefeng saw the girl also saw him.
Ah! Ah!
Both of them were startled and cried out at the same time. The girl saw Shu Hefeng looking at her in confusion, then looked down. She immediately reacted and hurriedly covered her face with the hem of her skirt. Her delicate cheeks, 3 points whiter than snow, turned red, and she said angrily, "Uncle. You're still looking."
Ahem, sorry.
Shu Hefeng finally reacted and quickly stepped out, but suddenly came back and closed the door.
Forcefully delete the yellow Pikachu from your mind.
I felt a strong urge to urinate at the moment, so I went straight to the second floor.
Chapter 21. The second miss of the Lin family is shy.
After relieving himself, he went downstairs and saw the girl who had just revealed her glory was now sitting on the sofa in the living room.
Lin Jiyue.
She was crossing her legs and looking at him calmly.
When their eyes met, Shu Hefeng felt a little guilty and waved awkwardly, "Hi."
After he finished speaking, he saw Lin Jiyue sitting there quietly, her face as calm as the lake surface untouched by the sunlight in the early morning, and she still looked at him indifferently. Those eyes have no warmth and no emotions, they just stare at you quietly and without a trace of emotion.
People can't help but feel an inexplicable pressure.
Shu Hefeng took a deep breath, and for some reason his mind was suddenly filled with the scene of snow-white legs. After hesitating for a moment, he hurried back to his room awkwardly. As the door slammed shut, the beautiful girl sitting on the sofa blinked her long eyelashes.
Thinking of Shu Hefeng's embarrassed look just now and his fleeing back, it was quite interesting.
Finally, he couldn't help laughing and burst out in laughter. A gentle breeze blew in from the window, and her long hair moved slightly. The bright sunlight shone on her snow-white face, and her icy skin seemed to be glowing. Her eyes moved slightly, her cherry red lips curled up in a playful expression, and she slowly stood up. Lin Jiyue has a tall figure, and her slender waist is straight yet soft as she moves with lotus steps. Her steps are light and graceful, like a breeze, leisurely and comfortable, giving people a sense of elegance and confidence.
Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 light knocks on the door. Shu Hefeng in the room frowned and said quickly, "Come in."
As he finished speaking, the door of the room was pushed open. Then a tall and graceful white figure walked in. Shu Hefeng quickly stood up and said with a wry smile,
Jiyue, what's the matter?"
Lin Jiyue curved her cherry lips into a sweet and elegant smile, but did not speak immediately. Instead, he looked around his room and then sat down on the gaming chair next to him. Turning his head to look at Shu Hefeng, he said with a smile, "When there are guests of the opposite sex at home, does an uncle not knock on the door when going to the bathroom?"
Shu Hefeng quickly explained, "I thought you and Yan Yan were on the 3rd floor, so." "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it."
Hearing this, Lin Jiyue raised her eyebrows, and her clear and beautiful eyes, like a pool of spring water under the moon, stared at him, and said with a smile, "Really?" As she spoke, she suddenly stood up and came in front of Shu Hefeng, raised her beautiful face, and opened her red lips slightly, "Then tell me, uncle, what did you see just now?" Shu Hefeng looked at the beautiful face so close to him. The girl has an oval face, bright eyes, white teeth, picturesque eyebrows, a delicate nose, cherry red lips, and a small mouth shaped like petals. Looking closely, the skin is as white as ice and as smooth as jade, with almost no flaws, and even the pores are gone. Shu Hefeng wanted to say that he saw nothing. But Lin Jiyue seemed to see through his thoughts. She tilted her head, narrowed her beautiful eyes into a dangerous arc, and said with a smile in a gentle and soft voice, "If you don't tell the truth, I'll go to Yin Yan and complain. Say you peeked at me when I went to the bathroom." Don't. Shu Hefeng hurriedly stopped him, hesitated, and said awkwardly, "I didn't see anything,
I saw the legs and the yellow one."
Lin Jiyue had a sweet and harmless smile on her pretty face.
She didn't seem angry at all. She just asked, "Anything else?" And, I only saw a little bit.
Like a mythical beast in the legend.
Naturally, he didn't dare to say the following words.
The snow-white, playful cheeks were covered with a layer of blush without knowing when. Lin Jiyue blushed and lowered her head, then turned away somewhat embarrassedly.
The room fell into silence for a moment. The atmosphere was awkward.
After a while, Lin Jiyue suddenly turned around again, seeming to have calmed down.
The little face is quiet and elegant.
When I look at Shu Hefeng inadvertently, her cheeks are still white with a hint of rosy pink.
Well, tell me, how do we solve this problem? You've seen my body, you should at least show some appreciation, right? Chapter 22, Under Pressure. Show? How do you show this? Shu Hefeng pretended to be embarrassed and said, "How about I compensate you 10,000? A cent?"
He originally wanted to say 10,000 yuan. Suddenly I thought that 10,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for the beautiful, rich, and white second daughter. 10,000 more is not too much, and 10,000 less is not too little.
I feel a little sorry for myself.
So I changed the unit to points. Of course, that was also a joke. After all, they have known each other for 5 or 6 years. Lin Jiyue didn't react for a moment and was stunned for a moment.
She couldn't help feeling angry and amused.
She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him coquettishly, and said in a tender voice, "I need your 10,000, can I share it?" Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "That's right, a rich lady like you naturally doesn't need my money."
Although it was unintentional, I did look at your body.
If this happened in ancient times, it would be equivalent to ruining one's innocence.
He was a little embarrassed and hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, "Then, I'll let you see it once, too? So we're even now?" Lin Jiyue and An Yen have been deskmates since junior high school and have been inseparable.
During holidays, he often comes to see An Yen, and even stays here for a few days when he has nothing to do. He is also naturally familiar with Shu Hefeng. Lin Jiyue was speechless for a moment after hearing this. She immediately crossed her arms over her chest, and her youthfulness began to form a graceful curve under her clothes. At the same time, she pouted and said unhappily,
"That joke isn't funny at all." Shu Hefeng shrugged helplessly, "There's nothing I can do about it. You're not short of money.
If I show it to you, you'll think I'm taking advantage of you.
I don't know what to do, otherwise." Having said this, he suddenly paused and said with a chuckle, "Promise yourself to me?" Lin Jiyue's beautiful eyes narrowed, but she was not angry. She just narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "Uncle, are you teasing me?" I'll go tell Yen Yen." As she said this, she put her hands behind her back with a proud look on her face, which made her slender waist look even more prominent, and she raised her long legs to walk away. "Come on, Jiyue, I'm just kidding."
Seeing this, Shu Hefeng quickly grabbed her wrist. Lin Jiyue is in her prime, and she has already grown into a slender and graceful lady with a charming figure. She looks skinny and thin, with narrow shoulders, waist, and hips. Holding her wrist at this moment, although it felt fleshy and soft, the bones were extremely thin.
Lin Jiyue's wrist was grabbed.
Perhaps in a hurry, Shu Hefeng used too much force.
Or maybe Lin Jiyue's wrist is just too thin. I couldn't help but cry out in pain, "Uncle, you hurt me."
When Shu Hefeng heard this, he immediately let go of her hand as if he had received an electric shock, and quickly said, Sorry, I really didn't mean it." Lin Jiyue moved her wrist and found that the red mark on her wrist was light and disappeared quickly. She couldn't help but glance at him.
"But I didn't go to complain again."
She just crossed her arms and looked up at Shu Hefeng with her bright eyes. Shu Hefeng looked at the beautiful girl in front of him.
Like Lin Jiyue, An Yen, and Zhang Yaqiong, the three girls all have fair skin, slim waists, long legs and a slender figure, and are pure and sweet. Even in Yen, the shortest of the three, is 169 centimeters tall. The difference is that Zhang Yaqiong has a gentle personality. Her voice is always soft and gentle when she speaks to people, and her eyes are always gentle and smiling when she looks at people. He has tried on her slender waist, which is as soft as water and as gentle as if it has no bones. And Yen is a bit of a contrast. She has a pure and lovely appearance, a sweet look, a cute and cheerful personality, dares to love and hate, and is straightforward and honest. She was born in the year of the tiger, so she has some tiger energy in her. Not only does he not allow others to bully him, he also has a strong sense of justice. Lin Jiyue is 174 centimeters tall, with a thin waist and really long, white, straight and thin legs. Moreover, she has been learning piano, guzheng, and dancing since she was young. The flexibility of the body is simply amazing. Anyone who has had a girlfriend who was a dancer knows how sweet it is. You can definitely use your intelligence and talents. The appearance is equally sweet, with fair skin, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her body is the best among the three girls, curvy, graceful, tall, and sexy. Full of pure desire. But for some reason, my health was not very good. I was weak and sickly, and often had fever and colds. His personality seems a little cold in front of strangers. For example, when Shu Hefeng first met her, she looked cool and elegant, quiet and intellectual, and had the temperament of a lady from a wealthy family. But after getting to know each other, this girl became much more lively in front of an Yen and him, even a little crazy. She can be quiet, sentimental, coquettish, and cute. He would tease Shu Hefeng from time to time and make jokes with him. Okay, then how do you solve it? Whatever you say, we'll do it. Real? Lin Jiyue's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with little stars, and her snow-white face had shallow dimples, making her look particularly bright and sweet. Seeing Shu Hefeng nod, he suddenly felt a little proud. She looked up at Shu Hefeng, hesitated, and her charming eyes suddenly showed a sly look. She opened her mouth to speak, but her cheeks naturally turned red before she said anything. She bit her cherry lips with her pearly teeth, finally made up her mind, and said with a wicked smile. Yen Yen is taking a nap upstairs, go and get her. Take down? What do you mean? Shu Hefeng frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Lin Jiyue naturally knew that her best friend had always had a crush on Shu Hefeng. Seeing that the two of them hadn't made any further progress in all these years, he decided to take the opportunity to help her. That's what I meant. She likes you anyway. No. Shu Hefeng firmly refused. Lin Jiyue was anxious and asked in confusion, why not? She obviously likes you so much. Shu Hefeng shook his head and said firmly, some things cannot be done just by liking them. She is the daughter of my friend. He saved my life and entrusted his daughter to me before he died. You want me to take her down? Lin Jiyue said unhappily, so what? As long as we truly love each other, it's fine. It's a different era now, and you're still so old-fashioned. Then he urged, go quickly, she is already an adult, waiting to be your wife. As a man, Shu Hefeng naturally thought about it, but he felt that he still needed to wait for an opportunity to talk about it after the two of them had opened their hearts to each other. Seeing that he was still indifferent, Lin Jiyue, who wanted to see a good show, suddenly became anxious and provoked him. Hey, I've been secretly in love with you for so long, why are you so cowardly? Are you a man? As soon as she said this, she regretted it. What she didn't expect was that Shu Hefeng suddenly hugged her slender waist, took her to fall on the Simmons mattress, and said in a deep voice, then let you verify for yourself whether I am a man or not. Change image. Chapter 23, Pale Face. Looking down, Lin Jiyue was frightened by this sudden action and looked at a loss. Shu Hefeng wanted to make fun of this outspoken young lady, so he simply gave up his hands and pressed his entire body on her. In this way, their bodies were pressed tightly together. The two of them were facing each other, and that pure and beautiful face was also within reach. Snow-like skin, picturesque eyebrows, beautiful nose, and tempting cherry lips. The delicate facial features are stunning. The girl's breath was as fragrant as orchid, blowing on his face. The faint body fragrance and the elegant floral scent filled his mouth and nose, which made him particularly enjoyable. Ouch! You're so heavy! Lin Jiyue felt suffocated for a moment, but only for a moment. Seeing Shu Hefeng's south face so close to him, Lin Jiyue struggled, but found it was of no use and she was unable to break free. What do you want to do? Shu Hefeng said with a sly smile, a man and a girl, alone in a room, what do you want to do? Lin Jiyue said awkwardly, if you dare to touch me, you will be dead. My brother will not let you go.
Shu Hefeng sneered, who cares? I can get you, the youngest daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng, the pure and innocent second daughter of the Lin family with fair skin, beautiful face, slim waist, and long legs.
It's not a loss to die. Isn't there a saying that goes to die under the peony flowers is as romantic as a ghost?
He then ripped open his shirt and said with a sly smile, it's a good opportunity for you, a pure, white, rich and beautiful woman, to see if I am a man or not. Having said that, he doesn't want to go to jail. This was just to scare her. Lin Jiyue immediately closed her eyes, her features tightened in fear. Well, uncle, don't.
I'm just joking, you, don't take it seriously, okay?
Shu Hefeng came close to her, and stopped only when their noses were about to touch.
He smiled and said, some jokes are not allowed. Don't you know that?
The man's breath hit her face, and the oppressive feeling made Lin Jiyue feel inexplicably comfortable. After hesitating for a moment, she begged for mercy, I won't dare to do it again.
Good uncle, I'm almost crushed by you.
Shu Hefeng hesitated for a moment, then supported himself on the bed with his hands reluctantly.
Just getting ready.
A slender, snow-white hand suddenly grabbed his hand.
Don't move. Shu Hefeng was stunned for a moment and looked down in confusion.
Lin Jiyue's soft and clear voice trembled slightly, and an unnatural look of drunkenness appeared on her face.
Wait, you can get up later. That's fine, too.
The oppressive feeling just now suddenly disappeared, and she suddenly felt empty.
Shu Hefeng looked at her strangely, hesitated, and tentatively let go of her hand again, pressing the weight of his entire body on that petite, snow-white body.
The familiar feeling of oppression came over me again, but this time for some reason, I didn't feel any discomfort. The other person's weight and body temperature also made her feel surrounded by comfort and warmth.
I feel inexplicably at ease.
Shu Hefeng felt a little strange. It seemed that when she was with Zhang Yacheng before, she also liked to be on top of herself.
She often acts coquettishly and expectantly asks for pressure. Could it be that some girls just like this? Don't you feel uncomfortable?
However, since the other party had such a strange request, he was happy to serve. The two of them hugged each other in this weird way.
Sometimes Lin Jiyue twisted her body, and sometimes Shu Hefeng moved around.
The room fell silent.
The only sounds were the two people's breathing in close proximity and the ticking of the electronic clock on the wall. As the sun set in the evening, Shu Hefeng had a delicious diet meal prepared by the Lin family's nanny and rested for half an hour in the pavilion, smoking a cigarette and drinking a little wine. I went straight upstairs to the gym to exercise. Lin Jiyue and an Ian held hands, skipped through the back garden of the villa, and played on the beach. The sea breeze in June is no longer cold.
The two girls seemed very happy, and their cheerful laughter and playfulness, as hearty as silver bells, could be heard from afar. When they were tired from playing, they just lay down on the beach chairs, quietly looking at the bright moon on the sea, enjoying the rare comfort. Lin Jiyue hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, Yen Yen, I see that uncle is smoking and drinking, why don't you do anything about him? Chapter 24, Deep in the forest, no one knows, the bright moon shines.
Manage? How do you manage?
Hearing this, an Ian lifted her hair and said helplessly, he didn't smoke originally. After what happened with that bitch, he has been completely devastated. I didn't say a word every day, never left the house, and only knew how to drink, smoke, and eat barbecue like crazy, so I gained 100 pounds.
Lin Jiyue said in a tender voice, isn't he feeling much better now?
Since he has made up his mind to lose weight, he should also quit smoking and drinking. It's not good for his health.
And Ian's eyes flashed with confusion.
She didn't understand why her best friend suddenly cared about the uncle, but she still said, I know it's not good, but I can't stop. He looks better, but he must still be very tired and upset. It's good to smoke a cigarette and drink a little wine to relieve his stress.
Lin Jiyue said unhappily, you, just spoil him.
And Ian smiled shyly, he spoiled me when I was a child. Now that I'm grown up, it's natural for me to spoil him. As he spoke, he curled up his legs and held them with his hands. He said in a faint voice, before, apart from smoking, drinking, and looking after the baby, he would go fishing, drink tea, and read books every day, just like that ancient hermit.
My grandma asked him to go on a blind date but he refused.
At this point, under the moonlight, Annie Yen's pretty face suddenly blushed, and she continued shyly, I was so proactive, but he played dumb and didn't respond.
It seems like I was heartbroken by a woman.
We were all afraid that he would become a monk.
Then Zhang Yacheng's incident happened. I thought he liked his white moonlight and didn't like me.
Who would have known that he had already known her plot and was just taking advantage of it? Now there's Zhang Yaqiong involved. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be a little interested in that little vixen.
Lin Jiyue frowned and asked in confusion, what's so good about that little vixen? Why are so many men chasing after her?
She was also surprised. I was a famous beauty in school before, and I had a good family background.
My family was one of the richest families in Zhengcheng. I could say that I was the richest person in Zhengcheng.
As the daughter of the richest man in Zhengcheng, she can dance, play the piano, and play the guzheng. She is both talented and beautiful, and she is no less beautiful than Zhang Yaqiong. Why are there so many people chasing Zhang Yaqiong, and many chasing An Yen, but only a few chasing me?
If there are any, they are just a few pretentious second generations? An Yen rolled her eyes cutely and said sourly. Who knows?
Maybe men like the way she acts delicate, gentle, and sympathetic all day long. Lin Jiyue said, then you better hold on tight, don't let her snatch your uncle away. An Yen curled her lips, sighed, and said distressfully, Uncle's attitude towards me is weird now, so distant. I can feel that he has feelings for me, but he always backs down at the last minute. Lin Jiyue chuckled and said, that means your skills in flirting with men are not good enough.
An Yen rolled her eyes cutely and said with a smile, you have good skills, so why don't you come?
You've been teaching me how to flirt with an uncle all day long, but you yourself have never been in a relationship or flirted with a man before, right?
Why don't you test your skills on an uncle? Lin Jiyue said unhappily, he's your man, how can I try?
As he spoke, the ambiguity in the afternoon came to his mind. Just thinking about it makes me blush and my heart beat faster.
An Yen said generously, it's okay, we are sisters, you can try whatever you want. Just come back after you try it.
Having said this, the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise, and she patted Lin Jiyue's shoulder and encouraged, seduce the uncle well, let him see the charm of you, a white, rich and beautiful campus goddess.
Just in time to beat that little vixen.
Lin Jiyue hesitated for a moment, and recalled that ambiguous and pressing feeling again. The indescribable feeling of comfort and the inexplicable sense of security made her say, okay, let's give it a try.
Don't regret it. An Yen didn't care at all.
She turned over and laid her slender body on the beach chair, enjoying the cool sea breeze.
She couldn't help but ask, aren't your parents coming back yet?
Lin Jiyue shrugged helplessly, pouted her lips, and said with a depressed mood, if you don't come back, let me go to the capital to find them.
His family started out in Zhengcheng with real estate. Now, except for real estate, most of the family's businesses have basically moved to the capital. Doing business there, he is well known in the fields of trade, manufacturing, etc. Since she was 10 years old, her parents rarely came back. Her brothers and sisters later graduated from college and joined the family company. They were also busy and seldom came home. She is the only one living with her grandparents in Zhangcheng. An Yen said, it would have been great if you had appeared in the first photo shoot, so you could have been reunited with them. With your looks and figure, you will definitely be able to dominate the entertainment industry in the future and become a popular star. I've become someone who knows big stars. No way.
Lin Jiyue shook her head and said firmly, at first they wanted me to study abroad. My grandparents are old, and they want to live in their hometown, Zhangcheng.
What will they do if I leave?
Stay in Zhangcheng, so I can come back to visit them often. All old people want to return to their roots, and her grandparents are no exception. Her parents, brothers and sisters are not at home all year round, so she basically grew up with her grandparents and naturally doesn't want to leave them.
Leave the old couple alone. An Yen smiled and said, that's good too.
We can stay in Zhangcheng together so that we can always be together. The two girls chatted for a while, and as it was getting dark, they returned to the villa together. The nanny was still cleaning the room, while Shu Hefeng had finished his exercise and was sitting on the terrace drinking. The two beautiful girls looked at each other, and tiptoed to behind Shu Hefeng.
An Yen gave Lin Jiyue a wink. The latter immediately understood and reached out to cover Shu Hefeng's eyes.
Shu Hefeng had heard the voice behind him before, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Now his eyes were covered by a pair of cold and soft hands. Naturally, he knew that the other party was just being naughty and making him guess. The night breeze blew gently, bringing coolness and the familiar body fragrance of a young girl. The elegant and charming flavor, like the melodious sound of a piano, lingered in his heart, leaving him with endless aftertastes to this day. Shu Hefeng grabbed the girl's hand and said with a smile, no one knows in the deep forest, the bright moon is here to shine on us.
Ziyue, your old man is really good at naming.
Ha! Lin Jiyue made a surprised sound, let go of his hand, and sat down beside him with an Ian. Then he asked curiously, "Uncle, how do you know it's someone else?" And Ian also blinked her clear eyes, full of confusion. Shu Hefeng laughed and said, "You girls always smell good even if you don't wear perfume, and the scents are different, so they can be easily distinguished."
That's awesome, Uncle.
Chapter 25, Acting Like a Spoiled Child.
Lin Jiyue blinked her bright eyes and said in disbelief, "Are you the legendary scent-scented woman?" Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that mysterious. It's because I smelled your body fragrance, so I remember it."
"Oh?" And Ian, who was standing by, raised her eyebrows immediately, looked at Shu Hefeng and Lin Jiyue suspiciously, and said with a smile, "Uncle knows Jiyue so well that he can even smell her scent?"
"You haven't seen her for 2 months, right?
Her sister brought this perfume from abroad a few days ago."
"When did you smell it?"
Shu Hefeng was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, "This afternoon, when you were having lunch break, I came back and saw Jiyue. I said a few words to her, and then I smelled it." And Ian nodded and said in a long tone, "Oh, so that's how it is."
As she spoke, she looked at her best friend Lin Jiyue and smiled, "Really? Jiyue?"
Thinking of the lovely moments in the afternoon, Lin Jiyue felt obviously guilty and nodded blankly.
And Ian didn't have any more doubts. Shu Hefeng then asked, "I want to buy another car. What car do you think is better?" And Ian's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked in surprise, "Uncle wants to buy a car? What car?" Shu Hefeng said unhappily, "Isn't this asking you?" Lin Jiyue asked curiously, "What about Uncle? What kind of car do you want to buy? What's your budget?"
Shu Hefeng said calmly, "A sedan or an off-road vehicle. The budget is about 2 to 3 million.
And Ian was surprised and asked, 2 or 3 million? So much?
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Yes, you are already in college. It's not good to drive that wooling magic car to pick you up and send you off. Driving a nice car makes you look more prestigious."
And Ian couldn't help but chuckle when she heard that.
Although she didn't care much about this, it would be great if she could take a good car to school. Lin Jiyue hesitated for a moment and said, "Uncle, with your height, temperament, and budget, I think the Mercedes-Benz G or Maybach are very suitable for you."
The G63 and Maybach S600 are both fine.
She has many cars at home. Her family has 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class cars, one for her brother, at G63, and one for her sister, at G65. However, the Mercedes-Benz G65 is more than 1 million yuan more expensive than the G63, which can be said to be as expensive as a BMW. Although it is indeed luxurious and has good performance, Lin Jiyue feels that the G63 is good enough and there is no need to pursue limits.
Big Benz? And Ian's eyes lit up. She also liked it very much, and immediately nodded and praised, "The Big Benz is good, it looks domineering."
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look tomorrow.
If it's similar, I'll just pick one up." "Really?"
And Ian's heart moved, and she raised her hand and said, "Uncle, we want to go too, please take us with you."
Shu Hefeng shook his head and said, "It's just buying a car, why are you 2 girls joining in the fun?"
Hearing this, and Ian immediately grabbed Shu Hefeng's hand and started to act coquettishly. "Oh, Uncle, it will only take a moment, it's okay.
Please, let us go."
Lin Jiyue, who was standing by, pouted her pink and tender lips, grabbed Shu Hefeng's other hand and shook it, saying coquettishly, "That's right, Uncle, take us with you.
We want to play, too. He.
Shu Hefeng was being pulled by the hands of 2 beautiful girls and was being rocked and acted like a spoiled child. The corners of his old face were harder to suppress than Barrett's. In the end, the 2 little girls simply hugged his arms, one on the left and one on the right. Shu Hefeng has just started eating meat recently, and the meat he eats is so fresh and delicious that many people will never get to eat it in their entire lives, so he is now in a state of greed. How could he bear this? In order not to make a fool of himself, he quickly stopped and said, "Stop. Okay, I'll take you there, okay?
Tomorrow morning you can sleep in as usual. We will set off on time at 8 a.m. The tourist season is about to begin. Let's first buy some toiletries and new bed sheets, and then go buy a car, okay?" Then he waved his hand and said, "Okay, go and have a rest, otherwise I won't take you with me tomorrow." "Uncle, I have something else to discuss with you."
Lin Jiyue raised her hand, looking like she was going to speak. Shu Hefeng said with a smile, "If you have something to say, just say it."
"This is not a school." Lin Jiyue stuck out her tongue cutely. The little tongue is thin and pink, so cute.
I've seen her use her tongue to curl before, and she's very flexible. My parents want me to go to Beijing, and I also want to relax, but I also want to stay at home with my grandparents and can't go far. As she spoke, she tilted her head to look at Shu Hefeng and said in a tender voice, so from now on, until the end of August, can you give me your homestay?
Huh? You want to book a homestay? Shu Hefeng frowned.
Lin Jiu said seriously, yes, I am serious. This way, I can find a place to relax and be free, and I can go back to visit my grandparents every now and then without any delay. As the girl spoke, a sweet and yearning smile appeared on her beautiful white face, and she continued. You don't have to give me a discount or anything, just follow the normal price. You can charge whatever income your BB can normally earn during the summer vacation.
Uncle, your homestay is very clean and hygienic. You and Yan Yan are right next to us. We can play together when we are free.
I don't have to worry about safety, and I won't be lonely.
I wouldn't feel safe in other places. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, why don't you just stay here? Why do you have to book a BB and spend that money?
Hey, no matter how good our relationship is, we can't keep disturbing each other.
And it's better to book a BB.
That's it, uncle, what's the price? Shu Hefeng hesitated for a moment and said, my homestay has 6 suites, of different sizes and styles.
In the winter, there are usually few customers.
Summer is the peak season, and the combined daily revenue is around 5,000.
In spring and autumn, it's average. Since you want to book it, please. Just tell me how much you think is appropriate. I will never say more. Although Jiangchang is a tourist city, there are too many homestays around it.
Although there are tourists in spring, autumn, and winter, they are very few. Each person gets a share, and the leftovers are very little, which is not enough to cover the operating costs. His homestay is located in a scenic mountain area and close to the sea, with a good geographical location. Whether in terms of decoration, style, hygiene, or environment, it is considered a high-end BB, and the price is also very high. The income from April to October is basically the income for the whole year. The summer vacation is better, I can almost fill up the house in one day.
During these 3 months, I can earn about 5,000 yuan a day. Chapter 26 Bite You.
Lin Jiu smiled brightly. No, how about this, I'll give you 10,000.
10,000? I mean about 5,000 a day. Are you raising the price?
Shu Hefeng was surprised when he heard this.
No matter how rich your family is, and no matter how little you care about, this wouldn't happen, right? He knew that this girl had a lot of money.
It is estimated that the red envelopes he receives on his birthday or during the Chinese New Year will be equivalent to the annual income of at least 10 homestays. This would cost 10,000 a day, and for 45 days, that would be 450,000. This is considered operating income, plus 10 times the gift money, which is 4.5 million. After consumption, there is another 10 times the consumption rebate, which is another 4.5 million, equivalent to an income of 9.45 million.
So cool. Lin Jiu chuckled and said, I have some more requirements, so I'll increase the price. That's it. Bank transfer or cash? Shu Hefeng said, whatever.
Okay, uncle, give me your bank card number and I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. Lin Jiu suddenly seemed to remember something, her eyes moved, and she said with a smile, but uncle, I have a request. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, tell me what the conditions are.
As long as it's not about marrying me, I'll agree to it.
Lin Jiu glared at him unhappily and said in her soft and ethereal voice, first, I will not allow anyone else to stay at the BB I booked, and I don't want any staff either.
Shu Hefeng frowned and said, no staff? Who will clean the place? Who will change the sheets and blankets? Lin Jiu flipped through the pages and said unhappily, no matter. We don't need any staff anyway.
How about this, have them come to clean every 3 days, and change the 4 sets of bedding every 3 days.
They must be new and washed. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, okay, no problem. Lin Jiu smiled complacently and added, second, I'm afraid to sleep alone at night, so I don't want any staff, but I want you. Want me? Shu Hefeng looked at her in confusion.
Even An Yen, who was standing beside her, narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at her in confusion.
Lin Jiu blinked at An Yen, then nodded and said, yes, I want you. You have to live with me in the BB. This way I will feel safe and not afraid. Shu Hefeng said, I don't have that much time. I have a lot of things to do. Let Yan Yan stay with you in the BB. It's not convenient for us to be alone. Lin Jiu said coquettishly, what's the inconvenience? Are you afraid that someone will do something to you? You wish. As for Yen Yen, hey, I'm a customer, and she's the financier behind this BB. It's inappropriate for me to spend money to invite her, the financier behind the scenes, to live with me, right? If I live with her, do I still have to spend money? Shu Hefeng hesitated, then said helplessly, okay, I will stay at the BB tonight, but I can't guarantee that I will stay there every day. If you have something urgent to do, let Yen Yen accompany you. Okay. It's a deal. Lin Jiyue achieved her goal and was very happy, like a child who got candy. The sweet and bright smile is as charming as peach blossoms. Shu Hefeng smiled slightly and said, okay, it's 10 o'clock, let's go to bed quickly. Upon hearing this, the two women gave him a resentful look, then stood up and left. Lin Jiyue looked at an Ian's back, suddenly stopped, leaned close to Shu Hefeng's ear, and whispered a few words in a soft and seductive voice. After saying that, he quickly followed, leaving behind an intoxicating fragrance. Shu Hefeng looked at the slim and graceful figure from behind, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Life is short, why should we be bound by so many rules and regulations? The right answer is to enjoy life while you can, please yourself and have no regrets in this life. In a blink of an eye, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and Mingyue finally had the chance to skip work, so she slipped away immediately. Not long after the strong wind stopped, heavy rain poured down, like beads that had broken off the string, dense and dense. In the distance, waves are surging on the sea, and the sound of waves is as loud as thunder. Shu Hefeng returned to the living room and went to the third floor to take a look at an Ian's bedroom. Seeing that the door was closed and there was no light inside, he knew that she was asleep, so he closed the doors and windows of the living room outside. After going down to the second floor, Lin Jiyue's room was also pitch black, so he closed the doors and windows and went downstairs. I went to the kitchen, got some peanuts, got a bottle of wine, and went back to the tea room. We had a drink with some peanuts and listened to the sound of wind and rain outside. In a blink of an eye, it was already midnight. Seeing that the rain was still falling, I was already a little tipsy. Shu Hefeng's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message. The person with the note GUS sent a message, Uncle, aren't you asleep yet? Shu Hefeng replied directly, right away, go to bed early. After replying the message, something suddenly occurred to him and he clicked on Lin Gui's profile picture. I saw Lin Gui's WeChat information page. Lin Gui's nickname is Yizhou. In her circle of friends, there are many of her daily sharings. I flipped through a few more pages, but didn't see any beautiful photos, and my eyelids became heavier and heavier. He put away the remaining peanuts and wine, went back to the bedroom, took off all his clothes, and fell on the bed. Suddenly I felt something move in my left hand. He was caught off guard and startled. He pulled back his left hand as if he had been electrocuted and bounced up. Who? In the dark room, Shu Hefeng's eyes were as bright as lightning. We. Ha 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 ha. A naughty girl's giggle suddenly sounded, followed by a loud laugh. The voice was not loud and was deliberately lowered a lot, but the mischief and pride in it was particularly clear. Shu Hefeng listened to the familiar voice and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He asked in confusion, Jiyu? Lin Jiyue immediately sat up from the Simmons mattress and said with a smug smile, hey, uncle, you're scared, right? Shu Hefeng said unhappily, why are you hiding in my room so late at night instead of going back to sleep? Shu. Keep your voice down. Lin Jiyue hissed and said in a tender voice, I'm afraid of the dark. It's raining and rough outside, I'm scared and want to be with you. Is that okay, uncle? The beautiful girl acted coquettishly with a sweet voice, and especially this request, it was difficult for the man to refuse. He was a little confused and didn't understand why this beautiful, wealthy young lady suddenly became so intimate with him. You, a rich and beautiful girl, suddenly asks me to stay in the same room with you at night. I definitely won't refuse. Shu Hefeng touched his chin and smiled, but if I can't help myself and do something that normal men like to do, you can't blame me. What do normal men like to do? What is that? Lin Jiyue asked curiously, looking like a pure and innocent girl who didn't know much about the world. Shu Hefeng said, it's the legendary beast thing. Oh. Lin Jiyue suddenly realized, is it the one about beasts being worse than beasts in that joke? Shu Hefeng smiled and said, yes, that's right. My ability is very powerful. Are you afraid? Snort. Lin Jiyue snorted and said a little arrogantly, I'm not afraid. If you dare to bully me, I will bite you. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes suddenly focused. Although the bedroom was dark without the moonlight, she could still vaguely see something.
Her pretty face suddenly turned red.
Uncle, why are you being a hooligan? Chapter 27 Uncle, don't come over here.
When Shu Hefeng heard the girl's shy anger, he was stunned for a moment before he suddenly reacted. But he is very thick-skinned. Instead, he moved directly in front of the girl. He couldn't see the girl's appearance at this moment. But you can see the shy girl covering her face with her hands. Thinking back to the usual days, the girl's immature body, charming face, soft voice, and clear laughter are full of youthfulness. This made him, a 30-year-old middle-aged man, secretly fascinated. Lin Jiyue naturally also felt Shu Hefeng approaching, and her body straightened nervously. She covered her eyes with her hands and quietly opened them a little. She saw that Shu Hefeng was very close to her, and her heart began to beat fast with nervousness. Whether it was to follow orders or verify her skills in flirting with men. I still really like the feeling of being close to Shu Hefeng. When the critical moment really came, she was still a young girl who had never been in love or close to a man. It's okay to talk big, but when you're really in the situation, you immediately become scared.
I began to lose control of my blushing and heartbeat.
Especially, Shu Hefeng was still honest with each other at this moment.
Uncle, don't get so close.
Seeing the girl admit defeat, Shu Hefeng said with a smile, "You came here on your own, do you regret it now?"
Press.
The sudden weight made the girl groan.
Shu Hefeng never wants any restraints when sleeping.
Lin Jiyue got her nightgown dirty while playing at the beach, so she changed into a new silk suspender mini nightgown. The suspender skirt is made of high-end genuine silk, which is extremely thin, extremely silky, and extremely soft as if it were nothing. Shu Hefeng noticed the girl's nervousness and felt a little amused.
Jiyue, you smell so good, I like it very much.
Having said that, he simply stopped using his hands and legs to support his body. The familiar weight, the familiar feeling of oppression, the familiar warmth, and even more intimate than last time. After a brief period of discomfort, she began to like the feeling again.
This feeling of oppression and warmth, this feeling of discomfort and security.
It made her, who was always afraid of the dark but slept alone, feel safe and comforted. She felt very ashamed and didn't understand why she liked this feeling. But it really made her feel comfortable.
What Yan said is true. The uncle's embrace is really warm. It makes people feel at ease and safe. It seems that the smell of cigarettes on my body is not so bad anymore. If I could be with him holding me like this every night, and staying in his arms for the rest of my life, it wouldn't be bad. She covered her face with her hands in shame, thinking secretly about her own little thoughts. Shu Hefeng suddenly grabbed her hands, and then easily opened her hands that were covering her face. The wind and rain are howling outside the window. In the dark room, the girl's beautiful face was vague and hazy. Yet there is a kind of beauty that is like a woman holding a pipa, with her face half covered. Lin Jiyue's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were misty with shame, and she looked at Shu Hefeng timidly. Although I couldn't see anything, I still couldn't help but feel my heart pounding. I hurriedly lowered my eyelids, not daring to look.
Somehow, she suddenly pulled her hands away from Shu Hefeng's hands and hugged Shu Hefeng instead. Shu Hefeng also lowered his head to hug him. But the room was pitch black at that moment, and I don't know whether intentionally or unintentionally, I failed to keep the distance right.
Then, the nose tip was offset from the nose tip.
Lin Jiyue was stunned for a moment.
Chapter 28 You provoked me.
I don't know how long it took, but the wind outside gradually died down and the rain slowed down. The drizzle fell on the puddles on the ground, creating ripples.
In the dark room,
Shu Hefeng put out the cigarette and turned his head.
I saw a little kitten curled up beside me, still shivering.
The youngest daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng, the second young lady of the Lin family, is a school beauty with a slim waist and long legs, white, rich and beautiful. After all, I am still confused and can't help myself. Shu Hefeng was a little excited, but also a little worried.
It's not easy to comfort the beautiful, rich and pretty schoolgirl after making her cry.
He didn't say anything to comfort her, he just hugged her quietly to comfort her. Feeling Shu Hefeng's hug from behind, Lin Jiyue paused, her tearful eyes rolled back and forth, and where Shu Hefeng couldn't see, a cunning flashed across her beautiful eyes. She suddenly turned over. In the silent room, the sad and choking voice of a young girl was heard at the same time.
Woo woo woo, bad uncle. It's all your fault.
She felt very aggrieved.
It's bad enough that you've been procrastinating, but you're so bold.
Shu Hefeng coughed dryly, feeling helpless. He was really wronged.
Finally, it wasn't you who took the initiative, so why are you putting the blame on others?
They hesitated for a moment, but decided to explain her.
This is not my fault, it's you. Don't say that. Lin Jiyue's face instantly turned red with shame.
Without waiting for Shu Hefeng to finish speaking, she stretched out her hand to cover Shu Hefeng's mouth to prevent him from continuing. The girl also started to show her savage temper and said, "It's all your fault, it's all your fault.
You are the one who teased them. You, how can I bear it?"
Seeing the girl being so coquettish and now crying, Shu Hefeng felt amused and helpless. He could only take her hand away and comfort her softly. "Okay, stop crying.
Just cry. Just cry."
Lin Jiyue was stunned for a moment, her eyes red and her lips pouted.
Then he complained, hateful. Not able to comfort anyone at all. Shu Hefeng felt amused and said helplessly, "Then tell me, what should I do to make you stop crying?"
The girl pouted her cherry lips again and said aggrievedly,
"I don't know what to do." "What do you think we should do?" Faced with the girl's counter-accusation, Shu Hefeng was a little hesitant.
Girls nowadays are not the type who would stay with you forever once they are together. Seeing that his chest was wet with tears, he immediately asked tentatively, "It's very simple, just be with me."
Lin Jiyue's whimpering voice stopped instantly, and she raised her tearful eyes. "With you?" Shu Hefeng said seriously, "Yes, be my girlfriend, and just marry me in the future." Lin Jiyue's data panel showed that she was as pure as the Tianshan snow lotus, untainted by anything. "No." Shu Hefeng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why? You don't like me?"
Then he laughed and said, "That's right, you are rich, beautiful, and young. I'm a 30-year-old divorced middle-aged uncle, a fat man, so I'm naturally not worthy of you." Lin Jiyue was stunned for a moment, wiped her nose in tears with her hands, and then wiped Shu Hefeng's face in angrily.
He frowned and said, "Uncle, why do you say that?" That's not what I meant. If I meant that, I wouldn't be here. It's just that we are together. What about Yan Yan? You know what she's been thinking for so many years. If I snatch you away, wouldn't that be stabbing my best friend in the back? Shu Hefeng thought to himself, what did you do earlier? Why didn't you think about your best friend before?
Seeing that Lin Jiyue disagreed, Shu Hefeng shrugged and said with a little disappointment, "Then there is nothing we can do.
How about we just pretend nothing happened?" Lin Jiyue's beautiful eyes suddenly condensed, and she said angrily, "How can you pretend that nothing happened?"
"Then I'll give you a bargain for nothing. I'm not a casual person."
Then he became unwilling. "No matter what, we must find a way."
Shu Hefeng frowned, and while the girl was stunned, he pinched her chin and said, "Lin Jiyue, you took the initiative to provoke me.
Now that it has happened, I will take responsibility for you.
As for Yan Yan, I will take care of it myself."
"Oh."
Lin Jiyue stared at the man on her body in a daze, and listening to the unquestionable tone, she could not help but nodded blankly.
"How to be responsible?"
Lin Jiyue raised the question of the soul again.
Shu Hefeng paused.
He felt that he was too fat, not handsome anymore, had no money, and had no advantages.
The other party might look down on him. But now, he wants to try again. What if he succeeds? If a toad wants to eat swan meat, how can he know that he can't eat it if he doesn't try? Thinking of this, he said directly, without considering any factors, "Right now, are you willing to be with me? Or, are you willing to marry me and stay with me forever?"
Lin Jiyue raised her long eyelashes and looked at the man in front of her with her clear and beautiful eyes.
"If you don't consider any factors?"
She suddenly blushed and whispered, When Shu Hefeng heard this, he suddenly felt proud and excited.
At the same time, I feel a little excited. Is the aesthetic so weird in this era? Why do young girls like fat men?
I can make the young and beautiful rich girl and school belle willing to be with me and marry me.
Naturally, it excited him. That's good. Then be my girlfriend now. When you graduate, we can get married.
After hearing Shu Hefeng's words, Lin Jiyue couldn't help but remain silent, and at the same time, an inexplicable strong feeling of joy surged in her heart.
But thinking of her best friend, she hesitated and said in a pleading tone, "Then, can you keep our relationship a secret for now?
Just, when there are other people around, I am still Yan Yan's best friend, and we can still get along as usual.
When there is no one around, then, I will be your girlfriend again, okay? If Yan Yan knew, she would definitely be sad and angry with me.
I don't want to lose her as my best friend."
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Of course." Aha! Hearing this, Lin Jiyue was immediately delighted and couldn't help but offer her cherry lips, saying, "Uncle, Yan Yan is right, you are so nice.
After the two of them had discussed it, they were both very happy, and they started to show affection to each other like normal couples in love. Lin Jiyue narrowed her eyes slightly, and the smile in her eyes deepened a lot.
Hee hee, uncle, from now on, you are mine. Shu Hefeng smiled slightly and said lovingly, okay, yes, I am yours and you are mine.
Upon hearing this, Lin Jiyue suddenly propped herself up and sat up, looking down at Shu Hefeng. The girl's eyes were as bright as water, but the tears had long disappeared, replaced by a feeling of excitement, surprise, and excitement.
From now on, you should stay away from all women. Don't give any woman the chance to get close to you or fantasize about you. You should understand the term distance, right? Otherwise, people will be jealous. Shu Hefeng looked at the girl who was excited, surprised, and a little cunning, and suddenly felt that he had been cheated? Chapter 29 Mr. Feng and Miss You. You're jealous of your sister.
Shu Hefeng pulled her off his body and said unhappily, go back to sleep quickly, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Lin Jiyue giggled, completely losing her tearful look from before. The little head was resting on Shu Hefeng's arm, and the right hand was placed on Shu Hefeng's stomach, as if trying to help him digest the food. At the same time, she said in a tender voice, also, you need to lose weight quickly.
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, why? Do you think I'm fat? It's too late.
Lin Jiyue said in a soft and gentle voice, no, if I disliked your fatness, I wouldn't let you take advantage of me like that. Although it's a little chubby now, people still like it very much.
But being too fat is bad for your health and can easily lead to cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases or diabetes.
I hope the man I love can be tall, handsome, and healthy, so that we can stay together better.
Yes or no?
Shu Hefeng said noncommittally, losing weight is for sure, that goes without saying. Shu Hefeng was not trying to please Lin Jiyue, but he really felt that being too fat was bad for the body. Now that he has the opportunity to make a lot of money by losing weight, he naturally won't let it go. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiyue couldn't help but smile sweetly, and tried hard to squeeze into Shu Hefeng's arms.
In the dark room, where Shu Hefeng couldn't see clearly,
those eyes, as clear as water, flickered with an inexplicable light. She and an Iyan met after they were divided into different classes in the first semester of junior high school. They became deskmates, had similar interests, were both beautiful, and had nice personalities, so they gradually became close.
The girl's mind is as poetic as a painting.
At that time, an Iyan was just beginning to fall in love, and she already had a special affection for Shu Hefeng. He kept calling Shu Hefeng uncle in front of her all day long, saying how good, powerful, and handsome he was. He is the face of the district party committee compound and has countless fans.
Shu Hefeng was praised as the best in the world.
I also treasure Shu Hefeng's handsome photos.
She looked.
He is indeed tall and handsome, with a sunny and charming smile.
Just like the idols in movies and TV dramas.
As she looked at the photo, she was attracted to the man whom she had never heard of but had never seen before, and gradually developed admiration and love for him. Not only her, but many girls in the class, like an Iyan, became his fans.
She even specifically asked an Iyan for a few handsome photos for her collection. Deep down, I have always been looking forward to meeting my idol.
Later on the weekend, I successfully met Shu Hefeng.
She was greatly disappointed.
It turned out to be a tall and fat man.
She is indeed white, has good facial features, a good personality, and good conversation.
Even the slightly melancholy and vicissitudes of life in his eyes are charming.
But being fat ruins everything.
The male god just turned into a fat guy. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Later, although I learned that the reason he became fat was because his wife had changed her mind, I felt a little sympathetic.
But there is no longer the same admiration and worship as before.
But later, as his relationship with an Iyan became closer, he often went to her house to play and stay. We've seen each other more and have been together for a long time.
I found that the other person is indeed very charismatic.
He was gentle and kind, well-spoken, graduated from a prestigious university, and had great literary talent.
The ancient poems he wrote amazed and impressed her. He has unique insights into everything. He didn't care even if they were naughty and willful.
And he acts like a hermit all day long. He smokes, drinks tea, reads books, and grows some flowers and plants when he has nothing to do. He is usually indifferent, but occasionally reveals his melancholy and vicissitudes. His calmness and the vicissitudes in his eyes made her very curious. She wanted to understand this man and enter his inner world. In this way, he was shrouded in a veil of mystery in her heart. It made her secretly fascinated without realizing it. I couldn't help but admire his previous handsome photos. Just like that, I looked at the photos and thought about that man with such fascinating temperament. Somehow, she combined the handsome looks in the photo with the calm and relaxed temperament and amazing talent in real life. At an ignorant age, she seemed to fall in love with someone who both existed and did not exist. His name is Shu Hefeng, and her name is Lin Jiyue. She specially found relevant poems, The wind rustles the leaves on both sides, and the moon shines on a lonely boat. Her WeChat nickname, QQ name, and online name are taken from the last character of these two lines of poetry Yizhou. She often fantasized and constructed various scenes, conversations and plots with that him in her mind.
Imagine them traveling together. Dinner together.
Share each other's thoughts.
Walking hand in hand on the beach.
Hug and show affection in the park, enjoying everyone's envy and blessings.
First kiss on the top of Mount Tai.
Even when love is strong, love comes naturally.
Besides,
I took him to meet his grandparents, parents, and siblings. They all liked him very much.
Then get engaged to him and have a romantic wedding.
I even thought of the names of my son and daughter.
And the more you think about it, the deeper your love becomes. Gradually, she didn't even realize that she was becoming a little paranoid.
For the sake of her lover, she ignored all the young boys who showed interest in her. She has always had a plan in her mind, wanting to transform Shu Hefeng, to make him return to the peak of his looks and become the man in her heart. Later, when she heard that Shu Hefeng was going to marry Zhang Yaqing, she was sad for a long time. Now that I heard the good news that the other party had broken up, I couldn't help but want to get closer to him.
Otherwise, no matter how much she likes being pressed, no matter how much she likes the warmth and sense of security, how could she easily let herself be pressed by a fat man she doesn't love?
Or did you ask for it yourself?
But I always feel conflicted. Because she has a good sister.
I can't let her down and stab her in the back. The heart is like a double silk net, with thousands of knots in it.
It's okay now.
He was finally hers. He also happened to decide to lose weight. Then he will become the him in her heart.
This, she felt, they were a match made in heaven, a couple made in heaven. As for Annie Yen, this good friend,
all she could say was sorry. But she wants love and she also wants the friendship of best friends.
It's difficult to solve it right now.
That's a matter for the future, we'll talk about it later. If it really doesn't work, at worst. Lin Jiyue just hugged Shu Hefeng and snuggled in his arms. The warm embrace gave her an infatuated sense of security, and she soon felt sleepy. She was very tired, sleepy, and exhausted all over, as if she was falling apart and collapsed.
Go back. If you sleep until dawn, Yen Yen might find you.
Shu Hefeng noticed her sleepiness and reminded her at the right time.
No.
Lin Jiyue snuggled into Shu Hefeng's arms like a spoiled child. I want to sleep with Mr. Feng in my arms.
Mr. Feng? Why is this another name change?
Without waiting for Shu Hefeng to speak, Lin Jiyue laughed and said a little arrogantly, "From now on, you are my Mr. Feng, and I am your Miss You." After saying that, he finally mustered up the courage, left the warm embrace, and got off the Simmons mattress.
Chapter 30, Beautiful and Bright.
The lights were not on before, so I couldn't see the girl's face. Looking closely at this moment, the girl has bright eyes, white teeth, cold white skin, a slim waist and long legs, and is pure and beautiful. At this moment, the pretty snow-white face was flushed, and the cheeks were rosy and white.
Her whole face was shiny and smooth, radiant with glory and extremely bright.
Those beautiful eyes, as pure and clear as a pool of spring water under the moon, are now even more sparkling and rippling. Her overall state is that her pretty face is full of life, her eyes are charming, bright as the first snow, beautiful as peach blossoms, yet with a bit of purity. Besides, the girl was as naked as he was. She has a thin waist, long legs and a body as white as jade. She really has a fair complexion, pure and beautiful.
It's really amazing.
Seeing Shu Hefeng's state, Lin Jiyue felt timid and her pretty face turned red. She couldn't help but glare at Shu Hefeng shyly, put on her clothes in a hurry, and tiptoed back to her room. Thinking about what happened tonight, at the last moment, it was indeed my brain that was out of control. I took the first step and was proactive and motivated. I couldn't help feeling shy in my heart. At the same time, thinking secretly. It was agreed that it was just seduction, just temptation, and to use her special skills to seduce men.
How come you got yourself into trouble in less than half a day? Is this love? Hey, he's mine.
The next morning, Shu Hefeng got up early. Although I slept very late last night, I didn't feel tired at all at this moment.
Instead, I felt relaxed and refreshed. I got up early and exercised for an hour.
Then I weighed myself on the electronic scale and found I weighed 103 kilograms, having lost more than 2 kilograms again.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have lost 1 kilogram and are now 103 kilograms.
The bonus is 2 million. Looking at my total assets, including the bonus, it is almost 18.3 million. Now let us add in the 450,000 yuan that Lin Jiyue will give us for accommodation today. After consumption, you will get more than 9 million from the cash back in bonus. By that time, the total assets will be more than 27 million. Spending 2 or 3 million to buy a car is not a big deal. After exercising, I took a shower while humming a song, changed my clothes and came out. I saw an Yen had woken up and was standing on the terrace on the 3rd floor doing rope skipping exercise. But there was no movement on the 2nd floor.
Seeing that it was already past 7 o'clock, Shu Hefeng came to the kitchen. The dietary nanny that Lin Jiyue brought with her went back home to live at night because she also had family and children. And because the journey was a bit far and the nanny didn't have a car, she was only responsible for lunch and dinner. I didn't want to eat anything in the morning, so I just boiled 3 eggs, poured 3 cups of yogurt, took 3 bananas, and went straight to the 3rd floor.
Uncle, is it time to eat?
As soon as she saw Shu Hefeng coming up, an Yen stopped tuning and sat down happily at the table on the terrace. Well, eat, then you guys wash up, and we'll be off. Shu Hefeng said as he put breakfast on the table, then pretended to be confused and asked, Where's Jiyue? Why can't I see her? An Yen peeled the eggs with her small hands and said, It was windy and rainy last night, and the noise was too loud. She didn't sleep well the whole night, so she is catching up on her sleep. Shu Hefeng laughed and said, The wind and rain last night were indeed quite loud. Then he asked, Will she still go with you?
Does she want to rest at home?
Go! Of course.
Shu Hefeng nodded slightly, then started eating. Eggs, bananas and milk could not fill his stomach at all.
The hunger made him feel very uncomfortable and he wanted to have a big meal. But when he thought of the huge sum of 1 million, he immediately endured it. Faced with such high returns, Shu Hefeng is very motivated. After dinner, Shu Hefeng asked an Yen to hurry up and eat and wash up, and set off on time at 8 o'clock. He went to the 2nd floor and saw that Lin Jiyue's door was ajar, so he pushed it open and walked in. As June came, the weather gradually became hotter. The girl changed into a set of pajamas consisting of a t-shirt and shorts, and was sleeping soundly while hugging a big stuffed bear. Shu Hefeng closed the door gently, then walked directly to the girl and embraced her slender waist from behind. He leaned close to the girl's ear and said, Miss you, it's almost 8 o'clock. If you don't get up, we'll leave. Lin Jiyue was sleeping in a daze. They had just confirmed their relationship and she had not yet adapted to it.
Suddenly hearing a man's voice in the bedroom, I was startled and opened my eyes immediately.
Seeing Shu Hefeng hugging her, a hint of doubt flashed across her sleepy eyes. After being confused for a moment, I realized that this man was my boyfriend and they had already had the most intimate relationship. Her pretty face instantly turned red. After being frightened by this incident, she was no longer sleepy. She hugged Shu Hefeng's neck like a spoiled child and said in a tender voice, Hey, dear Mr. Deepening, do you miss me? Shu Hefeng slapped the part of her back that was raised, and said unhappily, Get up quickly. You only have 10 minutes to wash and change clothes. Lin Jiyue pouted, as if blaming the man for not understanding romance, but she still sat up and said, I still have to put on makeup. 10 minutes is not enough. How about we leave at 8:30? Shu Hefeng shook his head and said, You are so beautiful, why do you need to wear makeup? Just go without makeup. After saying that, he went back to his room to pack his things. Time passed quickly, and a quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Shu Hefeng and an Yen were waiting and watching TV on the 1st floor, footsteps were finally heard on the stairs. They both turned their heads and saw Lin Jiyue coming down. Lin Jiyue was still wearing a skirt today, but the style was no longer as noble and elegant as yesterday, but rather a bit casual and lazy. She wore a plain white blended long skirt with a loose blue short-sleeved top. She wore a pair of white canvas shoes, with the bottom of her short-sleeved shirt tucked into her waist, and carried a canvas bag. She is dressed simply like a girl next door or a pure girl. But she was born with natural beauty, with a slim waist and long legs, and her skin was fair, her teeth were white and her eyes were bright. At this moment, she was wearing a light makeup, and even with a simple outfit, she still looked exceptionally outstanding and beautiful. Once you take a look at it, you won't want to look away. Lin Jiyue smiled as she walked downstairs. She came to Shu Hefeng, raised her hand proudly and turned around, saying in a tender voice, "Uncle, does this dress look good on me?" Shu Hefeng nodded and said, "It looks good." After that, he said directly, "It's getting late, shall we go?" Lin Jiyue gave Shu Hefeng a coquettish look and said delicately, "So, is the clothes pretty, or is the person pretty?" Even if she didn't reveal their current boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she could still flirt with the man in front of an Ian without restraint. Because this is an order. It was an Ian who asked her to seduce and tease. Chapter 31 Self-Discipline? Shu Hefeng? On the sidewalk outside the Jiangcheng Walmart shopping mall, Shu Hefeng bought many bags of things and was loading them into the trunk. Suddenly a surprised voice came from the side and behind. Shu Hefeng looked back and saw a woman in black stockings and Noel standing behind him, looking at him in surprise. When Shu Hefeng saw the woman, his eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect to meet his ex-wife Wang Joshua here. He was previously working in the district party committee compound, and this woman was working in a bank. The two of them are a loving and harmonious couple. But ever since his parents died in a car accident and the family was in debt, this woman started to act like a spoiled child and was disrespectful to him. In the end, she cheated on a white high school foreign teacher and aborted his child secretly. He also said, "How could one raise a child without money and put all the blame on her? My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't." Shu Hefeng was furious and beat her and the man severely. Because it involves foreign friends, hats are taken very seriously. In the end, he was put in detention and paid the other party 58,000 yuan in compensation. I also lost my staffing job. But now he no longer had any feelings for this powerful, cold and selfish woman, so naturally he was too lazy to care about her anymore. Just ignore it to avoid wasting time. He quickly regained his composure and continued loading the trunk. The homestay package was given to Lin Jiyue, and 450,000 in sales and 4.5 million in bonuses had already been received. She was the one who lived there for the next 3 months. So the dozen or so sets of bedding sets I bought this time were all picked by Lin Jiyue. In addition, he also bought several boxes of various drinks and snacks, all of which were Lin Jiyue's favorites. Shu Hefeng ignored Wang Joshua, but Wang Joshua didn't seem to know how to leave. Instead, he walked around to Shu Hefeng's side and said with a smile, "It's really you? I can't believe it." Then he crossed his arms and said sarcastically, "I heard that you've gained a lot of weight and become uglier." "I didn't expect you to be so fat. Almost 300 kilograms, right?" Seeing that Shu Hefeng still ignored her, she had no intention of leaving. Thinking of the tall, thin and handsome guy back then, compared with the fat guy now, she couldn't help but say harshly, TSK, it's really different from before." Then he sighed and said, "Alas, Chinese men are all like this. Once they get married, they gain weight, have no self-discipline, and don't know how to manage their body shape. European and American men do this very well. They lift weights and work out every day. They are tall, handsome, and very self-disciplined. They are much more manly than you. Look at you all, with your bellies full of fat." Shu Hefeng didn't want to pay attention to her, but since it involved his compatriots, he had to speak up. He looked at the woman in front of him with indifference. A black OL outfit, a suit, a white chiffon shirt, a short skirt, black stockings, high heels, and a bag. Her figure has become much fuller and her appearance seems to have changed a lot. His lips have become thicker and he has crow's feet on his face. It seems that he is not living a good life. Then you are wrong. European and American men are not self-disciplined, they are happy. My man is so lucky. He put down the bags in his hands and sneered, "When men and women eat out, they don't need men to pay. When they go on a date, no woman asks a man for a purse, a gold ring, gold jewelry, or an iPhone. No woman asks for a house when getting married, no woman asks for a sky-high gift, no hardware, no car. Not only does it cost nothing, there are even easy girl sheepdogs like you who pay for it. If one person is well fed, the whole family will not be hungry. After work, there is plenty of time to have fun and be self-disciplined. I am free from worries all day long. We Chinese men are different. Before we fall in love, we have to pay for meals, movies, and shopping. When you're in a relationship, they ask you to buy a mobile phone, a necklace, give you red envelopes, and buy cigarettes, alcohol, cosmetics, and health products for your parents. Every festival is about helping the poor, and the only thing missing is gifts for Qingming festival. To get married, not only do you have to spend hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions to buy a house, you also have to give hundreds of thousands of gifts, hardware, diamond rings, and cars. All I know is to work like a slave, to help the poor and needy, to satisfy women like you who suck blood like leeches, and to help independent women of the new era like you. I don't have any free time at all. Where do I find the time to exercise on my own? Wang Joshua's face darkened when she heard this, and she sneered, "Don't make excuses. I've never seen you exercise during your rest time after work before. You are just lazy, and you want to blame us women? How shameless." Shu Hefeng said disdainfully, "Whoever is below knows." After saying that, he didn't bother to pay attention to her and continued to stuff things into the trunk. Wang Joshua saw this, and there was even more anger in her eyes, but she chuckled and said sarcastically, 6 years have passed, and you are still driving your broken wooling car?" Before Shu Hefeng could speak, a cold voice suddenly came from the other side. "What's wrong with the wooling magic car? No matter how broken the car is, it's better than a slut." Shu Hefeng and Wang Joshua turned their heads and saw two pure and beautiful girls appear beside them without them knowing when. An Ian was wearing ripped jeans and a blue t-shirt, showing off her slender, straight long legs and her snow-white, slender waist. Lin Jiyue is also dressed in a pure and lovely way. When Wang Joshua saw an Ian, her expression suddenly changed. But an Ian and Lin Jiyue came forward and put the things they had just bought into the car. Then they came to Shu Hefeng together, one on the left and one on the right, and without any discussion, they put their arms around Shu Hefeng's arms almost at the same time, behaving intimately and ambiguously. Wang Joshua snorted coldly and said, "Ian, huh? You've grown up so much? Children, don't interrupt when adults are talking." Without waiting for an Ian to speak, Lin Jiyue, who was hugging Shu Hefeng's arm, blinked her innocent eyes and asked in confusion, "Dear, who is this auntie?" Shu Hefeng smiled slightly and said lightly, "My ex-wife." "Oh, so it's her." Lin Jiyue was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "My dear, your taste was really too bad before, wasn't it? You like aunties like this?" Shu Hefeng said with a smile, "I did have a bad taste at that time, but I didn't like her at that time." Lin Jiyue said delicately, "So who is prettier, me or this lady?" Shu Hefeng joked, "Don't belittle yourself. How can she compare to you? You are a real white, rich and beautiful woman, and she is just a gold digger." Hearing the two people's open sarcasm and ridicule, Wang Joshua suddenly became angry. She put her hands on her waist and took a step forward, saying angrily, "Little bitch, why don't you scream?" An Ian stepped forward to block Lin Jiyue and said sharply, "What's the matter? Do you want to fight? Why don't you try to touch her?" As he spoke, he also laughed and said, "She is 18 years old, a freshman, and you are 29. Isn't it normal for me to call you auntie?" When Shu Hefeng was arrested, Wang Joshua was hit with a brick by an Ian. But she was still young at the time, and there were protection laws, so the police just gave her some education. Wang Joshua still remembers it clearly. She knew she was really brave enough to beat someone up. She was timid for a moment, but then she changed her target and said sarcastically, "Shu Hefeng, are you low enough to find two girls to pretend to be my boyfriends to deliberately piss me off? Why would anyone fall for a poor fat guy like you?" Lin Jiyue suddenly stood on tiptoe and hugged Shu Hefeng's neck. Her pure and beautiful face said coquettishly, "Honey, I want a kiss." Shu Hefeng knew the girl's good intentions. Looking at her pretty and bright face, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her tender and rosy cherry lips. With the experience of last night, Lin Jiyue responded, although a little awkward and unskilled. Seeing the two of them arguing with each other, Wang Joshua was dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. And Ian, who was standing beside her, also had her beautiful eyes narrowed. When Wang Joshua saw the two of them showing affection in public, she snorted immediately, still feeling a little unconvinced. Why could he find these young and beautiful girls after being divorced? He immediately started to mock in a sarcastic tone, "Nowadays little bitches are so shameless, blind and stupid. They know how to seduce men at such a young age, and they are attracted to fat and useless guys. They are really indifferent." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiyue immediately pushed Shu Hefeng away, put on a cold face, and slapped him without saying a word. There was a crisp sound, and a red mark immediately appeared on Wang Joshua's face. And Ian also said with cold eyes, "You are asking for it, get out. If you don't get out, I will beat you to death." Wang Joshua was so scared that she took a step back. Seeing that Lin Jiyue was still unwilling to give up and grabbed the small fire extinguisher in the trunk of the car and wanted to hit her, she was so scared that she quickly took a few steps back, said a few harsh words, and ran away in a hurry. Shu Hefeng chuckled, and seeing that the two little girls were still angry, he comforted them, "Okay, there's no need to argue with her, just ignore her." He slammed the trunk door shut, clapped his hands and said, "Let's go to the 4S store to pick up the car." Hello, sir and madam, welcome to Jiangqing Star Mercedes-Benz 4S store.
Hello, is there a sales consultant? Shu Hefeng brought an Ian and Lin Jiyue to the front desk of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Jiangqing High Tech Zone and asked.
The receptionist had a standard smile on her face and said softly, "Excuse me, sir, which car are you looking at?"
Shu Hefeng said calmly, "Mercedes-Benz G or Maybach."
The receptionist was stunned when she heard this. She glanced at the two beautiful girls standing next to Shu Hefeng, and then she realized something. She smiled and said, "Sir, please sit here for a while.
I'm really sorry, there are many people looking at cars today. I'll ask the sales consultant to come and serve you."
Under the guidance of the front desk, Shu Hefeng came to the lounge area and sat down.
Someone immediately brought hot water and fruit. The three of them didn't do anything.
They just sat on their chairs and played with their phones.
After a while, a gentle and sweet voice came from behind. "Hello sir, are you looking for the Mercedes-Benz G? I am the salesperson here." The woman paused halfway through her words and asked, "Why you?" Shu Hefeng suddenly raised the corner of his lips, stood up and looked at the woman behind him, and asked in surprise, "Wang Joshua, don't you work in a bank? Why are you doing sales?" The sales consultant invited by the front desk was the woman they had met before, Wang Joshua. "None of your business," Wang Joshua retorted, and said with a sullen face, "Shu Hefeng, what are you doing here?" The receptionist noticed something was wrong and whispered, "Joshua, do you know this person?" Wang Joshua sneered and said, "Yes, of course I know her. She is very familiar with me." She had just been slapped in the face and was in a bad mood. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted her cowardice. When he saw the three people again at this moment, anger suddenly surged in his heart. Shu Hefeng sneered and said, "Of course I came here to buy a car." Then he said to the front desk clerk, "Please change the salesperson for me. I don't want to give sales to this cheap bastard." "Who the hell are you calling a bitch?"
Wang Joshua was furious when she heard this and shouted, "Shu Hefeng, have you become more capable?"
The commotion here soon attracted nearby customers and staff, and everyone gathered around out of curiosity. Seeing so many people, Wang Joshua also got angry and cursed. "A poor loser like you who drives a broken Wuling is worthy of seeing the Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Get out of here now. Don't waste my time here." Chapter 32 Weird Lin Jiyue. What's going on? What's the noise? What's going on?
There was a lot of noise and cursing here, and many people were watching, making a lot of noise. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with a slightly bald head, came over and scolded with an unhappy look on his face. As soon as Wang Joshua saw the man, she curled her red lips and started to cry in grievance. She held the man's hand and said, "Director Liu, this is not my fault." Then he pointed at Shu Hefeng and the other two and said, "They were the ones who came here to cause trouble and even beat me up." Seeing the beauty he usually liked being treated so unfairly, Lu Liang's face suddenly darkened and he angrily said, "You are so rebellious.
Are you here to cause trouble?"
After saying this, he glanced at an Ian and Lin Jiyue, and was slightly startled for a moment, but then turned his gaze and looked at Shu Hefeng and said, "I am Lu Liang, the sales director here."
"Boy, you are the one who came here to cause trouble and beat up our employees?"
Shu Hefeng sneered, "Which eye of yours saw me making trouble?"
"Which eye saw me hitting her?"
Lu Liang said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it.
Come on, follow me to the monitoring room and you'll know."
Seeing that Wang Joshua's face was indeed swollen, he was sure that the other party would definitely take action, so he pointed at Shu Hefeng and threatened, "We will talk it over when the time comes." When she heard that she had to watch the surveillance video, Wang Joshua immediately became anxious and cried, "What surveillance video are you watching?
My face is swollen, can it be fake?"
He's just a poor guy driving a Wuling Hongguang, wandering around here to cause trouble.
Why waste time with them? Let the security guards arrest them directly.
After saying that, his eyes widened and he glared at Lu Liang fiercely. Lu Liang frowned when he heard this, but he felt slightly relieved in his heart. This kid is a fat guy with an unattractive appearance, and his clothes are not high-end brands. There were two little girls around him, both of whom were beautiful women with fair skin, slim waists, and long legs. The three of them came to the Mercedes-Benz dealership, and he thought they were rich second generations.
"So you're just a poor bastard pretending to be poor?"
Seeing Wang Joshua beside him staring at him, her eyes were full of warnings. The two of them had a close relationship, so naturally he wanted to vent his anger on the beauty's behalf. He immediately put his hands in his pockets and said with great authority, "Come on, security, bring them to my office." Then he instructed the other sales consultants, all right, go away and take care of your distinguished guests.
Following his order, 7 security guards of varying sizes immediately surrounded him.
One of them was a fat man in his 30s with pimples all over his face.
He came up and tried to grab An Yi's shoulders. An Yi suddenly pulled her right hand out of her pocket, revealing a small utility knife. The utility knife is only the size of an egg, flat, and the blade is only 1 or 2 centimeters long. Although she is a girl with a thin and weak body, she was very flexible and moved to the side, easily dodged, pointed the utility knife at the fat man and said, "Try to touch me?" Oh, the little girl is quite fierce?
Seeing this, the fat man was not afraid at all and could not help but smile at his colleagues on both sides.
Shu Hefeng grabbed An Yi's hand and motioned her to put the knife away. He looked at the fat man and said, "Go to his office if you want to. Don't do anything." The fat man snorted and took a step forward, saying arrogantly, "I'm going to do it, what can you do?"
Shu Hefeng said calmly, "Brother, judging from your age, you must have elderly parents and young children to take care of, so don't be so angry.
If you think it's worth it, feel free to try." Fatty sneered in front of the leader and so many people, not wanting to be outdone. "Boy, are you threatening me?"
Shu Hefeng smiled slightly, and the meaning was self-evident. Seeing that everyone was still watching and no one was leaving, Lu Liang was worried that the general manager would come over to criticize him, so he said impatiently, all right, let's go to the office first."
After saying that, he took Wang Joshua's arm and walked towards his director's office. Wang Joshua's face was long, she pulled his hand away, snorted and whispered, "You bastard, if you don't teach them a lesson for me, don't come to me again."
Hearing this, Lu Liang turned around and glanced at the people behind him, then quickly lowered his voice and said, Okay, I'll definitely help you vent your anger later."
Then he asked curiously, "Do you know these people?" Wang Joshua's face looked much better.
She crossed her arms, her chest puffed out, and said angrily, "Of course I know him.
That fat guy is my ex-husband.
I gave him my first love, first kiss, first time, everything, but he didn't let me go even after the divorce. Bring 2 little bitches to disgust me and beat me up."
When Lu Liang heard this, he thought of the 2 beautiful girls beside Shu Hefeng, and felt envious of the boy behind him. But his face was filled with anger, and he assured, "Don't worry, if anyone dares to come to our territory to cause trouble, we will definitely deal with him today, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied."
Wang Joshua hummed, looked back at Shu Hefeng and the other 2 fiercely, and said with a slightly relaxed expression, "That's more like it."
Lu Liang grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, and said with a chuckle, "I'll take you there tonight, and we can go for a ride on the Ring Coast Highway?" Wang Joshua shook her head and said, "Let's talk about it later. I'm not in the mood to talk about this right now. I'm upset."
That expression clearly meant he was waiting to see how you would perform next, and Lu Liang naturally understood that. After the group of people entered the office one after another, Lu Liang sat down in his office chair, took out a cigarette from the table and took a puff, acting like a real boss.
"Lao Zhou, close the door, don't let the customers outside laugh at you."
The fat man with pimples all over his face immediately laughed sinisterly, slammed the door, and then leaned his fat body against the door. With his arms folded across his chest, he stared at Shu Hefeng with a playful look on his face. The remaining 6 security guards also stood directly behind Shu Hefeng, blocking the door, as if to prevent Shu Hefeng and the other 2 from escaping. The office is not big, and with more than 10 people coming in at once, it was a bit crowded for a while. Lu Liang puffed out a cigarette and said slowly, "Tell me, brother, how do we solve this problem?" Shu Hefeng saw a leather sofa, so he pulled An Yi and Lin Jiyue to sit down, and said with a smile, "It's very simple, just ask her to apologize to me."
"What?" Lu Liang looked at Shu Hefeng with surprise and amusement. "You beat up our people, and you asked her to apologize to you?"
Shu Hefeng said coldly, "She has a dirty mouth and spews shit everywhere.
Doesn't she deserve to be beaten?" Wang Joshua immediately yelled, "You have a dirty mouth full of shit. Shu Hefeng,
you are just a lazy, unmotivated loser who is in debt.
Why are you pretending to be your mother?" When Lu Liang saw Shu Hefeng acting fearlessly in front of so many people, he frowned and felt a little confused, but he still chose to believe Wang Joshua. He sneered directly, "Boy, let me talk to you properly. If you want to show off to me again, don't blame me for being rude." "You're welcome?" Shu Hefeng raised his eyebrows. He was no longer in the mood to buy a car. He said coldly, "What can you do to me?" Lu Liang laughed and said to the security guards, "They came to our house to cause trouble and beat people up, but they still look down on you. What are you doing standing there? Hold. Get him." Upon hearing this, several security guards immediately stepped forward to arrest Shu Hefeng. Lin Jiyue, who was standing by, suddenly said coldly, "Why don't you try to touch him?"
She said with cold eyes, looking at the security guard who came forward and said, "If you dare to touch him, I will make you bankrupt."
Yo ho!
Lu Liang had already been amazed by the two little beauties. Hearing this, he sneered, stood up, and said with a smile, "Little beauties, you are so arrogant. Very fierce." He turned around and told a few people, "There is no surveillance in the inner room. Take this boy to the inner room. I will have a good chat with these two beauties." Without waiting for the security guards to take action, he said with a smile, "Two beautiful girls, what's the point of following this poor fat guy? Come with me from now on. How about I give you 10,000 yuan a month? 10,000 yuan per person." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Hefeng suddenly stood up. With his waist, back and arms together, he threw his big hand, like a cushion, directly over to fan over. Pa! The fat on Lu Liang's chubby face was surging like waves. Lu Liang opened his mouth and red liquid immediately flowed out. "Oh my god?" His tone was full of disbelief, and he seemed a little confused. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Hefeng raised his hand again and slapped him quickly. The fat on his face began to ripple again. "Oh my god!" Lu Liang reacted suddenly, swore, and jumped up to slap Shu Hefeng in the face. He is only about 1.5 meters tall. Although he is not fat, he has a bald head and fat on his face. In front of Shu Hefeng, it was indeed a little low. Shu Hefeng reached out and grabbed his neck, then exerted force, pushed him forward a few steps, and pressed him directly onto his desk. It was then that several security guards reacted and came forward, some pulling at his arms, some hugging his waist. But Shu Hefeng was tall and strong, and the four people couldn't move him at all. The fat old Zhou even wanted to strangle Shu Hefeng from behind. And a yin was quick-witted and picked up the ashtray on the table in front of the sofa and threw it directly at him. Old Zhou screamed on the spot. The situation here seems to be out of control. The door of the office suddenly opened, and a man wearing black suit pants and a blue shirt walked in. Seeing that everyone inside had started fighting, he immediately shouted coldly, "What are you doing? Stop it!" Everyone looked over and saw a tall, thin man who looked to be in his 30s with a gloomy face. When several security guards saw him, they immediately let go of their hands and lowered their heads in fear and guilt. Seeing this, Shu Hefeng also let go of his hand. The left side of Lu Liang's fat face was already swollen, and his face was flushed red from being pinched by the neck. "It's a draft." He suddenly lost control and wanted to raise his hand to hit. But he was grabbed by the man in blue. He cursed in a deep voice, "Fuck Lu Liang. Stop it. What are you doing?" Lu Liang was slapped twice in front of so many of his men. He was so angry that his eyes were about to burst. He had already lost his mind and spitted everywhere, saying, "Boss Xiao, please get out of the way. I'm going to kill this guy today. How dare you slap me?" Zhao Lei pushed him hard and said angrily, "Lu Liang, do you still want to do this? Where is this place where you start?" He glanced at Shu Hefeng and the other two, then turned back and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly fixed, as if he had thought of something. He turned around and looked at Shu Hefeng and the other two, and finally his eyes were fixed on Lin Jiyue's face. Zhao Lei pushed his glasses and asked in surprise, "Beauty, are you the second daughter of the Lin family?" Lu Liang looked confused. "The second lady of the Lin family? Which Lin family?" At this time, Lin Jiyue, who had been sitting on the sofa without moving, stood up and came to Shu Hefeng. Then she took Shu Hefeng's arm intimately, with a plain face and cold eyes, ethereal and clear. At a young age, she had a strong aura, and said coldly, "Boss Zhao is a forgetful person. I thought you didn't remember me." As soon as he heard her speak, Zhao Lei immediately confirmed the other party's identity. A few months ago, the second young lady of the Lin family held her coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 18. Her father, the richest man in Jiangcheng, not only gave her a villa in Beijing, but also a jade bracelet worth tens of millions. He also bought a Mercedes-Benz supercar worth more than 2 million yuan for his beloved daughter. At that time, Lin Jiyue had just obtained his driver's license. People clearly said that it was for their daughter to practice. Because of the gift of a car, he was fortunate enough to be invited to attend the coming-of-age ceremony with the Group S directors. So I have some impression of Lin Jiyue. But at that time, Lin Jiyue's dress cost hundreds of thousands, and she dressed like a princess. Now she has a simple look like a girl next door, so I didn't recognize her at first glance. Ha, Miss Lin is joking.
Zhao Lei could naturally hear Lin Jiue's sarcasm, but he didn't dare to get angry. He quickly smiled and said, "Miss Lin, why did you suddenly come to our 4S store?" Lu Lei, Wang Joshua, Lao Zhou and others were all dumbfounded and looked at Lin Jiyue in disbelief. Their general manager Zhao Lei rarely speaks like this. "Who is this girl? Her last name is Lin, could it be?" Lin Jiyue rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "What else can I do here? I came here with my boyfriend to buy a car." Zhao Lei was stunned for a moment, looked at Shu Hefeng in surprise, and said quickly, Oh, hi, you are going to accompany this gentleman to look at cars, why don't you say hello in advance, so that I can prepare in advance and welcome you grandly? Lin Jiyue asked calmly, "So, you blame me?" Zhao Lei didn't expect Miss Lin to be so difficult to deal with. He suddenly had a headache and said with a smile, "Miss Lin, what you said is true. Your coming to our store will bring honor to our store." Lin Jiyue sneered, glanced coldly at Lu Liang and Wang Joshua, and said in a deep voice, "I dare not bring glory to my humble home. Your 4S store is really awesome. We came here to buy a car, but first we were insulted by her and told to get out." Then he turned his head and looked at Lu Liang, "And this fat pig, not only did he order these security guards to beat up my boyfriend, he also directly asked to support me. Boss Xiao, your 4S shop is really a den of dragons and tigers?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei turned around and looked at Lu Liang in disbelief, feeling speechless. Lu Liang seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and said with a bitter look on his face, Mr. Zhao, I was just joking." "You're kidding me!" Zhao Lei roared angrily. The Lin family is a famous family in Jiangcheng. There were 4 Jinshi in their ancestors. The old man even participated in the war to eliminate bandits. They have a good family background. Their investment bosses have to act like juniors in front of Lin Jiyue's father. "Do you still want to support someone else's daughter?" Zhao Lei loosened his tie in anger and said gloomily, "Get lost. From today on, you are no longer the sales director of this store." Chapter 33 Rolls-Royce. When Lu Liang heard that Zhao Lei wanted to chase him away, he became even more furious, his face flushed and he said, "Zhao Lei, are you really pretending to be your mother? The owner of this store is my nephew. You are just a lousy worker. What right do you have to chase me away?" Zhao Lei snorted and said disdainfully, "You still have the nerve to mention the boss? With a loser like you here, you can't do anything, you can only make trouble, you can only offend customers, and you will lose money sooner or later." Then he pointed at Lu Liang and said, "Well, since you're not convinced, let's go see the boss later and see if he'll let you go." Lu Liang was completely upset and yelled, "Go ahead, I'm not afraid of you." After saying that, he left angrily. Watching Lu Liang slam the door and leave, Wang Joshua turned pale with fright and stared blankly at Shu Hefeng and Lin Jiyue. She couldn't understand why a little girl dressed as a student was actually the daughter of the richest man in Jiangcheng. "It's worth 1,000 gold, but you look less than 20 years old. She is young and beautiful, and her family is super rich, a true white, rich and beautiful woman. Why did you fall for Shu Hefeng? A fat, divorced, and in debt loser? What are you most afraid of after divorce? The most feared thing is that your ex is living a better life than you. I'm divorced and am abused and cuckolded by my lazy white boyfriend every day, and I still have to work hard to support the family." In order to earn more money, he had to leave his decent and stable banking job and become a salesperson. In order to achieve sales results, she was molested and even had in-depth conversations with fat customers, and was also sexually exploited by her bald boss. Why do you get to marry a young, beautiful, wealthy woman, buy a Mercedes-Benz, and reach the peak of your life? She felt aggrieved and unwilling. Obviously, white-skinned men are handsome, have high salaries and are gentlemanly. Shu Hefeng owes hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt but still refuses to make progress. How did it end up like this? He had no ambition and was in debt, yet he managed to turn his life around and become someone who could get close to powerful people. Bah! Idiot! Zhao Lei looked at Lu Liang who was leaving, cursed inwardly, turned around and saw a group of security guards standing aside with their heads lowered. He was even more furious and shouted angrily, "And you too? We paid you to come and treat our guests? What are you still standing there for? Pack your stuff and get the hell out of here." The security guards all looked unhappy when they heard what he said, but they knew he was angry, so no one dared to talk back. They ran out in shame. Zhao Lei glanced at Wang Joshua unhappily and said speechlessly, "And you? Get lost." Hearing this, Wang Joshua finally raised her head. The heavy makeup on her face was smudged by tears, her eyes were red, and she looked like she had suffered a great injustice. She retorted, "Why? She hit me first.
Zhao Lei said with a smile. Miss Lin is well educated and a lady from a noble family.
Why would she hit you for no reason? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy? Roll.
Seeing that Zhao Lei had said so much, Wang Joshua naturally felt too embarrassed to stay any longer, so she covered her face and cried as she walked out of the office. Zhao Lei snorted coldly, then took a breath and said sincerely,
Ms. Lin, we were wrong about what happened today. I apologize to you on behalf of the entire store.
Don't worry, Lu Liang and his men will definitely deal with him seriously this time and give you an explanation. In the 10 years since this 4S store opened, the Lin family has purchased 5 cars from it. 2 Mercedes-Benz, 2 Mercedes-Benz SS, and a convertible supercar purchased this year contributed more than 10 million in sales. This time, the most beloved youngest daughter in the family suffered injustice here. If people come to see the car and the service is good, it will at least bring in 1 million in sales.
They actually beat people? And you even insult the second young lady of the Lin family?
This time, we have completely offended our biggest customer.
Moreover, since he can date Miss Lin, I am afraid that this man has an extraordinary family background and may offend 2 wealthy families.
He believed that he didn't need to say much.
Once the boss knew about this, he would not easily let off his stupid second uncle who only knew how to cheat and do bad things with good intentions.
Seeing that he had a good attitude, Lin Jiyue was satisfied.
She turned to look at Shu Hefeng and said, Honey, you weren't hurt just now, were you?
Shu Hefeng shook his head and said, No, my hands are just a little sore from the beating. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiyue smiled sweetly, feeling very satisfied with Shu Hefeng's protection. I decided to reward him well when I got home in the evening.
Then he asked, Are you satisfied now? Do you want to find someone to beat them up?
Shu Hefeng pinched her little face unhappily and said with a smile, We are not gangsters, why are we looking for anyone?
Since Mr. Zhao has dealt with it, let it go.
Zhao Lei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Seeing that the two were behaving so intimately, and Lin Jiyue cared so much about Shu Hefeng's feelings, she hurriedly said, Thank you, sir, for being so magnanimous and not arguing with them.
I wonder what your name is, sir. What's your last name?
Shu Hefeng said, Excuse me, my last name is Shu, the same as Shu and comfortable.
Zhao Lei quickly extended his hand and said, Mr. Shu, nice to meet you. I'm really sorry for the poor service today.
Seeing Shu Hefeng shaking hands with the other party, Lin Jiyue also said, If that's the case, then let's end this matter here.
Zhao Lei said quickly, Don't worry, Miss Lin. After I deal with them, I will come to apologize someday.
Lin Jiyue reached out to tidy up her hair and said calmly, There's no need to come to apologize.
Honey, are we still buying the Mercedes?
Zhao Lei quickly said, Oh, by the way, Mr. Shu, which car do you want to see?
I'll take you to see it. If you like it, don't worry about the price. The discount will definitely satisfy you. Shu Hefeng laughed and ignored him, saying to Lin Jiyue, I think the Rolls-Royce across the street is pretty good too, why don't we go over there and take a look?
Lin Jiyue smiled gently and said softly, Okay, I'll listen to you. This sweet and soft voice has completely lost its previous coldness. When Zhao Lei heard this, he suddenly felt a sense of regret. But he did not try to stop him. He specially added Shu Hefeng's contact information and saw him off with a smile.
Shu Hefeng ignored everyone else and brought an Ian and Lin Jiyue to the Rolls-Royce store. Nothing unexpected happened this time.
I don't know about other stores, but at least this one has good service, is very efficient, and also has an office of the DMV. All the procedures and documents such as insurance can be obtained directly through one stop.
The temporary license plate and number selection are all ready. You can drive away on the same day.
You just need to wait for the license plate to be made and then mail it to your home for signature. A Rolls-Royce Ghost Series 2 extended version, in burgundy and silver, with a bare car price of 4.8 million. Including various taxes and fees, the final price was more than 5.28 million. However, for this consumption, Shu Hefeng used the turnover of 455,618 yuan and successfully obtained a 10-fold cashback, earning another 4,556,180 yuan. It is equivalent to spending only more than 700,000 yuan to buy a Rolls-Royce Ghost worth more than 5 million yuan.
Look at your own panel again. Host, Shu Hefeng. Height, 188 centimeters. Age, 30. Weight, 103 kilograms. Special abilities, 1. View the woman's faceplate. 2. Portable space 10M 10M 10M. Property, 4 units in Zhengcheng.
Car, Wuling Magic Car Rolls-Royce Ghost Series sold 5.28 million. Assets, 24,255,000 plus.
Sales balance, 0. Chapter 34 Thank you for abandoning me. Wang Jiaxue. 12:30 p.m. Mercedes-Benz 4S store roadside.
Lin Jiyue was sitting in the Rolls-Royce Ghost and saw Wang Jiaxue struggling to carry things out.
Apparently fired. She asked Shu Hefeng to park the car on the side of the road.
He came in front of Wang Jiaxue.
When the latter saw Lin Jiyue, his already angry face became even more furious. But he dared not to be angry. She is also proud and doesn't want to show weakness in front of her ex-husband's current girlfriend. He immediately said with a sullen face, "As you wish, I have been fired. What else do you want to do?"
Lin Jiyue looked at the woman in front of her. She has a plump figure and exquisite makeup.
Walking on the street, it really stands out. But it's not that beautiful. Lin Jiyue smiled slightly and said calmly, "You didn't know me before, but I know you." "Know me?" Wang Jiaxue frowned and asked in confusion, "He told you about me? Surely nothing good to say?" Lin Jiyue shook her head, "No.
I've specially asked someone to investigate some of your affairs, but I've never met you in person."
Wang Jiaxue was stunned for a moment. "Why are you investigating me?" Nothing."
Lin Jiyue smiled faintly and said, "I just want to see what the cheating ex-wife of the man Lin Jiyue, looks like and how she is doing now."
Then he added, "The result is a bit disappointing.
Her appearance is a bit unusual, but it's about the same as that of an average person. I'm not doing well, and I'm paying for a useless foreigner who couldn't make it in his own country and came here.
On the surface, I am happy, and in front of others, I am particularly glorious.
In fact, he is out there every day messing around with some easy women like you. He gets a high salary and high allowance, but he spends even more on drinking and partying. She didn't care about the child she had, and kept asking you for money, and she also kept abusing you. Its only purpose is to allow you to show off in front of your relatives and friends, to pretend to be a noble gentleman, and to pretend that you are happy." After saying that, seeing Wang Jiaxue's face turn pale, he smiled faintly and said, "On the contrary, he who you abandoned is much happier. Look, he bought a Rolls-Royce for over 5 million, and he paid for it all himself." Wang Jiaxue followed her gaze and took a look at the luxurious and dazzling burgundy car, and her heart somehow ached. She felt very uncomfortable because her ex was living a better life than her. He snorted coldly and said, "If you came here on purpose to show off and piss me off, then you succeeded." After saying that, he carried his luggage and walked around Lin Jiyue and tried to leave.
"I just want to vent his anger for what happened back then."
But Lin Jiyue sneered, turned around and said without even turning her head, "Thank you for abandoning him, otherwise a woman like you would really be able to ride in a Rolls-Royce. I like this man very much now, and I will spoil him well.
When we get married in the future, you are welcome to come to the wedding.
Don't worry, I know you are not doing well and now you have lost your job, so you don't need to give a gift." Wang Jiaxue paused, unable to tell what she felt for a moment. "I just felt suffocated and uncomfortable all over, as if my face was thrown to the ground and trampled on by this little girl, but I had no way to refute and was powerless to resist." She glanced at the luxury car next to her that attracted many people's attention, and suddenly laughed.
"You are a rich lady. You have never known what it feels like to be short of money since you were born. You have been living a life of luxury since you were young. Naturally, you are high and mighty and look down on money. I'm different. Everything I have is earned through my own hard work, step by step." After saying that, she walked away in her high heels.
"You earned it through hard work?
It sounds like you're so successful now."
Lin Jiyue looked at her back, responded sharply, smiled inexplicably, and went back to the car.
And Yan immediately asked curiously, Yeah, what did you say to her?" Lin Jiyue smiled and said, "Thank her for abandoning me.
I like her ex-boyfriend very much now.
We are very happy." "Ha ha."
And Yan laughed and said excitedly, "Well said, I'll make that bitch die of anger." Shu Hefeng smiled without comment, and when he saw that it was noon, he drove back home. When I arrived at the villa, I found that the staff from Rolls-Royce had already delivered my Wuling car in advance.
The nanny had already prepared the meal. After the three of them finished their meal, and Yan took Lin Jiyue to take a nap, Shu Hefeng drove away from the villa.
The mountains in the mountainous area are not high, and there are many villagers' homes and BBS near the villa. The passing of the Rolls-Royce immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. Shu Hefeng drove to the supermarket, ready to buy some fruits and vegetables as usual, and head to his grandmother's house a kilometer away.
There were quite a few people in the supermarket.
When Shu Hefeng paid the bill and came out, he saw many villagers surrounding his car. There are no super rich people in the village, but there are many people who drive Mercedes-Benz and BMW.
Rolls-Royce, that was the first one. Hey, Hefeng? Is this Rolls-Royce your new car? Shu Hefeng smiled and said, well, Uncle Xinchang, you haven't eaten yet? Uncle Xinchang exclaimed in amazement, wow, you are so arrogant.
This is the first Rolls-Royce in our village.
He is considered to be his relative and they usually have a good relationship.
Before Shu Hefeng could reply, a woman in her 40s asked with envy, Hefeng, how much is this car? Shu Hefeng glanced at the woman and was slightly surprised.
The woman was none other than an Yan's aunt and the second wife of an Yan's uncle in Xincheng Wang Junfeng. An Yan has lived with him for so many years. Uncle in Xincheng and Aunt Wang Junfeng have never come to visit.
Even though they met occasionally, an Yan and I ignored each other. I didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to talk to me this time. Shu Hefeng said calmly, about 4 million.
Wang Junfeng was shocked when he heard this, and said in disbelief, more than 4 million? This car is so expensive?
As he spoke, he took a deep breath and said with envy, Hefeng has made a fortune quietly, right?
Does your BB make so much money? Shu Hefeng didn't want to pay attention to him, but still said, I don't make much money. It's the same as everyone else's. I bought this with a loan. Wang Junfeng laughed and said, loans are not something that ordinary people can afford. Come to think of it, your BB is still our home.
I didn't expect it to make so much money. When Shu Hefeng heard this, his heart suddenly turned cold, and he sneered, your land? Wang Junfeng didn't seem to notice the change in Shu Hefeng's attitude, and continued in a heroic voice, of course not, this place used to be the old house where our Xincheng old lady got married. Later, the old lady passed away and the family divided up. My husband and I felt sorry for Yan, who was all alone and helpless, so we gave her that piece of feng shui treasure land. Shu Hefeng said with a smile, yes, you two are really kind. I was wronged when the family was divided, and I took over the house that Yan's father had spent money to build. I left Yan an old courtyard that had been uninhabited for decades, with collapsed walls and broken buildings, and it was exposed to wind and rain. It was truly a feng shui treasure land. Before the old lady was buried, and Xincheng and his wife started quarreling, making a fool of themselves for the whole village.
Ha 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 ha. Shu Xinchang couldn't help laughing when he heard Shu Hefeng's sarcasm and ridicule. The spectators nearby also joined in the fun. This incident was known to everyone in the village at the time, and naturally no one would forget it. They all secretly scolded the couple for being selfish and money-minded. I didn't expect Wang Junfeng to bring it up at this time, which was tantamount to bringing humiliation upon himself. Wang Junfeng was not a fool. Seeing that everyone was laughing at him, he did not want to embarrass himself anymore, so he sulked and left angrily. Shu Hefeng put the fruits and vegetables into the car and drove directly to Grandma's house. When the old couple saw the new car, although they didn't know what brand it was, they couldn't help but ask in surprise, Hefeng, is this the new car you bought? Chapter 35 Too watery and tender. Yes, it's newly bought, a Rolls-Royce Ghost. Shu Hefeng got out of the car with a smile, and then carried out the fruits and vegetables. Shu Mingyan and Su Yinchan came up curiously. Grandma didn't know the price yet, but she just liked the color. I couldn't help but praise, this car looks good, wine red, festive, it can be your wedding car in the future. Shu Mingyan, however, knew a little more about it, and frowned as he said, this is a luxury car driven by big bosses, so of course it can be used as a wedding car. Then he asked solemnly, how much is this car? Shu Hefeng felt inexplicably weak in his heart and stretched out 5 fingers. Shu Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief, 500,000? You really are willing to spend that? Shu Hefeng coughed dryly, feeling uneasy, and whispered, no, 5 million. What? What? Shu Mingyan and Su Yinchan spoke almost at the same time, looking at him in disbelief. Shu Mingyan frowned and said in a deep voice, this car costs 5 million? Where did you get so much money to buy a car? Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't tell you where the money came from. But I don't steal, rob, cheat, or deceive people. All my money comes from legitimate sources, so there will be no problems. Shu Hefeng said this as he helped the old man sit down in the yard. At the same time, he smiled and said, don't you know what kind of person I am? After hearing this, Shu Mingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The old man didn't ask any more questions.
Together with the old lady, we gathered around the Rolls Royce and looked at it curiously.
At this moment, Shu Hefeng suddenly asked, "Grandpa, Grandma, do you remember what I said about having a girlfriend?"
Ah. The old lady was surprised when she heard this. What's that name?
It's from the Zhang family.
The old man asked, Zhang Yaqiong, why don't you bring her home to sit with you?
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, yes, Zhang Yaqiong is Zhang Yaqing's sister. Su Yinchan frowned when she heard this. What about Yen Yen?
The old lady was also a woman and had been young once, so she naturally saw through an Yen's little thoughts a long time ago. Moreover, she had seen this girl grow up and understood her, so she strongly supported an Yen to take the initiative. She hesitated and couldn't help asking, her whole family is like that, you almost got hurt, and now you're with that girl, will you?
Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly. He didn't want to get entangled with the Zhang family.
But her sister was so beautiful that she couldn't refuse him at all. After hearing Shu Hefeng talk about his future plans, the old couple looked at each other in surprise.
Although she agreed, this is not easy to do. It will easily lead to gossip.
Shu Mingyan hesitated for a moment, then said sternly, you bought her if you spent money on her, but you can't really think that she is yours and do whatever you want with her.
Never force people to do something they don't want to do. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, of course, you don't need to tell me that.
I had discussed this with her a long time ago. I also said that she is my girlfriend now and I will pay for any future expenses. If she gets pregnant, let her have the baby and then continue her university studies. His family is small, and since Zhang Yaqiong has such good genes, he naturally plans to make good use of them. When Shu Mingyan heard this, a smile suddenly appeared on his old face, and he didn't care about anything else. Okay, if you really want to have a baby, we can also help you take care of it.
It won't affect you. Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly and said, that's not necessary. Anyway, I don't have much to do all day. I can do it myself and hire 2 babysitters. That's enough.
As the three of them were chatting. On the other side, Wang Junfeng returned home and saw her husband leisurely smoking and watching TV.
She immediately became furious. Smoking, smoking. Smoking all day long. How can I smoke you to death? And Xinqing was immediately furious. Damn it, I'm busy all day, what's wrong with taking a break and smoking a cigarette? Wang Junfeng snorted coldly and said, you work so hard, but I don't see you making much money.
Learn from others to open ABB, whoever opens one in the village will make money.
You are the first one to lose money.
Upon hearing this, and Xinqing kicked the table over with a bang, and with a loud noise, he angrily cursed, where the hell did you get irritated?
Why are you taking it out on me? If I pay you more money, will you 3 be left with food or clothes? Wang Junfeng also got angry, pinching her waist and yelling loudly, yes, yes, yes. I don't lack food and clothes. I don't work?
Hefeng and others are driving luxury cars worth more than 4 million yuan, but you have 2 sons, the older one is 24 years old, but he is not working and is not married yet.
I'm already a sophomore in high school. It's about time. How about you? Have you earned enough to buy a house?
And Xinqing suddenly realized, oh, that's what I was wondering.
How come he was fine just now, but changed after he came back from going out? So you're jealous of other people's luxury cars? So what if you're jealous?
His family was demolished and not only did they lose several houses, they also lost 2 or 3 million.
What's wrong with driving a luxury car?
Wang Junfeng suddenly had an idea when he heard this.
He stopped arguing and asked, what did you say? His family only paid 2 or 3 million? Isn't it several million? And Xinqing said unhappily, 2 or 3 million isn't several million?
As he said this, he lay down on the sofa, lit another cigarette and started smoking. Wang Junfeng stood in place, his eyes rolling around, and suddenly a look of joy appeared on his face, and he came to Xinqing.
Bin's father, you said that his family's compensation was only 2 or 3 million, so why did Shu Hefeng dare to buy a luxury car worth 4 or 5 million?
Even if it's a loan, it would have to be 2 to 3 million. And judging from his appearance, it's probably fake if he says it's a loan.
And Xinqing said unhappily, why do you care about what they do?
They have several houses at home, so they are not short of houses. Naturally, they can buy whatever they want. Wang Junfeng glared at him and asked, you have 2 or 3 million in your hand.
Will you spend all the money and then take out a loan of 2 or 3 million to buy a car? And Xinqing frowned and asked in confusion, what do you mean by that?
Wang Junfeng sneered and said, there are many BBS in our village, but his BB is the most profitable. Even if he dared to empty his family's savings to take out a loan to buy a luxury car, it must be because the BB made money and he was not afraid of not being able to pay it back.
And Xinqing said, so? What does it have to do with us? If you have the time, hurry up and wash my clothes. I'll need them for the drinking party tomorrow.
Wang Junfeng slapped him on the leg angrily and scolded him, you only know how to drink every day. Yunbing and Yibin are so old, but you still don't have a house, a car, or any savings.
Why don't you hurry up and make some money? Do you want them to remain single?
Without waiting for Xinqing to speak, he said directly.
I have an idea.
If it works, not only can we transport soldiers for free, but we can also marry wives and make a lot of money.
In the future, we can have a good living and sit and collect money every day.
Chapter 36, Keep the Wealth Within the Family.
What the hell do you think you're dreaming or wishing?
And Xinqing couldn't help but sneer when he heard her say this, how can there be such a good thing? Wang Junfeng laughed and said sarcastically, you have a pig brain and you only know how to smoke and drink all day.
You can't think of it, right?
Without waiting for Xinqing to speak, he said directly, tell me, if we can find a way to let our Yunbing marry Yan, then what I just said can be easily realized, right?
What? And Xinqing suddenly sat up, stunned and said, let Yunbing marry Yan? Well, what's wrong? Can't I?
Seeing his big reaction, Wang Junfeng glared at Xinqing and said unhappily, they are not cousins anyway, so what's wrong with getting married?
No. Stop dreaming.
And Xinqing thought for a moment, then collapsed on the sofa again, and retorted, although Yan is not close to me, she is still a daughter of our family after all.
He said with a hint of pride, with her height, looks, good grades, and admission to university, would anyone be interested in Yunbing? Yunbing is the son of Wang Junfeng and her late husband.
He has been smoking, fighting, stealing and doing bad things since he was a child. Now he is 24 years old, but he is lazy and does not do anything all day long.
He either goes to the internet cafe or drinks and plays cards. And the appearance is not good either.
He is 1.7 meters tall, which is okay, but he looks a bit ugly. Dead fish eyes, narrow forehead, trough nose, big mouth and big teeth, and a face full of pits and dents.
He is ugly and short.
She is so beautiful and a college student, how could she fall in love with him? Wang Junfeng got anxious when he heard this, picked up the towel beside him and threw it on Xinqing's face, shouting, why don't you like it?
What's wrong with us transporting troops? Although he looks ordinary, he is eloquent and has many friends.
He is young and playful now, but he will be successful sooner or later.
Is it unfair for her to marry us, the transporter?
As he spoke, he could not help but pinch Xinqing hard, and said coldly, nowadays, which girl doesn't want a house and a car when getting married?
With a loser like you earning that little money, both of my sons will be bachelors.
Wang Junfeng said, I told you you're stupid but you don't believe me.
If Yan marries our Yunbing, she is your niece. Can she still ask you for a dowry? Wouldn't you save hundreds of thousands of dollars in dowry? Wouldn't you have to worry about it anymore?
And Xinqing frowned when he heard this. But Wang Junfeng continued to urge, more importantly.
She emphasized, didn't I hear before that the BB and the 3-story villa they're living in now are both under Yan's name? And Xinqing said unhappily, what's wrong?
Wang Junfeng said, since Shu Hefeng registered the homestay and villa under Yan's name, it is clear that he wants to use them as a dowry for her.
If she marries us and transports troops, then won't this BB and villa become ours?
Just thinking about it, Wang Junfeng couldn't help but smile. By then, not only will our family be able to marry a wife and live in a villa, but we will also have such a good BB to make a living.
Wouldn't it be like sitting there and collecting money every day?
When you have money, don't even think about finding a wife for your second son Yibin.
As for you, won't you still be eating and drinking and smoking every day? If we have money, we will be more respected in the village. Who would dare to look down on us?
And Xinqing was also quite moved when he heard this, but after hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, oh, don't dream about it.
It's wishful thinking. Will Yan like him? Wang Junfeng was immediately disappointed and asked, why are you dreaming? How do you know if you like her if you don't try? Maybe you'll be attracted to her. You won't know until you try. Even if it doesn't work, can't we use some tricks?
Then he leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs and said, she's going to get married sooner or later anyway, so it doesn't matter who she marries. If I really marry someone else, then the villa and the BB will become someone else's. That was originally our old homestead.
Isn't it a bargain for outsiders? When the time comes, other people will drink Maotai and smoke Huazi, but you will drink Erguotu and smoke those 8 or 9 yuan worth of cigarettes? After hearing this, and Xinqing couldn't lie down anymore. He stroked his beard and thought, what you said makes some sense. If you marry someone else, you'll be giving it to an outsider. You might even be cheated of your money and sex by him. At least if she marries into our family, we won't treat her unfairly or let her suffer any injustice. Wang Junfeng was delighted to see that her husband had been persuaded. She slapped her thigh and said, that's right. How can we let our fertilizer water flow into other people's fields? And Xinqing said somewhat embarrassedly, but if Yunbing is like this, people will definitely look down on him. What should I do? Wang Junfeng sneered, what's there to be afraid of? Everything depends on human effort. She's a little girl who knows nothing, and you're just playing with her? Let the soldiers chase her, pester her every day, send her flowers and gifts, take her out to eat, drink, play, and watch movies. Isn't that what the girl wants? If it really doesn't work, just wait until Shu Hefeng is not at home, and then find a way to get him drunk, and then the matter will be settled. And Xinqing frowned and said, that won't work. Wouldn't that be a crime? No. If he really goes to jail, our Yibin won't be able to be an official in the future. Wang Junfeng sneered, that's nothing. Let the transporter get in touch with her first and get familiar with her. If it doesn't work, we can do this again in the end. Afterwards, we should persuade her well. The girl is shy and will not call the police. She will definitely think about how good our soldier has been to her. Then she will follow our soldier reluctantly. And Xinqing hesitated for a moment, thinking of Huazi and Maotai, and how he could be arrogant in front of the fellows in the village with money, so he finally made up his mind and said, okay. Let's do it. I'll call now and have the transport troops approach her. Wang Junfeng smiled proudly and said, why are you in such a hurry? He can't come first for this matter. You have to establish a good relationship with Yan first. If you have a good relationship, the transport troops will have a chance to get closer and be more successful. Then he stood up and said, Yan is at home, and Shu Hefeng has just left. I'm going to buy a white striped chicken and stew it. You can take it to her. You must comfort her and tell her that you have been thinking about her all these years. You can just make up any excuse you want. On the other side, Shu Hefeng visited his grandparents, cleaned their ears and cut their nails. I stayed there until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and after the hired nanny reported in, I gave her detailed instructions before leaving. I came to the Rosal Hotel again, but the previous Wuling magic car was replaced by the current Rolls-Royce. Previously, Shu Hefeng drove his Wuling limousine to the hotel with a beautiful woman in his arms. This special combination left a deep impression on the doorman. This time, when I saw him getting out of the luxury car, I was shocked, and immediately I understood something. I thought to myself that this guy must be a rich man, otherwise how could he find such a beautiful girl? As there was a knock on the door, Zhang Yaxiong, who was reading in the study, immediately stood up and trotted to the door. Looking through the cat's eye, it was indeed the figure I had been thinking about day and night. She was immediately delighted and hurriedly unlocked the door. As soon as the door opened, she rushed over and said in a sweet and joyful voice, husband. Shu Hefeng was stunned for a moment, hugged the girl's slender waist, and said unhappily, do you miss me? He, of course I miss my husband. Zhang Yaqian blushed, then called out in a delicate voice. Chapter 37, Deep Love. After entering the suite and locking the door, Shu Hefeng looked down at the girl. When their eyes met, the girl immediately smiled shyly and lowered her head. Shu Hefeng tilted his head slightly to admire the girl's beautiful color. Her face is rosy and fair, and her shy eyes and eyebrows are like a wave of autumn water, revealing 6 parts of purity and 4 parts of tenderness. What are you doing? Zhang Yaqian put her arms around Shu Hefeng's neck, looked at him with clear eyes, rolled her eyes coquettishly and said, read novels, watch TV, and sleep in. Shu Hefeng raised the corners of his lips, sighed and said in disappointment, alas, I thought you were thinking about me, it seems that I was just being sentimental. He. Zhang Yaqian's beautiful eyes curved into crescents. She took the initiative to move forward and kissed Shu Hefeng on the face. She smiled sweetly and said, of course I am thinking about my husband, too. I am thinking about him all the time. Shu Hefeng smiled evilly and said, really? Where did you think about it? In your heart? Or? He didn't say anything else, but the meaning was self-evident. How could the thin-skinned girl stand such a joke? Her pretty face immediately flushed with a blush, she pursed her red lips shyly, and whispered, of course it's in my heart.
After saying this, his face was already red. The girl's shy and charming look was naturally alluring, and Shu Hefeng lowered his head and wanted to kiss her beautiful red lips. But the girl stopped him with her hand. Seeing Shu Hefeng's puzzled expression, Zhang Yaqiang glared at him with resentment and said quietly, "Does your husband miss me?" Shu Hefeng said unhappily, "How can I not miss you when you, a little devil, are here to seduce me?" When Zhang Yaqiang heard this, the resentment on her beautiful face suddenly disappeared, like a bud about to bloom, and she revealed a sweet and stunning smile. Although the two of them got together very suddenly, it can be said that they got together first and then fell in love. But the girl willingly gave up her purity and decided to be with Shu Hefeng. After intimacy, the innocent girl naturally regards the other person as everything to her. I gradually fell in love with this man who made me experience the joy of being a woman. After Shu Hefeng left yesterday, she began to miss him. I miss each other's hug, I miss each other's sometimes wild and sometimes gentleness, and the sweet words that make people's heart beat. She hoped that the other person would suddenly knock on the door, then appear in front of her, hug her, and be happy with her. Until nightfall, she ate alone, like a solitary bird pecking at its own food. Reading alone is like being alone in an endless and terrifying ocean. Sleeping alone is like a lonely flower blooming quietly in the dark. She kept thinking about that man, and her thoughts were like flying catkins, floating in her mind all the time. For her, who was used to being alone, these things used to be normal and commonplace. She even indulged in this picturesque solitude. But now, the things that she used to take for granted actually made her feel very lonely and isolated. I understand what it feels like to miss someone. Only then did she realize that man. Not only did he become her man and boyfriend, he also became her dependence. It makes her think about it day and night and makes her want to stick to him uncontrollably. As the two were flirting, there was a sudden knock on the door. Shu Hefeng put Zhang Yaqiang down and opened the door. He saw the front desk staff wearing a short skirt uniform and a standardized smile on his face. He said respectfully, "Hello, sir, your car is already parked in the underground garage. Here are your car keys." After Shu Hefeng took the key, he thanked him, and after seeing the waiter leave, he locked the door again. When he came to Zhang Yaqiang, he raised the key in his hand and said with a smile, "Look, what is this?" Zhang Yaqiang blinked and asked in confusion, "Why is this car key different from the previous one?" Shu Hefeng pinched her cute nose and said with a little pride, "Because I bought another car." Oh. Zhang Yaqiang blinked in a daze, and then heard Shu Hefeng say, "I bought a Rolls-Royce this morning, and spent more than 5 million. Ah? More than 5 million? Zhang Yaqiang's beautiful eyes suddenly fixed, her eyes widened, and her tongue was tied. Shu Hefeng chuckled, stretched out his thumb and index finger, and manually closed the girl's open mouth. Then he carried the girl to the bedroom, threw her directly onto the soft Simmons mattress, and then pressed on her. He looked at the pretty girl below him and said softly, "This little money is nothing. When you learn how to drive, I'll buy you one." Zhang Yaqiang was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shook her head. No, I don't dare to drive. Besides, buying a car costs money, and I don't want my husband to spend money on me." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "It's not expensive at all. Follow me from now on, and I will never let you suffer any injustice in life again. My assets are enough for you to live a happy life. Live in a villa, drive a luxury car, wear designer clothes, wear gold and jade, and buy whatever you want to eat." As he spoke, he tidied a strand of hair on the girl's face and gently stroked her fair and smooth cheek, his eyes full of pity. "I know that your parents are partial to you, and you were not happy during your childhood and school years. I suffered a lot since I was a child. I couldn't eat the fruit snacks I wanted, I couldn't wear the nice clothes I wanted, I had no time to play because I had to do housework, and I was scolded every time I spent money. What girl doesn't want to eat fruit snacks, and what girl doesn't want to wear the same beautiful clothes as others? She naturally wanted to too. But that's all in the past. From now on, I will spoil you and love you. I will make you a happy, joyful, and carefree woman. Feel the man's tenderness, listen to the man's affectionate words, and look at the man's compassionate eyes. Innocent girls are most susceptible to this." Zhang Yaqiang was moved. The surging emotions like the tide made her eyes red. She felt that the softest part of her heart was deeply touched. In her eyes, the man in front of her became more majestic and gentle. Just like the towering mountains and the warm sunshine. It seems that he is the man who saved his life and led him to escape from his original family. How can I repay this love and tenderness? Of course. Buddha said, "It cannot be said. It cannot be said." Chapter 38. People help you expand. Yen Yen, is Yen Yen at home? outside the villa, and Xinqing pressed the doorbell and shouted loudly. And Yan, who was studying on the third floor, frowned when she saw the figure outside the door. After hesitating for a while, he got up and went downstairs. After opening the door, he looked at his uncle in confusion. In all these years since Grandma passed away, they have spoken to each other very few times. When Xinqing saw Yan, his face suddenly lit up and he said with a smile, "Ha, Yan, are you at home?" And Yan said coldly, "What's wrong?" And Xinqing smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, Uncle asked your aunt to buy a chicken and stew it for you to nourish your body." Then he handed over the bag in his hand. "Come on, eat it while it's hot. It's freshly stewed and smells delicious." And Yan instinctively dodged and said expressionlessly, "No need, I have everything I need, you can keep it for yourselves." After saying that, he closed the door immediately. Seeing this, Xinqing quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Hey, Yan, don't, this is specially stewed for you." And Yan frowned and said unhappily, "I said, no need." And Xinqing, "I think it's good for us to be strangers. There's no need to be like this. Also, don't call me that in the future. Only my uncle can call me Yan." After saying that, he slammed the door shut. And Xinqing was still unwilling to give up, and said through the crack in the door, "Yan, why are you so impatient? Listen to me." And Yan paused and said without turning her head, "What else do you want to say? I'm telling you, there's no need to do this. We should just not have any contact with each other in the future." After saying that, he walked away. Seeing this, Xinqing hurriedly shouted, "Child, you don't know that my uncle has not come to visit you in these years for a reason. It's for your own good." And Yan paused again, turned around and sneered, "And Xinqing, don't you feel ashamed to say that? I'm telling the truth." And Xinqing sighed and said, "Yes, your uncle didn't want you back then, but he was forced by your aunt. It's also your uncle's fault that I'm incompetent and poor. I can't afford to raise so many children. You can only suffer if you follow your uncle, so I didn't take you. Later." He sighed again and said helplessly, "The reason why I didn't come to see you later and we didn't have much contact was because of Shu Hefeng. His parents clearly said they wanted to adopt you. According to the rules, if a child is given up for adoption, the family can no longer have contact with you, so we considered that Shu Hefeng's family might not like it. That's why I haven't been in touch with you." He. And Yan sneered and retorted, "So, you blame Shu's father and Feng's mother?" Shu dad is what she calls Shu Hefeng's father. Feng's mother, Shu Hefeng's mother's surname is Feng, and her name is Feng Wanxi. And Yan always called her Feng Ma. And Yan is not a naive and ignorant girl. She lost her father at a young age and was abandoned by her mother. Even her father's compensation money was taken away. Not long after I lived with my grandmother, she fell ill and passed away. After that, I became a burden in the eyes of my relatives. I watched with my own eyes as they divided up my home, and heard with my own ears as they expressed their disdain and disgust for me. All the experiences and every time he went through were richer and more miserable than those of ordinary adults. Although she was later pampered and cared for by Shu Hefeng's family, girls are still delicate after all. After experiencing so many setbacks and realizing the ugliness, hypocrisy and selfishness of human nature, I naturally matured early. It is also because I have seen the ugliness, hypocrisy and selfishness of human nature. Only then did she realize how precious it was to receive the selfless care and love from Shu Hefeng's family. Only then did she understand the value of kindness, benevolence and selflessness. She will be deeply in love. This kind of love directly transcends appearance and wealth, making her love always steadfast. And Yan looked at her uncle. She knew that there must be something wrong when things were abnormal. She also knew that if someone was too nice to her for no reason, he was either a traitor or a thief. And Xinqing smiled awkwardly and said, "It's not strange, it's just that we don't approach you because it's not good to get too close. No matter what, you are still my niece. Your father is my brother, and I am your uncle. We have the same surname and the same blood." "Shut up." And Yan suddenly shouted, "And Xinqing, are you worthy of mentioning my dad? When Grandma's body was still warm and you were trying to seize the family property, did you ever think that he was your brother? When you treated me as a burden and a money loser and gave me away, did you ever think that I was your brother's daughter?" And Xinqing also lost his temper and said in a deep voice, "You little girl, why are you so irritated? Blood is thicker than water, you know? Whether you recognize us or not, we are still close relatives. How can your uncle not care about you?" As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, and said in a slow tone, Yan, take this chicken back and eat it. It's a little gift from your uncle." Seeing him being so sentimental, Yen was even more convinced that he had no good intentions, and immediately sneered, "No, I, Yen, a burden, don't deserve to eat your food. I've said it before, it's better for us to never have anything to do with each other again. I hope you won't bother me again in the future." After saying that, he ignored it and went straight back to the villa. Only Xinqing was left standing there in a daze, his face turning red and blue. On the other side, there is harmony. Shu Hefeng was lying on the chaise longue on the balcony, smoking leisurely. Zhang Yaqiang was in the bathroom brushing her teeth and rinsing her mouth carefully, then she stretched out her hands to cover her mouth and exhaled. I sniffed it carefully and only smelled a minty scent, and then I felt relieved. When she walked out of the bathroom and looked at her lover, she suddenly felt embarrassed again. Her pretty face, which was already fair and rosy, became even more rosy like a peach blossom, absolutely beautiful and attractive. The girl hesitated for a moment, then came to Shu Hefeng barefoot. Seeing Shu Hefeng raising his hand towards him, she naturally lay down in his arms. The two of them were flirting with each other for a while, but soon they quieted down. Zhang Yaqiang lay in Shu Hefeng's arms and said with a giggle, "Hee hee, my husband is so warm." Shu Hefeng smiled slightly but said nothing. Zhang Yaqiang glared at Shu Hefeng, hesitated, and suddenly said, "Honey, what if I get pregnant?" Shu Hefeng smiled and glanced at the girl in his arms, and said softly, "Then are you willing to give birth to a child for me?" Zhang Yaqiang was stunned for a moment, then said shyly, "Of course I am willing. It's just that I'm not ready yet." Shu Hefeng chuckled. After all, at this age, it is the best time of youth, so it is normal to not be ready. Tenderly stroking the girl's smooth black hair, Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Many things in life are unpredictable. We should take it one step at a time and make choices when things happen. Just like you and me, our original relationship was connected because of your sister. Suddenly something unexpected happened, and I broke up with your sister. And you were suddenly abandoned by your parents and brother. And I happened to save you. So, you and I were together unexpectedly. It's the same with having a child. If a beautiful accident happens and you get pregnant, will you abort your child?" Zhang Yaqiang shook her head and said firmly, "No. What's the difference between aborting a child and killing your own child?" Shu Hefeng raised the corners of his lips and said with relief, "So don't worry, if there is an accident, just give birth to the baby." Give birth to it? Zhang Yaqiang's heart skipped a beat when she heard that, but it was not because of fear. "I just feel that having a child was so far away from me before, but now it seems so close. The world is ever changing, just like the clouds and the sky." Shu Hefeng nodded and said, "Yes, give birth to the baby. First of all, you are prepared to stay with me forever and are willing to bear my children. Secondly, we have money and sufficient financial resources to support our children and provide them with a good life. If you get pregnant, we'll get married, and after we have a baby, we can continue pursuing our dreams. When the time comes, buy a house nearby, pursue your dreams, and leave the child to the nanny. How great is that?" Zhang Yaqiang smiled sweetly, nodded in agreement, and said shyly, "Husband, have grandpa and grandma always wanted you to give them a great-grandson or great-granddaughter?" Shu Hefeng sighed and said, "Yes, our Shu family is small. You know the situation of my family. The old man is looking forward to me giving birth to more children for the Shu family as soon as possible." Zhang Yaqiang smiled shyly and naturally stopped objecting. Chapter 39 The Truth is the Sharpest Sword. An hour later, Shu Hefeng and Zhang Yaqiang went downstairs together. "We drove to a nice restaurant to have a big meal, and then went to the beach." Holding hands, they walked and played on the beach like a normal couple. Zhang Yaqiang has been staying in her room these days, either being loved or reading in a daze. Although she didn't find it boring, she was particularly happy to be out playing with her lover by her side. The charming laughter and sweet smile formed a beautiful scenery at the seaside. Zhang Yaqiang is tall, graceful, young, and beautiful. In comparison, Shu Hefeng seems a little ordinary. Passers-by and tourists at the beach were a little surprised to see the two playing together, being intimate, and sometimes hugging and kissing each other. They were obviously a couple in love. Especially those boys and men, when they saw such a beautiful girl being picked up by a fat man, they all thought it was unfair. When the two finished playing and were about to leave, a man and a woman suddenly stopped them. The man looked to be in his early 20s, wearing a sports suit. Although his face was not handsome, he was tall and thin, and could be considered a sunny boy. The woman was wearing jeans and a white shirt, with long flowing hair. She looked intellectual and generous, and her face was also very beautiful. "Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Lu Yun.
The woman came forward and said, "Hello, this is my brother Lu Xin. Can you ask her to add you on WeChat?" Zhang Yacheng frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "What do you want to add WeChat for?"
Lu Yun smiled and said, "It's like this, my brother is shy, dumb, can't speak, and still doesn't have a girlfriend. I just want to introduce him to a few more female friends." Before she could finish, Zhang Yacheng showed an unhappy look on her face and interrupted directly, "Sorry, I have a boyfriend." As he said this, he hugged Shu Hefeng's arm intimately.
Lu Yun glanced at Shu Hefeng.
She and her brother were just taking a walk on the beach, and she noticed that her brother had been observing them for a long time. Upon asking, it turned out that he had a crush on the girl, but he was a little sad to see that she had a boyfriend. Seeing that Shu Hefeng looked ordinary, she encouraged her brother to ask for his WeChat, hoping that there would be a chance in the future. However, her brother was timid and shy and did not dare to go.
"So I had to do it myself."
Lu Yun combed her hair and said, "It's okay. My boyfriend is not my husband.
We may not be together in the future.
When we girls are looking for boyfriends or husbands, it's better to find someone who is handsome.
At least he is pleasing to the eye, right?"
As he said that, he smiled politely at Shu Hefeng and said, "I'm sorry, I'm just like that, I speak bluntly, please don't mind." Without waiting for the two to speak, he looked at Zhang Yacheng again, and seeing that she was obviously young and innocent, he asked in confusion, "Judging from your age, you should be a college student, right?"
"I am a teacher at Jiang University, and he is also from Jiang University. Let's make friends first. More friends means more paths."
Zhang Yacheng was a little surprised when she heard that.
She was surprised that the other party was from Jiang University.
She was also a little unhappy because she didn't like what the other party said.
He immediately said in a clear voice, "Since you are a teacher, don't you know that lovers are not about appearance but about sincerity, and friends are not about quantity but about quality? Don't you know that a gentleman is well-mannered, gentle as jade, and does not criticize others? Your words are so rude. How can you be my teacher and carve a rough jade? You! How can you talk like that, girl? How am I unworthy?" Lu Yun really didn't expect that this seemingly innocent and sweet girl could speak as sharp as a knife. She was so angry that her face instantly turned red. Just as she was about to say something else, she found that the two men ignored her and got into the car directly. Lu Yun wanted to go up and argue, but was stopped by her brother. "Why are you pulling me, little girl? I want to see what she means by saying this."
Lu Xian said with a guilty conscience, "Sister, forget it, he drives a Rolls-Royce, a car worth millions or even tens of millions." Lu Yun was stunned for a moment. Seeing Shu Hefeng driving a luxury car past him, he frowned and looked back at his brother.
He said unhappily, "What's wrong with a luxury car? Is it so great to drive a luxury car?" Shu Hefeng drove the car, laughing cheerfully, swearing without using any dirty words. "Is this the charm of liberal arts students?"
"Yacheng, I didn't realize that your little mouth is so powerful, like a knife, piercing straight into people's hearts, better than mine." Zhang Yacheng blushed, gave Shu Hefeng a shy look, and snorted, "Who told her to be so rude? I was just telling the truth, look how anxious she is." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Because lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharpest knife." Zhang Yacheng was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, "Wow, husband, what you said is so philosophical."
Shu Hefeng chuckled.
It was only July 17, 2016, and Shin Hanti been released yet.
Thinking of League of Legends, I can't help but want to play a few games. After hesitating for a while, I decided to give up. With two stunning girls who are as pretty as school beauties around me, who would want to play that crappy game that takes all day to maintain? Chapter 43 Beautiful Girls. The next day, Shu Hefeng took Zhang Yacheng downstairs and drove to the villa to find an Ian and Lin Jiyue, intending to take them to visit Jiangcheng University.
"See if there are any shops for rent around here. I want to choose a place to open an internet cafe, a supermarket, or a hotel.
Buy some daily necessities by the way."
Shu Hefeng was driving a Rolls-Royce, with the standard luxury car equipment sitting next to him in the passenger seat. A beautiful girl with fair skin, slim waist, long legs, 173 centimeters tall, and wearing a short skirt. Occasionally, when you turn your head, you can see long legs crossed.
Snow White. Slim. Straight. Slender.
As long as he stretches out his hand, he will come over on his own initiative.
Shu Hefeng felt very happy and experienced a little bit of the happiness of the people in heaven. I will have to experience more in the future. Make money well, eat and drink well, and have fun. Experience the life of the people in the heavenly palace.
Thinking back to my past life, I was considered a well-off person, but I actually fell in love with a vicious bitch.
What white moonlight, what goddess of the past? Bullshit. Of course, Lin Jiyue was definitely not with him because of money.
Because the red envelopes he received during the Chinese New Year are more than his current total assets. As for why she is the daughter of the richest man, the most fair, rich and beautiful girl in Jiangcheng, an absolutely beautiful schoolgirl with fair skin, slim waist and long legs. He didn't know why she fell in love with him. Noticing that Zhang Yacheng was a little nervous, Shu Hefeng smiled slightly, rubbed Zhang Yacheng's long legs and said, "What's wrong?
Are you worried that Yan Yan will cause trouble for you?"
Zhang Yacheng nodded, a little worried and a little sad. Yan didn't like me in the first place. Now that she's with you, I'm afraid she'll hate me even more. They had a good relationship before. Later, after my sister got together with Shu Hefeng, she changed completely. She also became the little vixen in Yan's mouth. Originally, Shu Hefeng and her sister broke up, and she thought their relationship would improve.
I never expected that I would take my sister's place.
She got together with Shu Hefeng directly. She didn't regret it, but she was a little distressed and didn't know how to get along with the other person. Shu Hefeng comforted him, "Don't worry, it's okay.
Didn't we agree to keep our relationship secret for now?
This way, she will at most be a little wary of you, but that won't be a big deal." Zhang Yacheng hesitated, her snow-white cheeks suddenly blushed, and she said shyly, "But, sooner or later, you will know. And, yesterday and this morning, you were with someone the whole time. If there is a wonderful accident, it will be impossible to hide it within 2 or 3 months."
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "It's okay, I will take care of it."
Zhang Yacheng was slightly startled, then her thin lips curled up into a pink arc, and she said with a half smile, "Brother, how are you going to solve this problem?" They agreed to call him brother in front of outsiders.
"When no one is around, just call me husband." She was already saying it very fluently and didn't feel awkward at all.
Soon, the two arrived at the door of the villa. Shu Hefeng and Zhang Yacheng got out of the car, but did not go in.
Instead, they made a phone call outside.
Now that the two beautiful girls have graduated and become adults, they also begin to love beauty.
"I will simply put on some makeup." After waiting for half an hour, Lin Jiyue and Yan finally walked out of the villa.
The two girls were still wearing blue suit jackets, white shirts, and black campus-style pleated skirts. One has long wavy hair, the other has long straight black hair, and they used to tie their hair into ponytails.
Now just let it hang down like this. It is basically girls' nature to love beauty.
Shu Hefeng never controlled Yan in this regard, and was even a little indulgent, often buying her whatever she wanted. She felt that girls were in their prime, in their youth and in adolescence, so there was nothing wrong with dressing up beautifully.
Blindly opposing them may even provoke their rebellion. Of course, this also has a premise. And Yan is obedient and sensible.
She is more thoughtful and mature than the average little girl, braver than the average little girl, and knows how to protect herself better.
She definitely won't mess around.
Nor will he be fooled by the little yellow-haired boy or the ghost fire boy with just a few words.
That's why Shu Hefeng let her dress up with confidence. "Uncle."
Seeing Shu Hefeng, Yan was still enthusiastic and trotted to Shu Hefeng. But when she saw the graceful Zhang Yacheng standing beside Shu Hefeng, her brows immediately frowned. Zhang Yacheng smiled slightly and took the initiative to greet her, "Hello, Yan." In the past, Yan would definitely roll her eyes at her and call her a little vixen. Although she didn't like Zhang Yacheng staying with Shu Hefeng, she was soft-hearted and thought that the other party was homeless, and they felt a sense of sympathy, so she stopped confronting him.
He just said calmly, "Well, are you used to staying in hotels recently?"
Zhang Yacheng felt embarrassed when she heard this and nodded softly.
At this time, Lin Jiyue also came to Shu Hefeng.
First, she greeted Zhang Yacheng, then she waved to Shu Hefeng with a smile on her face, and said in a charming and teasing voice, "Hello, dear Mr. Deepening." After saying that, she didn't forget to wink at him playfully. Seeing the girl's bright smile and tender voice, Shu Hefeng also smiled knowingly, "Hello, miss you." As he spoke, he saw the three beautiful girls gathered together, each of them was gorgeous, and he couldn't help but feel secretly happy, and said to the three girls, "Hurry up and get in the car, there are a lot of things to do today." The three girls naturally had no objection, and Yan directly opened the passenger door and sat in. Seeing this, Zhang Yacheng had no choice but to go behind with Lin Jiyue. As soon as she got in the car, Yan looked straight at Shu Hefeng, her red lips curled up in a dangerous arc. "Uncle, were you with Yacheng last night?"
Chapter 41, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox Ari.
After Yan asked, before Shu Hefeng could speak, Lin Jiyue came over and said jokingly with her red lips, "Uncle, Yaqiang will not."
She paused and continued, "Are you asleep?" This question made Zhang Yaqiang's snow-white face flush instantly. She felt extremely embarrassed and couldn't help but frown and said, "Jiyue, what are you talking about? What does it mean to put uncle?" Clearly,
there were some things that were too embarrassing for her to say.
Lin Jiyue smiled playfully, winked at Zhang Yaqiang mischievously, and chuckled, "Don't be angry, I was just joking."
As he said this, he looked at Zhang Yaqiang suspiciously. Zhang Yaqiang has always been very beautiful, with the image of a pure and lovely school beauty. She is also gentle in character and comes from a poor family, making her a commoner school beauty.
This gives many people the courage to have unrealistic expectations.
So she has the most suitors in school. But when he saw her for the first time, Lin Jiyue was surprised. Zhang Yaqiang has changed.
Not to mention all the branded clothes and Apple phones.
Just say that her snow-white, ethereal face had a rosy complexion, was radiant, and between her eyebrows, there was a hint of unusual charm.
This made Lin Jiyue think of herself.
When she was with Shu Hefeng before, she once looked at herself in the mirror and she looked like this. In Shu Hefeng's words, it is white with a hint of red, as beautiful as peach blossoms, with eyes and eyebrows full of affection. This made her very suspicious.
I suspect there is a secret love between the two.
As Shu Hefeng's current underground lover, she allowed An Yen to get close to Shu Hefeng, and did not even object to them being together. After all, it was the best friend who fell in love with him first.
I am considered a latecomer.
She still understands first come first served. She couldn't steal her best friend's love and keep him all to herself.
But Zhang Yaqiang is different. Except for An Yen, she would not allow any woman to have any emotional entanglement with her Mr. Phone. Shu Hefeng turned the car around and asked, "What are you two talking about?"
"I just went to Yaqiang's place this morning.
I stayed up all night at the internet cafe last night." And Yen was obviously a little unconvinced, but she didn't ask any more questions.
She just frowned and looked out the window without saying a word. Shu Hefeng has lived with her for many years, so he naturally understands her thoughts best.
He immediately said unhappily, "I went to the Amomui Sports Arena near the Chinese Medicine Hospital last night.
I played until 3 o'clock in the evening and finally became the first level esports king."
And Yen was a little surprised when she heard this.
Thanks to Shu Hefeng, she had already learned LOL a long time ago. "But I don't have enough time to play, so I'm pretty bad at it." Shu Hefeng has also been lingering at the first level master level. Before, his operation was not that good, but he had a good awareness, knew how to blend in, how to hide, and liked to use various tricks.
He was doing very well in DNA Master. Real?
Shu Hefeng smiled slightly, laughing but with a hint of meaning, "Of course, and I'm not playing top lane to get points, I'm playing in the middle lane, playing as Ari, the nine-tailed demon fox. I played Ari all night, it was so cool, I killed people randomly, and the enemy was completely defeated and yelled at me the whole time." Zhang Yaqiang understood the meaning of his words almost immediately. She didn't understand the game, and she didn't know what Ari, the nine-tailed demon fox, was.
But An Yen always called her a little vixen. That nine-tailed demon fox Ali, as the name suggests, isn't she also a fox spirit? Isn't the code word just playing with the little vixen Ari all night? She felt more and more ashamed and didn't dare to look at the three people. She could only pretend to be carsick and closed her eyes to take a nap. And Yen's eyes lit up when she heard that.
Ari, Katarina, and Riven were her three favorite heroes.
She said in a sweet voice, "What's so great about that?"
"I'll also work hard to rank up after graduation and summer vacation."
Lin Jiyue asked curiously, "What? Playing games?" And Yen smiled and said, "Yes, it's the one the boys in our class often say, Joaji.
I'll teach you and take you flying during the summer vacation." Lin Jiyue said oh and lost interest instantly. Compared to playing games, she prefers playing the piano, dancing, or reading and daydreaming to empty her mind. But An Yen really liked these, and turned around and said, "Let's play mid and jungle together, 2 Sailor Moons, conquer the Summoner's Rift, and kill the enemy." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Okay, if you wanna play, just go to the villa or the BB and we'll give you an esports room with 5 good computers."
Lin Jiyue said, "Why do we need 5 platforms? There are only 4 of us in total."
And Yen said in a delicate voice, "Because it is a game for 5 people, 2 teams, 5 people in each team, against each other." Zhangcheng is a tourist city on the southeast coast. Although it is not as good as those super first-tier cities, it is at least a first-tier city.
As a double first-class university, Jiangcheng University has excellent teaching environment, teaching faculty, and educational resources. Especially the environment, which is definitely top-notch in the country. The new campus is located in a tourist scenic spot on the coast of Jiangcheng. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and faces the sea on 1 side. It has a beautiful environment and a pleasant climate. Not only is there a beach, the dormitory is also a standard sea view room. Open the window, go to the balcony, face the sea directly, and enjoy the sea view. And Yan was somewhat disapproving of this. She has been living in a seaside homestay with Shu Hefeng. When she comes home from school, they usually stay in a villa with floor-to-ceiling windows and sea views. Naturally, she is not interested in this. Zhang Yaqiang, on the other hand, although lives in a coastal city, her home is a bit far from the beach. She studies very hard and doesn't have much pocket money. Even during holidays, she stays at home to study and doesn't want to go out to play at all. So there are few opportunities to go to the beach. She was already very excited about staying in a 5-star hotel suite by the sea for the past 2 days. The 4 of them walked on the campus of Jiangcheng University and visited the teaching buildings, library, dormitories, and other places. We came to Jiangcheng University's exclusive beach again. The beach is not far to the east of the dormitory building. Although the school was on vacation and there were few people at the beach, some teachers and students still did not go back. Many beautiful women in cool clothes were playing at the beach, forming a beautiful landscape. The beach here was assigned to the university. For the convenience of management and to protect students, and to create a pure land for students to have fun, it is not open to the public. After all, with so many people outside the school, safety issues of one kind or another are inevitable. Once something happens, the school may have to bear responsibility. There have been some examples of this before. Some parents bring their children here but lack a sense of responsibility, which leads to accidents for the children. Some of them come here because of their reputation and want to take advantage of female college students, take secret photos, and do indecent acts, molest, and harass female students. It was difficult to manage, and finally it was simply closed to the public. The school also has security personnel specifically for this purpose. They are responsible for management, rescue, and also for persuading outsiders to leave. Shu Hefeng noticed that there were several unused small bungalows on the beach, next to the student dormitory building. It would be a good place to open a supermarket. Close to the dormitory building and close to the beach. Although there are things for sale here, they basically only sell swimming rings, slippers, swimsuits, shovels, etc. Although there is a supermarket in each dormitory building, they are all located on the first floor of each dormitory building and are only small supermarkets. It would be nice if we could open a large comprehensive supermarket. You can also cooperate with schools to recruit students to work and study. Ziyue, does your family have any connections at Jiangcheng University? As the richest family in Jiangcheng, the Lin family has a huge network of relationships here. If you can have some connections, you can make use of them. He is not a self-righteous person. China is a society based on personal connections. As long as you do not break the law and follow legal procedures, you can make good use of your connections. What happened to your relationship with your woman? As long as you can get the job done. Chapter 42 Mr. Right. There is a connection. Lin Jiyue was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "He is a childhood friend of my father. His sister works in the youth league committee here. And the principal here is a family friend of mine. Her admission letter was sent by the president of Jiangcheng University, and her grandfather even called her back to have dinner with her. There was no mention of any special care. I just want you to get to know me so that you can go to him if you encounter any difficult problems in the future." Lin Jiyue hesitated for a moment, then said, "But uncle, I don't recommend you open a supermarket here." And Yan asked curiously, "Why?" Lin Jiyue raised her pink lips. "Didn't uncle say that he wanted to open an internet cafe and a hotel? I think if you want to open them all, it's better to connect them together. This will make management easier, save management costs, and save people from running back and forth. More importantly, using one name, like chain operations, can increase brand awareness. Internet cafes, hotels, and supermarkets all have their own specific customers, but customers have more than just one demand. The 3 can also attract traffic to each other." Having said that, Lin Jiyue put her arm around Shu Hefeng without caring about an Ian and Zhang Yaqiang being beside her. The girl's eyes were full of longing, her complexion was radiant, her whiteness was glowing, her beauty was fresh and refined, her red lips slightly parted, and she spoke eloquently. When an uncle opens an internet cafe, his target customers are definitely college boys.
This is also considered a university town, with many universities nearby, so there must be many customers, but there are also many internet cafes, so we need to have characteristics or selling points. Only by establishing target customers, having selling points and advantages can you make money. First of all, the equipment must be of good quality and the price must be moderate.
It cannot be too expensive. Secondly, boys of this age have free time and money, but not much money.
Their youthful hormones are overflowing. They can recruit some beautiful women who work part-time in college as network administrators, or some beautiful women in society, to ensure that their business is booming.
As for the supermarket, it can be divided into two, and it doesn't need to be too big.
One is a comprehensive supermarket, and the other is a supermarket that specializes in selling women's products, such as sanitary napkins, cosmetics, toiletries, underwear, accessories such as hairpins and necklaces, etc. At this point, her face suddenly flushed with an imperceptible blush, and she said shyly, "There are also hotels."
The target customers must be college couples.
Similarly, there are a lot of hotels nearby. So we have to have our own advantages. Shu Hefeng listened to her talk and nodded continuously. He then pondered for a moment and said, "The main selling points of a hotel are cleanliness, hygiene, privacy, and the best price is not expensive." In terms of cleanliness, hygiene and price, there are definitely many hotels that can do it.
But it's hard to be private.
There are so many hidden cameras nowadays, and voyeurism incidents happen frequently.
Young couples are still very reluctant to do this when they check into a hotel.
Shu Hefeng was very sensitive about this kind of thing. He didn't want someone to secretly film him, Zhang Yaqiong, or Lin Jiyue one day, and then edit their video into a short film and post it on the internet. He is not afraid of posting it on the internet. After all, if he posts it abroad, it will not bring shame to the country, but will only make him proud.
The key is that she is your own woman. How can you let others look at her casually? I think we can start from this aspect.
Lin Jiyue's snow-white cheeks were white with a hint of pink, just like a newly blossoming peach blossom. She stared at Shu Hefeng's eyes, as if there were thousands of threads of love entangled in them, and praised him infatuatedly.
"Uncle is really amazing, he thinks the same as me." Then he teased in an ambiguous tone, "Does this count as telepathy? Could it be that? Is this uncle someone's Mr. Right?"
Zhang Yaqiong, who was standing by, didn't understand the intricacies of doing business and remained silent.
But those eyes were always looking at Lin Jiyue hugging Shu Hefeng's arm. She was surprised and suspicious.
Seeing her boyfriend being so ambiguous with another woman, she felt secretly jealous. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate and intimate, and Ian felt a little jealous but didn't say much. After all, it was she who took the initiative to ask her best friend to flirt with Shu Hefeng.
Zhang Yaqiong blinked her crescent eyes and asked in confusion, "How can we keep it private?"
She had experience in this regard. After all, 2 days ago, she and Shu Hefeng went to a 5-star hotel to book a suite. Shu Hefeng specially arranged for staff to check everywhere. It was the first time she knew about the existence of hidden cameras. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Those hidden cameras come from 2 sources. One is a black-hearted boss who wants to make a profit from this, because sometimes the profit from selling these secretly filmed videos is more than what they make from running the business, and even if they are caught and reported to the police, the punishment is very small. The cost is small and the profit is high, so they continue to do this despite repeated bans. Another point is that the boss himself has strong selfish desires, is lewd, has a vulgar mind, and has a perverted mind of peeping. Besides that, there are also those criminals who are specifically trying to make a profit from this. They install it secretly or give some benefits to the hotel owners so that they can install it openly." Shu Hefeng led the 3 of them to a bench on the beach and sat down. He continued, "So, our first priority is to prevent illegal elements from installing it. All guests staying in the hotel must have their luggage checked.
As long as they don't bring in tools, they won't be able to install it." And Ian asked curiously, "Checking bags, isn't that an invasion of customer privacy? What if they don't cooperate?"
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "We're not searching people, we're just checking large luggage and backpacks."
Some people may object, but I believe that more couples are willing to accept the examination.
As long as we explain it clearly, they will know that it is for their own good and that this is the safest place. So when they go out to Deepening to book a room in the future, they will come to us and become our regular customers. As for the customers who lost money because of this, they are only a minority.
It doesn't matter if we lose a sesame seed, we gain a watermelon. What we want is a reputation for protecting privacy, and we want loyal customers. and Yan nodded slightly and nodded in agreement.
Shu Hefeng added, the second point is to equip some high-power laser pens and eye protection shields. High-power laser pens can burn out the photosensitive components of most cameras. On the one hand, we need to be diligent in checking with laser pointers, and on the other hand, we can provide it to customers and let them check it themselves. The four of them rested for a while at the beach, then left the campus and walked around the area. He now has 21.25 million in his hands, so it is no problem for him to open 3 stores. In fact, many people take it for granted that they will make money when opening a store near a university.
But in fact, this is not a good choice.
First of all, if you open a store near a university town, you can only operate profitably for 9 months.
During the winter and summer vacations, more than 90% of students will leave. The number of people staying in school is not enough to pay for water, electricity, and salaries.
This means that out of the 12 months in a year, 1/4 are unprofitable and only 9 months are able to operate normally, which is equivalent to a 1/3 increase in rent.
Many people think that there are many college students who can spend money, so they can make money by opening a store.
So they open a store on impulse without making a detailed budget, and end up losing money and exiting. Therefore, there are quite a few stores near the university town that have signs saying they are for sale. But Shu Hefeng is not afraid of these.
Chapter 43 Shura Field.
It is now 2016, and internet cafes, especially high-end ones, are still very popular. More importantly, Shu Hefeng's system only counts turnover, not profits. As long as there is turnover, you will not only get 10 times the bonus, but also 10 times the cash back on your consumption. The daily reward is equivalent to 20 times the turnover.
No matter how bad the business is, it's impossible to lose money, right?
The key point is that he has the rich lady Lin Jiyue by his side. The Lin family's resources are absolutely second to none in Jiangcheng. Not only do they have many industries covering various fields, but more importantly, the other party started out in real estate in Jiangcheng. Shu Hefeng turned his gaze to Lin Jiyue beside him and smiled maliciously. The girl hugged his arms, bringing a softness that made people imagine. As soon as Lin Jiyue saw his smile, she knew that he was plotting against her again.
She immediately rolled her eyes at him and said shyly, "Mr. Feng, what are you plotting against me again?"
Shu Hefeng was very thick-skinned and laughed. Your family owns a lot of real estate in Jiangcheng, and I heard that your brother and sister have invested in many industries in Jiangcheng, covering many fields. Lin Jiyue seemed to have been enlightened and instantly understood his thoughts. But she has made up her mind to stay with Shu Hefeng forever, and even entrusted her body and mind to him. Not only did she not complain about Shu Hefeng's rudeness, but she felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. In her heart, Shu Hefeng did this because he truly regarded her as his own and his girlfriend, and he truly wanted to spend his life with her, which was why he was so casual and unfettered. Moreover, Shu Hefeng does not have so-called self-esteem, is not obsessed with face, is not a male chauvinist, and knows how to take advantage of the situation. According to the family education she received, this is what it means to be a smart and mature person. Whether in business or in life, the upper limit of a man's courage is ultimately too low.
Well, my family did have some property in the past. Let me ask my family when I get back.
Okay, ask when you get back. Shu Hefeng was delighted and moved his arms, secretly taking advantage of the situation, which immediately earned him a cold look from the eldest lady.
The four of them walked around Jiangcheng University, got a general understanding of it, and saw a hot pot restaurant nearby.
Lin Jiyue's eyes suddenly lit up. She swung Shu Hefeng's arm, pouted her cherry red lips and said coquettishly, "Dear Mr. Deeping, I want to eat hot pot." And Ian also immediately stepped forward and hugged Shu Hefeng's other arm, saying tenderly, "Yeah, I want to eat too." Shu Hefeng laughed, turned his head to look at Zhang Yaqiong, who had been very reserved beside him, and said softly, "How about you, Yaqiong, do you want to eat?" Zhang Yaqiong was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting the other party to ask for her opinion. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes and she nodded happily.
"Okay. Let's go eat hot pot.
It's my treat today, you three can eat whatever you want." Lin Jiyue naturally knew that Shu Hefeng was losing weight. The reason she acted like a spoiled child was not to get him to treat her. "Mr. Feng, what about you?
You have to eat, too."
Shu Hefeng shook his head and said, "Forget it. I'll just watch you guys eat and eat some fruit."
"No. You have to eat too."
Lin Jiyue's cheeks puffed up cutely, her tall and thin body swayed, and she squeezed the bowl of rice with pride, begging softly, "Would you please eat with us? What's the point of just watching?"
Shu Hefeng winked at Lin Jiyue.
They had just been together that night and had just had intimate contact. They had agreed that he wanted to lose weight, and she supported him.
Why has it become an obstacle to weight loss now?
Forget it, I still need to lose weight. Lin Jiyue's pure and beautiful face curved, revealing a pair of shallow dimples, and she pulled Shu Hefeng inside, saying coquettishly, "It's okay, it's not too late to lose weight after this meal, right?"
Yaqiong?
She suddenly turned the topic to Zhang Yaqiong, who was stunned for a moment and agreed.
Yes.
Losing weight is not something that can be achieved overnight. You should proceed step by step, and you should also indulge yourself occasionally as a reward to yourself.
This will give you more motivation.
As soon as she mentioned motivation, Lin Jiyue's heart suddenly moved. She suddenly stood on tiptoe, leaned close to Shu Hefeng's ear, and said in an empty but seductive voice, "Be good and obedient, sister will reward you tonight." Shu Hefeng's heart moved, he glanced at her with a raised eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, and said immediately, "Well, okay, let's have a big meal today and skip dinner at night." Today, he was accompanied by 3 stunningly beautiful girls. He was in a good mood, and with the 3 girls acting coquettishly, he did not insist on eating the diet meal. Under the surprised and envious gaze of the receptionist at the door, I walked into the hot pot restaurant. After lunch, the 4 of them returned to the BB. The homestay is a 2-story structure, with 1 set on the upper and lower floors, for a total of 6 suites. The upper floor is the bedrooms, which have different sizes and numbers, and the lower floor is the living room, which also has different sizes. Now this homestay has been booked by Lin Jiyue, and she takes turns living in the 2 largest and best suites. Lin Jiyue was also generous. Knowing that it was not safe for Zhang Yaqiong to live alone in the hotel, she said, "Yaqiong, why don't you move here and live with me?" Zhang Yaqiong was stunned for a moment and instinctively turned her head to look at Shu Hefeng.
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "That's fine.
It's the peak tourist season now, and there are many tourists from other places.
There will be a lot of people, and we can have a drink or something. It's not safe for a beautiful girl like you to live there alone."
Pretty? When Lin Jiyue heard this, her eyebrows raised immediately. She walked to Zhang Yaqiong and took her arm. Yes, Yaqiong is so beautiful, it is inevitable that she will be coveted by some perverted men.
But her eyes, like a pool of moonlit spring water, flashed a dangerous arc, and she said to Shu Hefeng with a half smile, "Dear Mr. Deepening, who do you think is prettier, me, Yaqiong, or Yan Yan?"
After these words were spoken, even Zhang Yaqiong raised her eyes, her smiling eyes curved into crescents, looking at him clearly.
Ahem.
This was a fatal question. Shu Hefeng coughed and said, "They are all beautiful." After that, he changed the subject and said, "Okay, stop making trouble. Now, I'm going to send Yaqiong back to the hotel to pack her things.
You guys stay at home for a while." And Yan was obviously not satisfied with Shu Hefeng's answer. She glared at him and said, "I want to go too." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "You and Jiyue stay at home. Jiyue, contact your family and ask about the situation."
Lin Jiyue originally didn't want to give them a chance to be alone together, but after hearing what Shu Hefeng said, she had to give up for the time being. After watching Shu Hefeng and Zhang Yaqiong drive away, he returned to the BB and called his sister's cell phone number. On the other side, Shu Hefeng raised his hand, and his pair of snow-white, slender legs were lifted up.
Chapter 44, Matchmaking with the Domineering Female CEO? Husband. As soon as they returned to the hotel suite, Zhang Yaqiong hugged Shu Hefeng's waist from behind and whispered, "Should I really move to ABB?"
Shu Hefeng smiled and turned around, looking at the sweet and cute girl in his arms, and said softly, "Why?
Don't you want to live with them?"
Zhang Yaqiong shook her head in a silly manner and said softly, "Not really, it's just that, if we move to a guest house, does that mean I can't hug my husband openly and be together openly?" Shu Hefeng stroked the girl's soft black hair in his arms and comforted her, "It's okay though.
It shouldn't take long. Besides, actually, being sneaky would be more exciting, right?"
Zhang Yaqiong hugged Shu Hefeng with her backhand, and said faintly, "Now, I just want to stick to my husband, cling to him, and kiss and hug him." Shu Hefeng chuckled, feeling the girl's dependence, and said with a smile, "It's okay, we will have plenty of time to be affectionate in the future.
But it's better for you to live together.
As I said before, it's the peak tourist season now, there are too many tourists, the hotel is full of people of all kinds, and there are so many homestays in the village, it's even more lively.
I'm worried about you living here alone. I'm also worried about leaving them alone in the villa or BB. Check out and stay at the BB. I'll come find you as soon as I'm free."
Zhang Yaqiong gave her boyfriend a resentful look, then looked around at the luxurious suite. This is where she and Shu Hefeng officially get together. In a sense, it was the place where she spent her wedding night.
It holds too many of her firsts and carries too many beautiful memories.
It is the place where she transformed from a girl into a butterfly, into a bud, and officially became a woman. Suddenly, her face turned red, she bit her thin lips with her pearly teeth, and said timidly, "Then, should we pack up and leave now, or do it one last time?" Shu Hefeng had this idea in mind a long time ago, but when he heard the girl mention it on her own initiative, he was still extremely excited. He bent down, picked up the soft body, and walked towards the balcony. When Zhang Yaqiong came, she didn't bring much luggage, just 2 pieces of clothing and some books. When I left, I not only bought a lot of clothes and shoes, but also daily necessities like mobile phones and cosmetics because I had shopped several times before. 3 hours later, Shu Hefeng and Zhang Yaqiong packed up their things and, with the help of the waiter, arrived at the hotel entrance with their bags. The burgundy Rolls-Royce was already waiting here with its doors open. The checkout procedures had already been completed, so there was no need to worry about it.
Shu Hefeng did not stay any longer and took Zhang Yaqiong directly back to the BB.
When Lin Jiyue and An Yen heard the noise, they hurried out of the BB. After taking the luggage to Zhang Yaqiong's room, Shu Hefeng left the latter to continue packing, while An Yen and Lin Jiyue came to the lobby of the BB. As soon as Shu Hefeng sat down on the sofa, Lin Jiyue came over directly, wrinkled her pretty nose, and sniffed Shu Hefeng.
Shu Hefeng said with a smile, "Kitty, what are you smelling?"
Lin Jiyue didn't smell any fragrance, and she breathed a sigh of relief, but she still looked at Shu Hefeng suspiciously and asked, "It took you 3 hours to pack your luggage.
Uncle, you and Yaqiong didn't do anything shameful during these 3 hours, did you?" Shu Hefeng showed no sign of abnormality, and said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am a serious person."
Lin Jiyue raised her eyebrows, and looked at him with eyes as clear as a spring under the moon, and said with a smile, "Really?" Shu Hefeng said as a matter of course, "Of course."
Seeing him like this, Lin Jiyue couldn't help laughing.
She pursed her lips slightly and smiled sweetly. Then she stopped smiling and said seriously, "I just called my sister to ask about it. She said that the Tianhong Fudi opposite the south gate of Jiangcheng University was a real estate project developed by my family in the past.
The 2 Tiandi buildings facing the street opposite the south gate belong to me.
Also, the street-facing buildings in the Grand Hyatt and Ximen are all mine."
The so-called Tiandi building is a street-facing building with low floors.
Generally, the ground floor is used for commercial offices and the upper floors are private residences.
Hearing this, Shu Hefeng was stunned for a moment and said speechlessly, "Are they all yours?"
Lin Jiyue chuckled and said a little proudly, "My sister told me that when my father first developed this property, he was attracted by its geographical location, so none of the Tiandi buildings facing the street were sold."
Shu Hefeng was secretly delighted when he heard this, and said with some anticipation, "So, did you tell her that I want to rent a place to open an internet cafe and a supermarket? Is there a suitable place?"
Lin Jiyue smiled mysteriously, crossed her legs, folded her arms across her chest, and said in a soft and clear voice, "Nothing."
Shu Hefeng was slightly startled, and then said unhappily, "Miss you, isn't that equivalent to asking in vain?" Lin Jiyue snorted and said a little arrogantly, "Why is it in vain? I didn't say you wanted to open an internet cafe, but I did say I wanted to partner with you to open an internet cafe, a supermarket, and a hotel." Shu Hefeng asked doubtfully, "Partnership? Whom?"
Seeing that he failed to understand her feelings, Lin Jiyue's eyes, which were like a quiet spring, were like a disturbed deep pool, and she couldn't help but reveal a bit of resentment. She couldn't help but slightly part her cherry red lips and said angrily, "You big fool, if you say that, we won't charge you rent. You can use it as long as you want, and no one will raise the rent for you." Shu Hefeng laughed and said seriously, "That's fine, even if we do business together, I'll give you a share of the operating profits when the time comes."
Upon hearing this, Lin Jiyue couldn't help but nodded.
She just lent the place to Shu Hefeng in this name. Although given their relationship, she didn't intend to separate herself so clearly from Shu Hefeng, nor would she ask for any share of the profits from him. But the two are still in the underground stage, so they still have to pretend in front of An Yen.
"What's your sister's name, Lin Jianfeng?"
Shu Hefeng suddenly asked.
Lin Jiyue nodded slightly and replied softly, "Well, haven't you seen it?" The girl smiled sweetly, like a blooming summer lotus. Suddenly, she smiled mischievously, like a cunning little fox, and said teasingly, "Why? Are you attracted to my sister? Do you want me to help you two find a happy marriage?"
Then he said seductively, "My sister is a cool and beautiful queen, a domineering female CEO, you men's favorite."
When Shu Hefeng heard this, he immediately showed an excited look and said, "Really?
That's great, we can even become closer." When Lin Jiyue heard him say this, even though she knew he was joking, she still couldn't help but sneer and gave him a sidelong glance.
"Go, who wants to get close to you?"
Shu Hefeng laughed and said seriously, by the way, you are going to college now, and you suddenly want to open an internet cafe and a supermarket. Doesn't your sister object to you? Chapter 45, Full. Why object? Lin Jiyue raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said with a smile, as my sister said, it's good to try to run a business. Girls should start their careers early, find something to do, and train themselves. That way I won't be like those other college girls who do nothing all day, like a flower without roots in a vase, only thinking about men, and in the end being cheated of their money and sex by stinky men, and losing both their money and their lives. She blinked her beautiful eyes, pretending to be innocent, and said meaningfully, Uncle, you don't want to cheat me of my money and sex, do you? Shu Hefeng said unhappily, don't worry, I will never cheat you for money or sex. When he said this, he suddenly changed his tone, raised a sly smile at the corner of his lips, and teased the girl beside him, I only know how to get both money and beauty. I want the money, and I want the people, too. When Lin Jiyue heard this, she felt embarrassed and couldn't help but give him a coquettish look. The red lips that looked like rose petals were curved in a sweet way, and her snow-white cheeks had shallow dimples. At this time, an Yen, who was standing by, saw the two of them flirting with each other and couldn't help it anymore. She said with a cold face, you want someone? Who do you want? As he spoke, he stood up and sat down on the other side of Shu Hefeng. There was a hint of danger in his eyes and tone, Uncle, do you want Yeye or Sister Jianfeng? Sister Jianfeng is naturally Lin Jiyue's sister Lin Jianfeng. And Yi Yan also often went to Lin Jiyue's house to play and was very familiar with her elder sister. Just kidding. Shu Hefeng smiled awkwardly, gently rubbed in Yi Yan's little head, and explained. Seeing the girl rolling her eyes at him like a proud little peacock, he couldn't help but chuckle and suddenly said, Jiyue, does your sister mean that we can open a store anywhere in those buildings facing the street? Lin Jiyue shook her head and said, of course not. Although the property rights belong to us, many places have been rented out long ago. It's not good to drive people away, right? It just happened that the rent was due in a few places. Shu Hefeng said, okay, when are we going to go take a look? Choose a place? Lin Jiyue chuckled and said with a little pride, hey, no need, my sister has already found someone to do it. She has many professionals under her. We don't have to worry about site selection, evaluation, and cost budgeting. In addition, she will also arrange for people to handle for us all the necessary documents and formalities for the store's operation, as well as the equipment and supply channels needed for the operation. Even for the decoration design, she said she would find someone for us. We just need to contact us and understand our ideas, and then we don't have to worry about it anymore. Everything is included. We just need to pay the money and run the business. Shu Hefeng was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, really? But he knew that opening a store was easier said than done, but actually much more troublesome. First, market research, then design and decoration. There are also various complicated certificates and procedures. Then there is the procurement of various equipment and the selection of supply channels. Each item sounds simple, but it is enough to give you a headache and make you run around in practice. Lin Jiyue smiled and said a little proudly, of course, dear Mr. Defeng, now I have helped you with renting a house, getting a license, decorating, etc. How are you going to thank me? Shu Hefeng laughed and said thoughtfully, I'll treat you to a feast? Lin Jiyue rolled her eyes cutely like a proud kitten, raised her chin, and said angrily, no, you are not sincere at all. Shu Hefeng said happily, the feast I'm talking about is a real feast. You really liked to eat it before. But since you don't want it, forget it. Lin Jiyue was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood what was meant. Her heart was pounding and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Although he was worried that an Yen would find out, he couldn't help but give her a shy and coquettish look. At the same time, she tried to hide her shyness, pouted her lips and said, yes. Who said no? I'm going to rip you off this time and squeeze all the money out of you. Shu Hefeng continued to sign language, and said with a bit of amusement and pride, with your little belly, you think you can eat me out of money? Lin Jiyue's pretty face was white with a hint of pink, as rosy as a peach blossom, but she challenged him, really? I'm a money eater, and the meals I usually eat are very expensive. Shu Hefeng said proudly, don't be afraid. I'll make sure you're full. I'll make sure you're full. After exchanging a few words with Lin Jiyue in secret code, Shu Hefeng returned to the villa. Since there are now people to help open internet cafes, restaurants and hotels, he has saved a lot of trouble. In the following days, until Yen Yen and the other two started school, all he had to do was lose weight and take revenge. Zhang Yaqing has already taken revenge, and now all we have to do is wait and see her miserable end. And Huang Mao is still at large. In his previous life, this person stole his money, killed him, and destroyed his family. He must get rid of the yellow hair before school starts.
Blood debts must be repaid with blood.
The thought of revenge instantly motivated him, and he ran straight to the gym to continue exercising. After exercising for an hour, Shu Hefeng dragged his tired and sweaty body to take a shower.
When I came out, I returned to the scale in the gym. The pointer finally stopped at 101 kilograms. The last time I weighed myself, I was still 102 kilograms.
As the 2 million system reward arrived, Shu Hefeng opened his system panel and found that his deposit had reached 26.253 million plus. The corners of his lips rose unconsciously, and he decided to go to Zhang Yaqing's home to take a look. Then he turned around and went back to his room. It has been a week since I got the system on July 15th, and today is the 22nd. Through aerobic exercise, proper training and diet meals, he successfully reduced his weight from 106 kilograms to 101 kilograms. In just 1 week, I lost 10 pounds. This is because he is relatively fat and his base weight is too large, so the weight loss effect is more significant. After changing into a loose casual outfit, Shu Hefeng just walked out of the house and saw a man looking around furtively at the gate of the yard. He immediately walked out, and when he saw the young man in front of him clearly, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "Big mouth soldier? What the hell are you doing sneaking around here?"
Big Mouth Soldier, also known as Yunbing, is the stepson of an Ian's uncle.
Because of his big mouth, buck teeth, and the way he hangs out in the neighborhood, his friends gave him this name.
Calling it became a habit. But not many people dare to shout like that in front of him.
And Yunbing is considered a famous gangster in their village.
Not the black kind either.
He just doesn't do his job all day and follows some bad guys from his village and other villages.
He smoked, drank, played billiards all day long, and secretly watched the young wives in the village urinate. Fighting, stealing. The villagers, including the Yin family, kept their distance from him.
The little devil is difficult to deal with. Not only am I afraid that he will play tricks on me, but I'm also afraid that he will steal your things when you're not around, or even shamelessly borrow money from you.
Chapter 46, Uncle Feng.
But others are afraid of his big mouth, but Shu Hefeng is not afraid of him. After all, the other party is just a small gangster who usually steals and bullies the weak in fights.
He is not the kind of desperado who doesn't care about his life. I really don't have that kind of courage.
In front of him, Shu Hefeng was not only his uncle, his family was rich, and he had also been in prison for fighting. He was a regular employee before, so Yunbing didn't dare to act recklessly. Although he lost his job later, he became a little crazy.
Those thugs who harassed Yin, including their family members, were often beaten by him.
Moreover, Shu Hefeng's grandparents are also very prestigious in the village. And Yunbing dared to act like a rogue in front of others, making jokes and stealing things everywhere in and out of the village, but he was always honest in front of him. Seeing Shu Hefeng coming out, and Yunbing smiled awkwardly, scratched his head guiltily and said, "Ha, Uncle Hefeng, I'm at home."
Shu Hefeng hummed calmly and said expressionlessly, "What's the matter with you coming to my place?"
And Yunbing is 24 years old this year. 3 years ago, he married into a woman's family.
The family I married into lived in Shernan district.
They were well off, with 2 daughters and no sons.
I just wanted to find a son-in-law for my eldest daughter.
Shu Hefeng had also seen the woman.
She was slightly plump and although not pretty, she was not ugly either. She had an ordinary appearance.
It's more than enough for him to transport troops. If you live a good life with them, your life will definitely be pretty good.
It's a pity that this kid wanted to be emperor after he went there. He is lazy and doesn't do any work.
He asks for money all day long, smokes good cigarettes, drinks good wine, pretends to be cool in front of his friends, always treats them to drinks, beats people after drinking, touches his sister-in-law, and speaks foul language.
If you don't give me money, I will steal. I heard that my father-in-law's newly bought motorcycle was secretly sold. Within 2 months, they were beaten back. Now I can only continue to eat and drink at home. Nothing, haha.
And Yunbing's eyes wandered a little. I heard that Uncle Hefeng bought a Rolls Royce.
Come over and open your eyes and see it. What else?
Shu Hefeng asked calmly, then took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, and Yunbing quickly took out his lighter and went forward to light a cigarette.
Shu Hefeng didn't give the other person any face at all. He just blew gently and blew out the other person's lighter, leaving him standing there in embarrassment. he took out his lighter and lit it. After taking a puff, he stared at An Yunbing with cold eyes. There was no intention of giving him the cigarette.
An Yunbing put away the lighter awkwardly, knowing that Shu Hefeng had always had this attitude towards his family. But the other party didn't give him face, which still made him feel a little angry. But even though he was angry, perhaps because he felt guilty, he felt a little uneasy when Shu Hefeng looked at him, and he quickly said in an embarrassed tone, "No, no more." Then he rubbed his hands awkwardly and said calmly, "Well, Uncle Hefeng, if there is nothing else, I will go back first." Shu Hefeng exhaled a puff of mist, then slowly came in front of An Yunbing, looking down at him condescendingly. Suddenly he patted the other person's shoulder and said indifferently, "Big mouth soldier, you are here to see the car, or you have other purposes?" An Yunbing laughed, and before Shu Hefeng could continue, he quickly explained, "Uncle Hefeng, I really just came here to see the luxury cars." Shu Hefeng said directly, "I only have one thing to say, don't mess with me." An Yunbing was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, "Uncle Hefeng, look at what you said, why would I provoke you for no reason?" At that time, Shu Hefeng was wearing a black suit, white shirt, and black leather shoes, but he was chasing a white guy with a kitchen knife. If Shu Hefeng's grandfather hadn't slapped him awake, I'm afraid he would have really killed him. Finally, Uncle had arrived and the white guy was so scared that he couldn't stand on his legs. He saw it with his own eyes and remembers it clearly. From then on he knew that this was someone who should not be provoked. Later, someone went to Shu Hefeng's house to make trouble because of an Yandao, and it was Shu Hefeng who beat up the father and son. It also made him dare not act presumptuously in front of Shu Hefeng. And Yunbing said goodbye awkwardly and turned to leave. Shu Hefeng followed him, smoking. After smoking 2 cigarettes, he arrived at his grandparents' house and walked straight in. Only then did An Yunbing breathe a sigh of relief. In the clean and green courtyard, the green floor tiles meander forward, passing through a field of red flowers and green grass, and there is a natural pavilion supported by a grape trellis.
The nanny had nothing to do and was watching TV alone in the living room. Shu Hefeng and his grandfather Shu Ming'an were playing chess, eating apples, and talking about their current plans.
Grandma was wearing reading glasses and sitting next to me reading a book. Occasionally, when he looked up, he saw the old man and his grandson talking and laughing, and he couldn't help but smile kindly. Of course, Shu Hefeng would not tell the 2 elders about rebirth and revenge. All he wanted to say was that he was planning to open an internet cafe, a supermarket, and a hotel near Jiangcheng University. "I want to stay there with my 3 daughters, and I also want to invite my 2 elders to live over. When the time comes, we can just arrange a suite for the 2 elders on the first floor of a guest house or hotel." In response, Shu Ming'an explicitly refused, saying only that both of them were in good health and had a nanny to take care of them, so he could just focus on doing his own thing. After hearing this, Shu Hefeng stopped forcing it and played chess with peace of mind. Time passed, and it was almost dusk.
Suin-chan put the book back in the study and said with a smile, "Hefeng, didn't you just say that Yaqiang also moved to the BB? Call her, Jiyue, and Iyen over, and have dinner here tonight."
Lin Jiyue and An Iyen have such a good relationship that they are almost inseparable. She used to live here often, so the 2 elders were naturally very familiar with her. The 2 elders had a very good impression of this daughter of the richest man, who was pretty, elegant, quiet and well-behaved, and had no temper of a spoiled young lady. Lin Jiyue has been living here these days. She comes over with An Iyen whenever she has time, chatting with the 2 elders and making them particularly happy. They have always wanted to adopt her as their godson. However, considering the other party's family background, she did not speak rashly, fearing that the other party's family would not agree, which put Lin Jiyue in a dilemma.
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "No need to call, just make a phone call and ask them to ride the tram over."
The homestay over there has 6 electric vehicles, which are provided as a benefit to customers so that they can ride them out for fun. Now that Jiyue has booked a homestay, the electric cars are naturally idle, so just let them come by themselves. On the other side, An Yunbing returned home with a depressed look on his face. When his mother Wang Junfeng saw her beloved son coming back, she immediately asked, "How is it?
Did you see that girl? Is she prettier now? See a fart."
An Yunbing cursed, sat down on the sofa, picked up the cigarette on the table and wanted to smoke. But when he looked at the $10 cigarette in his hand and remembered the TNI that Shu Hefeng had just taken out of his pocket, he instantly lost interest.
Wang Junfeng was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you see him?"
And Yunbing said impatiently, "Well, I only saw Shu Hefeng."
Wang Junfeng said, "Why don't you wait a little longer?
Mom tells you, that girl has grown up to be very beautiful, you have to pay more attention to her."
"Oh. What are you thinking about?" And Yunbing said angrily, is Shu Hefeng easy to mess with? If he knew we were planning to take over an inn, wouldn't he want to kill us?
Wang Junfeng was stunned for a moment, and whispered, so I told you to be careful and go to contact him behind his back.
Then he added earnestly, if you take that girl down, what can he do even if he finds out?
If you two really get together, then that's our business and Ian's business, and our family's business.
So what if he disagrees? In the end, don't you still have to hand over the villa and the BB? Chapter 47, Have More Children.
When he heard about the 3-story villa and one of the most profitable BBS in the village, and Yunbing immediately sat up with excitement. But when he thought of the cold and indifferent look Shu Hefeng had just given him, he immediately stopped and fell on the sofa with a thump.
Forget it. Don't just think about good things. Shu Hefeng worked hard to build the villa and the BB. He's not a fool. Will he give them to us willingly? Don't make him angry or he'll kill me with a knife. Not worth it, not worth it.
When Wang Junfeng heard her son was such a wimp, she immediately got angry and said angrily, how dare he? As he spoke, he could not help but poked his son fiercely with his hand and said unhappily, look at how little you have achieved.
You usually look so majestic, why do you become so weak in front of him? And Yunbing said impatiently, what do you know?
The soft ones are afraid of the hard ones are afraid of the tough ones, and the tough ones are afraid of those who don't care about their lives.
Do you understand? He is a lunatic, a psychopath. Don't be fooled by his friendly and smiling appearance. If he gets angry, he will really dare to chop people with a knife. Wang Junfeng said angrily, that's because his ex-wife secretly had an abortion and killed his unborn son.
She also cheated on him, and that Baizi was still showing off in front of him, so he chased him down the street with a knife.
Can this be the same? Their family is very concerned about their reputation. The reason why he put the villa and the BB under Ian's name is because he is afraid of gossip. After all, that was also our family's old homestead, our family's property, but it was occupied by him. If you can really control an Ian and make her marry you wholeheartedly, what does it matter if Shu Hefeng objects?
Then he said earnestly, listen to your mother, she is just a little girl, you should fool her well, then our family will be rich, you will not only have a beautiful wife, but also live in a villa, drive a luxury car, and sit and collect money every day. When Yunbing heard this, his heart was naturally moved again. He thought of the Rolls-Royce that Shu Hefeng drove and the T&I that Shu Hefeng smoked. Then think about it, if I drive a Rolls-Royce and smoke cigarettes, how majestic and impressive I will be in front of others and my brothers.
If you go out and have fun, which girl wouldn't fawn on you when she sees you? Aren't beauties chasing after me every day? Whoever I like, I want.
And Yunbing sat up again, secretly excited, and suddenly said with some embarrassment, but, look at that little girl in Ian, she is flirting with Shu Hefeng all day long. Whenever the two of them go out to the supermarket together, they are either holding hands, or the little bitch is holding Shu Hefeng's arm, so intimate that they almost want to stick to him. A divorced man and an unmarried girl, living together all day, they must have been having an affair.
Maybe they have already hooked up and been opened up.
Wang Junfeng had long heard about their ambiguous relationship and rumors.
But he just sneered and said nonchalantly, what's there to worry about? If there's a relationship, there's a relationship. What we want is the villa and the BB, not that little bitch. Once you have everything you need and have money, will you still worry about not being able to find a virgin? When the time comes, there will be so many pretty girls for you to choose from. If you really mind, why not find a chance to kick her out? And Yunbing suddenly felt that this made sense, and couldn't help but ask in embarrassment, what if an Ian is really with Shu Hefeng and really likes him, how can I get her? Wang Junfeng said, it's better to take precautions. An Ian is so beautiful, I don't believe Shu Hefeng can resist her. They are probably together. If you want to get that little bitch in Ian, you have to break them up first. And Yunbing frowned and asked, how can we make them break up? Wang Junfeng was furious when she saw her son's silly look. She scolded him angrily, can't you use your brain? You're like a pig. His family is well known in the village. The whole family pretends to be nice just to save face.
Starting tomorrow, I will spread the news of their affair in the village.
And Ian's father saved Shu Hefeng's life. In fact, Shu Hefeng is an Ian's uncle.
If he messed with the daughter of his savior and his niece and the news got out, he would be ungrateful. Before, he took in an Ian, and everyone said he was a righteous man. Now that the scandal has come out, it has become a stain, bringing shame to their family.
They won't be able to hold their heads up in the village. By then, we won't have to do anything, Shu Hefeng will stay away from an Ian on his own. When they have a conflict and break up, won't you be able to take advantage of the situation? Here's your chance, right?
He looked at his mother with shining eyes and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Mom, it's you who are so smart.
Roll.
Wang Junfeng cursed angrily, but the smile on her face was clearly one of pride.
Uncle, losing weight is very exhausting for your body. You are already puffy, and if you only consume it without replenishing it, it will be easy to become weak.
In the restaurant, Lin Jiyue, Zhang Yaqiang, and Shu Hefeng's family sat around a table, having a great time. Lin Jiyue said as she picked up 2 large shrimps and put them into Shu Hefeng's bowl. With a sweet and stunning smile on her face, she teased, well, eat more shrimps and beef to replenish your body.
Don't make yourself look foolish.
Shu Hefeng saw that she was deliberately implying something about him, and said unhappily, you are the one who is weak, I am in good health.
With your tiny arms and legs, I can crush you to death. Grandma Su Yinchan slapped him in annoyance and said with a smile, how can you talk like that, kid? Don't say unlucky words.
Shu Hefeng immediately changed his words, with your thin arms and legs, I can make you cry.
Lin Jiyue instantly remembered the little secret between them.
Her pretty face immediately turned red, and she cutely stuck out her tongue at the other person, Lilialu.
Then he ruthlessly complained, humph.
You have the nerve to make yourself so fat for a woman. After these words were spoken, everyone who was eating paused and looked at Shu Hefeng cautiously. That matter was like a taboo, and no one had ever mentioned it in front of Shu Hefeng. Shu Hefeng had already let it go and laughed, you're right, it's really not worth it.
But you're wrong, too. I didn't do it for her. I never cared about a bitch. I did it for my unborn child. I was a little depressed at the time.
When everyone heard this and saw that Shu Hefeng looked normal, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Lin Jiyue was aware of the atmosphere just now, she still said, don't be afraid, wait until you lose weight successfully and become the unrivaled handsome uncle you once were, there will naturally be plenty of girls willing to bear babies for you.
At that time, give birth to more children.
Shu Mingyan's face lit up when he heard this, and he agreed, yes, let's have more children then.
Shu Hefeng suddenly looked at Lin Jiyue and said, what about you? Are you willing?
When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned again.
Chapter 48 Will my husband come tonight?
Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Lin Jiyue's pretty face suddenly blushed, and she couldn't help but said shyly, dear Mr. Deepening, you are the wrong person to ask me about this matter.
You should ask someone else. As he spoke, he winked at an Yen playfully and said jokingly, really? Beautiful Yen? And Yen felt a little embarrassed by her suggestion and retorted stubbornly, how should I know who you are talking about? Anyway, when the uncle asks someone, it is natural that someone should answer. Without waiting for Lin Jiyue to speak, she asked with a smile, are you willing to give me more children?
Lin Jiyue's heart skipped a beat like a frightened deer. She hesitated for a moment, and her beautiful eyes, as clear and ethereal as autumn water, glanced at Shu Hefeng secretly. She saw that he was staring at her intently, with his beautiful big double-lidded eyes, with a hint of playfulness. Her pretty face was stained with a touch of intoxicating rouge. Then she said shyly, if.
She paused and emphasized, I mean if.
If uncle can lose weight successfully and regain his peak appearance. At this point, Lin Jiyue pursed her attractive cherry red lips, and suddenly lowered her head shyly, nervously pressing the stickers on the table with her fingers, blushing and her heart beating shyly, is it not impossible to give birth to a few children for you? Although Annie Yen had already guessed the answer from her coy and charming look just now, she still couldn't help but stare at her with her beautiful eyes.
Wow!
Zhang Yaqiang exclaimed out loud and looked at her old classmate in disbelief.
In Zhang Yaqiang's impression, Lin Jiyue is naturally beautiful.
She is usually quiet and ladylike, speaks little and acts cautiously, and has elegant manners and temperament. Because of her identity, in the eyes of everyone, she is somewhat aloof and can be admired from a distance but not approached.
I've never seen her show any affection to any boy.
I didn't expect that she would say such a thing. She is an 18-year-old girl, a newly promoted college student, the daughter of the richest man, and a wealthy lady with fair skin and beautiful looks.
She actually said in public that she was willing to have children for others? And how many more? Isn't the contrast too great? Shu Mingyan and Su Yinchan were stunned.
They looked at each other tacitly.
Obviously, they didn't expect that their grandson would be so charming.
Divorced, 30 years old, and a beautiful 18-year-old daughter of the richest man's family is actually interested in him.
The old man laughed and was very happy. Suin-chan secretly glanced at an Ian, then turned her gaze and looked at Zhang Yaqiong on the other side.
She looked at Zhang Yaqiong, and Ian and Lin Jiyue, three beautiful girls, and felt speechless for a moment.
This is a bit messy, isn't it?
The little nanny next to her kept her head down, not daring to look around. Shu Hefeng's lips were filled with a bright smile, and then he said directly, "Okay, stop joking, and eat quickly." The warm and homely dinner was quickly finished, and the little nanny began to clean the house obediently. Shu Hefeng and Ian, Zhang Yaqiong and Lin Jiyue accompanied the two elders to watch TV and chat. The old man likes watching the show, and the four little ones also watch it with gusto.
Influenced by the two elders, and Ian can even sing along with them in a very similar way.
It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that Shu Hefeng rode his bike with Lin Jiyue, and Ian rode her bike with Zhang Yaqiong, and they returned to the BB together. The old men went to the beach to swim and see beautiful women, and the old women were bored and danced square dance with some tourists on the street.
It was a harmonious scene.
As four people rode past on their bikes, several middle-aged women looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly became ambiguous. One of them, who looked like a landlady, suddenly raised her voice and shouted, "Hefeng, what are you doing with these pretty girls?" Shu Hefeng also shouted at the top of his voice, and the song on the speakers had also come to an end. "Aunt Wang, I heard that your heir and I is pregnant.
When is the wedding? I'm waiting to give gifts and attend the wedding."
As soon as these words came out, Aunt Wang's face swelled up again.
Ha 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 ha.
And Ian and Lin Jiyue's silver bell-like laughter came at the right time, but Shu Hefeng said venomously, "Are you going to hold it together with the full moon party? Let's make it clear, I will only give one share of the money."
Amidst laughter, the four returned to the BB.
Now that Lin Jiyue, Zhang Yaqiong, and Shu Hefeng are all living in the BB, they naturally won't let an Ian stay in the villa alone. The four of them chatted for a while, and since they were really tired today, they went back to their rooms to rest. The homestay faces east and west, with 2 floors forming 1 set and 6 sets in a row. There are 2 large ones in the south and 4 small ones in the north. Shu Hefeng and Lin Jiyue lived in 2 large suites on the south side respectively.
And Ian lives next to Lin Jiyue, and the room Zhang Yaqiong chose for herself is at the northernmost end.
Shu Hefeng came to the yard alone to enjoy the cool air, when his cell phone suddenly rang.
When I opened it, I found that it was a WeChat message from someone with the online name Cheong Chao Bu Zhayao. "Husband, are you coming tonight?" Shu Hefeng raised the corner of his lips and recovered. "Yaqiong, you are tired today, take a good rest.
It's your first day living here, be careful not to be discovered." Oh, Zhang Yaqiong replied, and typed again, "Well, good night, my dear husband." Shu Hefeng said good night with a smile on his face, and then went to the villa's gym. Just as he was about to run, he received another message on his phone.
This time, it was Yi Zhou. "Mr. Phone, are you not coming yet?" Shu Hefeng grinned and pretended not to understand. "What? Yi Zhou, pay. Fee? Paying D fees in full and on time is a responsibility. It is an obligation. What is D's purpose? D commands the gun." Chapter 49. How can you call it stealing? Shu Hefeng was immediately filled with question marks. "So you are this kind of young lady?" I immediately replied, "Come out, let's go to the sun room outside." "Well, Mr. Phone, I love you so much." In the sunroom, the lights were off and the light was clear. The girl whispered foolishly. Her voice was soft and her tone was seductive. "This sunroom is in the backyard, with floor-to-ceiling windows on all 4 sides and a glass roof. During the day, you can easily see the sea while lying on the chaise longue in the sunroom. At this moment, the night sky is high and the stars are sparse. A bright moon hangs alone in the blue sky. The moonlight was like flowing silver, filtering in through the roof and the glass on all sides, making the room as clear as water. The two of them felt as if they were in a wilderness under a moonlit night. No cover or obstruction. The sky is covering the earth. Looking to the east, you can see the invisible moonlight turning into a vast sea of moonlight, with layers of ripples. The waves are sparkling and the waves are roaring. A silver ribbon in the middle also flutters with the waves. In the silvery waves, a face that is fair and rosy. Her beauty is as intoxicating as if she is drunk, her skin is rosy white and her light is sparkling like jade. A pair of clear and pure beautiful eyes, filled with crushed moonlight, ripples in Shu Hefeng's heart. Shu Hefeng held that beautiful face lovingly, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and he said sweet words lovingly, "Miss, I love you too." The girl has a pure face and elegant temperament. Since being with him, she has become more gentle and charming.
She is only 174 centimeters tall, slender and graceful, but her waist is so slender that it cannot be held in one hand because of years of dancing. Lin Jiue smiled charmingly, pursed her rosy cheeks, and asked the fatal question with a smile, then.
Do you love me more, or do you love Yin Yen more?
As she spoke, she tilted her pretty face, her bright eyes staring into Shu Hefeng's big eyes, and raised her eyebrows coquettishly to ask,
Shu Hefeng laughed and asked, can it be the same? Can't.
Lin Jiue pouted her lips immediately, her beautiful eyes flashed with ferocity, and she threatened fiercely, tell me quickly, who do you love more?
You. Of course it's you. Shu Hefeng picked him up and walked towards the swimming pool.
Because it is close to the sea, the water in the swimming pool is seawater, and it has a circulating water exchange system, filtration and disinfection, so it is quite clean. After playing in the pool for a while, they came out to take a shower and then returned to Shu Hefeng's room to rest. The next morning, when Shu Hefeng got up early, the eldest lady was no longer around him. Only the girl's charming body fragrance remained between the bedding. After carefully destroying the 2 long hairs, Shu Hefeng went to the bathroom to wash his face briefly, and then returned to the villa to exercise for an hour. After the workout, prepare 4 nutritious meals. He finished his meal quickly, changed into simple sportswear, and drove out in his Wuling magical car.
After driving for half an hour, we arrived at the future internet cafe in Sherbei district.
It was already 7:30 in the morning. The overnight work was basically over, most people had left, and the cleaning lady had started cleaning. Except for a few young people who were addicted to the internet and were still playing games, the rest of them were basically half lying on their chairs and snoring. He walked around the internet cafe and soon saw a familiar figure in a private room. He has blonde hair, flowery arms, for studs on his ears, and wears cropped pants and a short-sleeved shirt. At this moment, he was lying on 2 single sofa seats facing each other and snoring.
Shu Hefeng didn't disturb the other party and just left the internet cafe.
After all, it was he who harmed him in his previous life, so Shu Hefeng was very familiar with his various situations.
The yellow-haired boy's name is Chang Wei. His home is in an urban village in Sherbei district. His father was in jail for stealing, his mother sold cakes at a stall, and he and his sister dropped out of school early. Huang Mao is a idler.
He spends all day playing games in the internet cafe or drinking and dancing with his friends. He met Zhang Yaqing at a bar.
His sister Chang Huan works in a foot massage shop. Shu Hefeng did not go anywhere else.
He went to the nearby seafood market to buy some seafood and then went straight back to the BB.
In a tourist-oriented coastal city, seafood meals sold outside are still very expensive.
Locals either buy it in inconspicuous village alleys, or go to the seafood market and process it themselves. When we returned to the BB, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning and the Lin family's nanny had already arrived at the villa. Shu Hefeng handed the seafood to her and went to the BB as Zhang Yaqing had already gotten up and was playing with the 3 kittens in the garden. The girl has a graceful figure, fair skin and beautiful looks. She runs around among the flowers and plants with the kitten, creating an interesting picture.
Brother. Seeing Shu Hefeng coming back, Zhang Yaqing ran over holding a kitten.
The girl's long hair was untied, falling down naturally. On her pure and sweet face, her eyebrows were graceful and her bright eyes were curved into crescents. There was a hint of sweat on her pretty nose, but her moist cherry lips were pouted with a hint of resentment.
Where have you been?
Shu Hefeng laughed, reached out and touched the cute little kitten in her arms, and said softly, I went out for a walk and bought some seafood for you.
I haven't eaten it for a long time.
Zhang Yaqing stared at her own heart, her pretty face suddenly blushed, her crescent-shaped eyes suddenly turned into a pool of autumn water, and she gave the other person a shy look. Shu Hefeng was instantly moved, but it was daytime and Lin Jiue and Annie Yen were around, so he didn't dare to do anything bad openly. After chatting with Zhang Yaqing for a few minutes, he came to the hall and saw Annie Yen watching TV. After chatting for a while, he learned that Lin Jiue was still sleeping in, so he went straight back to his room. The sun and the moon rotate, day and night come and go, and time slips away through your fingers like sand at a slow and unchanging speed. Annie Yen's sanitary products were out again, so Shu Hefeng rode his bike to the supermarket.
When Lu Yun, the supermarket's proprietress, saw Shu Hefeng, she immediately smiled and said, Hey, the Rolls-Royce is here? Shu Hefeng said with a smile, third sister-in-law, why are you yelling? Lu Yun placed her hands on the front desk and said with a smile, you don't know?
Now we all call you that in private. As he spoke, he looked at Shu Hefeng again and couldn't help but said enviously, look, you are different when you drive a luxury car. Your temperament has changed.
He sighed again and said, come to think of it, I really envy Yen.
I thought that girl had a hard life and I felt sorry for her. But now it seems that I should feel sorry for myself.
Shu Hefeng said, "What's so pitiful about you?
You run a supermarket, live in a villa, have 2 sons and 1 daughter, both of whom are college students.
You don't have to worry about food and clothing, yet you're still not satisfied?"
Lu Yan smiled and said, "It sounds good when you put it that way, but compared to Yi Yan, it's far behind. She's young, but she's already driving a luxury car.
It seems like I won't have that kind of luck in my life."
Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng glanced at her indifferently, and couldn't help but chuckle. He walked around the supermarket, picked out 10 packs of pajamas and some brands that an Ian was used to using, and took a fruit knife.
Then he went to the front desk to pay.
Lu Yan took out 2 black bags and put the sleeping pants and sanitary products in them.
She looked at him ambiguously and asked, "Are you buying them for that girl again?
I haven't seen you here for a few months.
I thought she didn't need you for the time being." Shu Hefeng looked at her with a half smile. "Sister-in-law, are you saying something else?" Lu Yan smiled like an auntie and said, "What can I say? I'm just a little envious of that girl. She is spoiled and loved by you.
You don't have to worry about anything and you take care of her in every way. Don't even worry about such private things of a girl." Shu Hefeng frowned and said, "I bought these things for her from the very beginning."
"Is there any problem?" "No problem, of course no problem."
Lu Yan laughed, and suddenly winked at Shu Hefeng, with a smile on her face. "Hefeng, tell my sister-in-law, when do you plan to do it?"
"What do you want to do?" Shu Hefeng put away the QR code payment tool and looked up at her. Lu Yan smiled and said, "What else can it be? The girl has finally grown up and is so pretty. When are you going to invite my sister-in-law to the wedding?"
Shu Hefeng raised the corners of his lips, playing with the fruit knife in his hand, with a harmless smile on his face, but he said nonchalantly, "Sister-in-law, when to get married is my business, but if you gossip about me in front of others or behind their backs, be careful that someone cuts your mouth with a knife. As long as I don't violate laws or regulations, I can do whatever I want or not do whatever I want.
No one else has the right to interfere. But if someone talks nonsense and uses Yen and I as topics of conversation, don't blame me for turning my back on them."
After saying that, he picked up his things and left.
When we returned to the BB, we found that Lin Jiue, who had been picked up by her family after lunch, had returned and was sharing the newly bought snacks with an Ian and Zhang Yaqiong. Shu Hefeng handed the 2 black bags to an Ian and said with a smile, "I thought you were going to stay at home tonight. Why are you back again?"
Lin Jiue raised her chin and said proudly, "Why?
Can't you come back?"
Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, of course."
Lin Jiue snorted and said, "Welcome?"
Shu Hefeng said honestly, "Of course you are welcome." Lin Jiue smiled with satisfaction, took out one of her canvas bags and handed it to Shu Hefeng. "Here, Mr. Feng, this is for you."
"What?"
Shu Hefeng opened it curiously, and the first thing that caught his eye was a box. The warm red hue is noble and elegant, and the landscape painting on the packaging is exquisite and delicate.
There are 5 big characters Futsuan Mountain Residence printed on it. He looked up in surprise. "This, cigarettes?"
Lin Jiue smiled and said, "Yeah, my dad likes to smoke, so I got it from him."
"I know a little about Shu Hefeng.
Likun Fuchin Shanju is known as the best in China. The market price seems to be 20,000 yuan per piece and 2,000 yuan per pack, and there is no demand for it."
"For me?
Too?" Lin Jiue smiled brightly. "Yes, these are all for you." Shu Hefeng hesitated for a moment, then accepted it.
Just as I took out 2 packs of cigarettes, I found a small plastic bag underneath. The bag contained something that looked like leaves, a small amount. I took it up and looked at it, wondering, is this tea? Lin Jiue nodded and said, "Yes, I found it in my grandfather's study."
I remember hearing from my grandfather that it was bought at the Anhui Taiping Hokui National Gift Tea Auction in Jiqing in 2009.
Shu Hefeng was stunned for a moment and looked at her in disbelief. "The Taiping Hokui National Gift Tea on auction? How much does it cost? How much did you get it for at the auction?" Lin Jiue frowned. "It seems to be 200,000? Shu Hefeng asked, 200,000? 1 pound? 200,000 in 2009? Lin Jiue knew the weight of this thing.
The old man usually didn't want to drink it and just kept it in his collection. Whenever an old comrade who hasn't seen him for many years comes, he will take it out to taste it and introduce it in detail. She had heard it several times and remembered roughly, "No, there are only 100 grams in total.
That's all that's left. I took it all." Shu Hefeng stared at her in astonishment. Miss, you stole this, didn't you? Lin Jiyue gave him a resentful look and said angrily, what do you mean by stealing? How can it be considered stealing something that belongs to you? Chapter 50 Technician Number 5. Shu Hefeng naturally would not object to Lin Jiyue going home to purchase goods. After all, the things in her house are really good. Although this tea is precious, since someone gave it to him, he gladly accepted it. Shu Hefeng thanked them, then sat down on the sofa and said calmly, Yan, Jiyue, Yaqiong, I have something to do and may need to leave for a while. And Yin heard this and asked curiously, what's the matter? Shu Hefeng shook his head slightly and said, I won't tell you the details. I won't be home these days. Please be careful, don't run around, lock the door early at night and go to bed. Lin Jiyue asked in confusion, what is it that takes so long? Shu Hefeng laughed and said, Jiyue, your suite is big enough, with 3 bedrooms. Let Yaqiong and Yan live with you starting tonight. Lin Jiyue frowned immediately, that's fine, but what's your matter? Shu Hefeng stood up and said, it's just a small matter, don't ask too many questions. Sherbei District, the imperial finger is on the imperial foot. Hello sir, I am technician number 5, and I am happy to serve you. In the single room, Shu Hefeng had just changed his clothes for a while when he saw a woman in a hip skirt walk in. Shu Hefeng glanced at the other person indifferently and saw that the woman had a voluptuous figure, delicate makeup, and beautiful facial features. Although she was not as pretty as school beauties like an Yen, Lin Jiyue, etc., her looks were already quite good. With this face, this figure, and this outfit, if you put them together and walk on the street, you will definitely get a lot of attention. Especially the beauty mole on the left corner of her mouth is particularly eye-catching. Well, let's get started. Number 5 said in a gentle voice, Sir, you chose the 99-minute full-body essential oil spa, right? Full-body essential oil spa, 99 minutes, 899 yuan. The price is not cheap, but it is not that expensive anywhere else. The advantage here lies in the environment, service, and waiters. The quality is much higher than other places. Shu Hefeng lay comfortably, his eyes narrowed, looking at the woman in front of him, and smiled, Beautiful woman, you have good skills. How long have you been working here? Number 5 immediately curved her red lips and said with a smile, by the end of the year, it will be 3 years. Then she glanced at the key on the table next to her and said in a gentle and charming tone, Brother, is this the key to your Rolls-Royce? When she just came in, she had heard from the manager that the customer who came this time was driving a Rolls-Royce, and asked her to serve him well and try to get him to apply for a card. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, Yes, I bought it 2 days ago. When number 5 heard this, his eyes lit up immediately and he exclaimed in admiration, Wow! Brother, you are amazing. You can drive a Rolls-Royce at such a young age. Shu Hefeng chuckled and said, You're calling me brother now? Judging from Cheng Huan's appearance and figure, she should be in her early 20s. At least when she was in school, she should have been the most beautiful girl in class, right? It turns out that all the sisters that rich people see are sweet. If a place like this can enjoy such treatment, I wonder how the true gods in heaven must be enjoying it. Immediately said modestly, You are also very good. Number 5 smiled coquettishly and said gently, I'm just a technician, how can I be so great? Shu Hefeng's voice was low and gentle, and he laughed, No matter what job you do, you are all serving the people, and you are all great. Number 5 was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said mischievously, Brother, what you said sounds a bit official. You are not in the system, are you? Half an hour had passed when number 5's phone suddenly rang twice. However, number 5 did not answer the call, but said softly, Sorry, brother, did I disturb you? No problem. Shu Hefeng suddenly asked again, Do you have anything else here, huh? Shu Hefeng didn't say anything else, he just gave the other person a look. Number 5 chuckled and asked, Brother, don't you like my job? Shu Hefeng said calmly, I like it. I like it very much. But you know, as a 30-year-old single man, there are always problems to overcome. Is there? Number 5 blushed. While she was working, customers would suddenly request additional out-of-home services, which was something she often encountered. She has worked here for many years, so she is not shy and sometimes even makes some dirty jokes with customers. But you still have to pretend. A shy woman is more likely to get the care of a man and arouse his desire to protect her. Number 5 smiled coquettishly and said shyly, Hee brother, ours is formal, pure green. Then he complimented her, Besides, you are tall, handsome, and drive a luxury car. How can you be lonely? There must be beautiful girls with fair skin and good looks trying desperately to get into your passenger seat every day, right?
Shu Hefeng twitched the corners of his mouth, and suddenly smiled bitterly and said, "Alas, really not.
I just bought this car. Look, the license plate hasn't even come out yet."
Number 5 said in a sweet voice, "Don't worry, brother, just wait, I guarantee that a beautiful lady will throw herself into your arms."
Shu Hefeng laughed and said, "I don't dare to trust women easily now." "Why?" Number 5 was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion.
Shu Hefeng sighed, took out a Lichuan cigarette and put it in his mouth. Number 5 was very well behaved. Seeing this, he quickly picked up the lighter and lit it for him. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, what kind of cigarette is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Shu Hefeng laughed and said, "You smoke too?" Number 5 shook his head and said, "No, it's just that my brother has been smoking since he was a child and often asks me to buy cigarettes for him."
Shu Hefeng said, "Of course you haven't seen this. It's Lacoon's dwelling in the Fujian Mountains. This thing is not available on the market. It's in short supply." Number 5 asked curiously, "There's no demand for it? It must be very expensive, right?"
Shu Hefeng nodded and said, "Yes, 20,000 per piece, 2,000 for a pack."
Number 5's eyes widened in disbelief. 20,000 for one, 2,000 for a pack? So expensive? Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "It's not bad.
For someone like me who is addicted to smoking, 2 packs a day is not enough."
Number 5 was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Brother, are you the legendary rich and inhumane person?" Then he said caringly, "Brother, you said before that you don't trust women anymore, why?" Shu Hefeng said, "Once bitten by a snake, I will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. I used to work in the system, my family was well off, and I was married. But then my parents got into a car accident and had to pay a huge amount of compensation. My family was in debt, so my ex-wife aborted the child, then cheated on me, and we finally divorced. So I stopped trusting women. Fortunately, my home was demolished and I was given some houses and money. I used the money to run a homestay and a supermarket and collected rent, and gradually I accumulated some assets. So I don't trust women anymore." Number 5 said with a gentle look and eyes full of heartache, "Really? That woman is so hateful. But brother, we have to look forward in life. There are so many men and women in the world. Good and bad are not divided by gender. Aren't there many good women? Let's find another one and live a good life." Chapter 51 No objection, that means agree. It's so hard to find a good woman.
Shu Hefeng sighed, and according to Number 5's words, he turned over and lay on the spa bed, smiling bitterly. "I finally understand. Those things called being in the system are all bullshit. They are far inferior to you independent girls who earn their own living and even support their families." Number 5 smiled bitterly when he heard this, and sighed faintly, "Yes, if the family conditions are better, who would be willing to serve others in a place like this? I also want to go to college, find a good job and get married in the future, but my father is in prison, my mother is old and in poor health, and my brother is idle and dependent on me, so I have to drop out of school and work. I don't want my mother to suffer too much." As the two were chatting, Number 5's phone rang twice again. Number 5 said sorry, took a look, and continued to push Shu Hefeng's back. Shu Hefeng said calmly, "If you have something to do, you can reply to the message first." Number 5 smiled bitterly and said, "No, brother, it's our manager." Then he sighed helplessly and said, "Let me think of a way to lure you to open a card and recharge it." Shu Hefeng asked, "Then why didn't you say anything?" Number 5 smiled and said, "Well, to be honest, I see that you are a real person, so I don't want to lie to you." Shu Hefeng joked, "Why? Do you guys still lie to people all the time?" Number 5 explained, "It's not a scam. We just ask customers to open a card, top up their account and continue to enjoy their stay with us." Shu Hefeng asked curiously, "Then why don't you sell it to me? You should have been trained on those sales pitches, right? Brother, you understand?" Number 5 joked and smiled, "It's so hard to make money these days. It's not easy for everyone. Brother is a good man, and money doesn't come easily, so I didn't let you spend on impulse. For a good man like my brother, you should find a good woman to marry. If you have a sister in your heart in the future, come over occasionally, go to Chotuan and order the cheapest set meal, and let your sister wash your feet." These words, coupled with the sincere tone and gentle massage, made Shu Hefeng feel moved. "The rank is not low, right?" Shu Hefeng lowered his head and lay there with a sneer on his lips. "Huang Mao had no wife, and I heard that he didn't have a girlfriend at this time, so he could only take revenge on his sister. He immediately said, 'Sister, you are so gentle and considerate, you have a good heart, and you are so filial and independent.
Whoever marries you in the future will be blessed. Otherwise, why don't you follow me? Be my girlfriend. I'm a real man, so I'll be frank. I promise to treat you well and love you well.
I'll let you drive a luxury car, live in a villa, and eat delicious food.
You won't have to work so hard anymore.
Having said that, he simply stopped lying down and let the push on his back, and sat up and looked at road number 5. In his eyes, women have almost no secrets. Chung Hwan is 20 years old, 165 centimeters tall, weighs 98 kilograms, and has an appearance score of 85. Although it is in the mud, it is as untainted as a jade, pure and clean as ice and jade. Number 5's pretty face immediately showed shame when she heard this, but her face was too powdered, so she didn't blush.
She just said shyly, "Brother, you are too direct." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "We are all adults. Many people believe this too. They just meet and find someone they like. Some even get married on the 3rd day."
Number 5 hesitated and said, "But, brother, we have only known each other for less than an hour and we don't even know each other's names."
Shu Hefeng said directly, "My name is Shu Hefeng, what's yours?"
Number 5 was stunned for a moment, then said shyly, "My name is Chung Hwan."
Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng pretended to be surprised and asked, "Chung Hwan? The Chang Hwan under Chang Hwan's knee? You mean the one who serves his parents?"
Chung Hwan quickly shook his head and said, "No, the last name is Chung, the Chang with a bright future."
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "How about that? Do you want to be my girlfriend?"
Chung Hwan shyly covered her mouth and turned her head away. "How can I answer you when you ask me like that?"
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Since you don't object, you agree. Okay, you continue to give me a spa first, let me experience your skills, then go and resign. We will go to have a big meal and then watch a movie. From now on, I will support you."
Chung Hwan looked shy and hesitated for a moment, but shook his head and said, "Brother, I think you are a real person, and I am willing to date you.
But let's forget about watching a movie tonight. My brother will pick me up in the evening." Shu Hefeng said seriously, "Then why don't we eat together? I really want to be with you. We can date openly and get married openly when we are suitable in the future.
There is no need to be sneaky and hide it from your family." Chang Hwan was stunned for a moment.
He didn't expect Shu Hefeng to be so serious. He couldn't help but feel secretly happy.
Although he is a bit fat and not handsome, he is rich and doesn't look greasy.
She nodded shyly.
Then he continued to give Shu Hefeng spa. The subsequent maintenance was even more sophisticated, allowing Shu Hefeng to enjoy it to the fullest. And Chang Hwan was even more astounded by her beauty, and her heart was beating like a deer.
So fat?
At the entrance of the internet cafe, Huang Ma took a puff of the cigarette handed to him by Shu Hefeng and asked his sister in confusion.
Cheng Huan smiled awkwardly at Shu Hefeng and said quickly, "Brother, why do you talk like that? As a man, what's the point? This is the only way to feel safe." The yellow-haired Chang Wei rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "What a sense of security you have. With your conditions, what can't you find?" Then he looked at Shu Hefeng again, raised his chin and gestured, "Is that car over there yours?" Shu Hefeng nodded and said, "Yes, I just bought it." Chang Wei exhaled a puff of smoke and frowned, "It looks good. What brand is it? How much is it?"
He doesn't know much about cars, and mainly because he doesn't have the money to buy one, so he says he has no interest and usually prefers to ride a motorcycle.
Shu Hefeng said calmly, "Rolls-Royce Ghost. The total cost is about 5 million.
Chang Wei almost dropped the cigarette in his mouth.
He approached the car and asked, "What the hell? Is this a Rolls-Royce? Over 5 million?
As he said this, he looked at Shu Hefeng again. He saw that he was dressed ordinary, but he didn't expect that he was so rich.
The condition is good. How old are you? What do you do?"
Shu Hefeng looked at him with a smile and said, "I'm 30 years old this year. I run a BB by the sea and I also have a few houses that I rent out."
Chang Wei nodded and said, "Not bad." Then he asked his sister next to him, "Do you really want to date him?"
Chang Huan nodded shyly and said in a tender voice, "Well, he is a very down-to-earth person and treats me very well." Although Chang Wei was not doing his job, he still cared about his sister. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "If you want to date, then date.
If you are not suitable, then break up."
Then he pointed at Shu Hefeng and said, "Brother, you are dating my sister."
"To be honest, I don't think much of you, but since my sister is willing, I will give you a chance.
But let me make it clear first, if you dare to bully her, I don't care whether you are rich or poor, I will just chop you up with a knife.
Do you believe me?
Shu Hefeng looked at him with a smile. Don't worry, I really like her and won't bully her.
Hearing this, Chang Wei nodded somewhat satisfied, and then reminded his sister, don't do that before marriage, understand?
Then he looked at Shu Hefeng and said, before we get married, you are not allowed to touch her.
Do you hear me? Her ex-boyfriend was dishonest and tried to get my sister drunk, but I beat him away. Chang Huan said unhappily, why are you saying this? Since you've eaten, I'll go home, okay? Chang Wei said, it's only 10 o'clock. Why go home? Let's play for a while and then go back together. Then he asked Shu Hefeng, can you play League of Legends?
Shu Hefeng had already made a plan in his mind and smiled, a little bit. Chang Wei immediately said, then come on, play with me for a while, and I'll take you flying. Shu Hefeng followed the two of them to the internet cafe, where he recharged 1,000 yuan and also recharged 1,000 yuan for Chang Wei. This made Chang Wei very satisfied, and he looked at Shu Hefeng more favorably.
Soon, a pleasant female voice rang out from the internet cafe, Master, we are here.
Welcome to our internet cafe, the strongest master from League of Legends Ionia.
Please take a seat at machine number 66. Wow. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience burst into an uproar and almost everyone stood up. Chang Wei came over and saw Shu Hefeng's rank page with his own eyes. He was dumbfounded. Fuck, you are the strongest king? Or the first in the world? Is this what you call knowing a little?
Shu Hefeng smiled slightly. Because of an yen, he had been playing at the Black Rose Master level. This electricity zone was only recently put up. Speaking of which, I haven't played for half a month.
Chapter 52 Black Silk likes Rolls-Royce.
After the game was over, Shu Hefeng looked at the victory page and gave a helpless smile. This is a quality game of King of Kings. On our side, the top laner is black and white, the number one player in the country is Riven, the jungler is the pig farmer, the mid laner is Hefeng, the AD is Smile, and the support is a famous anchor, Xiao 300. The top laner is Coaksword Princess, the jungler is Woohoo Decima, the mid laner is the legendary DOP4, the most famous king of the road. The two bottom laners are also two king anchors of Longzhu. A definitely king quality game, with star anchors on both sides. It took 56 minutes of hard-fought battle before we finally won the game. He had often encountered Dopa in the past, and he basically served as a background board. Fortunately, after the system cleansed and purified his body recovered to its peak condition. His reaction and energy were greatly improved. This time in the landing phase, the odds were evenly matched. He had the factory and Smile to back him up, and black and white were even more beautiful in team battles, so he played particularly steadily this time and won smoothly in the end. The final record was 5-3-9, which wasn't great, but after all, we were facing the number one team on both servers. After the fight, he looked back and saw that Huang Ma was sitting on his left and Chang Huan was sitting on his right. The back of the seats was filled with people. Everyone looked excited and beaming with joy. Fuck, bro. You beat bro. That's DOP4. Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly, picked up the coke and took a sip. When the fight just started, there were a lot of people making noise around him. He was so nervous at the time that he didn't bother to look around. Now I finally understand. These are the years when League of Legends is most popular. As soon as people heard that Zlijmahal, Smile, and Dopa were in the game, all the people who played League of Legends in the internet cafes would crowd in there. At this time, a tall and thin middle-aged man squeezed over, looked at Shu Hefeng with admiration and said, "Have you finished fighting, buddy? Come on, have a cigarette." As he said that, he placed 2 boxes of Huazi in front of Shu Hefeng. Without waiting for Shu Hefeng to get confused, he introduced himself, "I'm Zhao Qian, the owner of this internet cafe. You can just call me Brother Qian. I've been running the internet cafe for so many years, and you're the first King of Glory player to come here to play." Shu Hefeng smiled slightly and exchanged a few polite words with the other party. Then Zhao Qian looked at Huang Mao curiously and said, "Xiao Wei, is this your friend?" Huang Mao Chang Wei immediately said with pride, "No, this is my brother-in-law." Wow, he looked down on Rolls-Royce before, but now he calls him brother-in-law? What kind of train of thought is this? The word brother-in-law made Cheng Huan's cheeks blush, and he lowered his head and smiled shyly. Seeing her new boyfriend so popular and winning over her brother so easily made her feel very proud and excited. Hearing this, Zhao Qian looked at Cheng Huan in surprise and said, "That's great, Huan, you found such an amazing partner." Cheng Huan smiled shyly, and then he saw the boss took out a stack of red banknotes and said enthusiastically, "Brother, you just recharged 1,000 yuan here, right?"
Shu Hefeng nodded and said, "Well, what's wrong?" Zhao Qian smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll return the 1,000 yuan to you.
When you come to our internet cafe in the future, you can surf the internet for free and get as many drinks as you want.
You're welcome to come and play."
Shu Hefeng was briefly polite, and seeing that the boss insisted, he thanked him and stuffed the money directly into Cheng Huan's bag.
Then he took out a pack of Lichuan cigarettes, took out one and handed it to the other party. Zhao Qian looked at the unique cigarette in his hand, was stunned for a moment, and asked with wide eyes, "Is this cigarette the Fujian Mountain residence from Likun? The one that costs 2,000 yuan a pack?"
As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd watching behind him were all in an uproar.
2,000 for a pack, wouldn't one stick cost 100? Have you never heard of it? Shu Hefeng smiled faintly and said, "Brother Qian has good eyesight, right?" Zhao Qian was shocked and said, "Brother, you are not going to show your true identity?" At this time, the yellow-haired Chang Wei was holding a lit cigarette in his hand and said in astonishment, "Fuck? This pack of cigarettes costs 2,000? Zhao Qian said, "What do you think? That one cigarette you smoked is worth 2 packs of Huazi. I've only seen it before, and this is my first time smoking one. You can hardly buy it on the market."
Shu Hefeng chatted with Zhao Qian and Chang Wei for a few more words, then said goodbye and left. Huan Mao became a celebrity in the internet cafe today because of his brother-in-law, so he asked Shu Hefeng to take his sister away while he stayed here all night.
"Okay, where are we going next?"
After leaving the internet cafe and sitting in the car, Shu Hefeng looked at his watch and saw that it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening, so he looked at Cheng Huan beside him and asked. Cheng Huan hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, I don't know either."
"You decide."
Seeing that the other party did not suggest going home, Shu Hefeng suddenly felt that there was a chance, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his lips. "Really?
Then I have decided?"
As soon as Cheng Huan saw Shu Hefeng smile, he understood what he was thinking. He immediately felt embarrassed and turned his face to the window with a shy smile. He didn't dare to look at Shu Hefeng. He just bit his thin lips and hummed softly in embarrassment. Shu Hefeng stepped on the accelerator, increased the speed to full, and rushed straight to the nearby hotel. When we arrived at the hotel, we checked into the penthouse suite, entered the room, and checked everything as usual, but found nothing unusual. He came up to Cheng Huan with a smirk on his face.
"Cheng Huan works in a foot massage parlor.
Although she is still young and ignorant, she has seen pigs run even if she has never eaten meat. Naturally, she knows what this smile means, and she also knows what Shu Hefeng wants to do by bringing her here." She did not push Shu Hefeng away, nor did she respond directly, but just lowered her head shyly. Shu Hefeng simply raised her chin. He planned to have and use the girl in front of him, but there was a time limit. Once the yellow-haired man is killed and revenge is accomplished, he will leave. Cheng Huan is not bad, but we still have to see how she performs in the future. Cheng Huan likes Rolls-Royce, and Shu Hefeng likes black stockings.
The next day at 10 a.m.
Shu Hefeng got up tiredly, and seeing Cheng Huan was still sleeping soundly, he did not disturb her. He went to the balcony and exercised on the treadmill for half an hour, then washed and changed clothes. At this time Cheng Huan also woke up. When she finished washing up, it was already 12 o'clock. Shu Hefeng put his arm around the woman's waist, smiling brightly. "Let's go, I'll take you to a feast." Cheng Huan snuggled in Shu Hefeng's arms and said coquettishly, "No, I didn't go home last night.
My mother must be very angry.
She called me 3 times this morning.
I'd better go back and eat."
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Okay, I'll take you back and visit your mother and brother."
Cheng Huan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and frowned and said, "Brother, you want to go to my house?"
Shu Hefeng joked, "Yes, the ugly son-in-law will have to meet his mother-in-law sooner or later.
If not, he might as well go and visit her directly."
Cheng Huan's eyes flickered, and she felt sweet in her heart. She had given herself to him last night, and it happened suddenly. Now she had to bring her boyfriend home, which was a bit beyond her expectations. She hesitated for a moment and said shyly, "Well, okay, I'll take you to meet my mother." Shu Hefeng stroked her hair and said softly, "It's impolite to visit without permission. You should call your mother in advance to let her know." Cheng Huan felt even sweeter when she heard that. She looked up at her man with a gleam in her eyes. She didn't expect that he was so polite.
Chapter 53 Beautiful Dealer. Sherbei District, Cheng Huan's home. Brother-in-law, drive slower.
Chang Wei, Zheng Huan, and their mother Lu Xiuying watched Shu Hefeng drive away. Chang Wei kept calling him brother-in-law and was very enthusiastic.
Lu Xiuying was stunned.
Before, someone introduced someone to Cheng Huan, and someone came to have a blind date, but every time, before Cheng Huan could say anything, Chang Wei would drive the person away. This one is a little fat, that one has a low level of education, this one has a bad job, and that one's family conditions are not good. He is too arrogant and doesn't think about what he has become, but everyone looks down on him. But I didn't expect that this time he would be so attentive and enthusiastic. As soon as she got home, Lu Xiuying frowned and looked at her daughter with rosy face and rippling eyes. As someone who had experienced it, she naturally knew at a glance what her daughter had experienced last night. Looking at my daughter's charming face, it was obvious that she had a great experience last night.
Anyway, that aspect should be quite harmonious.
She coughed awkwardly, deleted the dirty scene in her mind, and asked, Huan, were you with him last night? Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan blushed and nodded, then hummed softly.
Lu Xiuying said angrily, didn't I tell you not to stay out all night? How long have you known each other?
And you just slept together?
Cheng Huan lowered his head in embarrassment, too embarrassed to answer. Chang Wei on the side said, Mom, Huan is already 20 years old and an adult.
In this era, it is normal to stay out all night when you are in love.
Don't say it.
Besides, my brother-in-law looks very reliable. It's no mistake for Huan to follow him.
Lu Xiuying said angrily, go away, you know nothing, you just want to have fun, do you think I want to control her? If she wants to find a serious relationship, I naturally won't care.
But she's so rich, what if she's just playing around?
What if she's cheating on him and they don't divorce?
At this time, Cheng Huan hurriedly said, Mom, if he was just playing around, he wouldn't have come back with me to see you.
I can feel that he is sincere.
Chang Wei also hurriedly said, that's right, Mom, don't worry, if he dares to deceive Huan, I will kill him.
Lu Xiuying glared at her son fiercely and asked directly, do you know him? Have you ever been to the beach homestay he mentioned?
Cheng Huan said, no, this shouldn't be a lie to me, after all, he drives a Rolls-Royce.
Lu Xiuying asked back, what if it's rented? Cheng Huan smiled and said, Mom, have you seen those luxury cars rented out? Which one is a new car without a license plate?
In the afternoon, Shu Hefeng found an agent and directly rented a small villa, intending to use it as their love nest for the next few days. Used to live together with Cheng Huan.
When revenge is taken in the future and we get tired of each other, we will just break up and leave. The villa is ready for move-in, with everything you need.
Shu Hefeng went to the supermarket specifically to buy some daily necessities, including pajamas for men and women. I planned to bring Cheng Huan to live with me for a while. Soon it was evening, and he drove directly to pick up Cheng Huan as agreed at noon.
This time, Lu Xiuying didn't say anything.
After all, the two of them had done everything that was supposed to be done between men and women, so there was no need to keep watching over them. Besides, she doesn't object to her daughter dating, as long as he is not as lazy and idle as her son, and his family conditions are not bad. Shu Hefeng directly booked a Western restaurant and took Cheng Huan to have a candlelight dinner with beautiful music.
After that, the two went straight back to the villa. Then I opened a bottle of red wine and took a rose bath.
The atmosphere was exciting enough, and Cheng Huan was obviously more proactive. One of them was just experiencing the newness of the experience, and the other was a virgin, so they knew the sweetness of it and naturally became extremely absorbed in it and forgot themselves. They are just like a newly married couple, loving each other very much, and don't seem to want to be separated for even a moment. The two returned to the villa in the evening, and it was not until the next night that Shu Hefeng took Cheng Huan, who was not walking very well, out of the villa.
At the invitation of Huan Mao Chang Wei, I went to the internet cafe and took him to play games with the internet cafe owner.
In the next few days, Shu Hefeng, in addition to playing games with Chang Wei, took Cheng Huan home to try out new games. Cheng Huan was almost obedient to Shu Hefeng and would agree to any of his requests, no matter how excessive they were.
Let Shu Hefeng enjoy indescribable happiness.
During these few days, Chang Wei had a very happy time. With Shu Hefeng as his brother-in-law, he not only became famous, but also lived a very comfortable life. Someone pays for my internet access, I have all the cigarettes I want, and I can eat good and expensive food, with wine and meat for every meal. It can be said that he reached the pinnacle of life that he had always imagined simply because of his sister. At 3 a.m. 3 days later, Cheng Huan was already fast asleep in the villa. In the internet cafe, Shu Hefeng was playing with his cell phone while smoking a cigarette, laughing from time to time. The yellow-haired man next to him came back from the toilet and came over. Seeing a sexy beauty sitting at the table dealing cards on Shu Hefeng's phone screen, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother-in-law, what are you playing?" Shu Hefeng smiled complacently and said calmly, "Well, you also saw it, the beautiful dealer is dealing cards online."
This phone is a second-hand iPhone that Shu Hefeng bought at a second-hand store.
The SIM card and information bound to it were also purchased from others with cash. The yellow-haired Chang Wei frowned and said, "Hey, what's so fun about a crappy chess and card game?
Isn't it just like playing landlord? Come on, help me to gain more points." Shu Hefeng laughed and said, "You don't know this, right? This is a real person online, this beauty, a real person."
Then he pointed at the beautiful dealer on the screen and said, "It's her.
I've added her on WeChat now." The yellow-haired Chang Wei frowned and said, "Boy, you are not interested in this beauty, are you? You can't let my sister down, otherwise our relationship will be ruined no matter how good it is." "Ha, who is on good terms with you?" Shu Hefeng sneered in his heart, but smiled on his face. "What are you thinking? We are all men. What's wrong with looking at beautiful women? I'm just chatting casually. I usually use some gossip to make some pocket money." Huang Mao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked curiously, "Earn pocket money? How do you earn it?"
He had no education, no capital, was unwilling to work hard, and had high expectations but low skills. As a result, he had been unemployed and had always been thinking about how to make some quick money. It was only the second half of 2016 when the pig killing scam began to appear, but it had not yet formed a scale and had not caused a certain impact.
Few people knew about it, and Huang Mao naturally had never heard of it.
Shu Hefeng whispered, "This game has many ways to play, including roulette, dice cup, blackjack, bullfighting, poker, dragon tiger fight, baccarat, football, basketball, and even esports, as well as some investments, such as stocks, futures, gold, etc. If you have a good relationship with the dealer, you can get some inside information from her, or work with her to exploit platform loopholes to make some pocket money.
The investment is small and the return is high."
Having said that, he also let him see with his own eyes how he demonstrated it.
"Look, you made 8,000 just by going to the toilet."
Shu Hefeng crossed his legs, looking somewhat proud. Chapter 54, Lightly depress the clutch and slowly accelerate.
Chang Wei was immediately moved when he heard this, and asked, "Really? How did you do it? Let me try it too."
Shu Hefeng laughed and put away his phone, then shook his head and said, "Brother, forget it.
The internet is a very complicated thing, you can't control it."
Chang Wei said with an unhappy look on his face, "It's just poker, blackjack, and dice.
It's not like I haven't played before."
Then he smiled and said, "As for our relationship, you are my sister's future husband, and my future brother-in-law.
We are a family, you can't eat alone. If you have any good things, think about your brother." But he sneered in his heart, 8,000 in a short while, it must be more than 100,000 a day?
No wonder you can afford to buy a Rolls Royce just by running a shabby BB, it turns out you rely on this. When I learn it, and make a lot of money, I will smoke 20,000 yuan cigarettes, drive a luxury car, and live in a villa.
Then I'll see if you can still show off."
Shu Hefeng patiently persuaded him, saying earnestly, "Brother, I am not the only one who wants to eat this.
This thing is fun to play with, but it is not good to play with it too much. If you are not careful, you will be doomed.
Although there are examples like me who have succeeded by taking risks, the risk is still too great.
If something goes wrong, Huan will blame me."
In our circle, there's a popular saying, if you're successful, you can go to the club every day with young models, luxury cars and villas, and change girlfriends every day. If you fail, you just have to go back to work in the adult entertainment industry. Success is great, but failure is also tragic, as you will never be able to make a breakthrough in your life.
Chang Wei became even more excited when he heard this.
Luxury cars, villas, and clubs every day, who wouldn't he want that? He insisted, "It's okay, don't be afraid, I have nothing but courage. Even if something happens, brother, I promise not to blame you, and I won't mention it to Huan."
Shu Hefeng hesitated and said, "Okay.
But let's make it clear first, don't try to do anything big, just try something small and have some fun."
Chang Wei patted his chest and promised, okay, teach me how to do it." Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "I can teach you, but if you really make a lot of money, you have to take me with you when you go to the club every day to have sex with young models. You can't eat alone."
When Chang Wei heard this, he was even more excited, but he still hesitated and said, "This is not good, right?
Wouldn't it be unfair to my sister if I took you to that kind of place?" Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "Well, there's nothing to be sorry about. Huan, don't worry.
I will definitely treat her well for the rest of my life, love her and never let her suffer any grievances.
But men are all the same. It's okay to go out and try something new occasionally, as long as it doesn't affect the harmony at home, isn't it?
Upon hearing this, Chang Wei felt that it made sense and couldn't help but chuckle. He gave Shu Hefeng a look that all men understand.
Shu Hefeng then taught him how to play.
Next, just wait and let nature take its course. This kind of plan takes human hearts and human nature into consideration.
Don't say that Chang Wei is just an uneducated, high-minded and incompetent gangster.
Even if he has an academic degree, he will still have to cut off a few pounds of meat without knowing his own strengths. One is greedy, the other is unwilling. It's easy to control them. An hour later, seeing that Chang Wei had successfully earned 2,000 yuan, he was so happy that he was beaming with joy, as if he had won a 5 million yuan prize. He instantly felt a sense of pride. Shu Hefeng was too lazy to argue with him and just stood up and said goodbye.
Chang Wei frowned. It's only a little after 4 o'clock, it's still early, you're not sleepy, and it's meaningless to go back? Play some more games?
Shu Hefeng said, no more games.
Chang Wei blurted out, then why go back?
Shu Hefeng chuckled, gave him a look that said you know what I'm doing, pulled up his pants and said with a sly smile, Huan, wake up quickly, why do you think I should go back?
Chow.
Chang Wei was stunned for a moment and was speechless. He was curious before, whether it was him or his mother these days. Every time I called Cheng Huan, he was either sleeping or preparing to sleep, and his tone of voice sounded tired, sleepy and weak. Occasionally when she returned home, she looked bright and beautiful, and even more beautiful. I was confused before and thought she was sick. It was not until tonight when I stayed up all night with Shu Hefeng and they went to the bathroom together that I found out the root of everything. He cursed angrily, don't be such a beast. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, don't worry.
Chang Wei suddenly burst into swearing, fuck. You need to control yourself. Still feeling uneasy, he quickly chased after her and leaned over the window. Although he wanted to warn her, he felt a little embarrassed for a moment and could only say, brother, don't be in a hurry when driving, drive slowly. As an experienced driver, Shu Hefeng naturally gave the other party an okay signal and drove away. When we returned to the villa, Cheng Huan had indeed woken up. The next day, morning.
Cheng Huan's mother stewed a chicken and called them to come back to eat. As soon as Shu Hefeng and Cheng Huan parked the car, they saw Chang Wei walking towards them like a proud ostrich, wearing sunglasses, smoking a cigarette, and looking arrogant.
Hey, Huan is back.
As he spoke, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette and handed it to Shu Hefeng, tilted his mouth, tilted his head, smiled but said smugly, come on, brother-in-law, have a cigarette. Shu Hefeng glanced at the cigarettes in his hand, golden leaf, TNI, thin, 100 yuan a pack. When they were in the compound, only their leader smoked this.
Are you trying to turn the tables?
Shu Hefeng sneered in his heart, but his face showed surprise. He looked at the cigarette in his hand with one hand, and put his arm around Cheng Huan's slender waist with the other hand, and deliberately said loudly, hey.
TNI.
This is not cheap. I see that my brother looks very radiant today.
Did he make a fortune?
Chang Wei chuckled, winked at Shu Hefeng and said modestly, no, it's just a small profit. Then he said to his sister Huan, wait a few days, I'll make a lot of money and buy you a new phone, an iPhone.
Cheng Huan frowned and asked, brother, have you made money? What kind of job did you find?
Chang Wei said proudly, what kind of job are you looking for?
Looking for a job means working for others. Your brother is someone who is talented and ambitious. He is born to do great things.
It is impossible for him to work as a laborer.
Cheng Huan said angrily, what kind of job are you looking for? You don't have an education like Hefeng, so how can you make money if you don't work?
Chang Wei said disdainfully, what's the use of academic qualifications? They are useless. Those who graduated from universities and postgraduates, all top students, in the end, don't they still work for bosses without academic qualifications? As he spoke, he tried to persuade his sister, saying earnestly, Huan, you have to remember that whether a person can succeed has nothing to do with academic qualifications, but with ability and how he behaves in society.
Do you understand? Just like me.
He patted his chest and said proudly, brother, why didn't I look for a job before?
Because I am an ambitious and capable person, and I don't want to be a slave to others.
Gold will shine sooner or later, and those who have the ability will achieve great things sooner or later.
It's just that I haven't encountered the right opportunity before.
Look at you and our mother, urging and urging, talking and talking every day, like an old nanny. A golden fish cannot stay in a pond. When it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon.
Look, once I encounter an opportunity, I can make a lot of money, right?
Just this morning, I made 15,000. Cheng Huan's eyes narrowed when she heard this, and she asked in surprise,
You made so much in one morning? Chapter 55 I'm going to make a lot of money. Brother, what did you do to earn so much?
Cheng Huan said in surprise.
Chang Wei blew out a smoke ring with a bit of pride and said with a smile, Investment. Chang Huan frowned and said, What kind of investment is this? How can you make so much money? Is this a scam? Be careful not to get cheated. Chang Wei said angrily, What can I cheat about? What can our family cheat about?
Seeing that his sister still didn't believe him, he took out his cell phone, opened the bill, and let his sister see whether he had made a profit or a loss.
At the same time, he said, Do you believe it now? Have you ever seen a liar who doesn't cheat you of your money and lets you make money?
Cheng Huan was also a little confused and turned to look at Shu Hefeng. Seeing that Shu Hefeng was lighting a cigarette and didn't seem to want to say anything more, I could only not think too much about it. If her brother could really make a lot of money, she would naturally be very happy. The three of them returned to Cheng Huan's house. Lu Xiaoying had no aversion to Shu Hefeng. I'm just afraid that my daughter has been cheated. As a mother, in her opinion, as long as the son-in-law is not short, comes from a decent family, and the marriage doesn't involve too much hardship or fatigue, then there won't be any big problems.
As for the rest, it doesn't matter if you're a little fat. Especially since Shu Hefeng's family conditions are so good and he himself is an excellent student.
The only thing is that he is divorced, and her daughter is getting married for the first time. Fortunately, the other party has no children, so she can barely accept it. Now the two of them live together so that their daughter can marry into a good family and have a happy future. In order to find a way out for her son, she not only stopped opposing it, but became more and more fond of it.
Hefeng is here, please sit down, the food is ready.
Lu Xiaoying warmly invited Shu Hefeng to sit down.
When Cheng Huan saw the food on the table, she said in a sweet voice, Wow, Mom, how did you make so many delicious dishes today?
At this time, there were several dishes on the table, including fried prawns, stewed chicken, braised spare ribs, steamed crabs, etc. Lu Xiaoying took a look at her daughter and saw that she was in high spirits, with a rosy face and looked delicate and charming. She looked completely different from the gloomy complexion she had every day at work. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up. Smiling, he called out, Huan, go get chopsticks for Hefeng. Today your brother bought a lot of meat and seafood. He said that you have worked hard over the years and he has always remembered it. Now that he has made money, he wants to give you a good treat. I also said that I would give you a big red envelope when you get married. Cheng Huan smiled shyly and said in a tender voice, Okay.
I'll wait. The prepared meal was very sumptuous, and Chang Wei even bought a bottle of Woliangye.
The four of them feasted heartily, toasting each other and exchanging hypocritical courtesies, creating a pleasant atmosphere. After lunch, Cheng Huan and his mother cleaned up the room, while Shu Hefeng was dragged by Chang Wei to the internet cafe. Chang Wei made some money today, so he went into an internet cafe and ordered 2 large bags of spicy noodles, 4 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, and 8 bottles of Red Bull.
After getting ready for the internet, I asked eagerly, Hefeng, how much did you earn today?
Shu Hefeng smiled bitterly and said, I only earned 8,000 yuan that night, and spent the rest of the time sleeping with Huan.
Chow.
Chang Wei couldn't help but swear again, I only have this one sister, she is delicate, you are so big and strong, you should be more compassionate to her. If something goes wrong, don't blame me for not being considerate of my brotherhood.
Shu Hefeng said unhappily, Have you ever seen a plowed field?
Chang Wei coughed dryly, no longer dwelling on this, and said excitedly, I talked to that little girl Chen Jin, her voice is so fucking sexy.
Shu Hefeng asked, Do you want to fuck her? Chang Wei said, What's the matter? Don't tell me you want to snatch it from me?
Shu Hefeng said, No, I have Huan, and I am not interested in other women for the time being. But if you want to pick her up, you have to brag more and package yourself more.
Blow? What does that mean? Chang Wei asked puzzledly. Shu Hefeng said unhappily, It's just bragging, what else can it mean?
Don't brag too much in front of her, create a persona, brag about how rich you are, etc.
Of course, don't brag too much.
The better you present yourself to her, the more you contact her and ask about her well-being, the more she will be willing to date you.
Oh. Chang Wei smiled and said, I don't need you to teach me how to pick up girls.
After I added her on WeChat this morning, she asked me about my assets.
Shu Hefeng asked curiously, what did you say?
Chang Wei said, I said that my family has 200 yuan in savings in 3 houses, one of which is waiting to be demolished. Upon hearing this, Shu Hefeng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Pig-killing scams often use online dating to create a persona, deceive you into falling in love, etc., and finally gain the victim's trust. They then offer various huge profits, step by step luring the victim into the trap, investing in gambling, and thus achieving the purpose of fraud. In the later stages of development, when they add you as a friend, they can often use technology and big data to find out your personal information, including personal assets, and then carry out targeted fraud. But it is still in its early stages and the technology is not mature enough to determine your asset information through big data.
I can only chat with you openly or secretly to understand your personal financial situation. Only when you meet a rich big fish will they design a trap precisely to squeeze you dry.
Chang Wei chuckled and said excitedly, brother, let's stay here all night.
Forget it, just play by yourself.
Shu Hefeng shook his head and refused.
Chang Wei said, Huazi, Red Bull, we have prepared it all for you, enough for you.
As he spoke, seeing Shu Hefeng shaking his head again, Chang Wei couldn't help but frown and advised, stay all night, we can play games in the first half of the night and make a lot of money in the second half.
Shu Hefeng seemed to have no interest at all and said calmly, forget it, compared to playing games, I still prefer playing with your sister. Chang Wei was speechless and said, sister. Can you be more promising? My sister is already your woman, and she won't run away. Why do you think about that every day? Wouldn't it be nice for us to get rich together? Shu Hefeng smiled and said, I'm not short of money. I'm not interested in that right now.
I just play with it occasionally, just for fun.
I'm just getting together with your sister. It's like this during the honeymoon period. We're inseparable and don't want to be apart for even a moment. I'll play a couple of rounds and then go home.
You're a single guy, so just enjoy yourself.
TSK.
Virtue. Seeing his sultry face, Chang Wei rolled his eyes and said ambitiously, when I make money, I will go to the normal college in the East and find 2 campus beauties to be my girlfriends. Then he put his phone in front of Shu Hefeng, opened his WeChat balance and said, look, I'm going to make a big bet tonight.
Shu Hefeng frowned when he saw it, and asked in confusion, more than 110,000? Where did you get so much money?
Chang Wei said proudly, I borrowed 100,000 from my mother.
Shu Hefeng asked, why? What inside information did Chen Jin give you? Why didn't you hear from her?
Chang Wei nodded and said, hey, I agreed to split the profits with her 50-50, so she gave me the exclusive inside information and platform loopholes, and only we two know about it.
Hey, starting at 12 o'clock tonight, I'm going to make a lot of money. Chapter 56, Building a High Building. The next day, morning.
In the newly rented villa, Shu Hefeng sat on an outdoor rattan chair on the second-floor balcony, holding a glass of watermelon juice in his hand, looking relaxed. On the coffee table next to it, there were freshly cut watermelons, cantaloupes, washed strawberries, and grapes. In front of him, Chang Huan was wearing a purple suspender nightgown and kneeling in front of Shu Hefeng.
Hubby, let me discuss something with you.
Chang Huan said in a soft voice, my mother called and asked us to come over for lunch at noon. But we've moved here for 2 or 3 days, and my mom still doesn't know where we live, so I want to invite my mom and brother to come here for dinner.
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, you are the hostess of this house. Do you still need to discuss this matter with me?
As he spoke, he saw the girl in front of him pick up her right foot again and press it gently. Thinking about how she has been serving him wholeheartedly these days, not only devoting herself to doing the laundry and cooking, but also taking care of him and massaging his muscles every day.
Let him enjoy Thai massage and spa at home every day. Like an emperor.
Although her looks are slightly inferior to An Yen, Lin Jiuet and Zhang Yaqiong, her ability to take care of others and her gentleness and thoughtfulness are far beyond the reach of the 3 girls. The 3 girls are beautiful, tender, and gentle. Although they are all gentle and considerate, they are a little playful and not very good at taking care of others. In general, each has its advantages. This made Shu Hefeng a little hesitant.
After successfully taking revenge, he originally planned to abandon her. Now it seems, well, let's see how the situation develops. They are your family, and they will be my family in the future. You are welcome to come and play any time.
Shu Hefeng gently stroked the woman's fair face and said with a smile, but let's make it clear first, you can be my guest, but you are not allowed to live here. Without waiting for Chang Huan to be stunned, he smiled evilly and said, this is our world for 2 people, just you and me, we can do whatever we want and be wherever we want.
I don't want anyone to disturb us, and you don't want to either, right?
Chung Huan reacted at this time. Her pretty face suddenly blushed, and she gave Shu Hefeng a charming and shy look, but still said honestly,
Then I'll call them now and tell them the address.
I'll go to the supermarket later to buy some food and prepare lunch. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, Don't bother, our car is still parked in front of your house.
We'll take a car to your house, then drive them back, and when it's time for dinner, we'll go out for a big meal. Chung Huan smiled and said, Let's buy some food and eat at home. It saves money and is clean and hygienic.
The two of them did what they said. They changed their clothes and took a taxi to Chung Huan's house. Shu Hefeng really wanted to see whether Chang Wei lost everything or made a profit this time. If you lose everything, it means the other party has closed in.
If you make money, it means the other party wants to catch a big fish. Huan. Guess how much money I made last night?
As soon as he stepped into the house, Chang Wei excitedly ran to Shu Hefeng and Chang Huan, dancing with excitement.
Seeing his smug look, Chang Huan couldn't help but ask curiously, How much did you earn? 20,000?
Chang Wei shook his head, and couldn't wait to announce the results, and said arrogantly, 160,000. In just one night yesterday, I made 160,000.
At this time, Lu Xiaoying came over and said unhappily, How can there be 160,000? Isn't it only 80,000?
Having said that, a bright and proud smile still spread across his weather-beaten old face. In the past, her son had not been doing his job properly, but she didn't expect that he could make so much money all of a sudden. Naturally, this made her very happy and she was happy for the whole morning. I used to worry about my son getting married and having children in the future, but now that my son is so able to earn money, I naturally don't have to worry about it anymore. Chang Wei laughed in a hoarse voice, If you get 80,000, you should split it with others. If you don't split it, then you have earned 80,000. He was originally conceited, had a high opinion of himself, and had high expectations but low skills. Now that he has made money, he has naturally become more convinced that he is not an ordinary person, and has become more arrogant.
She immediately said, Huan, Mom, let's go shopping. I'll buy whatever you like and want. After shopping, let's go have a big meal. Big lobster, abalone, king crab, full today. Virtue.
Lu Xiaoying said angrily, You earn a little money and you want to spend it recklessly.
How old are you? You should save money and get married. Chang Wei said disdainfully, Mom, didn't I tell you a long time ago that your son doesn't lack a wife? If he wants to find one, he should find the most beautiful one. Didn't I let you see the photo? That's my girlfriend.
When Chang Wei saw his sister asking about it, he became even more proud and showed off his beautiful girlfriend in front of Shu Hefeng. It was the beautiful dealer from before. He felt that the beautiful dealer knew Shu Hefeng before him, but he had won her over in less than a day, which meant that he was more charming and better at picking up girls than Shu Hefeng. This made him very excited and proud. Previously, because Shu Hefeng drove a Rolls-Royce and was rich, he looked like nothing in comparison.
Now I am about to make a fortune, and I feel like I have made a name for myself.
He firmly believed that the beautiful dealer was now his girlfriend, and that the two of them could work together, with one revealing inside information and platform loopholes and the other investing money, and they would definitely make a fortune.
Eventually become a billionaire and a superior person.
Shu Hefeng looked at the family in front of him with a smile, and suddenly remembered the scene in Dream of Red Mansions with flowers in full bloom and fire boiling.
I watched him build his tall building, and I watched it collapse.
Now the other party has been completely obsessed and completely trapped in a beautiful dream of wealth and prosperity. He doesn't need to do anything, just watch.
But how can one feel good about taking revenge this way? Chapter 57 Awkward. Brother-in-law.
In a villa in Sherbei district, Shu Hefeng was drinking tea in the courtyard when the yellow-haired Chang Wei suddenly ran over stealthily.
He smiled and said, Can I discuss something with you?
Shu Hefeng glanced inside the villa and saw Chang Huan and Lu Xiaoying busy cooking in the kitchen. Before, Chang Wei was lying on the sofa, crossing his legs and smoking. He was having a great time chatting with the beautiful croupier Chen Jin, and he looked so proud. Now he suddenly comes over here with a smiling face, something must have happened.
What's up?
Chang Wei smiled and took out a cigarette and handed it over, saying, Well, brother-in-law, your sister-in-law and I are planning to do something big, but we are short of funds.
Can you lend us some money?
Shu Hefeng thought to himself, as expected. After taking the cigarette, he lit it and took a puff. Then he said calmly, Brother, I told you before that the internet is too complicated and you can't control it. It's okay to play a few small games, but don't play big games.
Chang Wei is 28 years old.
He can't go to school, work, play games, make money, or do anything else.
Now that his luck has turned, he has easily earned 2 large sums of money.
He is in high spirits and is fantasizing about becoming rich overnight and surpassing Li Ka-shing.
How could he be willing to listen to him?
Not only did he not listen, but he thought Shu Hefeng was jealous of him, afraid that he would make a lot of money, and afraid that he would be richer than him. An unhappy look immediately appeared on his face, but considering that he still needed to borrow money, he could only suppress his anger and secretly sulked, and promised, "It's okay, Chen Jin is my girlfriend now, the two of us will work together to get the money of those idiots."
What are you afraid of? You, just lend me 1 million and I'll pay you the interest.
When I make a lot of money in a few days, I'll pay you back with interest. When Shu Hefeng heard this, his heart moved.
1 million, the other party's appetite is not small this time?
He shook his head again and said, "Brother, listen to my advice.
Don't play it too hard.
You don't know how deep the waters of the internet are."
Chang Wei immediately frowned and said, "What's the matter? Are you jealous that I'm making money quickly? We are a family. Huan is my only sister. If I become rich, will I mistreat you?"
Shu Hefeng said sternly, "I will not lend this money. First, I don't have that much liquid capital.
I have invested it all.
Secondly, I plan to purchase a property as my wedding home for Huan and I.
I can't rent it out. This thing about purchasing a wedding house is of course just an excuse." Hearing this, Chang Wei became even angrier.
He slammed the table and said angrily, "If you don't want to lend it to me, then don't lend it to me.
Don't make excuses. Aren't you just afraid that I'll be richer than you in the future, and you're jealous? Just wait. I can still make a fortune without your money."
After saying that, he stormed out of the door angrily. The quarrels here were naturally noticed inside. Chen Huan and Lu Xiaoying hurried over to inquire about the situation. Shu Hefeng said calmly, "It's nothing, he just asked me to borrow 1 million, but I didn't agree." Chen Huan and Lu Xiaoying obviously didn't know the situation either.
The latter asked in surprise, "What? Why did he ask you to borrow 1 million? What does he need so much money for?"
Shu Hefeng said, "He wants to make a lot of money by investing online with his new girlfriend. I told him that the waters online are too deep. It's okay to play a few games to make some pocket money, but if you play big games, you'll be easily cheated.
The waters online are too deep."
When Cheng Huan and Lu Xiaoying heard this, they both thought it made sense. The latter said with some emotion, "Yes, he made so much money in the past 2 days.
I can't believe it. It feels like a dream.
If he borrowed so much money and lost it, it would be over." Cheng Huan smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. After all, it's 1 million. As long as Hefeng doesn't lend it to him, he has no place to get so much money."
Yes, Hefeng, please don't lend it to him."
Lu Xiaoying quickly agreed. Shu Hefeng nodded and said, "Well, don't worry, I won't lend it to you. All the money I have is invested in various industries. I don't have that much spare money." It was already noon, and the three of them had a sumptuous seafood dinner. Shu Hefeng had long been tired of eating these things, but Lu Xiaoying and Chang Huan enjoyed eating them very much. Although cheap seafood can be bought in the seafood market, large lobster and king crab are not what they can normally consume. After lunch, Cheng Huan arranged for his mother Lu Xiaoying to take a nap in the next room. When I returned to the master bedroom, I saw Shu Hefeng standing silently on the balcony in a daze. I thought he was angry, so I quickly said, "Hubby, my brother is just like that.
Don't bother with him."
Shu Hefeng nodded and said, "I am naturally very happy that he is rich.
After all, we are a family. But how many people in the world can become rich overnight? We have to take our time. He won't understand even if I tell him."
Cheng Huan smiled and comforted him, "Hey, he doesn't need to understand.
I know how good you are.
I will apologize to you on his behalf. Come, lie down, let me massage you and serve you well." In the evening, Shu Hefeng walked out of the room refreshed and saw Lu Xiaoying busy in the kitchen.
He hurriedly asked, "Aunt, is Xiaowei not back yet?"
When Lu Xiaoying saw Shu Hefeng, her face immediately turned red. Just separated by a wall, she could naturally hear the noises coming from next door in the afternoon, and she could basically imagine the posture of her daughter and Shu Hefeng in the bedroom.
Who knows him? He's not home all day, hanging out outside. Then he said awkwardly, "Where's Huan?"
Shu Hefeng smiled and said, "She was very tired this afternoon and is still sleeping soundly." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoying felt even more embarrassed. When she was young, her husband was arrested and has not been released yet. She had been alone all the time, and now when she heard about her daughter's secret, her face turned red. Shu Hefeng saw her embarrassment and smiled. He should have gone to the internet cafe. I'll drive over to see him and we'll be back in the evening.
You can stay here first and you don't have to wait for me for dinner.
Lu Shouying quickly said, okay, thank you for your hard work, Hefeng. If he does something stupid again, call me and I'll scold him.
Shu Hefeng smiled and nodded, then went to the internet cafe, where he saw Chang Wei.
But he just turned on the phone and, rarely, didn't play any games.
He was just lying on the table fiddling with his phone. When he saw Shu Hefeng sitting next to him, he immediately asked unhappily, "What are you doing here? If you are trying to persuade me, leave now and don't delay me from making a fortune." Shu Hefeng laughed and said, "I won't advise you. If you think it's an opportunity, just do it, so you won't regret it in the future." "But I won't lend you money." Chang Wei snorted and said, "If you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. I can borrow it myself."
Then he pointed at his phone and asked Shu Hefeng to look at it. "Did you see it? I have already borrowed 30,000 yuan. Shu Hefeng glanced at his phone and shrugged helplessly.
There was nothing you could say about online loans. The bank is like this: if you have money, they will find ways to lend you money. You really have no money, and he won't lend you money because he is afraid that you can't pay it back. Those who are truly short of money are not eligible for review. So online lending came into being. I can only say that it depends on you. If you want to throw away the jar, just take advantage of it. If you are shameless and timid, you will be cheated, and many people commit suicide as a result."
Shu Hefeng naturally didn't bother to pay attention to him and let him play with it like crazy.
I was happily playing games with my Red Bull. Chapter 58, Climbing. 3 nights later.
Shu Hefeng was being affectionate with Chang Huan when Chang Huan's cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Shouying's anxious crying voice came from the phone. Huan, you come quickly, something happened at home." As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of angry curses came from the phone.
Chang Huan panicked when he heard this. He stood up from the bedside and asked anxiously, "Mom? Mom? What happened? Mom?"
However, Lu Shouying said nothing, but just kept crying and asked her to bring Hefeng quickly, and then hung up the phone.
"Hubby, stop playing, something happened at my house." Shu Hefeng frowned and asked, "What happened?" He was a little puzzled.
Chang Wei had been rubbing his ass the past 2 days and had done a lot.
But it's only been 3 days, those online loans shouldn't explode so quickly, right? Isn't it at least a week?
Chang Huan shook his head in panic and said in confusion, "I don't know either.
Maybe my brother had a fight with someone. The house was in a mess and there were a lot of people. Hubby, take me home to see it."
Shu Hefeng nodded, and the two of them changed their clothes casually and soon drove to Cheng Huan's house. At this time, many villagers had gathered at the door of Cheng Huan's house to watch the fun. There were 2 cars parked.
As soon as Cheng Huan was seen, enthusiastic villagers came over and said, "Hey, Huan, you're finally back. Your brother owed a loan shark, and now they're blocking your door and asking you to pay him back."
Cheng Huan was so frightened that his legs went limp when he heard this. There has never been a good person among those who lend money at high interest since ancient times. They are all vicious and evil.
What should we do now?
She suddenly looked up at Shu Hefeng and felt a little relieved.
Fortunately, he is here. He has so much money. As long as I ask him for help, he should be willing to help first, right?
Thinking of this, she grabbed Shu Hefeng's hand tightly and pulled him through the crowd. As soon as I entered the house, I saw 4 or 5 thugs with dyed hair or tattoos guarding the yard.
One of the men with tattoos immediately asked, "Hey, what are you two doing?" Cheng Huan immediately said, "This is my home. Where are my mom and brother?"
Upon hearing this, the tattooed man immediately smiled and looked Cheng Huan up and down and said, "You are that guy's sister, right? I heard that you used to give massages in a foot bath shop." Generally speaking, girls who want to work as foot massage parlor technicians will choose to work in places far away from home. But Cheng Huan was really worried about his mother, so he stayed there and worked without caring about his dignity. Hearing this, he snorted coldly and walked into the house.
Then I saw 4 or 5 young people standing in the room.
One of them was a bald guy wearing a gold ring and a boy t-shirt. He was not tall, but had a fat head and big ears. When he saw the 2 people come in, he didn't say anything, but just looked at them quietly. The yellow-haired Chang Wei was squatting beside the table, his face and nose bruised from being beaten. Lu Xiaoying was sitting on a single sofa, her hair disheveled, her face full of tears, her eyes red from crying, and there was a man watching her. When Cheng Huan saw his mother and brother, he immediately ran to his mother in panic and asked, "Mom, brother, what's going on?" Lu Xiaoying cried and said, You came at the right time. Your brother borrowed 500,000 yuan from someone at high interest. The interest is 100,000 yuan for one day, and now the person has come to our door." As he said this, he angrily picked up a teacup and smashed it on his son's face. Cheng Huan was shocked when he heard this, and looked at his brother in disbelief. Borrow for one day, 100,000 interest? Chang Wei, are you crazy or have you lost your mind? Chang Wei snorted and said angrily, You still have the nerve to say that. If your boyfriend wasn't stingy and didn't lend me money, would I have borrowed from a loan shark? Isn't it to make money? Good man, now you blame yourself. Shu Hefeng sneered and said, You borrowed the loan with high interest, so don't blame me. Having said that, he sat down next to the gangster, put his car keys on the table, took out a box of Likun Fuchin Shanju, took out a cigarette and put it in his own mouth, then handed one directly to the other party. The gangster looked at the Rolls Royce on the table, then at the cigarette in his hand, took it with a smile, and asked, What's your name, brother? As soon as he put the cigarette in his mouth, one of his younger brothers came over to light it for him, and he also lit one for Shu Hefeng. Shu Hefeng smiled and said, Shu Hefeng, I wonder what this big brother's name is? The gangster said with a smile, Li Hai, my brothers all like to call me Brother Hai. Then he asked, I see you're not just any ordinary person. Do you want me to pay off his debt? Shu Hefeng said with a smile, He owes money, why should I pay it back for him? As soon as these words came out, Cheng Huan, who was originally furious, was stunned. He looked at Shu Hefeng in disbelief and said, Husband, how can you say such a thing? Shu Hefeng said calmly, What? Did I say something wrong? He is an adult, shouldn't he be responsible for his own affairs? Cheng Huan's tone faltered, tears welled up in his eyes, but he is my brother after all. Please, husband, help my brother. After all, he is your brother-in-law. Shu Hefeng said disapprovingly, I reminded him before, but he didn't listen. Now that this has happened, you can't blame me. Brother Hai was too lazy to listen to the two people's nonsense, and directly said to Cheng Huan's family, Okay, you just said that they would pay the money for you, and now they have made it clear that they don't care about you, what should we do? I won't leave without an explanation today. Cheng Huan stared at Yen Shu and Feng blankly, then asked crying, How much money does my brother owe you? Li Hai chuckled, exhaled a puff of smoke and said, 500,000 yuan principal, 100,000 yuan interest a day, he promised me to pay it off in one day, that's 600,000 yuan, now it's overdue for one day, plus one day's interest, 100,000 yuan, plus liquidated damages, also 100,000 yuan, a total of 800,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan in interest a day? Are you guys robbing me? Do you believe I will call the police? Li Hai sneered and said, The interest was the condition he proposed, so I lent it to him. Don't blame me if he can't pay it back now. It is only natural to pay your debts. You can go to the police if you want. Cheng Huan looked at his brother speechlessly and said in shock, 100,000 interest, one day, that's 100,000. How can you be so bold? Are you an idiot? Chang Wei said indignantly, I thought this time I would make a profit without any loss. As long as I succeed, I can make 5 million a day. That's why I asked for 100,000 interest. Seeing that he was still stubborn and unrepentant, Li Xiaoying was so angry that she kicked Chang Wei and started crying and cursing at him. It's nothing more than a waste of money and not listening to people on the internet. Among the three, Cheng Huan has the highest education level, only in junior high school, and Chang Wei did not even finish junior high school. How could he know whether these usury interests are legal or not? But he still said angrily, How can you blame me? It was originally a platform bug. Who knew I was so unlucky that they were doing maintenance that night? Then he turned to Cheng Huan and said, How dare you say that? You slept with her, and as her brother, she refused to lend me money. It's obvious that she doesn't care about you. Cheng Huan was so angry that he slapped Cheng Wei in the face and begged Li Hai, Brother Hai, please, can you cancel the interest and give me 2 days grace? Li Hai sneered and said, Wait for the interest to be wiped out, leaving all my brothers to starve? I'm telling you, not a cent less, pay it back immediately. Otherwise, my brothers will not be polite. Hearing this, Cheng Huan's tears rolled down her face like beads falling off a string. She came to Shu Hefeng and begged with tears in her eyes, Hubby, please, we really have no other choice. Please help us. Shu Hefeng doesn't care about this little money, but lending money depends on the person.
Borrowing money to help an enemy pay off his debt? How is that possible? Just because you have been with me for 2 or 3 days? And you are just a technician who does foot massage for people in a foot massage parlor? If you weren't still a bud, I wouldn't even bother touching you. He looked at Cheng Huan disapprovingly and smiled faintly. You don't have to beg me. I can help you in an emergency, not in poverty, and certainly not in gambling. Chapter 59, Occupying the Toilet Without Taking a Shit. Do you really want to watch someone die without helping? Seeing Shu Hefeng's calm and nonchalant expression, Cheng Huan's heart trembled suddenly, and a chill went from the top of his head through his spine and rushed through his whole body. Shu Hefeng reached out his hand and lifted up Cheng Huan's chin. Looking at that pretty face, he said calmly, it's not that I didn't help him. He was the one who wanted to die. No matter how much money I have, it can't fill the gambler's bottomless pit. I advise you to do the best you can. He is an adult and should be responsible for his own stupidity. Cheng Huan asked with tears streaming down her face, he is my brother. If anything happens to him, it will also implicate my mother. I only have these 2 relatives. How can you let me stay out of this? Shu Hefeng was silent after hearing this. After hesitating for a while, he finally turned to look at Lu Xiaoying and asked, how much money can your family afford now? He definitely won't care about Chang Wei's affairs. But now my revenge only meant making him owe a few $100,000, which was a bit too light. The worst that can happen is that the other party sells the house and pays it back. He had previously asked a nearby real estate agent, and there had been rumors that this urban village was going to be demolished, but more than a decade had passed and it still hadn't been demolished. Even so, that didn't stop his price from rising. With the area of Cheng Huan's residential land, it can be sold for more than 1 million. This means that as long as the other party sells the house, they can repay the loan. There is still money left, it's not miserable enough. What is considered miserable? How can one feel the pleasure of revenge? Not only do they want the other person to die, but they also want to take over everything about the other person. He died tragically, the homestead that should have belonged to him was occupied, and his sister was occupied. This is the only way to relieve the hatred in his heart. Now, he is going to make another dark move. A gambler who has lost everything, squandered his fortune, and is in debt, what if he suddenly has a large sum of money? Is it to live a good life and reform yourself? Or continue gambling? Another big one, a comeback. Want to make a complete comeback? The answer is of course to gamble again. There is no such thing as a prodigal son returning home. A gambler is always a gambler. Their hearts have long been corrupted by the delusion of getting rich overnight. It's impossible to live a down-to-earth life anymore. Cheng Huan and Lu Xiaoying were stunned for a moment, and both were delighted. The latter quickly said, I still have 260,000 here. Shu Hefeng was a little surprised when he heard this. The old lady had quite a lot of money in her hands? As if she could see Shu Hefeng's surprise, Lu Xiaoying's eyes were red, and she shook her head and sighed. In the past few years, Huan has saved 200,000 yuan. I have worked hard all my life and saved 160,000 yuan. I originally planned to save it for him to marry a wife. I gave him 100,000 before, and now, this is all I have left. Shu Hefeng nodded slightly. He could see that Cheng Huan was not the kind of woman who liked to spend money indiscriminately. I don't usually wear any jewelry, and I don't buy expensive brand name bags or clothes. I just bought some cosmetics and unknown brand clothes. She lives at home and doesn't have to pay for food and accommodation. It can be seen that he is quite good at saving money. He slowly stood up, looked at Li Hai next to him and said, Brother Hai, wait a moment, I have something to discuss with the mother and daughter. After saying that, he pulled Cheng Huan out of the living room and came to the west room, which was Cheng Huan's room. Lu Xiaoying hesitated for a moment and followed. Shu Hefeng sat on Cheng Huan's bed, and the latter immediately sat beside him. At the same time, he reached out and tugged at Shu Hefeng's sleeve, his eyes still moist as he said, Husband, are you really willing to help us? Shu Hefeng said, Yes, but there are conditions. 2 conditions. Cheng Huan was stunned for a moment, raised his red eyes and asked, What are the conditions? Shu Hefeng smiled and said, First, from now on, be my woman and give birth to my children. Cheng Huan was slightly startled, then heaved a sigh of relief and said in a tender voice, Yeah, of course, that's what I originally planned, right? Then she said coquettishly, Otherwise, why would I live with you? Shu Hefeng laughed and said, You haven't finished yet. What I meant is the kind that won't get married. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Shu Hefeng said, in the future, I will support you and give you a villa. After you give birth to a child, you can live there. Every month, I will give you living expenses on time, and every week, I will take out at least one day to visit you. I can promise that I will never treat you and the child unfairly. After all, this woman Cheng Huan is still clean. Now that I have captured her, I will not let her go. But he didn't want to marry her, so he just kept her as a concubine. It's good to be a lover. It can not only relieve loneliness, but also help you relax with massage and oil application. Cheng Huan's eyebrows tightened immediately, and he said in astonishment, You mean, you want me to be your? Shu Hefeng nodded and said seriously, That's right. Cheng Huan was stunned and stared at him blankly. He suddenly felt that the man in front of him was very strange. No, I just don't understand it at all. Lu Xiaoying also looked at him in disbelief. She instinctively opened her mouth to refuse, but when the words came to her lips, she thought of her son, and her throat felt like it was blocked by a huge rock, and she couldn't say anything. If we don't agree and the other party refuses to pay, what should we do with the loan shark? If my son is a spendthrift and a loser, is it time to watch him die? Cheng Huan naturally took in her mother's expression, and her tears fell again like a flood, but she forced herself to hold them back. He immediately took a deep breath, stared at Shu Hefeng with almond-shaped eyes and asked, So, who are you going to marry? At this point, Shu Hefeng naturally would not hide anything anymore, and said calmly, Do you know the Lin family in Zhongcheng? Before Cheng Huan could speak, Lu Xiaoying frowned and asked, Zhongcheng Lin family, is that the Lin family that is the richest in Zhongcheng? Shu Hefeng nodded and said, The second young lady of the Lin family and I are in love with each other. I will marry her in the future. Cheng Huan's body trembled, and she looked at Shu Hefeng in disbelief. Tears welled up in her eyes again, and she asked with trembling lips, So, you didn't plan to marry me from the beginning, right? Shu Hefeng said, I originally planned to marry you, then divorce you but not leave home, and then marry her. But your brother is like this now. He is a bottomless pit, so it's better to just keep you. I don't want our child to have a vampire uncle who sucks his blood in the future. Cheng Huan sneered, If they don't get married, then he's not the child's uncle, right? Shu Hefeng said coldly, If we don't get married, I will only take care of him this time. Even if he is the child's uncle, I will not care if something happens again. Instead of blaming me for not wanting to help you in the future, you should blame your brother and let him do his best. Cheng Huan slowly lowered her eyes and fell silent. Lu Xiaoying beside her was afraid that she would refuse. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly reached out her hand, placed it on her daughter's shoulder, and cried, Huan, I'm sorry for you. I've wronged you. Seeing you being sensible and helping mom with work since you were young, you've suffered a lot. Sometimes, when it's late at night and everyone is asleep, mom really wants to just die. Mom, whoa. When Huan heard this, the grievances in his heart burst out like a spring. He turned around and hugged his mother who had worked so hard to raise them, and cried on her shoulder. A few minutes passed in a flash. Cheng Huan pouted and sat down next to Shu Hefeng, looking aggrieved. Suddenly, he grabbed Shu Hefeng's hand and wiped his nose with the sleeve of his white shirt, as if venting his resentment. What's your second condition? Tell me. As soon as these words came out, the corners of Shu Hefeng's mouth rose unconsciously, and he knew that the other party agreed. In fact, his attitude towards Cheng Huan is not like that of Lin Jiyue and Zhang Yaqiong, who must possess her and cannot give up. For Cheng Huan, his purpose was revenge, and he felt that the other party had given her virginity to him after all. She is my woman. Since it is yours, you cannot let it go. If you let go, wouldn't you be giving it to someone else? He can't do anything to please a girl. What's more, Cheng Huan also knows how to give massages and his skills are quite good, which makes him enjoy it very much. Even if he doesn't like his woman, he has to keep her and cannot let her go. The toilet is yours. Even if I occupy it but don't take a shit, I can't let others do it. Because the toilet is my personal property. You don't have to feel wronged. As a billionaire, I can give you and your children unimaginable wealth and glory. You won't lose out if you follow me. There are many young girls and beautiful girls in the world who want to take shortcuts and get close to a rich man like me. Chapter 60, All In. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan was speechless. Indeed, both Shu Hefeng, herself, and Lu Xiaoying knew it. The reason why Cheng Huan was willing to be with Shu Hefeng after just one meeting was certainly not love at first sight, and it was not for that bullshit love. Her father went into prison when she was young, and her mother raised her with great difficulty. Her family was poor, which made her sensitive and mature early.
She entered society early and became somewhat realistic early. She would never marry if the man didn't have the financial strength. The reason why she had a short relationship and retained her chastity was to marry a gentle and considerate man who could give her happiness, help her mother financially, and make her mother suffer less. She doesn't want to be a brother supporting demon, she just feels sorry for her mother. Shu Hefeng saw through her thoughts and said directly, I know that as children, it is our responsibility to support our parents. Your mother has worked hard to raise you.
It is not easy.
Don't worry, I will treat her well.
But your brother.
He didn't say anything else, and the two of them naturally understood what he meant. Cheng Huan and his mother looked at each other, both of them looked a little sad. After hesitating for a while, Lu Xiaoying considered that whether he would help his son or not would be decided later.
He would get through this hurdle first and immediately said, Hefeng, tell me your second condition. Shu Hefeng didn't say anything.
He took out his phone and pretended to make a call to ask the agent. Then he looked at the mother and daughter and continued, the second condition is that I can advance all the money and give you another $1 million. The premise is that this house must be mortgaged and put in my name.
What? Lu Xiaoying's eyes suddenly fixed and then she frowned when she heard it.
Shu Hefeng said calmly, as for your property, I don't like it. The transfer of this homestead to my name is only temporary.
Cheng Huan asked in confusion, Husband, are you afraid that if you help my brother this time, he won't repent in the future? Calling me husband again? Shu Hefeng smiled and said, Well, I'm not after your property. I'll transfer it to my name and you can continue to live there.
When he really repents and gets married, I'll give it to him in the name of our child.
Don't let him be my uncle for nothing.
Of course, the premise is that he will learn from this and live a good life and work hard in the future. After hearing what he said, Lu Xiaoying was still a little hesitant.
Cheng Huan on the side said quickly, Okay, it's settled.
Then he reminded his mother, Mom, if you get the money, don't let him know.
Shu Hefeng shook his head and said, That won't do. He must know. Otherwise, what if he doesn't repent and wants to sell the house to continue investing or gambling online? What if he refuses to admit it?
Lu Xiaoying looked at Shu Hefeng seriously, but couldn't tell whether he was lying to her or not.
But considering the current situation, he still said, Well, okay.
Seeing that she agreed, Shu Hefeng nodded immediately, then took Cheng Huan and Lu Xiaoying out of the west room. After arriving at the main room, he invited Li Hai to come to the next room to discuss the matter, leaving Lu Xiaoying and Cheng Huan to inform Chang Wei about the mortgage and transfer. About 20 minutes later, Shu Hefeng and Li Hai walked out arm in arm, although no one knew what they talked about specifically. But judging from their expressions, they were obviously having a very pleasant conversation.
Okay, Brother Hai is generous. I have agreed.
I will only charge 100,000 yuan in interest for the 500,000 yuan principal.
The rest will be taken away.
Cheng Huan and Lu Xiaoying were both delighted when they heard this, and the latter quickly said, Hefeng, thank you for your hard work.
Shu Hefeng laughed and said, Chang Wei, you know about the mortgage, right? The total is 1.6 million. 600,000 will be used to pay off your debt. I will transfer the remaining 1 million to your mother's name. From now on, this house will belong to me. Chang Wei snorted and said, Got it. Then he pulled his mother and said angrily, Mom, you don't have to thank him, he even made a profit. He looks down on us, so we will cut off all ties with him from now on. Lu Xiaoying was so angry that she couldn't help but slap him in the face.
The next morning, Shu Hefeng drove to the bank, met Lu Xiaoying, Cheng Wei, and Li Hai, transferred 600,000 yuan to Li Hai's card, got the IOU back, and transferred another 1 million yuan to Lu Xiaoying's card. After that, Li Hai left, and Shu Hefeng drove Cheng Huan, Cheng Wei, and Lu Xiaoying back home. In the past 2 days, the house has been successfully transferred to his name, and Cheng Huan seems to have quickly accepted everything and quickly entered the role of lover. These 2 days, she has been even more obedient to him and served him with extra enthusiasm and care. She poses however you ask her to and is very well behaved. After sending Lu Xiaoying and Cheng Wei home, Shu Hefeng saw Lu Xiaoying starting to give Cheng Wei a political awareness class, so he took Cheng Huan and said goodbye and drove directly back to the villa. This week, apart from exercising almost every day, he spent time having fun with Cheng Huan.
The weight loss effect was pretty good. He successfully lost 4 kilograms and received a reward of 2 million.
Using the 2 million, another hole was dug.
It depends on whether Chang Wei jumps in today or tomorrow. Huan, have you seen your brother?
2 days later in the morning, Cheng Huan was taking a shower. Shu Hefeng listened to the anxious voice coming from the phone, but a strange smile appeared on his face.
Huan is taking a shower. What happened to Chen Wei? Lu Xiaoying said in a panic. Hefeng, you should bring Huan over here quickly.
Xiao Wei is missing.
Shu Hefeng said calmly. Auntie, why are you panicking?
He must have been bored at home these past 2 days, so he went to the internet cafe to play games.
Lu Xiaoying said anxiously. I went to the internet cafe to look for him, but he wasn't there.
He also stole my cell phone and ID card while I was sleeping.
I doubt it. I doubt he still won't give up.
On the rooftop of Building 1 of Zhuangyuan Mansion, Chang Wei sat on the ground in a daze, looking at the transfer page on his mobile phone, his whole body shaking. But when I thought of my mother's disappointed look and my sister's disappointment, the last thing that came to my mind was Shu Hefeng's contemptuous look. He clenched his fists instantly, veins on his hands exposed, and he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, you're just lucky and have a little money, how dare you look down on me? You even took advantage of our misfortune by taking away our homestead, supporting your elderly son and sister, and letting Huan be your lover and reproductive tool. When I think about my sister being kept in a villa by Shu Hefeng, suffering from hardships and being insulted and taken advantage of by him. For the sake of his useless brother, he allowed himself to be bullied by that fat guy.
It was like a flower stuck in cow dung." Chang Wei couldn't help but burst into tears, his adrenaline soared, his hands were shaking with excitement, and he immediately pressed a button on his phone, swearing in his heart. Shu Hefeng. Just wait.
When I turn the tables this time, I'll bring Huan back.
And then I'll pay someone to cripple you. Then go meet Chen Jin in person.
Chen Jin said she lost a lot of money in her last investment.
Now she has switched to Bitcoin, with a return rate of 10,000%.
He begged for a long time before Chen Jin agreed to take him out to play, on the condition that he would take 40% of the profits. He also promised that when he made enough money, he would marry him, have children, and live a good life with him.
Only those who work hard can win. He wants to fight one last time. All in at once. I was just unlucky last time and happened to catch the platform fixing the vulnerability. This time, he wants to earn back everything he lost. Let him work hard? Earn 3,000 or 4,000 yuan a month? How is that possible?